Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Starting with a fire fist, Enies lobby sinks 1L. Chapter 1. Facing the sea, One Piece? Done. On the show operation of the protagonist crossing over to become the protagonist. Luffy, who was full of desire to complain, sat quietly on the roof, raised his head and let the rainstorm mix with the strong wind hit his cheeks, and those familiar and unfamiliar partners in the induction kept calling his name. Luffy's original name is Lu Fei, an otaku who likes to watch anime since he was a child. It seems that all those time-traveling guys are set in this way. A young man who dropped out of school due to family reasons set foot in a society that eats people and doesn't spit out his bones. After experiencing a lot of beatings by the society, Lu Fei felt that he was better off, so he found a job as a security guard and hugged him every day. Chasing fans on mobile phones, reading novels, etc., completely achieved the life of retirement 50 years in advance. The way of time travel. Lu Fei wants to complain. The time-traveling character Lu Fei wants to complain. In a word, after being hit by a car, he traveled to the world of One Piece and became Monkey D. Luffy. As a comic with the theme of blood, freedom, adventure, etc., because of the theme, the old thief Oda is a B********D. Write the main character as an idiot. Look at that old thief Kishimoto next door. Hey, the protagonist has been in love since he was 5 years old. One Piece system. Look at the name. How clear is the purpose? For a time traveler, he is familiar with the system, but it is easy. A system based on the purpose of becoming One Piece. Cliché time travel plus cliché cheat. Lu Fei, who is very familiar with various settings, also accepted the fact that he crossed over. No, it should be called Luffy now. Since I came to the new world, the name should follow the Romans. As for the system, when Luffy opened the interface like a second-hand online game, the protagonist was dumbfounded. The eldest brother in 2022, the system can't be optimized. How about the visual perception of black and white TV? The One Piece system allows the protagonist to learn Haki and increase the upper limit of Devil Fruit, etc. All the enhancements and upgrades are also products surrounding the One Piece world. Simple two large interfaces, task and enhancement. Tasks are tasks issued by the system, there is no penalty for failure, and rewards for success, such as Haki improvement, fruit ability improvement, etc. Strengthening is to strengthen the ability by upgrading to the full level, and then you can increase the upper limit of Haki or Devil Fruit's ability. The attack, defense and bonus to the body will be stronger than before. Not much, but it can be improved without a limit, and it's not like a dream to sink the red line directly with a punch. Advertisement. As for why it is a big interface, because each interface is divided into captain and crew. After all, if you want to become One Piece, you can't be strong by yourself, and you must have partners and other conditions. Currently, Luffy's partners include Roronoa Zoro, Blackfoot Sanji, Usobu, Chopper, and Nico Robin, who was captured by CP9. It can also be said that Nico Robin was willing to be captured in order to protect Luffy. Captain interface, Monkey D. Luffy, age, 17 years old. S**X, male. Position, captain. Body, 15000, armament Haki bonus, Devil Fruit bonus. Fine, 200,000. Conquerors, knowledge color bonus, Devil Fruit bonus. Abilities, human fruit, phantom beast, Nika form, not awakened, side effects not eliminated. Armament Haki, LV.3. Observation Haki, LV.3. Conquerors Haki, LV.3. Advertisement. Conquerors Haki is a great gift package for beginners in the crew, but it has not been given to them yet. The level 3 Haki is just equivalent to the original book. Conquerors, and physical strength will increase to match strength as Haki level increases. Body is physique, which affects attack, defense and upper limit of life. Essence is spirit, which affects fruit development and manipulation, observation Haki and longevity. The value described later is similar to the power value, just like the 4000 power value of Lu Chi in the original book. Luffy of Conquerors Haki plus the bonus before the development to awakening. Luffy said that the current Lu Chi is not too easy. The improvement of the crew is the same. As long as Luffy is willing, Zoro and the others can directly have Haki and the corresponding ability improvement, such as Zoro's swordsmanship, the awakening degree of Sanji's blood shadow, and the like. Luffy has been sitting here for a long time, feeling the feeling that his body is slowly adapting, and the partners who have been sensing it since just now are slowly approaching here. Since I have inherited your thoughts, I will definitely make up for the previous regrets. Standing up and stretching, feeling the strength coming from his body, he couldn't help sighing. Don't treat the name Luffy badly, I will try my best to be as good as you, and I will also sit on the throne of One Piece. Starting today, face the sea and become One Piece. Monkey D. Luffy, Chapter 2, Zoro in the chimney. Luffy. Where are you? Nami's voice was hurried, as if something was in a hurry, and Luffy could also feel this panic when hearing the footsteps. But yes, Nami, who knew the truth about Robin's departure, wanted to find everyone quickly and tell everyone the truth. After all, Robin, who chose to leave for his own sake, must feel very sad. Jumped off the roof, looked at the anxious Nami and said, I'm here, Nami. Luffy couldn't help showing a pampering look. Seeing the embarrassment that was devastated by Nami's torrential rain also made Luffy feel distressed when he saw this girl for the first time. Advertisement, Luffy, Robin. Robin she. Nami burst into tears after seeing Luffy, and quickly explained, but because of looking for everyone in the heavy rain for a long time, coupled with sad psychology, she couldn't help saying intermittently, "Robin, she left for us." Yeah. Taking away Nami's tear-wiping hand, he gently wiped away the falling tears and comforted her. "I already know, don't be sad, let's rescue Robin together." Luffy. It was only then that Nami realized that Luffy in front of him was a bit strange, and couldn't help looking at the familiar face in front of him in doubt. Raising his hand and rubbing Nami's wet hair, he couldn't help smiling and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you know me?" Luffy. Nami. At this time, Chopper ran over from a distance and interrupted the two. Angrily, Chopper ran over and stopped in front of the two of them and hurriedly asked, Have you found Zoro yet? Hey, Straw Hat crew, have you found all your buddies yet? The Akunala tsunami is coming, hurry up." Before the two could respond, Barry and his group from the Carrera Shipbuilding Company in the distance shouted in the upper city. "Here we come." Greeting Barry and his group above, Luffy turned back to the chimney not far away and said to the curious two, "Where is Zoro?" Advertisement. After speaking, he pointed to the chimney. Nami and Chopper looked at the chimney in the distance suspiciously, and couldn't help but ask in doubt, "Smoke? Chimney?" "That's right, wait for me first, I'll drag Zoro up." After speaking, without waiting for the two to respond, the figure disappeared instantly, and with a jump, Luffy suddenly appeared on the chimney in the eyes of the two. "Ha ha ha, isn't it too embarrassing, Zoro?" Without waiting for Zoro's response, he reached out and grabbed Zoro's ankle, and then stretched out his hand to grab it. Ahem. Huh. Huh? As soon as Zoro heard Luffy's voice, he realized that he had been dragged out. He couldn't help coughing, and then looked at the laughing Luffy in front of him. "It's over, the society is dead." The iron rule of being a Straw Hat boat is not to be disliked and ridiculed by the captain, but this time he just stuck his head in the chimney and was rescued by Luffy. "Ha ha ha ha. How did you get stuck in the chimney, Zoro? You're so stupid, ha ha ha." Laughing at the start, disgusted at the bottom, Luffy's combo, Zoro felt that his spirit was about to collapse. Whoosh. Shut up. While thinking like this, Zoro directly pulled out the word, "He Dao," and pressed it against Luffy's neck. The murderous look in his eyes directly scared Luffy from laughing. "Yes. I'm sorry." Feeling the chill on her neck, Luffy expressed her admiration. Advertisement boom. Following the detonation, huge waves rushed towards them, interrupting the fight between the two. The Akunara tsunami is a huge tsunami that occurs once a year in the City of Water. After each tsunami, the City of Water itself will inevitably sink. No, it should be said that it is submerged for a certain height, and houses will also be destroyed by endless waves. And for unknown reasons this year, the Akunara tsunami, which was more ferocious than previous years, struck, and it looked like it was about to swallow the water capital. What is this? Zoro couldn't help swallowing as he watched the natural disaster-like scene. Akunara tsunami. It's a daily specialty of the City of Water, but this year's one seems a bit exaggerated. Luffy patted Zoro's shoulder and explained, and then held his arm under Zoro's surprised gaze. "Leave first. Well, it's still too dangerous here. After all, I am a demon fruit power. If I am submerged by seawater, it will be too late to cry." Then, with Zoro's bewildered expression, Luffy directly brought Zoro to Nami and Chopper. "Chopper, change back, I'll take the three of you out of here first." After speaking, as Chopper subconsciously changed back to its normal form, he grabbed Chopper and threw it over his head, grabbing Nami, who was also surprised. Hee. Done? Luffy bazooka. As Luffy's voice fell, his legs were compressed for a while, and he jumped into the second gear in seconds and then took off on the spot. Boom. As the earth collapsed, 3 people and 1 deer appeared above the water capital. It seems to be jumping a bit high. Under the expressions of Zoro, Nami and Chopper rolling their eyes, Luffy couldn't help murmuring in embarrassment. Chapter 3. Wally, Zoro. City of Water. Get out of the way, everyone. Following the movement in the sky, Barry and his group looked up suspiciously. It doesn't matter if you look at it, it almost scares you. What are you doing, kid? Advertisement, shouldn't you be wondering how this guy got there? Hey. It's too dangerous. As Barry and his gang dodged in embarrassment, they also complained about Luffy's weird operation. Boom. 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 With the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, Luffy hit the ground heavily with his back against the ground, and Nami, who was holding his arms, also hit Luffy, and Zoro, who was thrown away casually because he wanted to protect Nami, also fell headlong. Chopper also landed on top of Zoro, who fell slowly. Luffy hugged Nami and glanced at Zoro's miserable appearance. Wally, Zoro. Boom. You want to murder your teammate? He punched hard, then grabbed Luffy's neck and roared. Ahem. I'm going to die. After being thrown to the ground by Nami, Luffy couldn't help but rub the neck that was almost cut off, and coughed a hoarse throat. I will kill him one day. After Zoro murmured in Chopper's frightened eyes, everyone finally ended their slapstick story. Advertisement. Chopper looked around suspiciously, and couldn't help asking, where did Sanji go? He has already caught up. Luffy looked at the worried expressions on everyone's faces, and couldn't help but smiled and said, it's okay, Sanji is very strong. As Luffy's voice fell, Zoro and Nami couldn't help being completely puzzled. The two stared straight at Luffy. Seeing Luffy's expression different from usual, they couldn't help but glanced at each other. No, this guy suddenly became very strange. Yes. This look is not Luffy at all. Chopper, on the other hand, looked at the strange atmosphere between the three of them in doubt, wondering what the hell the three of them were doing. What's the matter with you? Luffy couldn't help but smiled helplessly, looking at the frowning two people to ask an answer. Why are you two so weird all of a sudden? The strange thing is you. The two quickly complained, and then they really couldn't figure it out, so they asked, Luffy, are you Luffy? Don't think about it, only Zoro can ask such a stupid question. Nami couldn't help giving Zoro a fist, and seeing Luffy's strange expression, he couldn't help it anymore. Luffy, what happened to you? You let me, it's so weird. That's right, the familiarity of Straw Hat crew is simply unmatched by others, and it is Luffy's unique demeanor and personality, etc. Nami should be suspicious. You just think I experienced a dream. Luffy can only explain it this way. When I wake up, I find that everything has changed, but don't worry, I'm still the same Luffy. There's nothing wrong with it, it's just that the soul has changed, and the rest is still the same Luffy. It doesn't matter anymore, the important thing now is to save Robin. Zoro patted the hilt of his sword, and then looked at everyone. Advertisement. But how do we keep up? The other party has already left by sea train. Nami couldn't help but murmured sadly when he heard Robin was rescued. Let's go find a boat. Chopper jumped out and said, borrow a boat from them, and then we can go. No, it's too late for the boat. When the three of them heard what Luffy said, they quickly asked, what do you mean? It's not the purpose of Robin being sent to the Enies lobby this time, but to be sent to the Impel prison. Luffy didn't care if Nami and the others wondered how he knew, then looked at the crowd and explained. As the three major forces under the world government, Robin will be escorted by them this time through the gate of justice linked to the Impel prison, where is the undersea prison where all criminals in the world are held. If Robin is sent there, everything will be fine. Late. The big prison under the sea. The big prison of Imper is not so easy to break into. If it weren't for the execution day of the upright ace in the original book, even Luffy would not be able to rely on his identity as the son of the world. With the endless reinforcements, Marine is not jealous of. Doesn't that mean Robin is dangerous now? No, Robin's situation is indeed dangerous, but our time is more urgent. I'm weird Luffy, how do you know? The expressions of the three people are different, but Nami still thinks that Luffy has suddenly become too strange, and it is incredible that such a knowledgeable Luffy. Even the sudden resurrection of Bell and Mel at this time can't compare to Luffy's strange changes now. Nami looked at Luffy with a confused look, so what if the time comes? At this moment, Barry in the distance suddenly came over with a group of people, looked at Luffy and asked everyone, even if they will give you time, where are you going to save Nico? Robin. Have you ever wondered who your enemy is? Straw Hat Cruise. Chapter 4. World Government. Who cares? Do you understand the consequences of this incident? But Barry, who brought the surprise, couldn't help looking at Luffy and the others seriously, and said slowly. That's the world government. Your enemy this time is the world government. It's not an ordinary marine base. Are you going to start a war with the world government? After Barry finished speaking seriously, he looked at the serious crowd. That's right, you should accept your fate, not just because of world government. The tsunami will last until tomorrow morning. Maybe you will die on the road without even seeing the enemy. So what? That's world government. With the voices of everyone talking, despair also permeated Nami's head. Luffy. Nami looked at the silent Luffy, feeling really uncomfortable and didn't know what to say. So what? Pressing his hat and looking at the serious crowd, Luffy asked calmly, can some small difficulties stop us from saving our partners? Whether it's Enies lobby or world government, if you dare to block our way to save our partners, I'll sink it. At this moment, the air condensed, and everyone looked at Luffy in surprise, and couldn't help swallowing when they heard Luffy's domineering tone. At this moment, Nami and Zoro didn't think about anything anymore, because from that moment, they had heard the appearance of Luffy from this passage. You are crazy. You are all crazy. Barry couldn't help but look at them in dismay. He made a harsh remark of, I don't know the heights of the sky and the earth is thick, and the people behind him also seemed to agree. Advertisement Zoro couldn't help moving his neck, and said in agreement, if you can save Robin, you can call us lunatics. It's just the world government. Dare to stop the Straw Hat pirates from rescuing their companions. Believe it or not, go directly to world government. Ahem, it's a group of interesting little ghosts. At this time, Granny Kakela came out, looked at Luffy and the others and said, little ghosts, no matter how beautiful your bold words are, you still can't stop the tsunami. Speaking the most sober words, Grandma Kakela couldn't help taking a sip of wine, and then said slowly under the silence of everyone. If you have made up your mind, come with me. I'll give you a ride. After finishing speaking on his own, he walked slowly towards the distance. But everyone was stunned by the sudden surprise, knowing that Luffy was slowly stepping up to catch up, so they quickly caught up. Seem, things turned around, and the sea train on the other side? The story in the first car is like the original book, as if he has seen the dream of getting promoted and getting rich. Spandam's smug laughter resounds in the car. Even the CP9s in the second car can't help but hear it clearly. At the rear of the sea train, the Marines in the 7th and 6th carriages have also been cleaned up by Sanji, who caught up. Sean. Sanji? As soon as Yusobu heard the movement, he turned his head and found that the Marines around him were gone, and then a familiar figure stood there, and he couldn't help calling out in surprise. Why are you on the sea train? I should be the one who asked you, right? You're so embarrassed, aren't you? Sanji couldn't help complaining. Yusobu was also embarrassed for a while. He was caught and was seen by his original companions. It was really embarrassing to be complained about. But Sanji didn't care about this product, he just rummaged through the box, and then looked at the phone bug he found and became happy. Finally found you, this time I can contact Nami-chan. Advertisement, are you all a gang of pirates? No, I used to be. But Sanji, who heard the movement, looked back at the strange guy in front of him and asked curiously, who are you? I'm Frankie the repairman, the man behind Water City. Boom. It's you. You be asterisk 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 D. How dare you bully my repairman at that time? Believe it or not, I'll chop you up. After Frankie finished speaking, Sanji kicked him in the face and shouted angrily. Yusobu quickly reminded, no, Sanji. There are many stories after this, this guy must have saved Mei Li's life. You guys. I'll FK you when I untie the rope. After Frankie finished speaking angrily, he immediately reminded Sanji obediently. Oh, little brother, please untie my rope first. Sanji looked at Frankie angrily. Who will untie it for you? You be asterisk 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 D. You can spend your next life like this. Be asterisk 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 D octopus jaw. Damn. Untie it for me if you have the ability. Hey, you curly brow be asterisk 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 D. Yusobu looked at the two people who were arguing, and quickly reminded. Stop, you two, you will be found out if you continue like this, hey. But the three of them didn't know that in the nearest fifth carriage, a group of Marines were silently listening to the movement coming from inside. T-Bone Captain. Pull out the sword at will, and the serious T-Bone Captain waved his hands. The sea train battle begins again, Chapter 5, Drunken Driving Sea Train? Water City Center Garbage Disposal Station, oh? Is there a basement? This warehouse has been abandoned for 8 years. It has not been opened since the sea train passed. I don't know if the door can still be opened. Boom. With a burst of embarrassment, Luffy directly kicked open the huge hatch. There is a key on the door. Grandma Kekela was speechless, then shook her head and said, forget it. As everyone stepped in, a slightly worn out but still extremely handsome sea train came into view. This car is called Rocketman. It can accommodate a considerable number of people. It's a runaway train. Are you so fast this time? This is a person who got off the sea train, holding a toolbox and said, it seems that the woman's calculation failed. Grandma Kekela also asked curiously, why are you here, Bingshan? I came here for the same purpose as you. Bingshan looked at the surprised crowd and couldn't help smiling. How can I just wait for these idiots to turn a blind eye? Don't worry, I have already repaired it, and the lime, water and steam are all ready. After speaking, Bingshan sat on the box beside him and looked at everyone. Hee, thank you, Uncle Bingshan. Luffy patted his hat, bowed to Bingshan with a smile and thanked him. As long as you all survive, that's the best gift. Bingshan couldn't help shaking his head, looking at the Rocketman and said nostalgically, this sea train is the predecessor of the current one at sea, because there is no way to look up. Speed, I can't guarantee your lives if you go berserk. Okay. No problem, we can start when Nami comes over, clenched his fists, looking eager to try. Luffy couldn't help but get excited. Hurry up, it's here. At this time, Nami also ran over with a group of guys pulling a truck. This guy really understands Luffy, knowing that eating some meat before Luffy fights is the best battle preparation. Advertisement, why did this guy go? This time Luffy knew what was going on, and before he could speak, Zoro watched Nami with a group of people coming over speechlessly. But when opening the huge package, Zoro was already grinning from ear to ear when he saw a pile of wine. Huh? Luffy? Nami looked at the indifferent Luffy in surprise, and asked incredulously, aren't you going to eat? No, I'll eat on the train later, let's go now. Luffy scratched his head, resisting the desire to pounce on him, swallowed and said. This is definitely the instinct of the body, not my greed. Then everyone boarded the sea train, and Bingshan and Grandma Kekela were also planning the route. Straw Hat Boy. Suddenly, a group of perverts covered in bandages ran out from the gate, shouting while running. Please, take us with you. The loud group of men burst into tears at this moment. Granny Kekela poked her head out and kindly reminded, the opponent is world government. Whoever it is, we just want to bring back Big Brother. Even if you sacrifice your life for this, please. Although a group of people were crying, their determination to die bravely is so handsome. Why do these guys like to make trouble so much? Nami shook his head and was about to scold everyone, but was stopped by Luffy. Luffy stretched out his hand. Come on, let's go together. Thank you. Straw Hat Boy. After thanking everyone in surprise, they hurriedly boarded the Shanghai train and waited for the departure. You bastards. After taking a sip of wine, Grandma Kekela couldn't help laughing. Get ready, let's sail. Advertisement whoosh. As the name suggests, the rocket rushed out like a rocket. Tisk tisk, drunk driving. Luffy couldn't help smiling as she watched Granny Kekela excitedly control the sea train while drinking. If this is left in the previous life, I'm afraid it's more than just deducting points, right? This is not taking the traffic police uncle into consideration. What are those guys doing? Luffy pointed out the window, where two strange creatures were pulling an RV. The Fox family is at your command, Straw Hat. As the sound of praise fell, two huge pack beasts ran over with a group of people. The tsunami was also galloping crazily. With the help of the huge beast of burden, the Rocketman led everyone into the boundless sea. With the violent shaking, the Rocketman finally landed on the sea unsteadily. The violent shaking and faster speed made Luffy worry that it might fall apart. Really, the headache is killing me. Isn't this kind of acceleration too terrifying? Acceleration? This is out of control, right? No, this is a runaway. Everyone was discussing and discussing, but a group of strange guys suddenly appeared beside them. Wait, is there a group of suspicious guys in this carriage? At this time, Zoro couldn't help but sat there and asked silently. Chapter 6. The Fire Fist shows its power, Rocketman carriage. Dallastone. Suspicious? Who? Barry, it's you. Zoro. And you, Zoro, who took over Yusobu's great career of complaining, couldn't help shouting at the strange three people in front of him. The person who kidnapped your partner hurt Mr. Bingshan. This matter is unavoidable. Fighting is the only destination. That's right. We've made up our minds, Straw Hat crew. Well, let's get involved. This battle, the three of them were bold, with broken expressions. Then the three of them explained the roles played by the enemy's CP0 in the water capital this time. People from CP9, those hounds of the world government. Luffy looked at the silent expressions of the crowd, and explained with disdain. The CP organization under the world government has always been an organization that the world government cannot disclose, but there is a slight difference in some information. Everyone can know their deeds and purpose. Maybe this is what the world government is happy to see. A group of hounds watching the door can make some small children frightened. So, Luffy, how do you know this? Zoro asked doubtfully while drinking. Chopper also said thoughtfully. Luffy's character is really weird along the way. The three of them are not saying that Luffy is not Luffy, but mainly because they don't understand what happened to make Luffy so strange. Forehead. Looking at the curious expressions of the three, Luffy couldn't help rubbing his temples, and explained under the puzzled expressions of everyone. Do you know which word? Zhuang Zhou. Chopper frightened. Shang. An idiom? Nami was shocked. Luffy can speak idioms? Even Zoro also showed an expression of disbelief in the eyes of others, and even touched Luffy's speechless forehead with his hands. No, I don't have a fever. Advertisement. What do you mean? Hey, and it's not an idiom, right? Luffy slapped Zoro's hand off angrily, and couldn't help complaining. You just need to know that I'm not the Luffy I used to be, but I'm still Luffy. The three of them were no longer entangled, but they still looked at Luffy sitting there curiously, and hesitated to speak. Bruo. At this time, the phone bug on Nami's body suddenly rang, and everyone's focus was shifted to the phone bug. Nami said in surprise after connecting, Sanji? Can you hear Nami? After Sanji's voice came out, after Nami responded, he quickly said, the situation here is a bit bad, because suddenly there are two more oil bottles beside me. Behind him, Frankie is holding Yusobu who is fluttering in the wind. Fire, outside, while talking inside, a huge tsunami hits the face. The Frankie family and Barry's gang are attacking the tsunami with cannons, hoping to open a hole for the Rocketman to pass through. No. Useless. I can't even open a hole. The ideal is plump, the reality is skinny, and the power of natural disasters is obviously beyond the reach of this group of guys. Let me do it, Luffy said with a smile as he patted Barry and Zanbai on the shoulders with a smile. The two couldn't help looking at Luffy in surprise. Straw Hat Kid? Zoro also poked his head out and asked, want to help, Luffy? No need. Looking at the tsunami in sight, Luffy responded with a smile. Second gear. With a silent thought in his heart, under the surprised expressions of everyone, Luffy opened the second gear in seconds, and pulled his arm behind him to the end in an instant. Advertisement. Fire Fist System. The moment everyone's jaws dropped in shock, the extended arm instantly ignited flames, and the next moment, the fist had already landed heavily on the tsunami. Boom. The roar was violent, and with the huge splash of water, the huge tsunami in front of the sea train broke directly. I don't know how many times bigger than the attack of the two in the original book, and the round hole is shockingly presented in front of everyone. Broken. What's going on, Luffy? Even Zoro looked at Luffy in surprise, and when the rocket passed through the tsunami, everyone watched Luffy return to the carriage mechanically. At this time, Nami saw Luffy and greeted quickly, Luffy, Sanji has news. Oh, Luffy. Sanji's voice came from the phone bug. Robin is still being arrested. Nami told me about the situation on your side, at present. Luffy smiled and interrupted. Let it go, Sanji. Stop messing around, Luffy. Let that guy wait for us to go, Zoro said quickly. Hey, Cook. Can you hear me? There are many dangerous guys on that sea train, you. Luffy turned to look at Zoro. If it was you, would you stop? Zoro? A simple question made Zoro fall silent. Yes, if it was where he was, would everyone stop him? For the sake of partners or responsibility. Putting himself in his shoes and thinking about it, Zoro didn't know how to answer. Chapter 7. Rescue Robin in action, sea train. Are you worried about me, Chlorel ahead? Sanji held the phone bug and couldn't help smiling when he heard the movement over there and said, it's a pity, I can't stop hearing Robin crying. By the time Sanji finished speaking, Sanji had already hung up the phone bug. Not to mention the actions of Sanji and the others over there, this side is also impatiently sitting in the car, waiting for the upcoming battle. As time flows, the people who came to the fourth car met a CP9 who claimed to be a ramen boxer. After a few people fought, they also decided to let Frankie and Yusobu go forward temporarily, and Sanji chose to stay and face this guy. The two who were advancing were facing Booze in the third compartment, a new agent of CP9. Frankie stood up loudly and asked Yusobe to find his partner first. And after a while of groping, Yusobu finally came in front of Robin. Facing Yusobu, who suddenly appeared in front of him, Robin asked in surprise, "Long nose, why are you here?" "Hello. First time meeting. I am the King of Sniper. The King of Sniper. My friends and I have come here to save you, don't worry." Robin looked at the familiar long nose and couldn't help frowning at Yusobe. Luffy and the others have already arrived on the next sea train, and they seem to be bringing a lot of people with them. Sanji and a gangster named Frankie are also fighting in the back compartment, so Robin, let's escape first and join Sanji and the others. Bar. He took out his own invention and told Robin that it can be attached to the outside window. Robin felt more and more uncomfortable the more he listened and couldn't help interrupting. "Wait. I've already told you that I'm breaking up with you. Why did you come? I and Ben didn't ask you to save me, don't you understand? I won't go back again." Advertisement. It was Yusobu who looked at Robin calmly and couldn't help asking. "You are the one who doesn't understand, Nico Robin. Do you think they will give up? Do you think Luffy or anyone else will agree to abandon their partners? You are the one who is self-righteous. It is you who think you are self-righteous and broke away from the pirates, completely disregarding everyone's feelings, Nico Robin. In fact, this sentence is not talking about me." The development of the incident is progressing slowly. Luffy and others who kept chasing after defeated their respective opponents here, and faced the slack CP9, they finally saw hope and rescued Nico Robin from the surveillance. But, Bluno held the seastone net and looked at Robin and Frankie in the net. "I got it." The intruding attack completely shattered everyone's illusions. Facing CP9, Sanji once again tasted what despair is, and couldn't help being angry and powerless to fight back. "Enough. I'll let you go. Didn't I agree to let my partner go? I won't run away again." Once again, Robin, who was ashamed, couldn't help but stop the actions of CP9, and smiled at the struggling Sanji. "Thank you, my knight. I have been with you for so long on this journey, and I am very content." But in the face of the praise that he also wanted in his dream, Sanji didn't feel happy at all. His eyes full of tears just watched Robin being taken away again. "Robin." Yusobu, who was also seriously injured, stopped Robin at this time, and said slowly under Robin's puzzled eyes. "Believe, Luffy." Without rhetoric, like an inconceivable spell, Yusobu's calm voice echoed in the disappearing Robin's ear. With the failure of the rescue plan, the two couldn't help watching each other take Robin away. "You devil. You bastards." Letting Sanji scold loudly, Bluno said lightly the high-sounding justice, and slowly closing the air completely awakened the two of them. Advertisement. Luffy on the other side is speeding up and approaching. Luffy. At this time, Zoro couldn't help coming over, and asked what he wanted to say in confusion. You just. How should I put it? Zoro was completely shocked by that imposing punch. "What's wrong?" Luffy smiled slightly, looking at the confused Zoro. "Yeah, Zoro? You started looking at Zoro with that strange look just now, what happened?" Nami couldn't help but ask in confusion. After all, when Luffy made a shot just now, Nami was connected to Sanji inside, so he didn't see that punch. "Want to become stronger, Zoro, Nami and Chopper?" Luffy looked at the three of them calmly, and then waited for their answers. Nami asked strangely. "Be stronger? What do you mean?" Chopper couldn't help but wonder. "That's right, Luffy?" Zoro frowned and thought for a while, then said firmly, "Think." Brush. Following the expressions of other people watching the show, Luffy stretched out his hand, and under the surprised eyes of everyone, 3 bottles of strange water appeared in Luffy's hands. The bottle is like a test tube. The water inside is colorful, charming but dangerous. Chapter 8. Potion. Getting stronger doesn't come without a price. Just like the awakening potion I received, it is also the right of the system owner and the only one right. You don't have to worry about the pain caused by the potion when you use it for the first time. Haki awakening potion has no side effects, but after drinking it, you will endure a burst of pain. How much you can awaken depends on the user. The system does not allow everyone to have strength out of thin air, but distributes 3 types of items: Haki awakening potion, various experience capsules, and fruit awakening potions. As a system product, there is no need to worry about weak foundations and side effects. Along with the system novice gift pack, Luffy opened all kinds of awakening potions and experience capsules. As for the reason why the devil fruit awakening potions are too precious, they haven't been opened yet. What is this? The 3 of them looked at the potion in Luffy's hand suspiciously, and couldn't help but raise their heads and ask. Luffy stuffed a bottle into the hands of the 3 of them, and then explained. Things that become stronger. If you want to become stronger, it's very simple, drink it and live. Of course he won't die, but the instructions for the potion say it will be very painful, but Luffy, who drank it without pain for the first time, doesn't know how painful it is, so he has to tell the 3 of them that it will be very painful. Elementary Haki potion. You can awaken Haki of LV.1, LV.3 levels through different wills, which will bring you a good improvement while suffering severe pain. It may be lighter when mixed with capsules. Pull. Gulu. Zoro pulled out the cork without hesitation and drank it, then wiped his mouth. A set of smooth operations directly confused Luffy, Nami and Chopper. Nami watched speechlessly after Zoro finished drinking, then pulled out the cork casually and drank it down. What the hell? It makes us seem to suspect that Luffy will drug us. Sniff, strange taste. Chopper also pulled out the cork, then sniffed it, then shook his head and drank it. The cute Chopper held up the empty bottle and said in surprise, It smells like cotton candy. Advertisement. After the three of them finished drinking, they couldn't help but looked at each other suspiciously, and then looked at Luffy. 1, 2, oh, what do you mean, Luffy? Nami and Chopper looked at Luffy counting in doubt, and Zoro also looked at Luffy in doubt. 3, boom. After the three of them heard 3, they felt as if their bodies had been hit by a heavy hammer. It was the kind that went from the inside out, from the bone marrow, blood, heart, brain, skin, and every part of the body was ringing. Luffy said with a smile, "It will hurt a little, as long as you bear it." What? The three of them had just finished hearing Luffy's voice, when they felt a sharp pain in their bodies, and then fell down on the deck, their whole bodies twitching, which directly frightened everyone who had been watching the show. Oh, what's going on here? They seem to be in pain. What's going on, Straw Hat Kid? Everyone looked at the three screaming in pain, and couldn't help but looked at Luffy and asked suspiciously. Luffy didn't answer, but sat aside, looked at the three of them, and closed his eyes. The screams continued, until the voices of the three were completely hoarse, and Luffy slowly opened his eyes. And the others also nervously watched the three screaming until they became hoarse. After all, it was their private matter, and it was hard for everyone to respond. The three of them breathed heavily, looking as if they had narrowly escaped death, which made Luffy shiver all over. Is it so painful? Advertisement. Luffy looked at the three people who stood up slowly, and quickly asked, how do you feel? There was a stiff smile on the corner of Zoro's mouth. I feel good now. Nami, on the other hand, groped his body in doubt, and when the guys looked at him with embarrassment, he said, am I still alive? Chopper was also surprised, jumping up and down to adapt to his body, and said in disbelief, it doesn't hurt at all? Seeing the puzzled expressions of the three of them, Luffy couldn't help smiling. That's right, as long as you persist in the past, all the pain will go away. After listening, Zoro stretched out his palm, then squeezed his fist and asked, what is this? Boom, following Zoro's voice, covered by Haki, Zoro's fist turned bright black. Bang, bang, Nami and Chopper also raised their hands in doubt, then looked at Haki who was suddenly covered, and looked curiously. This is Haki, it's also the biggest harvest for you this time. Haki? What's that? Facing the curious three people, Take the Wind patiently explained to the three people. Haki is a kind of energy that exists in everyone's body, and it can be awakened through practice. In addition to the arm color, you can feel the power of the spirit. Status? When the three of them heard this, they couldn't help touching their heads in doubt, and then slowly closed their eyes. Zoro couldn't help being surprised. Chi, breath? Nami quickly sensed the surrounding atmosphere. Is this Zoro? This is Chopper? And Luffy and everyone? Chopper bounced and said, Me, I feel it too, this is everyone's breath. The role of the potion is to find a reasonable reason to improve Zoro's strength, otherwise the system will be messed up. Chapter 9. The data of the three. Crew interface Roronoa Zoro, age, 19 years old. S*X, male. Position, Deputy Captain. Body, 100,000. Armament Haki bonus. Fine, 150,000. Swordsmanship bonus. Ability, Swordsmanship L7, Great Swordsman. Armament Haki, LV.3. Observation Haki, LV.3. Conqueror's Haki, unawakened. Nami, age, 18 years old. Gender, female. Occupation, navigator. Body, 50,000. Armed color bonus. Fine, 150,000. Weather awareness and climate change awareness bonus. Abilities. Full level weather perception, full level climate change perception. Armament Haki, LV.2. Observation Haki, LV.3. Conquerors, none. Tony Chopper, age, 15 years old. Gender, male. Advertisement position, ship doctor. Body, 80,000. Armed color bonus, fruit ability bonus. Fine, 100,000. Fruit ability bonus. Ability, advanced medical skills. Armed color, LV.2. Knowledge color, LV.3. Conquerors, none. The attribute after taking the awakening potion. Putting away the interface of the three, Luffy looked at where the three were experimenting with Haki and adapting to the improvement of strength. Nami pursed her mouth, looking at the blackened arm with distaste, but when she covered the climate stick made by Usobe, she couldn't help but look forward to describing the heads of Zoro and Luffy. Luffy was terrified. Nami, who is not armed, is already a pigskin bully on the ship. Looking at it now, be careful not to make Nami angry. Chopper is also a cheerful experimenter, Haki, for a while he is armed with color coverage, and for a while he closes his eyes to see and hear color perception, and he has a great time playing. Zoro covered the words of Hidao with armed colors, and then kept gesticulating, as if looking forward to the next big battle. As time passed, the runaway Rocketman led the crowd slowly approaching Sanji, and the huge frog that appeared in the middle. Hengdong was caught by Luffy and made a kiss with Grandma Kekela. Without this frog blocking the way, the rocket slowly approached Sanji to take a sea train. Chopper looked at the figure sitting there, and shouted excitedly, Sanji. Finally, Luffy patted his hat, then looked at the familiar figure in front of him, couldn't help smiling and said, it's almost here. When the two sea trains finally met, the Isle of Never Sleeping, under the neon lights in the distance, also called Eni's Lobby, finally arrived. Nami looked at the distraught Sanji. What's wrong, Sanji? Sanji couldn't help lighting a cigarette, and then quietly told what she had experienced. Robin. Robin must be very disappointed. Don't worry, this time we can't help but rescue Robin and hurt the world government and Marine. He patted Sanji on the shoulder while talking. Sanji looked at Luffy suspiciously. Luffy? What kind of demeanor is this? Forget it. Luffy couldn't help sighing, then took out a cigarette from Sanji's pocket, stretched out his hand and asked, "Where's the fire?" Boom. Advertisement. Don't learn to smoke. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, Nami driving armament Haki directly rammed Luffy to the ground. Sanji swallowed his saliva. This guy. What's the matter with this guy? Zoro patted Sanji's shoulder helplessly, and then explained, "You can understand it as a big change in temperament. Now Luffy has become incredible. No more surprises. Not suddenly fan-er anymore. The most important thing is to be able to analyze sensibly, and what surprised Zoro the most is that Luffy's idioms and the fact that he can maintain his sanity in the face of meat. There is also a magical potion." Then, after listening to it, Sanji thought the world was crazy. Even Yusobu, who had been silent on the side, pointed at Luffy after listening, and his jaw hit the deck in surprise. Groping, Sanji wobbled to Luffy's side and started to grope for Luffy. Luffy slapped Sanji's hand, taking advantage, in horror. "What are you doing?" Then the whole person hid in Nami's arms. His pitiful appearance made everyone speechless. Strengthened wine. Luffy was speechless. It's just a potion, but it matches the relevant tastes for you, like Chopper's cotton candy soda, Nami's orange soda, Zoro's wine. After speaking, he took out a bottle of potion and handed it to Sanji. "Everything is here, either die or become stronger." And Sanji uncorked it without hesitation and drank it. Regarding strength, Sanji can be said to be extremely eager at the moment, so when Zoro said that Luffy had something that could improve his strength, he did it without hesitation. Then he screamed in pain under the terrified expressions of everyone. The potions for the few people were prepared by Luffy long ago. Soak the experience capsules directly in the potion and let it melt. If this continues, the pain will be less, and it will save you trouble and pain twice. Seeing the screaming Sanji, Zoro, Nami, and Chopper couldn't stop lamenting how miserable they were. Chapter 10. Mission. Crew Interface. Vince Mo K. Sanji. Age. 19 years old. SX. Male. Position. Chef. Body. 150,000. Armament Haki bonus. Bloodline factor bonus. Fine. 100,000. Observation Haki bonus. Ability. Full level cooking skills. The lineage factor awakened. Armament Haki. LV.3. Observation Haki. LV.3. Conqueror's Haki. None. After Sanji stood up and stretched himself, the breath exuding from his body made the Straw Hat crew feel surprised by the experience record. Sanji couldn't help but squeezed his fists. This time I have to show that B*********. D. At this time, Luffy couldn't help clapping his hands and then said, "Before the action, I have one thing to say about the purpose of this action." Nami asked curiously, "The purpose? Isn't it to rescue Robin?" "No," Luffy shook his head and then slowly explained, "It's not just the people who rescued Robin, we also have to rescue Robin completely." Before 22, O'Hara in West Blue was destroyed by the world government because of his research on history. Robin, who was only 6 years old at the time, was the only survivor on the island, and the one who destroyed O'Hara was the Buster Call dispatched by the world government, and just now Sanji, this is Robin's fear of the world government. Sanji quickly asked, "What is Buster Call?" The Marine headquarters was authorized by the world government to carry out indiscriminate and destructive attacks on the area where the signal was sent, to completely wipe out the things and people in an area that threatened the world government's rule, no matter who was ordered, directly all the destruction of the location. Civilians are fine, even if there are Marines' own people on it, they will be buried with Buster Call. Advertisement. Nami looked at Luffy in disbelief. Why is this happening? Damn world government, they are a bunch of devils. So, CP9 is not our enemy, but Buster Call is, and now Aokiji Admiral's Buster Call is in the hands of the chief of Enies Lobby. Speaking of this, Luffy's mouth sparked a trace of madness. Dare you sync with me? Buster Call? At this moment, the air became a little more solemn, and as Luffy's voice fell, everyone couldn't help but sigh at Luffy's madness. Zoro is the most direct. Hey, why don't you dare? Sanji also threw away the cigarette butt and gave her neck. I can't wait. Nami shook his head helplessly. I can't help it, I can only accompany you crazy. Chopper said obediently. I listened to everyone. Order. After everyone's voice fell, Luffy suddenly felt that the system sounded a notification tone and then couldn't help opening the system interface. Open HoloLens bracket task interface. Mission. Rescue partner Nico Robin. Reward. Armament Haki Advanced Potion Captain's Edition ×1. Armament Haki Advanced Potion Crew Edition 1 close HoloLens bracket. Everyone. Yusobu, who was dejected, murmured in his heart, then shook his head mockingly. I am no longer their partner, just like what I said to Robin, self-righteously saying that I don't want to drag everyone down, but I don't think about the consequences. And when Yusobu was sad, everyone who bumped their fists cast a glance at Yusobu, except for Chopper. In the original book, Luffy and Luffy believed that Yusobu is the Sniper King, but now everyone can see it except Chopper, who is cute and cute. Everyone else has seen Yusobu, but this is actually like what Zoro said in the original book, as long as Yusobu speaks, everyone is welcome at any time, even Luffy now. Everyone, let's stop talking nonsense. Luffy clapped his hands, exited from the system interface, and then pointed to the door of justice in the distance. See? We need to get Robin back before Robin gets there. Advertisement. After speaking, I moved my body. You guys are responsible for getting all CP9 out of the way. I'm going to save Robin and make a buster call. After finishing speaking, without waiting for everyone to respond, he stretched out his arms and grabbed the top of the tallest steeple nearby. Hee hee. See you later. Whoosh, Nami broke down directly. Sure enough, I shouldn't believe that he will be honest. Zoro couldn't help but smiled. This smell is still familiar. Sanji twitched his mouth and said nothing. Chopper just reacted, then pointed to Luffy who had disappeared and said, Luffy disappeared again? As for the Frankie family and Barry's group, their chins hit the ground directly. Seeing Luffy disappear, they were so shocked that they really didn't know how to complain. Ho 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 ho, what a cute kid, Granny K. Kellogg said with a smile while drinking. Cute kid, meow meow. Nami had a headache expression and then said, let's go too, don't let Luffy make too much trouble. After finishing speaking, everyone went towards the gate. One supply. The crew will have one, and the crew will also give it in the future. Close black lens bracket. It roughly means that as long as it is supplied, it will be provided to the crew without limit. As long as there is a new crew system, it will be given, and each person is limited to one copy. Chapter 11. Nami and Chopper showcase. On the other hand, Luffy did have a bit of fun. Where is he? Shoot. Don't let him get away. Damn intruder, take him down. Marine soldiers ran around with weapons in their hands, constantly planting the flashing figures on the roof, but because the opponent was too fast, many of them lost their targets after missing a shot. I don't have time to mess around without you. Feeling the increasingly chaotic Marine nearby, Luffy couldn't help shaking his head helplessly. Then, the figure flashed and completely disappeared in place. Enies lobby Mashima. Zoro pulled out the words of Hidao, and then ordered, these little soldiers are handed over to you. Nami, Chopper, you are here to help them. Sanji. Wait a while, after the buster call starts, I will come back to pick you up. Want to compare? Curly-browed Kappa. You think I'm afraid of you? How about we kill more CP9 than anyone else? You be ***** D Chlorella. After the two finished speaking, their figures disappeared in place and headed towards Enies lobby, the main island. Really, everyone is so messy. Taking out the climate stick, Nami watched the two of them disappear and couldn't help but look at the Marines around him. Chopper, be careful. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Chopper's response, he danced the stick flower, resisted the bullet of Marine, and turned into a dancing butterfly to shuttle in Marine. Advertisement, Lil ones, don't lose to the StrawHat crew. With the order of praise, all the people also rushed towards the Marines. With the sound of clashing knives and sticks and screams, the Marines in Mashima have tried what is called awakening. On the other hand, Nami abuses Marine happily. Nami, who has taken the potion, is strong enough to rival the Vice Admiral in the headquarters. Even if he meets the old Vice Admiral, he can fight. With the existence of the two superclasses, Chopper and Nami, whether it's a soldier or a school officer, Marine, who can't stop them at all, will soon be defeated. Barry scratched his head and asked the praise on the side, can we just watch a show? The corner of Zanbai's mouth twitched as he looked at Marine who was being abused by Nami and Chopper. Have you brought food? I want to see if we eat. A group of people looked at the two of Daihatsu Kamui funny, but they dared not say a word. Nami was playing happily and suddenly realized that something was missing and turned to look at the group on Barry's side. You guys are here to see a show. Seeing that Nami wanted to jump over and clean up himself and others, everyone in Barry stood up in a hurry and then joined the cleaning army. Enies lobby main island, Khalifa stretched and couldn't help sighing. Maijima is quite messy. Do you understand? This is the Enies lobby under the world government. Hey, if the enemy invades this island, everyone in StrawHat crew will die. As Enies lobby's biggest tube, Spandam couldn't bear it anymore and started walking around anxiously. What Spandam is worried about is not the consumption of soldiers in the face of the world government, but what he cares about is his own future. If StrawHat crew invades the island, his political performance will be blackened. While the others kept complaining about the appearance of their own officials in their hearts, but they didn't say anything. Advertisement Spandam was walking around, and then suddenly thought, no, it can't be like this. After finishing speaking, pointing to Lu Chi and the others, they ordered, go and clean up all the intruders immediately. I will escort Nico Robin to the Gate of Justice first. As long as Nico Robin passes the Gate of Justice, the StrawHat crew's invasion will be in vain. After speaking, I am ready to take Nico Robin and Frankie to the Bridge of Hesitation. Just let them go. Lu Chi couldn't help shaking his head, not feeling tired of this guy's IQ at all. Let me take care of your safety and ensure that Nico Robin is safely delivered to the Gate of Justice. Look at this, how beautifully said, to protect you, to ensure that Nico Robin's escort is normal. Randomly, Blueno shook his head helplessly, opened the air and led everyone away. Leaving Lu Chi and Spandam and escorting Nico Robin and Frankie, they also set off directly under Spandam's monkey rush. Snapped, 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 tisk tisk. I just thought that although this guy's IQ is not good, but if you were here, I can't even be lazy. Following a burst of applause, the four who heard the movement quickly looked at the hanging beam above their heads. Whoosh, jumping directly to Robin, and looking at the embarrassed girl in front of him, Luffy said with a bit of distress. Sorry, I'm late. Lu. Luffy? Robin looked at the young man in front of him in a trance, and when he saw the other party suddenly appear, Robin found that he was a bit reluctant to say no again, but thinking of the horror of the world government. Why are you here again? I said I don't need your help, Monkey D. Luffy. I don't need you to take care of my affairs. Chapter 12. Kicking Rob Lucciini's lobby main island. As Robin's voice fell, everyone was shocked by these words. Enduring the pain and pretending to be ruthless, he looked at Spandam and said, he came here because of ignorance, so our agreement is still counting, right? Please, I won't run away. Please release StrawHat crew leaving Eni's lobby, I'll be honest. You don't need to follow them. What you need is to be rescued by me honestly, interrupted Robin calmly, then turned to look at the terrified Spandam and said, Aokichi's thing is with you, right? Bring it to me. I can make you die. Shave. Finger pistol. Rob Lucci walked directly to Luffy's side in an instant, and his index finger traced Luffy's throat like a bullet. Boom. Facing the attacking finger pistol, Luffy didn't even look at it, and directly kicked Rob Lucci's stomach, and Rob Lucci flew upside down and smashed through several walls. Please don't bother me when I'm in a bad mood. Facing Rob Lucci, who was kicked flying by himself, Luffy said something serious to him. Then he turned his head and looked at Spandam, who was about to pee his pants. My proposal is still valid. Give me something. You. What do you think you are doing? You are trying to provoke the world government. Ah. Before he could finish speaking, Spandam was stepped on the face by a foot, and Spandam screamed in pain. Hearing Spandam's screams, Robin looked at the teenager standing there suspiciously. Luffy?
Hey, Robin and brother pervert. Luffy turned around and smiled at the two of them, and said, wait for me, and I'll uncuff you immediately. Robin nodded in a daze. Oh, Frankie. Change, pervert, Straw Hat boy, you are quite good at complimenting people. No, I'm not praising you. Puff. Luffy complained in his heart, and then continued to turn his head to look at Spandam, who was screaming at his feet, and couldn't help using a little force on his feet. Tisk, I'm really stupid, I just look for things on you. As soon as the words fell, Spandam spurted blood from the old man on the first floor, and passed out. Advertisement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Watch out, Straw Hat brother, Luffy. At this time, a series of wind blades came from the place where Rob Lucci was kicked, and the vacuum airflow like a slash was directed towards Luffy, who was about to bend over to search. 6 Styles Tempest Kick, Guy Bird. Hearing the movement, Luffy looked at the incoming attack, the vacuum airflow like a slash, couldn't help pressing his hat, and slowly moved his body left and right a few times, perfectly dodging the attack. Immediately afterwards, Rob Lucci, who jumped out of the hole in the wall, also activated the Zone Mau Fruit Leopard form, attacked Luffy, and rushed towards Luffy like a cheetah. Straw Hat boy. 6 Styles, the biggest round 6 King gun. Kicked by Luffy, Rob Lucci, who was full of anger, directly used the strongest attack, and it was time for Luffy to restore his dignity. Second gear. Luffy slowly raised his arm horizontally, his wrist rebounded like a compressor, his body gradually turned red and hot, and after steam-like smoke emerged from his body, Luffy's figure disappeared again. Boom. Luffy, who disappeared in place, appeared above Robin Lucci under the shocked gazes of Robin and Frankie, and Rob Lucci, whose body had been left behind, was smashed to the ground at a speed that the two of them couldn't see clearly with one punch. Jet pistol. With the huge crater that instantly appeared on the broken floor and the overwhelmed explosion under the impact of Rob Lucci's body, Luffy's voice slowly sounded. Frankie looked at Luffy in disbelief, and couldn't help but ask, is your partner so good? With this teammate, you still want to, 15 shots. Robin stared at Rob Lucci, who rolled his eyes in confusion, couldn't help swallowing, and then murmured, I don't know. Is Luffy so fierce? Remember that you were abused in the capital of water. It's been a few hours, Luffy has an epiphany. Not to mention the shocked expressions of the two, Luffy slowly fell down, stood on the edge of the giant pit, looked at Rob Lucci, who had passed out, and said calmly, that's it. The strongest genius in CP9. Spreading his hands, Luffy turned his head and walked towards Spandam, his comatose body just like Rob Lucci's collapsed on the ground. After a while of tinkering, Luffy also slowly found what he wanted, put it in his pocket, and came to Robin and Frankie. Don't panic, I'll uncuff you now. After speaking, Luffy broke Frankie's shackles first, then looked at Robin's shackles, stretched out his hands and grabbed them. Advertisement. Throwing his body directly on Robin, he said weakly, see stone. The key is right here. Frankie slowly took out the key from Spandam, and then turned around to see the two people in front of him pressed together awkwardly, and Luffy's face was uncontrollably stuck to Robin's face. Sorry, I interrupted you. Finished. Frankie turned away. No. Come back to me. Luffy got up in a panic and shouted quickly, grabbed the key from Frankie's hand, slowly opened his shackles, then tore it off and threw it aside, not daring to look into Robin's eyes. Ahem. Everyone is down there. They'll be up soon. Why don't you take a break first? After finishing speaking, he turned his head and walked towards the sofa beside him, preparing to deal with some things first. Now he has the golden phone bug and the phone bug to talk to the world government, so he can make troubles. Suddenly, Luffy felt that he was about to be hugged and thrown, and was about to fight back, but the softness from his body made Luffy's body instantly stiff. Please. I'm not a bum like Luffy. I kept thinking about it in my heart, but Luffy didn't dare to move at all. Thank you, Luffy. Robin hugged Luffy from behind and said, then naturally loosened Luffy's stiff body. Luffy relaxed for a while, then rubbed his nose, looked back at Robin. Aren't we partners? Robin nodded with a smile, looked at Luffy and confirmed, you have become Luffy. What the hell is this kind of girlfriend's sense of sight? Luffy shook his head helplessly, couldn't help raising his arms, and asked, what changed? Guess. Robin looked at Luffy's funny look, and didn't answer, just said you guessed it. You too. Can you wait a while for flirting? We are still in the enemy's lair. Frankie yelled at the two of them angrily, but the atmosphere suddenly became awkward again. Author. He, my Robin, he. Luffy. The sun is drying my A. Get up and code words. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 13. On the eve of the opening of the Enies Lobby event. Enies Lobby katakana middle dot at the entrance of the main island. With Nami, everyone has already dealt with the marine minions, and then came here to meet the two giants, Oimo and Cassie. Then facing Nami and Chopper, the two of them are completely the target, they can't touch anyone and they are abused by the two giants are tens of meters tall, and they are the firm guardians of the entrance of the island, standing over and over again stand up. After being heard by Nami and Yusobu, the words of the silly two people couldn't help but sound familiar. After learning that the two were deceived by the world government, they voluntarily gave their lives for their own captain to protect Enies Lobby. The captains of the two are Dory and Raji, whom Straw Hat crew met in Little Garden. After Usopp learned the laughter of the two and told the characteristics of the two, after knowing that the two of them were deceived by the world government, the angry two silly giants immediately turned their backs, and rushed forward like the gods of war, leading the Nami people to the island. The Marines, who originally had no combat power except CP9, cried completely this time. Enies Lobby has been completely captured by our Straw Hat crew. You all get out of here. Otherwise. Boom. The two directly shattered a minaret on the side into pieces, and as a result, many people did not accept it. Angry Nami and Chopper directly killed, and after being knocked out one by one, the two rebellious giants were responsible for throwing them onto the warship. So far everyone's task is done. As for the reason why people who traveled east and west on this island did not meet CP9, they have to ask Zoro and Sanji. The two started from Majima. When Nami came to the main island so long in advance, they happened to meet CP9 who was discussing the assignment of tasks, but the two ended up holding the pot. Advertisement. It's inconvenient to describe the fighting scene, because the two of them are simply killing each other. A group of CP9s with less than 3,000 points of power met two people with more than 100,000 points of power, just like Naba Yamucha, Shaolin, etc. in Dragon Ball. The two of them didn't dislike it either, they regarded it as a warm-up activity before the big battle. Zoro discovered the Nien moves after improving his various swordsmanship, and Sanji learned CP9's 6 moves directly after seeing CP9. The king of reciting poems, Zoro directly rotates 3 knives, 1 knife, 2, and 3 in a while. All kinds of tall verses, coupled with superb swordsmanship, you deserve to be the one who fascinates thousands of girls and boys. Sanji played even more elaborately. After watching the 6 styles of flying that everyone was playing, he immediately started stealing it on the spot. No, it should be an above-board stealing. The subject of the experiment was also found, that is, the one on the sea train, high above, Blueno. At this point, Sanji couldn't help but refute, you can't blame me, can you? In the face of an obviously unstoppable attack, use Iron Body's crumb Blueno. As a result, after the two got rid of a group of people, Zoro also added several very poetic sword moves to his poetry sword art. After all, the physical fitness is enough. After learning stealthily, other finger pistols are not suitable for cooks. Paper arts requires professional knowledge, and they have gained knowledge. Iron Body is directly ignored. Zoro, Sanji. At this time, just as the two of them were done, Nami and Chopper brought everyone here. Zoro and Sanji looked at the two giants in a daze, until they saw a group of people sitting on the giants, they put away their attacks. How did they handle those two giants? Won't be as easy to cheat as Luffy. The two also met two giants at the entrance, but for the sake of CP9, they didn't care. Unexpectedly, Nami and the others directly persuaded the two giants to surrender. Advertisement. After Nami and others joined Zoro, Sanji and Zoro also understood the reason. After all, the two giants in Little Garden impressed them. Let's go. Already sensed that Luffy is in front. Zoro and Sanji are making a special car, and the two giants lead everyone to set off. And on Luffy's side, after the embarrassing atmosphere eased, several people sat on the sofa to take a rest. The main reason was that Robin and Frankie needed to kick their breath. I started to see if there was any food that could replenish my strength, preferably the kind with cola. Luffy looked at this guy, couldn't help but smiled and asked, do you want to be my partner on my boat? Frankie. Frankie was rummaging through boxes and boxes, and he couldn't help laughing and said, forget it, I'm just a punk, you might as well go to those guys from the Kara Ray shipbuilding company. Do you think you can still be a punk from now on? Frankie. Luffy was not angry when the other party refused, but continued to lobby. The world government doesn't care if you are a gangster or not. Just like this time, they are the best to deal with you among your master's only 2 apprentices. Your elder brother at most it was assassinated, but you are different. They couldn't find Pluton's blueprint. Killing you is more than enough to vent your anger. Facing Luffy's boastful talk, Frankie smiled. I've never been afraid of death, just like this time. Where's your little brother? The Frankie family. Praise them. Chapter 14. Inviting Frankie. The original Spandam office was also a little quiet because of Luffy's words. Frankie, who was silent between labor and management, Luffy continued, maybe they don't care about life and death, just like this time they came to save you, and they don't care about the revenge of the world government on you afterwards. The spirit of disregarding life and death is indeed true. A bunch of big guys, but what about you? There was a hint of a smile on the corner of Robin's mouth. Looking at Luffy in front of him, he continued to boast, do you have the heart? It's like you were arrested by CP9. They don't care about the world government. They sacrificed their lives to save you. You don't even want to do it. Seeing Zanbai and the others in front of you. I won't make it so clear, you understand, don't you? Frankie thought about it calmly, and found that there was nothing wrong with what Luffy said, but, I'm leaving, what about them? Facing Frankie's question, Luffy said confidently, I can guarantee that they will be fine this time, and the world government will not trouble them, but you, maybe I can't handle it. Seeing the other party's intention to move, Luffy continued to add embellishment, and your dream is not to build a treasure ship that can ride the wind and waves. You took our money to buy Adam's treasure tree, right? Come, Frankie, be my crew member, see it with your own eyes. Watching your ship become the most powerful ship in the world after going through all kinds of hardships, believe me too. One piece. I will definitely be it. In the end, he walked up to Frankie who was stupefied, and stretched out his hand to look at Frankie seriously. Frankie asked in surprise, do you have a way to keep my little brothers from being troubled by the world government? Even Robin looked over in surprise. Luffy tilted his head and said, of course. If Aokiji can't do it, it's easy for the old man to come over and ask him to help, isn't it? Frankie regained his composure, then looked at Luffy and said, can I think about it? Luffy smiled. Of course. Frankie breathed a sigh of relief, then reached out to grab Luffy's hand, and said helplessly, this is a super big event, but don't worry, I'll start building the best ship in the world for you when Adam Wood comes back. Quote. The two shook hands vigorously, and said with a smile, of course. I look forward to it. At this point, Luffy also knew that Frankie should be on board, and Frankie was probably thinking about how he would tell his younger brothers. Advertisement. Luffy, Robin, brother, Robin-chan, your great knight has come to save you again. At this time, as the two giants brought everyone to the meeting room, they immediately installed it facing the huge wall. Nami jumped down directly, rushed towards Luffy, and then passed by under Luffy's frozen smile. Robin. Luffy put away his smile, then patted his forehead, looking ashamed. Brother, how are you? Are you injured? The Frankie family jumped down and ran to Frankie under the leadership of Zanbai, and then ordered the younger brother behind him to give the boss all the coke. This group of guys also knew their own boss, they emptied their coke when passing by the kitchen on the way. Sanji couldn't wait to run to Robin's side to show courteousness. As for Zoro, a wine obsessive, he saw the good wine that Frankie dug out from a distance, and started to drink one bottle at a time. Barry and his gang scratched their heads in embarrassment, so they ran to Zoro to beg for a drink. Luffy was left alone standing in the same place, so embarrassed that he almost dunked 3 rooms and 1 living room with his feet. Grandma Keluo looked at Yusobu and asked, aren't you going? Yusobu, who heard the movement, just watched in silence as Luffy went to Zoro to grab a drink, and then Zoro was so angry that he quickly hugged the rest of the wine. Showing a wry smile, happy that Luffy and the others finally rescued Robin, I am no longer their partner. Grandma Keluo couldn't help drinking, looked at the dejected Yusobu and smiled. You know. Everyone makes mistakes. Impulsiveness may not be an excuse for your mistakes, but it may be the reason for you to admit your mistakes. You will cherish it when you have it, and the rare thing is reunion after a broken mirror. Advertisement. After finishing speaking, he took the empty wine bottle and walked towards Zoro to see if there was any better wine. Open hollow lens bracket help me. Grandma Coco. What's wrong, kid? This is already the fastest speed of the sea train. No. Is a partner of mine. Everything is up to you, brat, I can at most say a few words for you. Great. When Robin is rescued, I will send you 2 bottles of good wine. Close hollow lens bracket. What a bunch of unlovable brats. Is it an apology? Or go home? Yusobu didn't know exactly what to do. Luffy, who drank with Zoro, didn't know how to choose Yusobu, but only knew that he needed to do one thing. Slowly took out a phone bug from Zoro's puzzled eyes, the whole body was golden, and he closed his eyes tightly. Looking at the curious Zoro, he couldn't help asking seriously, get ready. A big show. Chapter 15. Family and Determination. Maybe. That's right, what Luffy is thinking now is that there is no one who can fight. It may be a bit crazy, but for the current Marine, Buster Call is really not as good as before. Think of the previous Buster Call. Bullet Buster Call. Who is Marine sending? Sengoku and Garp. The identities of the two should not be too strong, one is the appointed marshal, and the other is a Marine hero. Facing these two, that is a desperate thing. Oh Harlan Buster Call. This Buster Call may be without Sengoku and Garp, after all, facing a group of academics with no power to restrain chickens, but what? The two dispatched are still big shots, Aokiji and Sakazuki, the two are the default admirals, one is the future Marine Marshal. For O'Haran, this buster call is no better than Bullet's first buster call. Small. But what about Annie's lobby's buster call? Flying Squirrel, Huo Shaoshan, Doberman, Ghost Spider, Stallo Berry. It's not that Luffy doesn't like it, the point is that it's really incomparable with the two previous ones. The 5 veteran vice admirals may be a very scary lineup for many people, but facing these 5, Luffy still thinks he can give it a try. As for the 2 lineups above, Luffy said forget it, unless he can open the 5th gear, otherwise he should stay away. Just kidding, I'm not stupid, at least I understand the principle of picking a persimmon softly. However, in the face of Luffy taking out the golden phone bug and dialing it, everyone present was also eager to try, except Robin. Robin was dumbfounded, and when he saw Luffy took out the buster call, he felt something was wrong, but he didn't expect. You're crazy. Luffy. Marine Headquarters Marineford. Advertisement. Facing the sudden buster call signal, all the Marines had no doubts at that time, and then immediately notified them, and dispatched a buster call lineup to start off. Target. Annie's lobby. I know. Facing Robin's constant explanation of the horror of buster call, Luffy said slowly, and then embraced the terrified Robin in his arms, gently comforting his trembling body. That's why I'm going to face, to understand what kind of fear Robin you are facing, and then defeat him. When Robin's shoulders stopped shaking, he slowly released his hands on Robin's shoulders, facing Robin and said, look at me, Robin. Buster call is nothing scary. The scary thing is that you can't go out. I want to bring back a Robin who walks out of fear and shadow, a Robin who can accompany me to the sea without any worries, not a Robin who faces the future and is confused. I may not have the rhetoric of Luffy, but I can also do something for you. Robin looked at Luffy who was comforting himself in front of him, and asked hesitantly, can I? Luffy smiled. Of course. You are my partner, everyone's sister Robin, you are our family. Nami came over and hugged Robin in his arms, and said, don't worry. Luffy and the others are very strong now, and they won't let others bully us anymore. Sanji walked over, muttering in his mouth, I also want to meet that shitty buster call, and then completely crush Robin-chan's nightmare. Zoro finished his glass of wine, and then eagerly said, I'm just warming up, and I'm looking forward to the strong Marine. Chopper ran over and pulled Robin's sleeve, and said cutely, I will beat all the Marines who bully Robin away. Facing everyone's comfort, this time, Robin finally let go. The Straw Hat crew, who is like a family member, made Robin think of that man. Open hollow lens bracket. Even if you are alone now, you will definitely meet your companion one day. The sea is infinite, and one day, there will be a companion to protect you. Close hollow lens bracket. Advertisement. Luffy. With a harbor again, Nico Robin, who threw himself into Luffy's arms, felt like the embrace of his mother deep in memory. This is the feeling of home. Curly-browed Kappa. Robin-chan, my arms are also very warm. The emotional Frankie hugged Zanbai in his arms and began to suffer. Woo. Zoro couldn't help it. Don't cry out loud at this time, hey. And the crying sound is so pervert. Pervert, thank you for the compliment. Who praised you? The touching emotions dissipated, and Frankie's interruption made everyone continue to be happy. Luffy looked at Barry's group and Frankie's family. Why don't you get a warship and go first? The battle later may be a little more tragic. Faced with this, everyone was unhappy. Don't worry. We can take care of our own safety, and it would be too unmanly to abandon you and run away first. The appearance of everyone patting their chests made Luffy smile helplessly. There are teammates who need to improve their strength. Robin and Frankie, maybe even someone. Chapter 16. New mission Forever no Hyuga Ibuki. Nico Robin. Age. 28 years old. Gender. Female. Occupation. Archaeologist. Body. 80,000. Armament Haki bonus. Fruit bonus. Fine. 100,000. Observation Haki bonus. Fruit bonus. Abilities. Paramesha flower fruit. Historical text Grandmaster. Armament Haki. LV.3. Observation Haki. LV.3. Conqueror's Haki. None. In order to stabilize Robin's heart, Luffy planned to strengthen all staff before the buster call, and took out the medicine and handed it to Robin. After explaining, Robin also took the medicine. Carter Frankie. Age. 34 years old. S*X. Male. Body. 150,000. Armament Haki bonus. Upgrade machinery bonus. Coke supply bonus. Mechanical blood supply bonus. Fine. 100,000. Observation Haki bonus. Upgrade mechanics bonus. Scan supply bonus. Abilities. Full level shipwright. Full level mechanical transformation, and human body transformation. Armament Haki. LV.3. Observation Haki. LV.3. Conqueror's Haki. None. Reasons for Frankie to take the potion. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket. Luffy casually throws it to the curious Frankie. 1. Frankie. Me too, I haven't even mentioned getting on your boat yet. Luffy smiled and explained. There will be a big battle soon, and you will be responsible for protecting your little brother, and if you die, where can I find such a good partner? Frankie pulled the plug. Hey, then I'd rather be obedient than obedient. After speaking, drink the potion happily. Close black lens bracket. Yusobu. Age. 17. S*X. Male. Position. Sniper. Body. 100,000. Armament Haki bonus. Fine. 150,000. Observation Haki bonus. Ability. Full-scale shooting. Armament Haki. LV.3. Observation Haki. LV3. Conqueror's Haki. None. Reasons for Usobu to take potions. Open black lens bracket Su. Snapped. Usopp looked suspiciously at the bottle that he subconsciously took in his hand, and looked at Luffy. If you die, I can't explain to Kaya. After drinking it, you can survive on the battlefield for a while, and then you will be safe on the way back to East Blue. Facing the appearance of Luffy who didn't even look at him, Usobu held back his tears, pulled out the stopper and drank it in one gulp. Amid Usobu's miserable cry, Nami couldn't help but look at Luffy. Luffy. Advertisement. Zoro knew that Usobu would not be able to hear the conversation at this time, so he directly interrupted what Nami wanted to say. He made his own mistakes, and if he wants to come back, he must apologize. Otherwise, it will be me next time. After finishing speaking, he fixed his eyes on Luffy, and everyone couldn't help being silent because of his serious look. I know. Luffy rubbed his nose, couldn't help sighing, looked at Usobu and said, this guy is too, you just need to apologize. Although Luffy knew that the original body was too impulsive to say something that hurt Usobu, but this is also the captain's responsibility, and he must be decisive in the face of everything. There is no distinction between the two, who is more right and who is less wrong. Both of them are impulsive. It brought about a bad development. Luffy's impulsiveness brought Usobu off the ship, and Usobu's impulsiveness brought him to leave the melee and challenge the captain's majesty. Although Luffy doesn't have the majesty of a captain, it is irrational for a group to leave wantonly and speak nonsense, just like Nami, Robin and Sanji, all three of them have left the ship, and for various reasons. With tears streaming down my face, I hope to continue to go back to the sea. And Usobu and Luffy can really say that it is not serious this time, and it is serious if it is not serious. As long as Usobu apologizes, everyone will be happy. If Usobu does not apologize, maybe everyone will regret and feel sad, but everyone can't invite Usopp back. This is the captain's bottom line, and it is also Luffy's responsibility to the rest. Close black lens bracket. The above opinions are all from the most fair discussions on the internet, and they are not aimed at anyone. Both are liked by Hamey, and the author also likes them. I hope everyone will not think that Luffy is wrong or that Usopp is wrong. It's just something that happens when you're young. Luffy and Usopp are both 18 after all. During the waiting process, Nami also took Robin and explained to her the reason for Usopp's departure. At that time, Robin had already followed CP9, so he didn't know what happened. While waiting, Luffy found that the tasks issued by the system had changed a little, so he couldn't help opening the interface and looking at it. Open HoloLens bracket task interface. Mission. Rescue partner Nico Robin. Finish. Reward. Armament Haki Advanced Potion Captain's Edition ×1. Armament Haki Advanced Potion Crew Edition Supply. Stored in backpack. New mission. Repel, defeat Buster Call. Award. Knockback reward. Observation Haki Upgrade Potion Captain's Version ×1. Observation Haki Advanced Potion Crew Edition Supply. Defeat rewards. In addition to the above rewards, the Merry Ship Elf Transfer, Primary Zone Human Fruit Nika Form Awakening Potion will be added. Close HoloLens bracket. Wow. Groove. Luffy jumped up suddenly, staring at the system interface. Chapter 17. Too Tough Marine. To add more for Forever no Hyuga Ibuki. Open HoloLens bracket transfer of the melee ship spirit. You can transfer the melee ship spirit to any ship. Also won't stop the birth of the ship sprites in the hull itself. Junior Zone Human Fruit Nika Form. Fruit Awakening Potion, but because it is a primary, the awakened Nika form does not eliminate the side effects. Intermediate Elimination. Advanced Enhancement. Close HoloLens bracket. FK. Luffy only has one sentence left in his mind: the system is awesome. Although the primary form of Nika will have side effects in the original book, it can be used as a trump card. If you are worried that your strength is not enough for the Summit War scene, this time it will be more secure. And there is also the way of dealing with the melee ship ferry, which completely solves the current urgent need, and there is a reward for completing the first mission, so the battle after a while may be more secure. Seeing Luffy's surprised look, everyone couldn't help looking over curiously. Zoro. What are you doing? Scared me. Nami punched him straight away. Scared to death. You idiot. Facing everyone's taunts and Nami's fist, Luffy laughed heartlessly and didn't answer everyone. When everyone continued to do their own things helplessly, Luffy received the potion in anticipation. Open HoloLens bracket Armament Haki Advanced Potion Captain Edition. Instructions. Haki level can be promoted after reaching level 3. Take it directly. Absorption limit. No pain and no time limit. Armament Haki Advanced Potion Crew Supply Version. Instructions. Haki level can be promoted after reaching level 3. Take it directly. Absorption limit. Exercise for 10 minutes. Sleep fusion for 10 hours. Close HoloLens bracket. The system holder can instantly decompose the potion for fusion, and the crew needs to absorb it by themselves. Without system assistance, there will be a little restriction. Sleeping for 10 hours. It seems that it is up to me to defeat Buster Call this time. Advertisement. Luffy muttered something in his heart, then slowly took out the potion, and drank it under the puzzled eyes of everyone. Then, a minute passed. ? 10 minutes passed. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. From the question marks on everyone's faces to the silence on their faces at the end, Luffy was almost murderous with his eyes. Seeing that the situation was wrong, Luffy quickly explained, well. I'm not here to improve my strength. It's for. Only then did everyone suddenly realize that they put away their murderous intentions. And when everyone was fighting, the huge door of justice began to open slowly. Master Vice Admiral, all cannonballers are in place and ready for fire coverage at any time. With the arrival of the Marine Messenger, the Flying Squirrel ordered solemnly, after the door of justice opens, the warship will immediately cover Any's lobby with firepower once it enters the range. Yes. The soldier saluted, then turned around to deliver the order. On the other ships, following the orders of 4 Vice Admirals, Huo Shaoshan, Doberman, Ghost Spider, and Stallo Berry, the warships are strictly waiting for the door of justice to be completely opened. Any's lobby. Looking at the time slowly passing by, I probably felt that Buster Call is coming soon. Luffy clapped his hands, and after attracting everyone's attention, he began to speak. Almost Buster Call is coming soon. Let me popularize the configuration of Buster Call. Advertisement. Then he said slowly in the eyes of everyone. The configuration of Buster Call will not be much different, except for the change of personnel each time. There will be no reduction, and the configuration of Buster Call is that 10 Marine General Class warships carry 5 Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral, 10 Marine Headquarters Rear Admirals, and 10,000 Marine Elites. Hey, I'm looking forward to it. The handwriting is really big. Can this work? There are Zoro and Sanji who are looking forward to it, Nami, Robin and Frankie who are lamenting their big hand, Usopp, Chopper and the rest of the minions who are timid. As for Buster Call this time, according to Marine's current situation, 5 of the strongest Vice Admirals are the most likely. I think the influence of the current plot has not been dissipated, and it is the same as in the original book, but after the Any's lobby incident this time, the future plot may be changed. Throwing away the messy thoughts, Luffy said slowly, Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, Huo Shaoshan Vice Admiral, Doberman Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, Stallo Berry Vice Admiral. These 5 are the 5 veteran Vice Admirals from the Marine headquarters. Their strength is definitely enough for you to fight. Even except for Luffy and Zoro, you can't handle each of the rest alone. Zoro asked expectantly, is there a swordsman? Sanji couldn't help laughing and said, then I will try. The few remaining people swallowed their saliva, making up their minds not to act alone. Luffy smiled at everyone's reaction, and then said to Zoro who was looking forward to it, Zoro, you have a great time this time. The 5 veteran Vice Admirals are all good at swordsmanship. Among them, Stallo Berry Vice Admiral is a 2-sword fighter. The reason for the final mystery of the 6 styles, the return of life, can control the hair like an arm, and is an 8-sword style. Maybe, after all, the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral counts the 2 in hand, exactly 8. Here is the question about the ship Elf of the Melee. The author is indeed a pity. After all, the Melee was burned because it was really overwhelmed, and it is not a pity because it has returned to the sea, but the newborn Melee I really can't bear to lose the boat elf like this. The old thief Oda will kill me. In addition, please smash me to death for evaluation tickets and monthly tickets. Thanks. Chapter 18. Chopper helps Zoro choose an opponent. And Chopper, who heard the 8-knife style here, said in surprise, the 8-knife style. Isn't that more powerful than Zoro? Hearing this, Zoro was not happy, and directly said unconvinced, then I will try the so-called 8-knife style. See if his 8-knife style can work. Chopper, you're so cute. What else can Luffy say? Facing the cute Chopper, he can only respond like this. Robin hugged Chopper with a smile, and then explained, it's not that the more weapons the enemy has, the more powerful it is, just like the world's #1 swordsman is a swordsman. Chopper. Is that so? Facing Chopper's cute appearance, everyone couldn't help laughing. Boom. Suddenly, when everyone was nervously discussing the upcoming battle, the explosion of a shell broke everyone's discussion. Boom, boom, boom. It was like a signal, followed by continuous shells, as if one of them exploded nearby, the house trembled, and everyone stood up solemnly. Luffy squeezed his fists, then looked at the eager crowd, couldn't help but smiled and said, everyone. The fun has begun. After speaking, head outside. Well, 8-sword style. I'm already getting impatient. Zoro stretched, and followed with strides. Sanji saw Zoro walking up, and said not to be outdone, wait for the B************ D Chlorella. This time, let's compete to see who can get a Vice Admiral first. Advertisement. I'll lose to you, curly-colored Kappa. After speaking, the provocative tone also made Zoro come back dissatisfied. Can't these 2 guys calm down? Nami shook his head helplessly looking at the 2 people who were fighting each other before the battle, and then followed. Robin took a deep breath as he watched the situation finally arrived, calmed down the panic in his heart, and walked out without saying a word, holding Chopper in his arms. Don't worry, Luffy will knock the enemy away. Chopper's words followed from outside the door. The super battle is about to begin. Little ones follow me, let's go meet Marine for a while too. Super. Frankie came down with a few pervert shapes and slogans, and led his younger brothers to catch up. Seeing everyone set off, Usobu couldn't help mustering up his courage, thinking that his current strength had become stronger, then turned his head and said to the rest of the people, follow me. Let's help Luffy and the others. As Usopp followed bravely, the three of Barry and Granny K. Killua also followed Usopp out. Marines sighed. As the shells landed on the Enies lobby, several vice admirals also slowly gathered together, and they couldn't help discussing the weirdness of this mission. Huo Shaoshan looked at Enies lobby and sighed. It's such a good place, it's going to be gone. The continuous explosion broke the peace of Enies lobby. Countless shells fell on the ground, houses and bridges. It was heartbreaking to watch the burning mountains. Doberman Vice Admiral said happily, it's just some money. The world government won't care. Tisk tisk, to be honest, I've wanted to do this for a long time, it's a disgusting place. Advertisement. Vice Admiral, a flying squirrel, had a serious face, and couldn't help asking a key question. All Marines have been sent out, those CP people. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we are executing Buster Call normally. The world government has nothing to say. As the ghost spider's voice fell, everyone's heart was filled with joy. Stallo Berry looked at everyone and said, have you found out who did it? And the Buster Call this time seems to be the one from Aokiji Admiral. Facing this question, the flying squirrel said that he had already received news from that Marine. It's the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp and other members of his pirate group. Huo Shaoshan twitched the corners of his mouth. Why is that kid so fierce? Did he just hit Enies lobby? The flying squirrel said helplessly, it seems to be for my partner. Those Marines said that the world government captured one of their partners, and then. Stallo Berry couldn't help but smiled and said, tisk tisk, this temper is too right. The ghost spider frowned, and couldn't help but said with a headache, the point is that it's too reckless. After this incident, I'm afraid. Doberman couldn't help complaining. I'm afraid that the headache will not only be world government, but Vice Admiral Garp will have a headache. The five of them started discussing one after another, expressing their interest in the fact that Garp's family has a pirate grandson, but they didn't know that the person they were talking about was still on Enies lobby. Everyone really thought so. After all, it was learned from Marine that Luffy and his gang directly pushed Enies lobby, and then sent all the Marines out. They can't still be on the island, right? And at this moment, something unexpected happened to everyone. Report. Report to Vice Admiral. The Straw Hat crew appeared on the island. When the messengers arrived, the 5 Vice Admirals immediately froze in place. Chapter 19. Everyone's battle allocation. Enies lobby. With the overwhelming shells, everyone saw the horror of Enies lobby after they came out. Countless houses collapsed in the explosion, and the shells that fell on the open space also tore apart every part of the island. Luffy scratched his head, and couldn't help swallowing when he saw Enies lobby's miserable appearance. Good guy, this is really arrogant. The so-called war is to fight for money, and this round of shells seems to be free of money. Luffy is dumbfounded. After Zoro followed, he also saw Enies lobby, who was in full swing, and asked expectantly, how? Start. No, Luffy shook his head, looked at the people who came out one after another, and then said, let's talk about the specific battle plan later. We still have a group of guys who are not strong enough, so we can't play on our own. For Buster Call, Luffy never said that he looked down on him. The team led by the 5 headquarters Vice Admiral, even the 4 Emperors of New World, was not willing to provoke him at will. If there are only Luffy and his group here, maybe there is no need to be so cautious, but there are a group of oil bottles behind them, and Luffy has to be responsible for their safety. Everyone, come here first. After everyone came out to play, Luffy clapped his hands, and when everyone looked over in doubt, he explained, the 5 Marine Vice Admirals are handed over to me, Zoro and Sanji, and the 10 Marine Vice Admirals are handed over to Zoro and Sanji. The Rear Admirals are handed over to Nami, Robin, and Chopper. Frankie, you are familiar with ships, and you led the Frankie family to help me sink 10 warships. Yusobu, you are responsible for protecting the rest. Whoever gets it first immediately go to help others. This time we have one purpose. Beat up Marine and sink the warship by the way. After all, the strength of Vice Admiral is not what Nami and the others can handle. Even if the 2-color Haki level is the same, it still cannot be compared with Zoro and Sanji. And Nami, Robin, and Chopper are a navigator, a bachelor of archaeology, and a ship doctor. The fighting power of the 3 can be crushed against ordinary masters, but it is not enough to face these veteran Vice Admirals. Frankie's strength is also good. According to his situation, even if the Frankie family meets Vice Admiral, they can drag themselves, Zoro, and Sanji to the rescue. Advertisement. I don't need to explain much about Yusobu. For a person who can perform miracles, it is safe for him to be responsible for protecting Granny Kekaro and the 3 Berry and the 3 Giants don't care about the cannonballs flying around in the sky. Nami couldn't help smiling and said, leave Rear Admiral to me and Sister Robin. Don't worry. And me. Chopper jumped up. Then I can't wait to say that you don't ignore me. Yes, 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 Nami smiled, touched Chopper's head, and couldn't help smiling, and our Chopper. The 3 of them got together and couldn't help discussing how to face the 10 Rear Admirals. Ah, leave it to me, the super. I will definitely complete the task. Frankie led his younger brothers to pose directly on the spot to promise that it will be done, and the loud super sound also attracted an impassioned response from his younger brothers. Yusobu also held his new weapon, patted his chest and assured, don't worry. Let the great Sniper King protect everyone. Seeing everyone accepting his task, Luffy smiled and said, come on. If you are in danger, call for help immediately, and I will come here as soon as possible. Then looked at Zoro and Sanji and asked, how about you two? Do you need me to find you two a match? Zoro stretched his neck and said, no need, the so-called 8 knives are handed over to me. Good guy, you remember what Chopper said. Sanji said, I can do it, you just need to find me someone who is stronger than that 8-sword style. Advertisement. Zoro was unhappy. What? Curly-haired Kappa, what do you mean? Sanji directly looked at Zoro with disdain. Don't you understand? It means that I am afraid that your loss will be too ugly, so I will just give you some water. Zoro pulled out a word of peace. You have the ability to say it again. Believe it or not, I will kill you. Sanji also had his legs on fire. A-hole Chlorella, do you have a bad brain or bad ears? Stop, stop, stop. Luffy hurriedly stopped the two, and then said to Sanji, they're all the same, several veteran vice admirals are equally strong. Just pick one at will. They are all veteran vice admiral, with similar strength, no one is better than the other. Luffy thought for a while and said, let me choose for you. I think. Let's choose Huo Shaoshan vice admiral. He likes to smoke cigars more. You two may have something in common. This guy is a good guy, he can't do it himself, let Sanji do it. Leave the remaining 3 to me. I will get it done quickly. Think of the attribute panel after taking the armament Haki advanced potion. Luffy squeezed her fingers and said under the surprised eyes of everyone. I will describe Rear Admiral in detail, mainly because there are too few Rear Admirals in the main part of the original book. I searched for a long time and couldn't make up 10 names, there are a few who will be promoted 2 years later. Chapter 20. Karma Fist unifies shipwreck. Monkey D. Luffy. Age. 17 years old. S*X. Male. Position. Captain. Body. 300,000. Armament Haki bonus, Devil Fruit bonus. Fine. 150,000. Conquerors, Observation Haki bonus, Devil Fruit bonus. Abilities. Zone Human Fruit Phantom Beast in the form of Nika. Not awakened, side effects not eliminated. Armament Haki. LV.4. 1 Destroy. Observation Haki. LV.3. Penetration. One of the traits of mid-level armament Haki, LV.4 Destruction, LV.5 Smash, LV.6 Armor Piercing. Close black lens bracket. Warship. Huo Shaoshan put down the binoculars and couldn't help scratching his head. These guys don't seem to have any intention of running away. A group of people stood on the Enies lobby under fire, but turned a blind eye to the continuous fire. Ghost Spider. This is just right, just arrest them in Imperial Prison, and Vice Admiral Garp has nothing to say. The flying squirrel shook his head helplessly. I don't know how high the sky is and the earth is thick. Everyone can't help but face the unexpected situation in silence. After all, if it is other pirates, after learning about the Enies lobby incident, the 5 vice admirals will try to arrest and imprison them. If they are facing Garp's grandson, they will still sell him save face. Advertisement. But now that Luffy is staying at Enies lobby, it can't be said to turn a blind eye. Such a provocative marine still doesn't leave. The 5 of them still have a few people of absolute justice like Akainu. Faced with this situation, they can't turn a blind eye. Doberman Vice Admiral. Notify me. Immediately fire to suppress the Straw Hat pirates, and then arrest them. As a person who dares to scold even Shanks, it can be said that he is facing a mere little pirate, isn't that what he can handle? And these few are not jealous, I'm talking about character. During the Summit War, Doberman was the first vice admiral to stand up when Shanks wanted to take away the bodies of Whitebeard and Ace, and angrily scolded the 4 emperors for their stubborn temper. Stallo Berry faced the disgusting thing of Celestial Dragon's slave in front of 13, and insisted on supporting the appearance of Skyman similar to Rob Lucci. Ghost Spider is a loyal fan of Akainu, with a cruel personality, an eagle marine who doesn't care if he hurts his subordinates when performing tasks. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral may be familiar to many people, a ruthless person who chooses to self-mutilate in the face of the Queen's charm, but can be praised by his subordinates as a reliable commander, a Vice Admiral who treats his subordinates seriously and loves him as very good. The last one is a good old man, Huo Shaoshan Vice Admiral, a man who smiles silly every day, strong. A veteran Vice Admiral is irresistible, gentle, very kind, a man who was rated as a Marine role model by netizens, respects elders, during Summit War volunteering to protect Crane Vice Admiral, what a temper. Cough cough, I am not sure about this little novel. When World Summit abolished Shichibukai, I went to encircle and suppress the Empress with Kebi, but was petrified. This is not important, the important thing is that the 5 Vice Admirals have different personalities and tempers. Facing these individuals, Luffy handed over Huo Shaoshan to the same smoking and gentle Sanji, and the Ghost Spider as Chopper's help. Zoro made it. The rest, Doberman, Stallo Berry and the Flying Squirrel, will be taken care of by Luffy. With the suppression of firepower, although Luffy and others didn't care, they were obviously annoyed by the rounds of shells. Zoro waved his hand and split a few shells with a sword energy. These people seem to have found us. Sanji kicked away a few shells, and then lit a cigarette. Why don't you go get the gunner out first? Leave it to me. After Luffy finished speaking, he squeezed his fists, looked at the row of warships that were already clearly visible, and couldn't help smiling. Whoosh. Advertisement. As the ground under his feet cracked, Luffy turned into a sharp sword, and while avoiding the shells, he went towards the top of the marine warship. Huo Shaoshan Vice Admiral asked with a smile, what is Garp's grandson doing? Ghost Spider. It's just beyond self-control. As everyone discussed, Luffy, who had already jumped onto the marine warship, smiled at the 5 vice admirals from afar while pressing his hat. Are you ready? After murmuring something softly, I don't know if it was a question or something. Rubber. Rubber. Raise your hand to your mouth, bite your thumb, and blow hard. A huge arm appears instantly, then raise your arm back, stretch it far, and the flame ignites instantly. After completing all the actions in an instant, the left hand traced the warship. Karmic fire. Boxing system. At this moment, it was like a god coming down to earth, with huge arms wrapped around the terrifying Haki, wrapped in endless flames, like a divine fist descending into the world. Boom. The huge explosion rang through my ears, and one of the 10 warships disappeared immediately, turning into endless fragments. The 2 nearby ships also began to collapse and sink under the influence. The power of one punch. So scary. Chapter 21. The Great War begins. Shelling stopped. After the punch, the entire sea could only hear the sound of waves. Of the 10 warships, 1 was broken, 2 sank, and 7 were silent. Nami pinched Zoro beside him. Am I dreaming? Hiss. Then why did you pinch me? The 5 vice admirals on the other side also looked at Luffy incredulously. This punch, excuse me. Luffy gently landed on the deck of the 5 vice admirals, and smiled. Vice Admiral at Marine Headquarters. Hello. As Luffy's voice fell, on the other side of the warship next to the slowly sinking 2 giant ships, the Marines yelled for people to start rescue immediately. Quick, quick, rescue soldiers and those who can swim immediately catch people, quick. Others, don't relax, immediately attack the Straw Hat crew companions on the island. Hurry up. The hurried Marines yelled and shouted, but they started to operate in an orderly manner, which is worthy of being a Marine elite. Facing the situation of the Marines, the 5 vice admirals had no time to answer, and looked at the figure in front of them seriously. The Ghost Spider frowned. Straw Hat brat. What do you mean? Luffy smiled. I'm not interested, I just want to discuss with some adults. I'm looking forward to Vice Admiral, an old brand in the Marine headquarters, by the way. Slowly put away his smile, and calmly announced, Sink Buster call. As Luffy's voice resounded in the ears of the 5 people, the air seemed to be a little quieter. At the same time, everyone who was assigned to fight Marine was also kicked by Sanji one by one. The way Zoro stood on Sanji's feet in the original book and was kicked away. Advertisement. As Zoro fell, the surprise of the 5 people was broken. Looking at the 5 people who wanted to say something, they asked, that is a ghost spider. Come out and let's fight. Boom. And that one called Huo Shaoshan. Let's go play. Sanji landed firmly beside Zoro, with his hands in his pockets, looked at the smiling guy who was still smoking and said. Huo Shaoshan said with a headache. You are provoking Marine. Ghost Spider. Monkey D. Luffy. Don't think we can't do anything to you just because of your grandpa's name. Don't. You are flattering me too much. I don't dare to use his old man's name to make trouble, otherwise there will be a big slipper mark on my feet like my father. He waved his hand quickly, looking like you don't talk nonsense, I don't know anything. Good guy, this round subconsciously has shadows on Garp. Sanji looked at Zoro curiously. Luffy's grandpa. Do you know him? Zoro rolled his eyes helplessly. How could I know? After speaking, the 2 looked at Luffy suspiciously and asked, Luffy, your grandfather. Luffy turned his head and responded. A Marine, they should know each other. The 5 people complained in their hearts. Nonsense. Don't you know that Marine? The 5 of them gave Luffy a bombardment-style education, as if they were going to arrest Luffy and bring him in front of Garp. Luffy picked out his ears. Do you want to hit me again? Everyone. The little devil is arrogant. Of course, this was all a joke. Regarding the fact that Luffy led people to the Buster Call warship, the 5 of them also looked at Luffy very seriously. After all, Luffy's move just now was not like that, the kind of Haki look all over his body, so that the 5 of them shook their heads in a kind of self-satisfaction. Advertisement. Don't look at the New World manpower Haki in the original book, but those who can cultivate Haki to the level of Vice Admiral, except for those monsters, the others are just awakened Haki. Just like the manpower of Kusnake Island, Haki, what is the result? Only the 3 sisters have something to look at, and the others. Forget it, even if you play Haki in a fancy way, just like Virgo's Haki, it covers the whole body, and the result is that its strength is the same. Like the 6 forms, Marine knows a lot more 6 forms, what's the result? Only one Garp vs 6 is a true Grandmaster. The summary is that everyone has Haki, but not many can be Grandmaster. Luffy pinched his fingers and looked at the serious faces of the 5 people. Let's do it. If I lose, I will be taken to the submarine prison by you. If you lose, I will sink 10 warships. After Luffy's provocative words fell, the 5 vice admirals were furious. It was the first time they met someone who was provocative to Marine. This was too crazy, even the smile on Huo Shaoshan's face was full of displeasure. The atmosphere became solemn at this moment. Zoro and Sanji also came to Luffy and stood up one by one. Whoosh. The battle begins as the Ghost Spider draws his weapon and slashes at Luffy. Boom. Your opponent is me, 8 swords style. Zoro drew out the word, He Dao, to block the Ghost Spider, and he was full of hostility towards this 8 sword style. After finishing speaking, the two of them went through dozens of moves in the blink of an eye, and their bodies were like afterimages under the attack. Following Zoro's guidance, the two of them left here slowly and headed for the nearby warship. Let's come to. Sanji roared and kicked Huo Shaoshan Vice Admiral aside. Chapter 22. 100 million Baileys have this strength. Facing Sanji's attack, Huo Shaoshan quickly drew his weapon and jumped towards Sanji, and the attacks of the two collided instantly. Little brother, let's go to the side and don't bother them. Just what I want. Smiling, Huo Shaoshan and Sanji quickly jumped onto the warship in the opposite direction to Zoro. The movement on the ship also represented that the battle between the two had fallen into a fierce scene from the very beginning. Strawberry stroked his long beard, looked at the moving Luffy and asked, "What's wrong? Are you going to face the three of us?" Luffy shook his neck and asked back, "Isn't it possible?" Doberman also frowned. "Little brat, you are playing with fire." No, I have an old brother who plays with fire, it's not my turn to play with fire." The flying squirrel looked at the two people around, but ignored Luffy. "Which one of you is coming?" "I'll do it." Taking a step forward, Strawberry drew his weapon. Then put on an attack. "Luffy, Straw Hat Kid, accept your fate in prison." Whoosh. As the words fell, Strawberry's figure turned into an afterimage and slashed at Luffy. Second gear. Facing the blade that was right in front of him, Luffy just dodged it sideways, and at the same time swinging his fist back, he opened the second gear with the swing, and the fist coming from a distance also ignited flames on the road, and stepped on the blade that fell into the air. Surprised, Strawberry spit out lightly, "Jet. Pistol." Boom. Facing the coming attack, Strawberry directly dropped the stepped weapon, and then shielded his body with his arms. When the flaming fist fell, Haki, who was covered, blocked most of the attacks, but the body also retreated uncontrollably. Advertisement. Was seconded. Flying Squirrel and Doberman quickly blocked Strawberry, who was backing up with their hands, and looked at Luffy in surprise. The response is good, Marine. Second gear. Luffy praised with a smile, then strode forward, stabilized his footplate, and watched the three of them show a big white fang. Is this guy a monster? Sensing the pain coming from the attacked place, Strawberry quickly raised his arm and looked at the red and swollen arm. Although he was in a hurry, the Haki that had been tempered for many years was directly broken, and the rest of the impact also directly injured the exposed muscles. Be careful. The flying squirrel drew out its weapon, and watched Luffy, who was squatting on a horse, slowly put his fists into his waist, and quickly reminded the two, "This brat's strength is not right, be careful." Jet. Machine gun. As the name suggests, with the addition of the second gear and the addition of Haki, the fists enveloped the three of them like sniper bullets, and they fired continuously like machine guns. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous fists were resisted by the three of them in embarrassment. The observation Haki was open to the maximum, and those who couldn't dodge it would use armament Haki to resist. Fortunately, it's the veteran Vice Admiral, who was very knowledgeable. Luffy couldn't help smiling as he waved his fist. "I don't know what you are like." After finishing speaking, when the three people were puzzled and the attacks became less and less frequent, the huge fist came into view all the time. It turned out that after Luffy finished speaking, he put away a fist in blown air, and then stopped the attack with his last hand. The huge fist covered Haki and moved towards the three of them. Boom. Advertisement. The three quickly set up their weapons, and the sharp blade covered by Haki resisted the opponent's fist, but because Haki was inferior, the three who could only resist retreated slowly. Strawberry gritted his teeth and insisted, "This horse is a pirate with 100 million berry. Is the intelligence department all working for nothing? If 100 million Baileys have this strength, then Marine can still catch the pirates. Why don't we just do the office and drink tea together?" Doberman was also angry. Labor and management will kill those guys from the intelligence department when they go back. This kind of Haki and attack can only be handled by Admiral. I have seen that kind of Haki level in Admiral and those monsters. Although it is slightly inferior to those monsters, it is better than myself. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral's veins popped out, saying that he was too lazy to complain, and this kind of combat experience is also a monster. The huge fist pushed the three of them backwards, and the unstoppable appearance slowly retracted as the three persisted. In just a few rounds, the appearance of the three Vice Admirals kicking angrily and Luffy grinning after retracting their fists, it is clearly visible which one is stronger and which is weaker. And when Luffy simply passed 3 moves in the face of the 3, the others also started a big fight. 10 warships sank 3, 7 warships, 7 people. Face the enemy and start the biggest duel. Luffy, Zoro and Sanji face 5 Vice Admirals. Nami, Robin, Chopper and Usobu are in charge of 10 Vice Admirals and the remaining Marines. Because of the naval battle, it was changed to Barry's group who were in charge of Granny K. Keluo's group at Eni's lobby. And Frankie jumped into the water with his younger brothers, shuttled under the warships, and did some shipwreck operations. Chapter 23. A quick showdown of swordsmen. Zoro's side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The figures of the two kept colliding, the collision of 3 knives and 8 knives, the contest between 3 knives and 8 knives. Hey, if I was yesterday, I might be desperate for an opponent like you again. Vice Admirals like you are pretty good. Zoro said while resisting the attack of the ghost spider, and would fight back from time to time. The floor and the juniper poles beside it were all attacks from slashing, and even the best warship was gradually fragmented in the face of the two's attacks. 3 sword style ghost slash. As he freed his hand again, Zoro's three knives turned into afterimages and headed towards the ghost spider. The black blades radiated cold light, making him shudder. Warcraft Zoro. Looking at the figure in front of him, he gritted his teeth to block the opponent's attack. The ghost spider frowned, and the 8-knife technique also went towards Zoro. Under the armed color, the blade shrouded Zoro like a Shinigami sickle. Go. Facing the mystery 2, Zoro easily blocked it. You guys are really a bunch of scary little ghosts, so I will definitely arrest you pirates and put them in prison. The ghost spider's anger soared, and it hated Zoro's ability to easily block it, as well as the intelligence department. Just like in the future, Marine will be regarded as Marine by Eagle Akainu, and currently Vice Admiral is mostly Eagle, and Ghost Spider, one of the Eagle characters, is angry with the intelligence department, and at the same time is planning to think about how to defeat Zoro. It is best to kill on the spot. Luffy said that you are an absolutely righteous Marine. Although I don't understand what you have gone through, I will not hold back against an enemy like you. Advertisement. Facing the sudden intensified attack of the ghost spider, Zoro watched the opponent unscrupulously slash at Marine who wanted to help, and Zoro looked at the opponent with a serious face. Zoro raised his hand to resist the opponent's attack, and the third-generation Onoduru and Yukinoshi in his hands turned into a slash to repel the ghost spider, and took a posture facing the ghost spider that continued to attack. 3 Swords Mysteries 1 Large 3000. Facing the upcoming mystery, the ghost spider's 8 knives are like ghosts. With the strongest mystery, his eyes are wide open. Roar no Zoro. Face the horror. By mistake. Big Thousand World. Quote. Like a storm of sword blades, the two people with their backs facing each other posed in a sharp blade assault posture, the surrounding railings and cabins turned into fly ash, and the thick railings slowly fell. Thump. PFF'd. Following the signal of the cypress pole falling, the blood spewed from the chest, and the ghost spider's body also slowly slammed onto the deck. Maybe you have your own justice and persistence, but this world also has failures and realities that you don't like. Slowly took out a word of harmony, Zoro, with the 3 swords back in place, looked at the enemy in front of him and pretended. Swordsmen's duels are always so boring. Due to the impact of slashing and the difference in strength, Ghost Spider lost so quickly, maybe because he met a pure swordsman. Zoro stood there, looked at the Marine around and said, he's not dead, go to the Ennie's lobby after saving him. After the words fell, it didn't matter whether the Marines would save this cold-blooded man of justice, and headed towards the other partners. Advertisement. Sanji here. Boom. Kicking away the oncoming samurai sword and opening the distance, Sanji slowly spit out the cigarette butt in his mouth, as expected of Marine Vice Admiral. This kind of proficient knowledge can avoid Sanji's devil's feet every time. Unlike Zoro's swordsman duel, Sanji is a little entangled in the face of Huo Shaoshan. Huo Shaoshan, a longtime smoker, also imitated Sanji, lit a cigar again, and looked at Sanji with a smile on his face. You guys are also troublesome. A crew member who doesn't even have a reward order has such terrifying strength, but the guys from the intelligence department are being lazy. Very good. It seems that the first achievement of Luffy's time travel has been completed. The intelligence department is unreliable. Just kidding. Huo Shaoshan is indeed a bit difficult to deal with Sanji in front of him. If it weren't for so many years of Haki and combat experience, facing this man would be even more troublesome. Devil Wind Foot highest grade ground meat. As Sanji raised his right foot to attack Huo Shaoshan, after the two lit a cigar, they fought together again. Facing Sanji's attack, Huo Shaoshan chose to dodge sideways, and then slashed at Sanji with the samurai sword in his hand. The samurai sword shining with black light was blocked by Sanji's retracted attack again. During the time, the two of them seemed to be unable to do anything to each other. Unlike Zoro's side, the two swordsmen's confrontation is open and close. In the end, they even used the secret technique to fight the last move in order to end the battle quickly. Sanji can only choose to fight Huo Shaoshan. A veteran vice admiral of the Marine headquarters is unwilling to fight hard, so if he chooses to fight, he can only be broken if he is much stronger. However, as time passed, Huo Shaoshan's tiger's mouth slowly oozes blood from Sanji's heavier kicks. Fighting, maybe it won't be a stalemate for too long. 24th. System production. Explanation of features. Under the influence of Zoro's fast-ending battle, the battle situation is slowly approaching the end and speeding up the process. The chaotic battlefield is going on under the tense mood. Under the battle of each other, there are only 3 warships left. The bodies of the Marines struggling in the water kept heading towards the Ennie's lobby. The 3 of Barry and the huge giant looked at the chaotic sea area together. Grandma K. Keluo, let's hide in other places first. It seems that the Marines are about to land. As time passed, some Marines were about to land in Ennie's lobby. Facing the sinking warships, the Marines had no choice but to take the wounded one by one towards Ennie's lobby. What the hell is going on? A Marine kept walking towards Ennie's lobby. As the fastest group of people, Bloom couldn't help feeling chills from the bottom of his heart. A group of pirates, attack Buster call. Am I awake? Ha ha. Ha ha. Looking wryly at the shore in front of him, Bloom slowly stretched out his hand, and when the waves in front of him fell, he found a pair of familiar shoes in front of him. Ah la la, a familiar voice rang in his ears, with a lazy tone, and Bloom even felt that the other party was yawning now. Things seemed to be getting a little bigger. As Bloom raised his head, he saw the talking figure, as if seeing the savior, the tearful appearance completely released something. Am I dreaming? You are, woo woo woo. This is the fastest group of Marines standing up from the shore, pointing to the figure who was about to fall asleep, and not knowing how to say it. A rear admiral seemed to have been beaten up by Nami and others, his whole body was covered in injuries, and he raised his bandaged hand, saluting. I'm sorry. I can't do anything. Scratching his head, the figure stretched out his hand and patted the other person's shoulder. Don't worry. Advertisement. The tearful Marine and the figure who is not only comforting, slowly watched the distant ship sink again. Ah la la, I really feel sorry for others. Following the helpless figure, his eyes once again fixed on a warship that seemed to be crumbling. The only warship Luffy is on. Tisk tisk tisk, you three are not ashamed to bully me, a little guy, Luffy, who dodged the attack of the flying squirrel and staggered his body, stretched out his foot again and kicked Doberman who was attacking from the side. I kept complaining. Die. Facing Luffy standing on one leg, Strawberry couldn't help but get close quickly, with his hands and thumbs side by side, and a bullet-like attack struck. 6 style land ghost heavy. Facing the attacking Strawberry, Luffy had no choice but to reach out and grab the rope of the sail, and then jumped up before the attack came. Jet. Engraved machine gun. His legs kicked at the 3 of them at the speed of a machine gun, and the 40-yard slippers kicked on the faces of the 3 of them, and the 3 of them didn't even have time to dodge. You guys can't do that either. Luffy turned over and landed on the ground, standing between the 3 of them with retracted legs, couldn't help smiling and said, what about your knowledge? The flying squirrel stood up slowly, and looked at Luffy angrily. You lawless guy. The strength and speed of that kind of attack, the flying squirrel said it was too ruthless. Advertisement. The 3 stood up again, couldn't help swallowing, looked at the smiling Luffy, and seemed unable to forget the fear that Luffy had brought to the 3 just now. It's not fear, but despair. Under the influence of Conqueror's Haki, he's always inactive. Armament Haki will be diverged when facing Luffy's attack. In all aspects, the consumption is simply terrifying. The flying squirrel was the first to attack, with a serious expression on his face and without saying a word, he came waving a katana, and the slash that was enough to cut off the head of a huge marine creature was kicked away by Luffy. The mouse kicked it. If it's someone else, it might be more troublesome to face you. While speaking, he dodged Strawberry's attack, and put his knee on the stomach that was going to pass by. But sorry, your Haki is useless to me. Reaching out to grab Doberman's attacking knife, the Haki-covered blade was crushed like paper in Luffy's hand. Do you know what the armament Haki destruction feature is? To destroy your Haki, you have to slash, all energy defenses and energy attacks are ineffective. This is also the reason why Luffy dared to face the 3 of them, and also the reason why this battle was so easy. The so-called system product, Absolute Boutique is the iron law of crossing the world. The armed color awakened through the system will awaken a characteristic after level 4, and these characteristics are not available in other people's Haki grandsons. Even Liang is not even 1/10,000th of it. Didn't expect it. My characteristic is not the case of Wanokuni Liang, but I added it on a whim. After all, I am invincible and I can do whatever I want. Chapter 25. Straw Hat Crew vs. Buster Call Part 1. In the chaotic sea area, the tattered warships looked like they had been pulled out of a tugboat yard. Chopper. Robin, Usopp. Where are you? Nami scratched his head as soon as he finished a rear admiral, looking at the dilapidated deck where he was left alone, he couldn't help shouting to the surroundings. Whoosh. Wait. The figure hurriedly waved his hands, watching the waving stick and dodging. It's me. Super's little girl. Frankie. Nami looked at him suspiciously. Brother, are you done? Let's go to another ship. Wait, you guys, don't be impulsive. The excited voice of Zanbai came up, and Frankie quickly turned his head and leaned on the railing to stop it. Oh, I heard you calling for someone, and thought you were in danger, so I came over to take a look. Frankie scratched his head, explained something, then quickly turned over and jumped down. Since you're fine, I'll go continue to complete the task. Super. The poos in the air fell into the sea, and Frankie led the younger brothers to swim to the next warship. Nami big sister head, the ship will sink in about 10 minutes. Get out of here. In the distance, the sound of praise came with the sea breeze. Pata, Nami, where are you? Zoro landed slowly, and the figure that jumped over suddenly startled Nami. With a gloomy face, he walked to the unconscious Zoro. Why do you jump out all of a sudden? Hey, it's scary. Advertisement. Holding Zoro's neck with both hands, she looked like an old hag, and yelled at Zoro, whose face turned purple. Zoro's tongue lolled, looking like he was dying. I didn't know how I offended Nami before I died. Nami, who was facing such a big scene for the first time, was a little nervous, but after finishing an enemy, he found that everyone else around him had gone to fight, and he was the only one left. I don't know Frankie for the time being, but you, Zoro, have become a punching bag. After the fight, Nami also dragged Zoro's corpse to find other people. This place is next to the Marine headquarters by an open door. If you don't make a quick decision, it will be troublesome if support comes later. However, about the dispatch of Buster Call, Marine would not have imagined that someone in the park would attack Buster Call frantically in the first half of the park, right? Just like Ennie's lobby in the original book and the 2 Buster Call personnel in the theatrical version, Bullet's second dispatch was directly led by Kizaru, and Marine really didn't pay attention to it in the first half. With the aim of making a quick decision, Luffy immediately opened the second gear to full speed, ready to torture people. Straw Hat Boy. With a roar, Doberman directly attacked, holding armament Haki covered with a katana, and slashed at Luffy with the dark blade. Luffy goes straight to the conquerors, then, to Doberman's astonishment, slips by and kicks him in the head. Boom. Doberman quickly retracted the samurai sword and put it in front of him, letting Luffy's slippers kick on the samurai sword. As a result, the Haki covered by the samurai sword was directly broken, and even the people pushed back a few steps. Advertisement. You guys should go up together, you really can't do it alone. Luffy retracted his kicked foot, twisted his neck and looked at the three people in front of him, his whole body was steaming and his skin was red. Jet. Consecutive eagle shot. In the state of acceleration in the second gear, Luffy's body instantly appeared in the sky above the three of them, and kicked towards the three of them with 3 consecutive kicks, like an eagle pouncing on food, and wearing Haki's slippers made the three of them look dignified. Boom, boom, boom. The three jumped away quickly, and a dog rolled in a panic. While avoiding Luffy, Doberman said to the two people beside him, "This guy's Haki is too weird. Be careful not to be hit by him." After finishing speaking, the armed color condensed again, jumped towards Luffy, slashed to open the way, and Doberman behind him slashed away. Luffy twisted his body, and after dodging the slash, he swept out with his unretracted feet, heading towards the opponent's waist like a knife. Strawberry jumped up quickly, and slashed a huge slash with the samurai sword in his hand. The opponent's conquerors is also the same. It is not effective at all times. Be careful that the opponent's attack will come at any time. Seeing that Strawberry also joined the battle, the flying squirrel didn't say a word, squeezed the samurai sword in his hand seriously, and went towards Luffy, still slashing to open the way. Facing the siege of the three, Luffy didn't panic, his rubber body twisted from time to avoid the attack, and every time he made a kick or shot, the three of them frantically resisted again. Armed color can only withstand one attack of the opponent, and the strength is impressive. Facing Luffy, the three can only choose to dodge. Boom, whoosh, boom. The flying squirrel blocked it with a samurai sword, and Strawberry quickly followed up the attack. Luffy stopped the attack, turned away from the slash at a high speed, and kicked Doberman on the forehead who was sneaking up. In 1 Volt 3, Luffy is still getting braver and braver. Chapter 26. Straw Hat Crew vs Buster Call 2. There are 4 warships left. You're really stubborn. Sanji lit a cigarette, looked at Huo Shaoshan who was lying on the deck and passed out, and shook his head helplessly. My feet are already sore from kicking. No wonder Luffy said that these guys Nami and the others couldn't handle it. They all had rich combat experience, and after knowing the power of Sanji's attack, they didn't take the initiative to attack at all. Sanji also relied on the addition of the bloodline factor to get it done, otherwise he would lose to this vice admiral or it would not be so easy. The strength gap between vice admiral in marine headquarters and admiral is really big, maybe because there is no devil fruit like a natural disaster, why not draw 2 top positions from those old vice admirals after the sudden big event? Even a few alternate admirals are not qualified to take the position directly, and there are also Fujitora and Green Bull who have been recruited from the sea, although the current performance of Green Bull is a bit exaggerated. However, this is enough to show that the strength of these vice admirals may be terrifying, but they are not scary enough. Boom. At this time, there was a burst of explosion from the boat closest to Sanji, and Sanji quickly looked and found that it was not Luffy's boat, and that boat had already drifted towards Eni's lobby without knowing when. Fire Star. With an order, Usobu's figure was also hugged by Chopper's human form and jumped from the ship. Sanji. In midair, Chopper saw Sanji in surprise and called out quickly. Sanji exhaled smoke rings, and said disgustedly, "What? It's you. I thought it was Nami sauce and Robin sauce. Why do you look so disgusted, hey?" Usopp complained angrily. Chopper looked cute. Sanji. So wronged. Tread. After the two fell down, they ran up to Sanji in a hurry, as if you were going to give me an explanation. Advertisement. Usobu asked suspiciously, "Where are Zoro and Luffy? Aren't you 3 together?" "Huh, aren't Luffy and Zoro here?" Chopper realized later. "Where's Luffy?" Pointing to the farther and farther away, towards the direction of Eni's lobby, and then said confidently, "Zoro must still be fighting with that 8 swordsman somewhere, maybe it's still waiting for our rescue." Between the words, he looked down on Zoro's appearance. Forehead. The two looked at each other, and couldn't help but shook their heads helplessly at each other. Saying this, Sanji couldn't help worrying. I don't know if the green algae head has been fixed. So many warships have sunk so far, and there are only 3 left. He said quickly. Hurry up, I'll send you there, and then we meet up and wait for Luffy. At present, apart from the one under Sanji's foot, the remaining Luffy's is drifting towards Eni's lobby, and finally the third one is following Luffy's. Hurry up to another warship to see what happened to that B************ D Chlorla, and Robin-chan and Nami-chan. Afterwards, Sanji used traditional art skills to let the 2 of them go first, and then Yubu went towards the warship floating in the distance. Chopper. Usopp. In the distance, Sanji, who was still on the road, heard Nami's voice, quickly quickened his pace, and landed towards the warship. Nami-chan, Robin-chan, how are you all? People are in midair, and the voice of being tired of death is transmitted. Hi, we're okay. Nami said speechlessly. Excited Sanji was about to say something, when a new Sanji-like sentence suddenly came from the warship. Zoro looked at Sanji who had already fallen, and couldn't help but look disgusted. Curly-browed Kappa, you're so slow. Huh. Sanji immediately burst into flames, and looked at Zoro with a look of resentment. B**************, D. Chlorla, why didn't you get hacked to death by that 8 swordsman? Zoro drew his knife directly. I thought you were hacked to death by that vice admiral. Yaxi. Looks like I'm going to take care of you. Advertisement. Who is afraid of whom? Just chop you into meat, believe it or not. Come on. I haven't played enough. Me too. I haven't chopped enough. Boom. Boom. With 2 punches, Sanji and Zoro hit their heads on the deck. As the only big sister on board, Nami couldn't bear it. Really, I was worried about each other when we didn't meet each other, but we always quarreled when we met. Nami shook his head helplessly, and then didn't bother to pay attention to the 2 of them. Giggling, Robin covered his mouth and smiled to see the honest appearance of the 2 of them. Whoosh. Ah. Super. Suddenly, Frankie jumped up with his younger brothers and performed traditional performances to the crowd. Comma 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 comma. Very good. So awkward. Have you done it already? Frankie didn't care, put away poos directly, and asked. Luffy is missing. Zoro nodded, and pointed to the warship beside him that occasionally heard explosions. Author's nonsense. I don't know how to write battle plots, so let's have more dialogues in the future. For example, after sinking the Marine headquarters with 1 punch, I started wrangling with Sengoku. Chapter 27. Straw Hat Crew vs. Buster Call Part 2. Boom, boom, boom. Facing the embarrassment of the 3 of them, Luffy showed no mercy at all. He punched and kicked, and the fighting became more and more intense. Haki and the long knife collided violently, sparks flew everywhere, and the 4 of them fought fiercely, like a few ancient monsters fighting. Buster Call. Absolute justice. Headquarters Vice Admiral. Luffy couldn't help but think of the things seen in the original book, The Broken Island, a 5-year-old girl who was killed by you bastards and wandered on the chaotic sea. You are the devil. With 1 kick, he kicked Doberman heavily in the stomach, grabbed the opponent's hair, clenched his right fist, and slammed it heavily on the opponent's cheek, tearing the opponent's Haki with an angry punch. Buster Call shouldn't exist. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Even though I know all this is because of the world government, I still can't help but feel angry. Grabbing Stallo Berry's neck, he slammed it hard on the floor, stretched his lifted legs to the highest point, landed hard, directly penetrated the deck, and brought his opponent into the water. Crash la 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 la. The sea water poured in instantly. Luffy jumped away and looked at the remaining flying squirrels, couldn't help holding back his anger, smiled and said, "Don't say you didn't save your life, take the Marines to get out, or you will bear the consequences." The Conqueror's Haki unfolded, like a blood-red doom, the sky and the earth turned pale, the flying squirrel looked at the attitude of the other Haki, and his pupils contracted for a while. After one battle, Luffy, relying on Haki's particularity, played with 3 players the whole time, and never even used the 4th gear, because the consumption of the 4th gear is too much now, and there is no need for it. After all, after advancing to the 4th level of armament Haki, Luffy's physical attributes doubled directly, comparable to when he was playing Kaido. In the original book, Luffy's physique was just an ordinary 3rd level Haki at the beginning of his practice. After a battle, his physique at least doubled when he learned Liang. After all, Teacher Kaido's name is not for nothing. I don't know if I can see the other party's data. Standing on the railing, Luffy slowly put away the Haki, then turned on the system curiously, sensing the flying squirrel in front. No response. Advertisement. Scratching his head, Luffy couldn't help smiling, stood up and stretched. Time to go. The headquarters is behind the Gate of Justice, and this guy Aokiji is nearby. After speaking, I was ready to leave to find other people to have a look. Luffy. At this time, Zoro shouted on the last warship that was also looking to sink. Are you done? You are the only one left. I am still the slowest in emotion. It's done. Let's go to the island first, and then try to find a way to get out of here. After speaking, he jumped over. The warship was not too far from the shore, only a few hundred meters away. After jumping over, Luffy saw that everyone had converged, and he was really the only one left. You guys are so fast. Luffy looked at everyone in surprise. Both Nami and Robin smiled and did not speak. Sanji looked at Zoro with a look of resentment. That guy took care of it early, and then went to help Nami and the others. Thinking of this, Sanji gets angry. Huo Shaoshan is too difficult to deal with, so I won't give you a head-on confrontation, but he is strong enough to get it done when he kicks one after another so that he can't hold a weapon. The final result is that the victorious Zoro can laugh at Sanji for the rest of his life, which is as proud as the first one in the original book. Robin came over and looked at Luffy and smiled. Thank you, Luffy. Hee hee. Luffy scratched his head, couldn't help but smirk and said, it's okay, we are all partners. Clatter. The boat under their feet swayed for a while, and with the influx of seawater, everyone had to decide to leave as soon as possible, and found Enies Lobby to consider the issue of returning to the water capital. The crowd also began to fall on the Enies Lobby like dumplings with the help of Sanji. Then, look side by side at the slowly sinking 10 warships. Advertisement. Luffy smiled. Let me tell you, what's so scary about Buster Call? Robin felt relieved for a while, and couldn't help smiling. Thank you. Nami held Robin's arm helplessly. Robin, you have said too many times, we are all partners. Robin smiled. Okay, I won't talk about it in the future. Huh, Sanji lit a cigarette slowly. Well, this might completely piss off Marine. Zoro smiled. What, are you scared, Sanji? Who's scared? Ah Lala, you have sunk the Buster Call, are you a bit playful wife who went too far? Frankie. Ah, these guys deserve it. Spewer deserves it. Oh, I'm going to be scolded by Sengoku, you guys are too, you can keep half of it for me. Chopper. Sengoku, who is that, why are you scolded by Sengoku? After all, it's my golden phone bug. Yusobu. Ha ha ha, so it's your phone bug. Everyone turned around quickly. Slender and languid, Aokiji yawned and squinted as everyone turned around. Yo, Saxi ignores, Chapter 28. Goodbye Aokiji. Yo, we meet again, from Straw Hat Crew. Chopper immediately hid behind Zoro. Ah, Marine Admiral, Yusobu pointed at Aokiji, and his tears instantly flooded into a river. Nani? Frankie looked at the lazy man in front of him in surprise, and asked suspiciously, this guy is Marine Admiral. Sanji was also a little nervous, lit a cigarette and said, yeah. Marine Admiral Aokiji. Hey, Marine Admiral. Zoro stood in front of Usopp and Chopper vigilantly, posing aggressively. What are you trying to do again? Ah Lala, don't be so vigilant. Aokiji scratched his head and said lazily, I won't do anything to you anymore, I'm just curious, it stands to reason that you can't handle those people. After all, I was working on an island a few days ago, but these people are not strong enough, and they sold the face of Vice Admiral Garp and let the other party go. You don't have to worry about it. Luffy walked up to Nami and Robin, looked at Aokiji seriously, hit me. Finished. Conquerors straight open. The scene of eclipsed heaven and earth reappeared. Aokiji frowned, looked at Luffy's aura, and randomly returned to his lazy look again. Forget it, this matter is over, I don't bother to care about it because you didn't kill them all. After speaking, he turned and prepared to leave. Oh Harlan isn't dead yet, Nico Robin. Live, with Saul's will, and live your own life. Saul, I've done my best, I don't know how you are now. Frankie looked at the other party in surprise and turned away. That's it. You guys know this guy. Advertisement. Luffy nodded, and took back the conquerors. That was a bad memory. Luffy can also understand the reason why Aokiji doesn't do anything. Apart from the promise and care for his friends, the current situation in Marine is tense. Marine is very busy. I am the grandson of the old man. It doesn't matter whether Aokiji knows Aokiji's identity as an ace. The important thing is that if he is arrested now, or if he and Aokiji lose both, it will affect Marine's next actions. I think the reason for this guy coming here is also because he was tempted. Finally, after watching Luffy's conquerors, he chose to give up for the time being. If there were not a large number of recent incidents, the possibility of this guy wanting to do something would be very high. After all, if his identity was if you catch it, it may affect the old man. Nami also looked at Luffy in surprise. He didn't do anything. If we are still as strong as before, there is still a possibility of him doing something. Luffy turned his head and explained to everyone, then pursed his lips, and question mark exclamation mark question mark exclamation mark. Everyone looked at Luffy's appearance and couldn't help being puzzled. Robin looked at Luffy's troubled look, and couldn't help wondering, what's the matter Luffy? Sanji. Yeah, is there any reason why the other party didn't do anything? Facing everyone's doubts, Luffy scratched his head, smiled and said, wait for 2 days, the news about the other party is still uncertain, let's see then. You just need to know that Marine has made big moves recently. Seeing everyone's curious looks, Luffy remembered that Ace should have just started the duel with Blackbeard, so he couldn't say anything, so he explained. Although everyone was still puzzled, they didn't pursue it anymore. After all, what everyone had to consider now was how to go back. Shouldn't one warship be left behind? Frankie scratched his head, and after seeing 10 warships sunk, he couldn't help asking in embarrassment. Everyone didn't speak, and turned their eyes to Luffy, which basically meant that you don't forget the order from this guy, saying that everything is sinking. Advertisement. Coughing in embarrassment, Luffy doesn't know what to do with the current situation, I can't say that Mei Lee will come to pick us up soon. Straw Hat Cruise. You guys don't even say a word when you're done. At this time, the giants in the distance ran over with Granny K, Keluo and Barry, and waited in front of them. We thought you were sunk with the shipwreck. Everyone looked at Barry and his group speechlessly, and couldn't help but sigh that this guy wouldn't think of anything good. Barry quickly asked, how? It's done. Everyone nodded. We saw the coast over there. He pointed to the distance. There are many Marines climbing up one after another, so we hid here. Because some uncollapsed buildings blocked it, everyone didn't see the direction Barry was pointing at, but they could clearly see the Marine struggling to swim towards this side in the distance. Let's go. We'll take you away. At this time, Barry spoke again, and explained under the surprised eyes of everyone, we were not idle when you went to fight. We had already prepared a warship, and we put it on the back of the island. I was also worried about whether it would be sunk by shells. There is a boat. Everyone looked at Barry in surprise, but no one noticed that Luffy was looking at the sea in surprise. In the eyeballs of Luffy's pupil quake, at the limit of vision, a small boat slowly appeared on the horizon. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Author. Aokiji never had the idea of catching Luffy. Maybe Kuzan didn't care about this relationship a few years ago, but since he was able to choose to leave Marine a few years later, it can be seen that Aokiji is getting more and more confused. Chapter 29. My name is Meili. Going Merry. A Kunala tsunami. The horror of this tsunami has been mentioned in the previous article, even if it can be seen in animations and comics, even the sea trains dare not rush forward in the face of such natural disasters. However, it is possible to have a boat. Yes, it is okay to have a boat. An hour ago, Hulk Island. Hulk Island is made up of hundreds of abandoned ships and was once home to Tom's shipbuilding company, where Frankie used to build the Frank Battle. At this time, because of the Akunara tsunami, the abandoned ships were hit by the waves, and the tsunami wave after wave continued, and a small boat slowly sailed away with the waves. Hulk Island. Open hollow lens bracket. I have to hurry to pick everyone up. I don't know if everyone will worry about such a big wave. Close hollow lens bracket. The boat swayed and moved towards the distance. Ahead. It is an endless stormy sea. It is an endless wave. It is the sky of lightning and thunder. It is endless darkness. But, in Chuaner's eyes, the front is the direction where the partners are. Huge waves slapped on the boat, and the already dilapidated boat was crumbling. In the endless sea, it looked extraordinarily strong. A huge tsunami with a height of 100 meters is in the distance, with devastating power. The boats are like ants in front of it, and they will disappear at any time. The terrifying power even makes the water capital in the distance look extremely small. But the boat is still moving forward without hesitation, not to challenge it, but because behind the huge tsunami is the place I want to go. Open hollow lens bracket. Everyone is in front. Just in front. Close hollow lens bracket. With a smile on his face, the bow of the ship was so stubborn that his neck was wrapped in iron sheets, and he plunged into the huge tsunami with an indomitable will. Does it worth? Advertisement. Maybe Xiao Chuaner doesn't know either, he only knows that he still has something to do. What can you do in the face of natural disasters? You were but a little boat. After the tsunami, it was like hell. All the wreckage of the ship floated up. Squeak. A small boat slowly emerged, and the wreckage in the waves was pushed away by the boat. The boat did not fall down and was not swallowed by the huge tsunami. The sea is still so dangerous, and the endless waves are still rushing. The boat is still moving forward. Open hollow lens bracket. What a big tsunami. I wonder if everyone is okay. Close hollow lens bracket. The small boat looked at the wreckage around it. On the advancing sea, the wreckage of the ship was rolling with the waves. He was worried about his partners and whether everyone was in danger, but he was not by everyone's side in such a big tsunami. The city of water is getting farther and farther away, and it can no longer be seen. Surrounded by shipwrecks floating from the Hulk Island. What was calm in the last second was changed beyond recognition in the next second. Huge waves whizzed, crossed the coastline, past the boats, and attacked the houses and streets of the water capital. The waves of the sea are still the same, and the goal of the boat is still the same. The deck of the ship creaked. The cabin on the boat creaked. The keel, the juniper pole, creaking. Open hollow lens bracket. It's coming soon, everyone is in front. Close hollow lens bracket. Xiao Chuaner is worried about everyone, and is eager to see everyone. Advertisement. I don't know how long it took, maybe just a while. Even such a terrible tsunami can't stop him from seeing his partner's heart. In the waves that even a huge warship will sink in the next moment, the small boat is just a firm mover. Just in front, just in front, just in front, just in front. Forwarders again and again, without a trace of discouragement, without a trace of hesitation. The creaking of the boat is getting louder. Friends, everyone, getting closer. Cut through the waves of the tsunami, withstood the slaps again and again, because everyone was waiting for me in front. Open hollow lens bracket. That is. Close hollow lens bracket. Far away, the hub of the island is far away. Open hollow lens bracket. It's Luffy. And Usopp, Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper and Robin, everyone. Close hollow lens bracket. Surprised Chuaner seemed to have a smile on his face. Open hollow lens bracket. Everyone. Let's go to the sea together. Close hollow lens bracket. Chuaner is happy, finally. Open hollow lens bracket. Go back to that adventurous sea. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket. I'm here to pick you up. Close hollow lens bracket. Author's nonsense. I wrote this chapter for a long time, and it's a Baidu sentence and I'm going to watch another episode of Meili. The point is that the writing style is indeed like this. Everyone, don't spray too much. Thanks. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 30. End of Enies lobby. Enies lobby. Then, what is that? Boat. It's a ship. Suddenly, the two giants pointed behind everyone in surprise and shouted inconceivably. What? Everyone turned their heads in doubt, looked at the direction the giant was pointing at, and then. What is this? Are you dazzled? Everyone seemed to see some incredible scene. A small boat rides the wind and waves towards everyone. And it's the Meili. Mary, Nami and Robin looked at each other in surprise. Zoro asked suspiciously, what? Why did the Meili come here? Who came to pick us up? Sanji thought for a while. Which mayor is it? The two didn't see it, and Usopp and Frankie looked at each other, and their eyes were full of an idea, a bold idea. It's the Meili. At this time, Luffy said seriously, it's the Meili who came to pick us up. Mary, Zoro, Sanji and Robin, Nami and Chopper looked at Luffy in amazement. Luffy excitedly said to everyone, "Our other partner. Our partner Mei Li. Advertisement. Really waiting for you, Mary." Seeing how Luffy was explaining to them, Grandma K. Keluo couldn't help being dumbfounded, then took a sip from the wine bottle and murmured, "What a bunch of incredible little ghosts. The boat elves." "Wait, Luffy." Nami suddenly understood, and then pointed to the Mary in the distance and asked, you mean going Mary is here to pick us up? No one is driving the Mary. This is too incredible." Nami didn't know what to say. Sanji was so surprised that the cigarette fell from his mouth. "Zoro, looks like you're talking about ghost legends." Chopper froze in place cutely. "Robin is also incredible." And Usopp and Frankie swallowed their saliva, as if they should explain it like this. "Mary." Luffy made a trumpet shape with both hands, and yelled at the distant Meili, and then raised his hand and shook. "We are here. Meili. Mary." Usopp couldn't help his nose sore, and shouted like Luffy. "Mary." Everyone was stunned and then shouted in a dignified way. In the distance, the Meili came cheering and jumping on the waves. As beautiful as a picture scroll. On the other side of the coast. Aokiji Admiral. After a simple treatment, the ghost spider immediately came to Kuzan with a serious look on his face. "Why don't you arrest the Straw Hat pirates immediately?" For Aokiji's attitude of choosing to watch the show, the most intense guy like the ghost spider was completely angry, so when he knew about Straw Hat crew, he was on the other side and was about to leave, and immediately ran over to Shingshi to ask the crime. That. Aokiji Admiral. Advertisement. The soldiers on the side looked at Kuzan in embarrassment, as if I couldn't stop it. Aokiji stood there and waved his hands casually, then waited until the two of them were nearby, and said with a heish. "Marine has made a big move recently, so it's not appropriate to make extra troubles, and it's not your turn to talk about it if I do this." In the end, Kuzan looked at the ghost spider with no emotion in his eyes. For this guy like Akainu, Kuzan didn't have any affection at all. And if you have any questions, you can go to Marshal Sengoku, and it's not convenient for you to disclose the specifics. After finishing speaking, without any response from the ghost spider, he pushed his bicycle and rode into the depths of the sea. The slowly condensed ice track under the wheels stretches into the distance. All that was left was the ghost spider standing there with a livid face. Although there are a lot of eagles in the marine headquarters, that's because Akainu has been running around in New World for a long time, unlike other admirals who are basically lazy one by one. Needless to say, Aokiji would just ride his bicycle and disappear, as if you would come to me if you had something to do, and I would go on vacation if nothing happened. Kizaru is in charge of the resident headquarters, and occasionally escorts people to Danjian Island. Unless there are special circumstances that require him to take care of it, otherwise he spends most of his time drinking tea and fishing at the headquarters. Only Akainu is responsible for running around in New World, and from time to time he takes his men to New World to destroy pirates. So the reason why there are more hawks in the marine headquarters is thanks to Akainu for being so hardworking. On the other side, amidst the excited expressions of everyone, Luffy and the others finally boarded the Meili. But it was still Barry and the others who brought their hidden warship over, mainly because the two giants and the two pack animals were too big, and the Meili would be damaged. Therefore, even if the warship is just an ordinary officer-level ship, it can still accommodate two giants. Just like that, everyone left Enies lobby unsteadily, and returned to the capital of water. And this trip to Enies lobby has come to an end. What kind of adventure awaits Luffy and the others? Chapter 31. Little Mary. Edition 4. Roman Day. Mary. Thank you. Luffy sat on the exclusive throne, touched the horn of Meili, and said softly. Although the Meili did not respond, Luffy was still very happy. After all, he had already informed of the existence of the Meili. When he arrived in the capital of water, or at worst like in the original book, he could not get the ship spirit of the Meili away. Thinking of this, Luffy took out a crystal ball from the system. Open black lens bracket Mary ship ferry transfer container close black lens bracket. This is the reward after the task is completed, about the reward for defeating Buster Call at the end. Luffy. At this moment, Nami suddenly called out, and shouted to Luffy who was sitting on the bow, "Do you want something to eat?" Everyone in the back sent it. "Oh, I'm here." Due to the reasons at that time, the Meili naturally had no food or other things, and it had already been placed in the water capital in advance. There are still some failures on the warships behind, so everyone can add some energy. And after everyone finished their meal, the Meili also arrived not far from the water city. When approaching the water city casually, a huge passenger ship also slowly approached the Meili. Straw Hat crew. After seeing the Meili, the people on the cameo also rushed over to say hello. Luffy looked at the other party in surprise. It's Uncle Bingshan. Unexpectedly, this group of people still came here. It seems that the Akunara tsunami has passed. Squeak. Suddenly, the Meili was disconnected from the middle just like in the original novel. Advertisement. Mary. Their ship. The people on the Meili and the passenger ship, even the giant on the warship behind and Barry and his group watched the Meili break suddenly in amazement, stunned by the sudden change. Quote. Mary. Luffy felt uncomfortable for a while. Although the ship elves of the Mary could be saved by themselves, the hull of the Mary couldn't be saved by itself. Usopp also panicked, and quickly shouted, "What's wrong? What's wrong with you, Mei Li?" Sanji patted Yusobu on the shoulder without saying a word, and looked at the broken melee silently. Everyone. Luffy knew that he should give an order, so he quickly stood up and looked at everyone, and said seriously, let's send the melee for the last voyage. Everyone nodded, even Yusobu understood the fate of the melee at this time. As everyone evacuated, a small boat was full of Straw Hat pirates. Luffy stood on the small boat beside the melee, took out the melee ship spirit transfer container from the space, and released it according to the instructions. On the deck of the Mary. Let's continue our adventure in the sea. As Luffy's voice fell, the melee emitted a ray of light, and slowly moved towards the Mary's ship spirit transfer container. Seeing that the ship elf of melee had already entered the melee ship elf transfer container, after the melee was no longer glowing, Luffy put away the container, and put the torch in his left hand on the melee. In the back, the people standing in a row watched the fire grow bigger and bigger silently, and their eyes turned red as time went by. Don't be too sad, everyone. Luffy watched the wreckage of the melee sinking slowly into the sea, and couldn't help turning her head to explain to the people behind her. I have taken out the ship elf of the melee, and when our new ship is ready, we will let melee continue to accompany us on our adventures. Saying that, he took out a crystal ball from his bosom and put it in the eyes of everyone. Usopp hurried over. This is melee. Inside the crystal ball, there is a villain in a raincoat, as if he is in the mist, he can't see clearly. Nami looked at the figure in the crystal ball. Mary. Advertisement. Chopper tapped the crystal ball suspiciously, wondering if he could take it cautiously, but, why is Mary with her eyes closed? Zoro and Sanji also leaned over curiously to look at the figure inside, feeling extra cordial. Robin looked at the melee and began to think. Others also gathered around curiously. Luffy patiently explained to the curious crowd. Because of leaving the melee, and there is no new ship for him to possess, so little melee has not been able to wake up. Chopper asked curiously. Little melee. Seeing everyone's dumbfounded looks, Luffy smiled and said, I'll give him a name, how about it? Yes, not bad. It's not bad that the ship elf of the melee is called Little Melee. Little melee is so cute. This is the legendary ship elf. Oh, the little guy is so cute. After a group of people confirmed Xiao Mei's name, the crystal ball also passed by. After Luffy said that she could take it, everyone passed it around and looked at it. In the end, it fell into the hands of Nami and Robin, who took the melee to disperse the crowd. The main reason is that the two said that a group of rough men should not break little melee if they are lavish, and that the way a group of rough men cover their faces and look at melee can easily scare melee. Just like that, the huge passenger ship wobbled back to the capital of water with everyone. And that warship was sunk by everyone. Chapter 32. The Uncles at Marine Headquarters, Edition 4, Roman Day. Marine Headquarters Marineford, Marshal's Office. After the 5 Vice Admirals left, there were only Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji and Kizaru left in the office, and Akainu was absent for other reasons. Click, click, click. The only sound left in the silent office is the sound of Garp eating senbei, with Sengoku getting more and more irritable. As for Aokiji and Kizaru, watching Vice Admiral Garp eat senbei, the more you hear the veins on Sengoku's forehead, the more bulging. Boom. B************ D Garp. After all, the table didn't hold up for a few days, and it shattered under Sengoku's fist again, as Sengoku roared, eat it in your own office. Don't eat it here. Ha 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 ha. I'm done eating senbei, so I'm here to rub yours. Don't be stingy, Sengoku. Garp smiled indifferently, and then handed the remaining senbei box to Aokiji and Kizaru. Would you like some? No. No need. The two shook their heads quickly, not wanting to be dragged into the water at all. Sengoku came over in an instant, and clapped both hands on the coffee table. Don't you look at the good things your grandson has done. How dare you provoke the world government and marine like this, you still have the face to eat senbei. What the hell are you trying to do, make a big fuss at Eni's lobby and sink Buster Call? Crazy. Advertisement. Garp gave a thumbs up and said proudly, ha ha ha. You are indeed the grandson of this old man. Question mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. The three of them fell silent immediately. Do you think this is a compliment to your grandson? When Sengoku was about to explode with anger, Garp curiously asked Aokiji beside him, is the old man's grandson really so strong? Regarding the fact that the 5 vice admirals were beaten up by his grandson, Garp was proud but also a little surprised. After all, he knew exactly what his grandson was capable of when he went to sea. Aokiji finds it tricky in less than a year. Aokiji looked at his idol, helplessly, yawned and said, it's really strong, Conquerors has also awakened, and the strength is not low. Then you don't do it. Sengoku couldn't help roaring, and then said with a clatter, you know that the other party has grown to that point, but you still haven't dealt with them. Don't tell me you can't beat them. Quote. Damn, is this playing me? Aokiji is used to Sengoku's temper, so he explained indifferently, I really don't know if we can beat it. After the opponent's party has managed 10 warships, 5 vice admirals, 3 rear admirals, and 10,000 elites, it seems that their consumption is not much, and before Huo Shaoshan and the others went, this group of people even broke the Eni's lobby. Aokiji probably means, this kind of strength, even if you win, you have to pay a price, right? Moreover, the new world is in serious turmoil, so I have to reserve my strength to prevent any accidents. After listening to Aokiji's words, the three of them couldn't help but marvel that this group of people was a bit out of line in the first half. Cool wow Kizaru couldn't help saying the mantra with admiration. Is the kid so fierce now? Alas, Sengoku sighed, sat on the sofa beside him, and rubbed his temples with a headache. I will report this time to the people above, and the rewards of the Straw Hat Pirates need to be increased. I hope this can make those the guy is not too noisy anymore. Advertisement. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry. Garp was happy seeing his old friend's headache. Recently, the atmosphere on the sea has indeed become more and more chaotic, and the higher-ups won't care too much about it. The only thing is to wait until Shichibukai's personnel finish replenishing it. They'll let us pay attention to this situation once the matter is dealt with. It's just a new world monster-level pirate group, and it's just because of Buster Call and Ennie's lobby that the above group of guys noticed it, but compared with the balance of the situation, it's still a matter of wait clear. It's all you be D. You made me a pirate. Sengoku got a headache when he mentioned this. His son went to be a revolutionary soldier, and his grandson went to be a pirate. FK. At that time, I showed off in my office every day that I trained my grandson to be a marine, and made myself happy for so long, but after so many years, you told me that your grandson went to become a pirate. No, this group of world government people is too disgusting. Sengoku thought about it with a headache, and couldn't help but look at his heartless friend beside him. D Garp roared angrily, then pinched the other party's collar, and said, go and catch your eldest grandson. No matter what method you use, if Monkey D. Luffy walks out of the City of Water, what will you do? Don't even want to eat my senbei from now on. Exclamation mark. Garp was stunned, and after allowing Sengoku to throw himself out, he shook his head helplessly. Ha 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 ha, come on, prepare a warship for me. Let's catch the big pirate. I just went to see my grandson. Isn't this a private matter? And my hands are itchy too. Chapter 33. Rest and Recuperation, Edition 4, Roman Day. City of Water. After experiencing the Akunara tsunami, the City of Water looked miserable. All the houses on the lower floors collapsed, and even the edge of the upper floors were slightly affected. So many people started to tidy up the collapsed houses immediately after they came back. Afterwards, Barry brought a kind of manpower to the lower city and started repairing it. So it is worthy of being a regular ship repairer, and he is also very good at house repairs. Under the leadership of Barry, everyone began to clean up the collapsed houses, and the speed was obviously not comparable to that of ordinary people. And Luffy and his party were all lying in a manner in the water capital to fuse their potions. Armament Haki Advanced Potion Crew Supply Version and Observation Haki Advanced Potion Crew Supply Version. And Luffy is for everyone to have a good sleep after taking it, and wake up the next day. After everyone woke up the next day, Haki also came to LV.4. As for the data, it has also changed. Both Zoro and Sanji's body reached 200,000, and their physical strength reached 250,000. Knowledge Color has no special awakening, only Armament Haki and Luffy have awakened the characteristics of destruction. Nami and Robin are the same as above, body, 150,000. Fine. 200,000. The color of knowledge is not awakened, and Armament Haki also has destructive properties. Frankie and Chopper are the same, body, 180,000. Fine. 200,000. Knowledge color is not awakened, Armament Haki has destructive properties. As for the sudden increase in the gap between everyone's attributes, Luffy thought it was because of the absorption, but it took a long time to find out that it was a hidden characteristic of Haki. Energy conversion. The energy produced in each person's body is different. The stronger the physique, the stronger the Haki will be after awakening, and it will not be fixed after taking the medicine. It means that because Zoro and Sanji are stronger than Nami every day, their attributes are higher than theirs, but if Nami and the others are willing to exercise their bodies, do devil training every day like Zoro, or have blood factors in their bodies like Sanji, then the data will still become the same as Zoro and the others. Advertisement. The color of knowledge is different, unless it has a special talent, it will have characteristics after awakening to the 4th level. For example, Luffy, knowledge color characteristics, the voice of all things. And foreseeing the future requires a 7th level knowledge color, the kind that everyone can awaken. Good guy. When I saw this, Luffy felt that Ka was too knowledgeable. According to the system settings, for example, Card 2's absolute level 7, or the red-haired conqueror's absolute level 6 or 7. Captain Monkey D. Luffy. Age. 17. S**X. Male. Position. Captain. Body. 350000. Awakening. 450000. Armed color bonus. Devil fruit bonus. Essence. 350000. Awakening. 450000. Information color. Conqueror's bonus. Devil fruit bonus. Abilities. Human fruit. Phantom beast. Nika form. Primary awakening. Side effects have not been eliminated. Armament Haki. LV.4. Destroy. Observation Haki. LV.4. Elementary voice of everything. Conqueror's Haki. LV.3. This is the attribute after taking the awakening potion and advanced knowledge color potion. Everything in the City of Water is returning to its former life, and Luffy risked his life to hold a banquet. Advertisement. The so-called everyone had a good time, just like in the original book, everyone in the City of Water participated. Except for the 200 million stolen by Frankie to buy the treasure tree Adam, the remaining 100 million was directly spent by Luffy. Then the people of Water City deeply remember how miserable Luffy's screams were that day in Straw Hat Crew's manor. Those who heard it were sad, and they cried when they heard it. Are you a pig? Zoro shook his head helplessly, then looked at the dying Luffy and said, we only have so little money left, you're still so generous, you're trying to die. Hey, isn't everyone having fun? Luffy sucked the blood that kept coming out of his nose, and then said with a smirk. Then everyone wondered if that silly Luffy was back. But things have turned around. Luffy said that he got a lot of good things in Ennie's lobby, and then took out the valuables from Spandam's office, and then exchanged them for about 50 million Baileys, which made Nami completely relieved. Originally, Luffy was still thinking about whether he should go to Nami to ask for some money or something. After all, he still wanted to go shopping. Luffy, who came to Pirate World and hadn't seen what the people here are like, just had this idea. After seeing my bruised nose and swollen face in the mirror, I had to give up this thought. The days were about to pass by like this, until this day, Luffy rushed in. Brothers, don't say I'm here. Remember not to say it. The terrified look seemed to be facing some crisis. While everyone was surprised, people from outside also came to deliver the news. It's not good. Marine is coming. Chapter 34. Hero Garp. Edition 4. Roman Day. Water Capital Straw Hat Crew's manor. Did you hear that? Don't say I'm here. While hiding in the closet, Luffy warned everyone again. What is this guy doing? No, I don't know. Could it be that I'm sick again? Everyone looked at Luffy's coquettish operation in silence, looked at each other in doubt, and then discussed. Boom. Suddenly, the wall cracked, and a fist the size of a sandbag appeared on the cracked wall. You little devils. Did you see a little guy with a straw hat running in? 3 minutes ago. Luffy walked aimlessly on the street, touched his pocket that was cleaner than his face, and couldn't help sighing. If I knew it, I would have kept 2 things and exchanged them for myself. The main reason was that I was beaten badly at the time, so I couldn't help handing over everything. Straw Hat Boy. At this time, an angry man suddenly ran over from a distance and shouted at Luffy. Luffy asked curiously, what's wrong? The little brother looked at Luffy angrily, and said quickly, hi. Marine is here. I got it. Luffy scratched his head, and suddenly thought that his father would be here soon, so he couldn't help but smiled and said, it's okay, you can go to work first. But, it's really all right, brother, you can go to work first. Luffy smiled and said to the nervous villagers. Advertisement. It's just a beating, how big a deal can it be? Right. To be honest, Luffy is still a little nervous. Facing the original old man, he doesn't know what will happen. Luffy. Very good, no need to guess. In the distance, Garp was wearing a military robe, jumped up and appeared in midair, shouting and punching. The armed color on the fist made Luffy break out in cold sweat. Boom. The 5-meter-wide street was just repaired yesterday, and a huge fist directly blasted the ground away again, and Luffy disappeared immediately. You smelly old man. Do you want to kill your grandson? What? How dare you call your dear grandpa like that? Faced with the news that Garp came to kill his grandson at any time, Luffy directly chose to run away. Wait, Luffy. The matter of getting punched by the old man is over. Then I would rather not take this punch. I don't know if it's because I heard that my grandson has become more powerful. Garp is planning to test his grandson's strength with his fists. Back to the present. Chopper ran around in fright. Marine is here. Nami looked at Garp, who appeared in surprise. See. Marine. Robin looked solemnly at the familiar face of the other party, and seemed to think of something. Vice Admiral Garp. Zoro drew out the knife. What's the matter? Is the opponent very powerful? The cigarette in Sanji's mouth fell to the ground. Ying. Hero Garp. Frankie looked at Garp in surprise. It's not the legend, is it? 9 Hello. Grandma K. Kelua wasn't nervous, she looked at Garp amusedly. It's really a big shot. Advertisement. Everyone's expressions were frozen, and they forgot to answer Garp's question under the solemn atmosphere. Hey, Garp huffed his fists, and looked at the cabinet where Luffy was hiding. You are so uncute, Luffy. Do you still want me to invite you out? As he spoke, he walked towards the cabinet with strides. Wait, I'll come out by myself. Luffy's voice also interrupted everyone's desire to do something, and then Luffy silently crawled out of the cabinet, raised his head and said to Garp, ignore Saxi, Grandpa. How are you doing recently? Everyone was surprised to see Luffy call each other Grandpa, especially Sanji and Robin, who had guessed about Marine in front of him. The old man is not good at all. Is it because you said something else to Grandpa? Luffy. Garp looked at Luffy and couldn't help asking. At this time, when Nami learned from Robin which hero Garp was in front of him, he asked in shock, wait. Luffy, is he your grandpa? Hero Garp is your grandpa, Grandpa. Everyone also looked at Luffy in surprise. Luffy quickly responded to everyone's surprised reaction. Yes. This is my grandpa, a pervert old man who likes to abuse his son and grandson. Garp grabbed Luffy by the collar and yelled, what? Luffy, how dare you call your grandpa like that? The other hand was already raised high, and it almost fell down. Wait, do you dare not admit it? Seeing the fist full of shadows in his heart, Luffy quickly asked, "Didn't you exhale the slippers on my father's face?" Then, under the surprised eyes of everyone in Nami, the huge fist started, continuous anger punch, towards Luffy's head. On that day, the sky above the capital of water was once again covered by Luffy's screams, and those who heard it were sad, and heard the tears resounding through the sky. Chapter 35. These are all my partners. People are surprised that Luffy's grandpa is Marine hero Garp, but it's more fun to watch Luffy get punched. In the marine that came, the two figures breathed a sigh of relief but looked at each other in surprise. Vice Admiral Garp is Luffy's grandpa. Real or fake? After being beaten, Luffy was thrown to the ground by Garp, and then swaggeringly asked Marine to repair the wall, but in the face of Marine's protest, he had to choose to accompany the Marines to repair the wall. Nami was surprised to see Garp accompany Marine to repair the wall, and asked, "Luffy, your grandpa?" Luffy cast a helpless glance at Nami, and then looked around at the crowd. "Hee, you don't have an AC number in your heart. Damn, you don't know what attitude you have towards me." Seeing Nami's raised fist, Luffy quickly turned to look at Garp. "Grandpa, let me introduce you to my friend." After speaking, he pulled Nami. "This is Nami, the navigator on the ship." Garp turned his head to look at Nami, and liked Nami's spirit of stretching his fist at Luffy very much. "Ha ha ha. Little girl, in the future, if Luffy is disobedient, just beat me hard." It was only when Nami realized that his grandpa was there, and hurriedly put away his fists and called grandpa in embarrassment. "Luffy. This is Zoro. The swordsman I tricked me in East Blue, but the man who wants to become the world's #1 swordsman. Garp. Hawkeye's place. It's a very interesting kid." Zoro stood up straight in embarrassment in this situation and coughed. "Luffy. This is Sanji, the chef on board, and his cooking is the best in the world." Garp. "Sanji, you're from North Blue." Sanji couldn't help but fell silent. Advertisement. "Ha ha ha ha. Don't worry about it." Garp was very cheerful. He smiled and said, "Then I will have a good taste of your craft later." Sanji smiled. "Of course, I won't let you down." Luffy. "This is Chopper. Because he ate the human fruit, he can talk, and he is our ship's doctor. He is very cute." Chopper said nervously. Hello. Luffy's grandpa." Garp looked at Chopper suspiciously. "Oh, Tanuki." Chopper jumped up and down. "It's not a civet cat. It's a reindeer, hey." Garp scratched his head embarrassingly. "Ha ha ha ha. Sorry, old eyesight. Ha ha ha." Even though she doesn't look like she's apologetic. Luffy. "Ah, this is Frankie, my new recruit, a cool cyborg and a pervert." Garp looked at Frankie and said nostalgically, "It's you, kid." Frankie also looked at Garp. "I didn't expect you to be Luffy's grandfather." Luffy asked curiously, "You two know each other?" FK. Why didn't Oda say anything? Garp smiled and said, "When I came here to chase AB********* D more than 10 years ago, I met his master. At that time, this kid was very interesting." Garp admired that Murloc Tom, and his two disciples also had a little impression of this funny kid. Good guy, there are so many things that Oda didn't draw. Luffy shook his confused thoughts. "This is Nico Robin, the archaeologist." Robin bowed. "Hello, Mr. Vice Admiral Garp. Advertisement. You're the reason my grandson is messing with Enies lobby, aren't you?" Garp waved his hand nonchalantly and said with a smile. After finishing speaking, Garp said to Luffy, "Luffy, you be ************** D, do you know how big the impact this time is?" The old man was sprayed to death by Sengoku for recklessly causing such a big disaster. "I don't even know how to be considerate of your grandfather's age." Luffy pouted. "Cut, who told the world government to dare to take my partner away? Believe it or not, I'll sink the world government to him next time." A-hole. You are as much an a-hole as your father. As for his son and grandson, Garp could only beat him up if he was angry. Garp rubbed his temples and couldn't help sighing. "Forget it. Then I seemed to think of something. Oh, by the way, Luffy, speaking of introductions, I have two little devils here that I need to introduce to you. It's Kebi and the captain's son," Luffy said directly. Seeing the old man's astonishment, he couldn't help but smiled and said, "I heard that these two guys were taken away by you." From the manga drawn by Oda. Kebi, who was outside, said to Berumeber in surprise, "Luffy, he still remembers me. That's great." And Berumeber was unhappy. "What captain's son, don't you want to remember my name?" Zoro was also surprised when he heard it, Kebi. For Kebi, Zoro is still very impressed, and the captain's son, but Zoro doesn't bother to mention his name. The others looked at Luffy and Zoro suspiciously, but they didn't expect that they also knew friends from Marine. Chapter 36. Strange background. Luffy, I'm Kebi. I don't care about Saxi. A handsome guy with eyes pulled Belumbo into the room, and introduced himself under the curious eyes of everyone. "Hello. I'm Marine Skippy." It seems that Kebi first appeared in the rank of Water City. Not to mention that everyone looked at Kebi in surprise, Zoro also looked at him in disbelief. Kebi, that little chubby. Kebi scratched his head in embarrassment when he was mentioned in Black History, and laughed. I'm training under Vice Admiral Garp now, so. Me. Seeing everyone ignoring himself, Belumbo quickly jumped in front of Zoro. "Rornoa Zoro. Don't you recognize me, Belumbo? The one who tied you to the marine playground, son of the idiot captain." Zoro narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Oh, I don't remember." Luffy also added a stab. "Who are you?" "Ah." With tears streaming down his face instantly, Belumbo said to Kebi with a mournful face, "Kebi, it seems that they still haven't forgiven me." Kebi scratched his head in embarrassment. That's Barumibo who was too, hee." Seeing everyone's curious eyes, Luffy told a story about what happened in Shield's town. Everyone couldn't help but be amazed that Zoro was trapped on board like this. "Can your focus be normal? Hey, what is a pit? By the way, Luffy." At this moment, Garp couldn't help but poked his nostrils and asked, "Have you already met your father?" After all, Garp had heard Luffy talk about the mark on the dragon's face just now. Luffy pouted helplessly. "No, he didn't recognize me, I just learned about him from other places." Garp didn't care, just continued to hold his nose. "What? He didn't recognize you?" Nami asked curiously. "Luffy's father." Sanji was even more curious. "Well, I want to know how Luffy's father is." Everyone in Luffy looked curious, so he couldn't help smiling and said, "It's nothing, my father is just an ordinary revolutionary." Then, when everyone was amazed at how wonderful this family is, Luffy said slowly, "The leader of the revolutionary army is my father, Monkey D. Dorag. Advertisement. Question mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Who? The hut suddenly fell into silence, as if a time switch had been pressed. Everyone's surprised jaws hit the ground, and then they froze in place. Straw Hat crew. No wonder. Revolutionary. S head. Monkey D. Dorag. Marine. Monkey D. Luffy is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. Monkey D. Dorag is the father of Monkey D. Luffy. That doesn't mean. Monkey D. Dorag is the son of Vice Admiral Garp. The people inside and outside the house were instantly stunned. What the hell is this family? Grandpa is a marine hero. The son is the head of the revolutionary army. The grandson is a vicious pirate again. Are you guys making a movie? Facing everyone's astonishment, only Garp and Luffy looked indifferent. Even Robin's throat was a little dry. I don't know what to say. Advertisement. Garp seemed to be able to hear everyone's complaints, and he couldn't help being furious. Everyone is AB asterisk 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 D. One is going to be a revolutionary army, and the other was tricked by the red-haired guy to become a pirate. The more he talked, the more angry Garp stared at his unfilial grandson. Can this be my fault? Luffy stared at him, not daring to show weakness, and said directly, "It's not that you know how to be busy all day long. You have the ability to go to New World and beat Shanks up. B asterisk 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 D Luffy. Did you ever talk to Grandpa like that?" Boom. Damn, I'm not allowed to refute. Hey. Facing the scene of Garp chasing Luffy with a hammer, everyone also recovered from the surprise, and they couldn't help being speechless for a while looking at the two people jumping around. Forget about Luffy. I didn't expect his grandfather to be so funny. I don't know if Luffy's father, the legendary Dorag, would have the same temper. Dorag. No, I'm not. I don't. The IQ of our monkey family is mine. Robin came back to his senses, listening to Garp and Luffy's Shanks and redheads. He couldn't help but ask Nami beside him. The redhead Shanks they mentioned won't be from the New World. 4 emperors, right? Nami nodded. It seems to be. I heard that Luffy's straw hat is that Shanks's. The others couldn't help being stunned when they heard it. Luffy has too much background. Grandson of hero Garp. The son of the revolutionary Drago. And also know the 4 emperors, red hair Shanks. And the Straw Hat crew, like Sanji, Chopper, and Zoro himself. Nami thought that the ace they met in Alabasta seemed to be another 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 37. New Reward Order, Part 1. Gathering is temporary, let alone a group of marines and a group of pirates. After Luffy was beaten up again by Garp, everyone chatted helplessly for a while, and everyone left Garp to have a meal, and then separated. Kebi yelled his own slogan just like in the original book. Garp punches Luffy before walking like in the book. Nami, give me 1,000,000 Baileys. I'm going shopping. Boom. Facing Luffy, who was punched flying by Nami, Luffy doesn't know what other people think. At least Luffy knows that it's still the same as before, and Nami seems to have hit him easily. As time goes by, as everyone is resting in the water capital, the story on the sea is not peaceful. The incident of Teach, the traitor of the Whitebeard pirates, caused panic in New World, and even the world government was waiting with tingling nerves. Let the repercussions of this matter pass quickly. Because in addition to this headache, world government also has an incident about Shichibukai. The downfall of Crocodile also made some big pirates in New World eager to move, and the Straw Hat pirates made a big fuss at Eni's lobby, which also made the world government feel ashamed. And just when the world government didn't plan to run out, and was about to take measures against the Straw Hat pirates, something happened that made the world government change its mind. The traitor of the Whitebeard pirates, Teach, suddenly brought a person with a special identity. The arrival of this person made the world government immediately forget about the Straw Hat pirates. However, although the world government's thinking has changed, the sea was suddenly completely ignited by several new reward orders. A pirate group that no one cares about in New World suddenly did an incident that set the sea on fire. Advertisement. Eni's lobby is broken. Buster Call 10 warships were sunk. And all of this was done by a person named Straw Hat Pirates. Like a new star reborn, completely diverting the eyes of the sea from the Whitebeard family shit. Grand Line first half. Some island. The island is full of gunfire. Like a purgatory on Earth, the battle between pirates and pirates is endless. Dead sparks ignited on a strange flag of giant wolf pirates, and gradually grew larger as the wind blew away, and finally the flag dissipated in a gust of wind. You devil, you can't kill the spirit of our giant wolf Fenrir. Puff. With the beheading of the last captain, the spirit of the so-called pirate group was completely wiped out. Hey, I'm just a garbage pirate, I really think I'm a mission. Like a weirdo, after mocking, he threw away the weapon in his hand and said to the figure beside him, it seems that I'm still not suitable for using weapons. Hira shook his head helplessly, and gestured to the figure sitting on the rock with his head bowed silently. Okay Kid is in a bad mood now, so please don't say anything. Wei asked curiously, what happened to Boss Kid? The newspaper sent by the news bird just now seems to be about the Straw Hat pirates. Pappas scratched his head, and then slowly explained, the bounty offered by the pirates is too outrageous, and the boss is upset right now. What? Good guy, it's fine if a boatload of people is rewarded, the amount of reward for stepping on a horse is too outrageous. Hira. Advertisement. At this moment, Kid stood up suddenly, turned his head and shouted this way. Hira. What's up Kid? Kid raised the reward order in his hand, with a disgruntled expression on his face. Is there any institution similar to Annie's lobby nearby? Labor and management are going to sink 1-2. No. Hira looked at Kid speechlessly, and then patiently explained. Annie's lobby is one of the 3 major institutions under the world government, and the rest is the Marine headquarters and the Emperor Sea prison. According to our strength, wherever we go, we will die. Why can this group of inferior pirates break in, but I can't do it? Everyone shook their heads. They didn't want to take care of their own captain's illness. After all, the captains of every family are the same. And for these supernovas, apart from Capone Beige, who is a gangster family, there are a lot of weird captains and weird subordinates on the other pirate groups. And at this time, in the first half, all the supernovas are also seeing the bounty order of the Straw Hat pirates at this time, and all kinds of wonderful stories are happening. For example, after Jewelry Bonnie was surprised by this incident, Lai, who still eats so much, didn't want to leave in the restaurant, and then his subordinates looked ashamed and so on. For another example, playing disc sound Apu directly used this incident to divert the topic of his subordinates' condemnation of buying musical instruments. Facing the new bounty amount of the Straw Hat pirates, everyone was surprised for a while, but they also maintained different opinions. And in New World and Four Seas, facing the new reward order of the Straw Hat pirates, there are also mixed reviews. Chapter 38. New Reward Order in Progress. Grand Line New World. Dressrosa. Royal Palace Doflamingo Resting Place. Fufuro. Straw Hat Pirates. Decorated like a flamingo, Doflamingo was sitting there wearing glasses, looking at a paper reward order on the table, and the corners of his mouth, which made people unable to understand his expression, raised a trace of madness. This world seems to be getting more and more interesting. Fufuro. Whitebeard Pirates Event. The Straw Hat Pirates Incident. There is also a meeting notice from the world government. This is so much fun. The boring sea needs people to light it up. The scenery faded, and in the dim room, no one knew how crazy this flamingo was. Torrent Wangwo, Big Mom, who had just eaten and slept enough, just got up from the bed when he received a message from his children about the event that the Straw Hat Pirates set the sea on fire. Well, the Straw Hat Pirates, when they come to New World, give them a chance. If possible, let my lovely daughters marry him. Looking at the reward order in his hand, Bigmom couldn't help but smiled indifferently. Advertisement. Bigmom doesn't care about fighting Annie's lobby and Shenbuster Call. No matter how powerful he is, he can only submit to the majesty of the 4 emperors in the New World. Wanokuni. Jack, what are you looking at? Is there any interesting news in the sea recently? Kaido asked drunkenly while drinking. When he heard Kaido's question, Jack said indifferently. No, nothing interesting, it's just that a few pirates in the park have raised their bounties. And Kaido didn't even finish listening to it, and fell asleep directly. After all, Kaido didn't know that he had been drinking for several months. A man who dared to be tough on Sengoku, Fujitora, and Suru Vice Admiral, and a man who dared to go to the Marine headquarters to play wild, the 2 of them couldn't even look down on the Straw Hat Pirates, let alone a group of little pirate. Moby DK. Father. At this time, Marco flew over with a stack of rewards and shouted to Whitebeard, who was sitting there. The strongest man, Edward Newgate, slowly opened his eyes, and looked at the reckless child with a puzzled expression since the Teach incident. What's wrong? Is there any news about Ace? Not Aces. After Marco landed, he couldn't help scratching his head, and then handed the reward order to Whitebeard. It's about Ace's younger brother. The news about the younger brother, the Straw Hat Pirates, that Ace mentioned before. It seems that they have done 2 major things recently, and the amount of their reward has already exceeded the limit. In the first half of the park, the reward amount reached this figure, and Marco couldn't help being a little too aggressive. La. Ace's younger brother. What a nice brat. After Whitebeard saw the amount of the reward, he couldn't help shouting at the amount set by the Marines. Whitebeard, who hadn't laughed since the Teach incident, also gave a heroic smile. This Straw Hat is interesting. Advertisement. Facing the familiar Straw Hat, thinking of what Shanks said when he came over 2 days ago, he couldn't help showing nostalgic eyes. And Marco also let out a sigh of relief. After all, since Teach killed Sage, Dad hasn't laughed for a long time. This time I brought the reward order from Ace's younger brother to prevent my father from sitting there and sleeping with his eyes closed all day long, without even touching his favorite wine. Red Force. At the same time, on the Red Hair pirates who saw the reward order of the Straw Hat pirates, Shanks had already led his men to drink. Boss. This guy Luffy is getting better and better. While drinking drunk, Laggy Lu brought over the remade food, and then teased Shanks. Maybe when Luffy arrives in New World, we are coming to challenge the boss. Ha 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 ha. Let that brat come. The redhead smiled indifferently, raised his glass and shouted, now is to celebrate the increase of Luffy's bounty again. Brothers, cheers. Beckman couldn't help shaking his head, and followed the crowd to drink the wine in the glass. I didn't expect that brat who yelled at the beginning has become a reliable captain. On the other side, Yasop looked at Yusobu's reward order proudly. Ha ha ha. As expected of my son, this reward order did not embarrass him. Ha ha ha. Be careful Yasop, when little Luffy comes to challenge the boss, don't be compared to your son. Well, you dig, you actually want to provoke the relationship between me and my son. Let me tell you, even if I am defeated by my son, that is what I expect. You bastards. Afterwards, everyone fought, and the banquet continued again. As a group of pirates who knew Luffy when they were young, everyone is also happy that Luffy can grow to this point. Author. I'm thinking about the Whitebeard thing, and in my story, about the last big event I don't want absentees, Whitebeard is a. At last. Begging for evaluation votes and flowers. Monthly tickets are not impossible. Chapter 39. A New Reward Order, Part 2. City of Water. Straw Hat Cruise. Something is wrong. In the morning, everyone had just had breakfast and was about to take a stroll around, when the sound of praise came from outside. Luffy watched the other party trot all the way, and seemed to be holding something in his hand, like a reward order. Reward order. What's wrong? These guys. What happened in the early morning? Where's Frankie? Let him take care of his little brother. Frankie didn't come back last night. When everyone was discussing, a group of Zanbai had already run over.
Nami asked helplessly. What's wrong with you, Straw Hat crew, something big happened. Zanbai, who was panting, just took a breath and quickly raised the reward order in his hand and said, your reward order has come out. Everyone has become a big pirate with a reward of over 100 million. Everyone is. Real or fake? Yuck. Now girls all over the world will see my heroic appearance. Huh? Me too. As Zanbai's voice fell, everyone quickly jumped out of the room, looked at the reward order in Zanbai's hand and asked. Luffy took the reward order from Zanbai with a smile, then spread it casually and glanced at it. Oh shit, Marines think highly of us too. Really? How much? Seeing everyone's curious expressions, Luffy couldn't help saying, let me tell you one by one, how about starting with the lowest one? Luffy continued to turn the pages and said, Reformer Frankie. 120 million Baileys, heinous crime. Dead or alive? The portrait is of Frankie posing poos when he jumped off the boat, and the briefs are abnormally pervert. After finishing speaking, he handed praises to the person on the side and said, just give it to Frankie when he comes back. Zanbai. Yes, brother Straw Hat. Frankie is different from everyone else. He is only in charge of shipwrecks and the like. He doesn't show his face. The reward amount can exceed 100 million Baileys because of the Pluton bonus and the sinking of 10 warships. His strength is unknown, so he gave 120 million Baileys, profit. Without waiting for everyone's response, he pulled out a reward order and read, Tony Chopper. The reward amount is 150 million Baileys, heinous crime, dead or alive. And the reward order is in the form of a chopper, with muscles all over his body. Chopper accepted the reward order excitedly, and jumped up happily. 150 million Baileys? That's amazing. Nami looked at Chopper in surprise. Really? Chopper 150 million Baileys? Luffy smiled and said, those Marines will report it completely. Where's the record of Chopper directly defeating a rear admiral? The reward amount is not too high. Advertisement in the original book, Marine couldn't see Chopper when he showed his power. This time, everyone is splashing on Buster Call, which is the best exposure. Luffy continued to draw out a reward order. The Sniper King, Yusobu. The reward amount is 155 million Baileys. The crime is heinous, dead or alive. The portrait is Yusobu standing on a juniper pole, making a shooting action. Luffy smiled. Let's find someone to talk to him later. After finishing speaking, put the reward order below. Flipping through it, I pulled out a chapter. This is not bad. The Queen of the Weather, Nami. The reward amount, 180 million Baileys. Heinous crime, dead or alive. The portrait is different from the original book. Nami is standing on the deck, holding up the Tianao stick high, and the wind is rolling and thundering behind him. Nami, on the other hand, looked proudly at the heroic self in the reward order without saying a word, extremely proud. Sanji. Long live Nami-chan. Different from the lack of strength in the original book, Nami has now experienced Haki, who has 7 in and 7 out in Marine, and can still face Rear Admiral and defeat him, so he is not worried about whether he will be targeted. Everyone also praised that this photo of Nami is really handsome. It does not leave a way for boys to survive. Luffy couldn't help taking another look, and then continued to find a chapter of the reward order. Robin's Devil's Son Nico Robin. The reward amount is 220 million Baileys. Heinous crime. Dead or alive. In the photo, Robin poses in a flower fruit release pose, with his arms crossed and his eyes closed tightly. Robin couldn't help covering his face with one hand, while holding the reward order in the other. I hate it, I'm going to be targeted by the bad guys. Sanji looked like a pig. Robin-chan, I will protect you. Zoro looked disgusted. You still worry about yourself, curly-browed Kappa, be careful that you are killed if your strength is not equal. Sanji. Huh. Believe it or not, my reward must be higher than yours. You be ****** D chlorella. Zoro. What? It's up to you, believe it or not, I'm 100 million berries taller than you. Sanji. Then I am 200 million berries higher than you. Zoro. 300 million, Sanji, 400 million, boom, boom. Very good, Nami punched down and the two were quiet. The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched as he watched the two twitching. Shaking his head, Luffy said to the two, you two offer the same amount of reward. Nami asked in surprise. Same? Is there such an operation? Luffy nodded, seeing that Zoro and Sanji were very curious, he drew out Zoro's reward order. Warcraft. Roronoa Zoro. Reward amount, 350 million Baileys, heinous crime, dead or alive. The 3 swords of Zoro in the photo are all ready to go, and the pose they pose should be Demon Slash. Zoro. Hey, it's okay, after all, the previous reward was not high, only 60 million Baileys. This time, killing a vice admiral alone, the reward is still low, probably because of the first half of the park. When Sanji was curious about his appearance, Luffy didn't know what to say. Advertisement Luffy couldn't help laughing and said, Blackfoot Sanji. The reward amount is 350 million Baileys. The crime is heinous. Dead or alive, the photo acquisition failed. Sigh, Chopper broke the fate of Marshmallow Price in the original book this time, but Sanji still couldn't escape the fate of Sketch Portrait. Sanji, who received the reward order, looked dazed, as if the sky had fallen. Who is this? Everyone looked at it curiously. Ha ha ha, this is Sanji? Ha 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 ha, that. I'm sorry, I don't want to laugh either, ha ha ha. But I can't help it, ha ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing. Everyone should know how funny Sanji's portrait is, but Straw Hat Cruise is even more funny. Luffy suppressed a smile, and patted Sanji's shoulder. Actually, it's pretty similar. Then Sanji pinched his neck and yelled. Where does it look like? Hey, you tell me, hey. Zoro joked very happily. Aren't you just like that? Sanji teleported over and stared at Zoro. Zoro looked disgusted. Talk to me humanly. Boom, 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 boom. Sanji fell to his knees, hammering the ground without any desire to live. Damn. Will be laughed at by people all over the world. Well, let's observe 3 seconds of silence for Sanji. At this time, Nami asked curiously, Luffy, where's yours? Zoro rubbed his chin and said, it's more than 400 million Baileys. Luffy smiled, and handed the reward order to Chopper who was bouncing around to read it. Let Chopper read it to everyone. Yes. Chopper accepted the reward order, glanced at it, and said with bright eyes. Monkey D. Luffy. The reward amount is 500 million Baileys. Heinous crime. Dead or alive. The portrait is the appearance of Luffy Karma Fist. When Luffy saw it, his face was full of shit. Who shot Marine? Labor and Capital just punched it. Nami leaned over to look at the reward order. This photo is so handsome, isn't it Luffy? It doesn't look like you at all. What do you mean? The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched as he looked at the crowd and nodded in agreement with Nami's words. So far, the reward amount of the Straw Hat Pirates has been determined. Altogether, 2 billion Baileys, Chapter 40, The Wind of Hometown. The reward order flew to every corner of the sea under the announcement of Newsbird. Alabasta, Luffy and the others have become so powerful. The palace, learning how to be a qualified Vivi, looked at the reward order in his hand and couldn't help laughing happily. Looking back on the past, it seems that it was only yesterday that everyone accompanied me to save Alabasta, but Luffy and the others are already moving towards their dreams more and more. Drum Kingdom. Dalton found Chopper's Dr. Doriel with the reward order in the newspaper from Luffy and his party. This kid has also become a reliable man. Looking at Chopper's reward order, Dr. Doriel couldn't help showing nostalgia. What a lovely son, and now he has become a well-known man in the sea. Doctor, you will be happy in heaven, East Blue. Kokoyasi Village. Ha ha ha. This girl Nami is too amazing. Look, Nuokagao, this photo is really handsome. So you magnify the reward order so many times. Nuokagao looked at the reward order on the entire wall speechlessly, and couldn't help but feel helpless for Jien's actions, and at the same time proud of Nami's reward order. This time, Jien will never call Marine again to say that his child's reward order is too revealing, but Nami's heroic portrait is also enlarged to the size of a wall by Jien, and it is pasted on a wall. That strong little thieving cat has finally grown up. Belle Mel, you can be proud of your child. At this time, the restaurant on the sea. Advertisement, ha ha ha. As expected of Sanji, this guy is simply amazing. Where is that Marine sketchmaster? I want to give him 2 drinks, ha 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 ha. The so-called loss of friends and loss of friends, the more damage, the more friendship lasts forever. I don't know if Sanji will go back overnight and kill Patty when he knows that these guys have also enlarged his portrait and posted it in the most conspicuous place of the restaurant on the sea. And Sanji's old father looked proudly at Sanji's portrait and reward order, although this reward order is indeed a bit weird. What? Customer. This is the guy who walked out of the restaurant on the sea. What? Why is this happening? I tell you, this is very similar. That's right. That guy looks like this. Ha 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 ha. That marine sketchmaster really drew the essence. Ha ha ha. Very good, Sanji, you don't want to go back to East Blue. Introduced by a few of your best friends, East Blue can't hold you anymore. And Sanji, who is far away in the capital of water and has not yet come out of the blow of the reward order, has no idea that he is already famous. Sarab Village. Miss Kaya, Yusobu has completely become a real warrior now, Mei Li said to Kaya, who was sitting there watching the reward order. At the same time, I am amazed at Yusobu's reward order, 155 million Baileys. The amount of this reward is simply too fierce. Yusobu has finally reached his dream. Kaya smiled happily, put away the reward order and looked out the window. I have been waiting for you, Yusobu, and when you come back, I will also be a great doctor. Windmill Village. Cheers to a big pirate in our village. Advertisement. Cheers, cheers to Luffy, cheers. Countless villagers gathered together, holding Luffy's reward in their hands, making them celebrate happily, not caring at all that the old village chief who was standing beside him was furious. Shut up. There is a vicious big pirate in the village, what can you be proud of? The old village chief was leaning on a walking stick, making a gesture to beat these bastards. Makino on the side hurriedly helped the old village head along his back to prevent the old man from passing by in one breath. Okay, village head, let everyone be happy. Then he looked at the reward order in his hand. Luffy has become so powerful now, he is a famous man. Thinking of Luffy's mischievous personality when he was a child, and looking at Luffy's handsome buster call, it is simply too contrasting. The old village head knocked on his crutches angrily. What's so powerful, even the One Piece will be killed. That guy Garp is really good, a son can't manage it well, and now his grandson can't manage it well, he ran to be a pirate, ah. Finally, he sighed and walked out the door. Is it a dream or fate? Everyone is against the world government, what the hell is Garp doing? No matter what the old village chief meant, the sea at this time was also shaken by the reward order of the Straw Hat Pirates. Some people want to defeat the Straw Hat Pirates to improve their reputation. Some people told their subordinates to avoid the Straw Hat crew when they met them. Believers and unbelievers have their own opinions. The Straw Hat Pirates have completely entered the eyes of many people. Chapter 41. The returning Vice Admiral Garp. City of Water. Okay, Straw Hat crews, the new ship is ready. This morning, everyone was there. Zanbai was followed by a group of people, shouting while running. Is the boat ready? So fast, Yoshi, let's go and see. Under the leadership of Zanbai, everyone also came to the shipyard in anticipation. Ah, Luffy. You guys are here? Frankie was resting on a wooden board, and greeted everyone after hearing the movement. I heard that the ship has been fixed, so I'll take a look, Luffy said with a smile, then looked at Frankie. I thought you would play the trick of disappearing. Frankie moved his body and smiled at Luffy. Since the bounty has been offered, I don't think there is a choice now. I thought about what you said for a while, and it's not a big problem. Frankie looked at Luffy in front of him seriously. Frankie, have decided, accept your invitation to me to be your boatman. A group of guys who don't understand farts. The boat I carefully built still needs someone like me, excellent boatman. Welcome, Luffy smiled and held out his hand. Snapped. The two made a high five and swore, and Frankie also took that step. On another shore. Ha 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 ha, Luffy, I knew you couldn't do without me. Yoshi, now that it's decided, I'll come back generously. No, this doesn't seem great enough. Hey, Monkey D. Luffy. You can't do without my great sniper. Ha ha ha, I've decided. Usobe was rehearsing how to return to the team, talking to himself, and his mind was full of various ways to say hello to Luffy. But, neither seems to work. Advertisement thump. Usobe, who was kneeling on the ground, was silent, and the more eager he was, the more he wanted to go back. Luffy's boat has been built, and it will be ready to sail soon. Bang bang bang. What are you doing, Usobe? You should understand that you have to apologize. Usobe, who was beating the ground with both hands, felt extremely uncomfortable. It's bad. Marine is back. Hurry up and notify the Straw Hat crew. At this time, the voice from the alley beside him made Uso stun for a moment, and murmured, Luffy is leaving. Whoosh. The figure disappeared in place, on the street. A boy with a long nose ran towards the dock with a blank expression on his face. In the direction of the dock at this time, everyone is familiar with the appearance and deck of the ship, as well as the general things in the cabin, under Frankie's introduction. Straw Hat crew. The Marines are here again. It seems that they are hunting you. At this time, a group of people suddenly broke in from the shore, and they couldn't help shouting at Luffy and the others. Nami asked in surprise. What's going on? Didn't your grandpa say he won't arrest you? Everyone also looked at Luffy in surprise. Luffy said helplessly. What are you looking at me for? How'd I know? Maybe he was scolded by Sengoku to beat us up or something. Hurry up. Bring all the things you bought here, and we're ready to go right away. Oh, so fast? You can't hurry up. Luffy's grandfather's strength is definitely not something we can provoke now? Advertisement. Everyone has made a decision, and they are no longer admiring the new ship, and the most intense battle for time has begun. Simply, everyone brought their things here before they came, and now they just need to move them to the boat. On the other side of the coast, Scout, Vice Admiral Garp. The Straw Hat crew has been spotted, just southeast of the shipyard. Garp. Let's go, capture the Straw Hat pirates. Kirby saluted a bit awkwardly. Vice Admiral Garp. We just had a friendly parting with Straw Hat crew, but it's too embarrassing to see each other suddenly. Garp looked unhappy. Go to Sengoku to vent your grievances. If he hadn't been scolded by him, the labor and management would have run back in shame. Aokiji on the side teased slowly. It's not that you said in the phone bug that the Straw Hat Luffy is your grandson. Garp was dissatisfied. You don't need to talk too much, go cool off, kid. The soldier looked at Aokiji with embarrassment. Aokiji Admiral, how about you lie here like this? Aokiji lay down and said lazily, it's too troublesome to go back by bicycle, don't worry, I won't make a move. The soldier was even more embarrassed. The enemy is right in front, if you don't attack at all, will you also? Compared to Luffy's side, Garp is a group of people heading towards the dock in embarrassment this time. Luffy's side is also busy. By the way, where's Yusobu? Really don't wait for him. As the cute chopper's voice fell, everyone fell silent for an instant. Luffy smiled far-fetchedly. Maybe he will make his own decision. Everyone's excitement has subsided, and they are silently preparing for the voyage. Chapter 42. The first stage of the 5th level. Ahem. Can you hear me, Luffy? I'm Grandpa. In the distance, a sudden voice broke everyone's emotions. Vice Admiral Garp has brought the warships over. Luffy hurried to the railing and yelled at Garp. You can't do this, Grandpa. You can't take it out on us even after being scolded by Marshal Sengoku. B******** D Luffy. Is this the old man in your eyes? What is that? Could it be that you were told by Granny he? Very good. The atmosphere instantly quieted down. Boom. The scene that covered the sky and the sun appeared above the Sunny, and the huge iron ball that appeared at the end of the original book was thrown at the Sunny by Garp. Ah, the ship is going to die. What is this? Everyone looked at the huge iron ball in horror, as if a huge iron ball like Tinwei was about to arrive in front of them. Third gear. Luffy jumped up quickly, and stretched his blowing fist towards his back. The fist, which was twice the size of the giant iron ball, was as black as ink. Thunder God Gun. Boom. The huge roar broke the calm sea surface, and the shock wave like the sky collapsing knocked both the warship and the new ship unstable, shaking violently. Boom. Hey, how dare you defy Grandpa? The iron ball was stopped, and Garp couldn't help smiling while watching the huge iron ball falling into the sea. Whoosh. I saw Garp throw away the chain in his hand, his body disappeared instantly, and he punched the falling Luffy. Old man, are you still here? Luffy, whose mouth twitched, looked at the fist in front of him, closed his eyes, and stretched out an ordinary punch to meet him. Boom. What? Vice Admiral Garp. The Marines on the warship looked at the figure flying upside down, and couldn't help exclaiming in disbelief. And many more. I used the power of the big grandson's punch, what's going on? Garp, who was flying upside down, couldn't figure it out. After all, this punch didn't cause any harm to Garp. Advertisement, he. In the eyes of Nami's group, who were equally astonished, a strange streamer gradually appeared on Luffy's body, and it was accompanied by a strange laughter, which seemed to be inexplicably contagious. 5th gear. Brachiosaurus. Only then did Luffy raise his head, slowly put away his fists, and grinned. After the voice fell, the streamer of steam slowly disappeared, and the hair returned to its original appearance under the surprised eyes of everyone. In desperation, Luffy said that he could only open the 5th gear, otherwise it would be too cheap if he was punched and fainted by the old man. And Luffy also felt that the old man didn't use his full strength, otherwise he couldn't make Garp fly backwards with one punch even if he was in 5th gear. But this is not important. The important thing is that Garp at this time said he was too useless. I let it go by myself, but I was punched back by my grandson. His father can bear it, but my grandfather can't bear it. B******* D Luffy. Garp squeezed his fist and ordered, bring me all the shells. Labor and management must sink him today. Yes. Under the inconceivable expressions of everyone, a soldier reacted first, and quickly told everyone to hurry up. Aokiji also stood up at this time. Alala, it seems that the amount of reward that Marine gave this time is still low, Straw Hat Boy. His gaze also slowly fell on Luffy on the Sunny. Garp looked displeased. This old man has arrested my eldest grandson. How dare you fight back? But in Aokiji's eyes, Garp almost puts his pride on the link, especially the words, my grandson, are said heavily. Sunny Nami looked at the fallen Luffy in surprise and asked, Luffy, you just... It's too fierce. This punch, it simply astonished everyone. Don't worry, it's just a form developed by devil fruit. Luffy waved his hand happily, and then ordered. Hurry up and get ready to go, old man, this time it's too early to go crazy. Whoosh. Boom. FK. Hurry up. The old man is crazy. Sensing a shell falling, Luffy hurriedly called everyone to go, and then jumped onto the railing with Zoro and Sanji. The old man is on fire this time, be careful not to let the shells hit you. Luffy sensed Haki on the cannonball, and ordered with a twitching corner of his mouth. Then kicked a cannonball back. Hiss, it hurts. Luffy can believe that there is absolutely no Haki in the shells thrown by Garp in the original book. Advertisement, is this really going to kill relatives righteously? Hello? Hey, Luffy. Wait, and me. The boat gradually moved away from the pier as the three of Luffy blocked it, but Yusobu's voice suddenly remembered at this moment. Hey, what do you mean, labor and management are still here? Luffy was silent. Haven't we fought before? Zoro and Sanji were silent. Have you really decided to give up on me? Nami and Robin looked at each other without making a sound. Chopper. Yusobu is back. Luffy. No one responded. It's me, Luffy. I can play hide and seek with you. Chopper. Let's go fishing. Hey, everyone. I can come back. I can really accept coming back. Hey. Chopper. Luffy? Woohoo. Luffy slapped a cannonball away and said calmly, I can't hear. Ha ha ha. You don't take what you said at that time seriously, right? We have been friends for so long, let's just let it go with a smile. You are also happy that I can come back, right? Chopper. Zoro, everyone, cannot hear, thump. Yusobu knelt down, his eyes were blurred by unstoppable tears the moment he lowered his head. Open hollow lens bracket monkey D. Luffy. Duel with me. Only the winner can own the melee, close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket, I can't go on for you. In the end, it will cause trouble for you, close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket, I can go wherever I like. You don't need to worry about it, close hollow lens bracket. The events of the past few days are vivid in my mind, playing in Yusobu's ears like a slideshow. Brush. Usobe raised his head and was already in tears. Wrong, it's chapter 43. Farewell to the City of Water. I was wrong, I shouldn't be willful, I'm sorry. It's my fault to apologize until now, I said quit. That sentence. I withdraw that sentence, okay, can you please let me go. Once again. Let me join everyone. Tears blurred his face, but he looked firmly at everyone in Luffy, and Yusobu knelt there hoarsely shouting what was in his heart. The people in the dock watched in amazement. The people on the warship watched curiously. This moment, Usobe doesn't care about false dignity anymore. Perhaps at this moment, Yusobu learned to grow up. Whoosh. You idiot. Catch lousy. Luffy stretched out his hand, and shouted at the overwhelmed Usobe with tears on his face. Luffy's nose has been sore since Usobu yelled that I was 3 words wrong. Zoro smiled gratifiedly. You are the fool. Nami smiled and couldn't help wiping away tears. Everyone is a bunch of idiots. Whoosh. Thump. During the conversation, the arm with Usobe was also retracted. Chopper cried and hugged her. Woo. Frankie saw that everyone was completely settled. Yuxi. Everyone is here. Put up the sails. Nami asked in surprise. What, are you serious? Frankie said seriously. Trust this ship, navigator. Chopper. Usobe. Trust this ship, stupid navigator. Luffy twitched the corner of his mouth. Can you hurry up, this leg is about to break. Advertisement. Zoro chopped open a cannonball casually. Hands are numb from the shock, you guys have to be quicker. Then everyone quickly put away the sails, and the boat also stopped. After seeing the boat stop, Garp also stopped attacking, and couldn't help but wonder if his grandson surrendered here? Is it too much? The boat stopped? What happened? The villagers on the shore also talked about it, and when everyone was getting ready, Frankie suddenly thought of something. Everyone, this ship hasn't been named yet, why don't you give him a name together? After Frankie's voice fell, everyone happily held the naming ceremony. Luffy lets everyone do whatever they want, so there's Zoro's Mother Lion, Master Sleeping Lion, Big Brother Lionel. Sanji's Lion, Sunflower. Usobu's The Lion Boat. Chopper's Sakura Flower Pirates. Frankie's Champion of Lion Violence, Frankie Lion Champion. Robin's Dark Pills. Nami did not participate in the naming convention and kept complaining about everyone's weird brain circuits. In the end, the name of Uncle Bingshan was finalized. Thousand Sunny. It will be called Sunny in the future, and the words are few and easy to pronounce. Only then did everyone remember the matter of running away. They couldn't wait just because Garp stopped attacking. Frankie told everyone. Everyone is taking a last look at the beautiful City of Water. Maybe you won't be able to see it in the next moment. After everyone heard it, they looked at the water capital with great pride, and Luffy jumped on the railing. Grandpa, Kebi still has. I haven't seen you for a long time. I am very happy to meet you this time to reminisce about the past. Bellamibo. Call out my name. Hey, Garp. B******** D. Luffy. What are you talking about? Are you going to sell your feelings? Advertisement. Luffy raised his hand indifferently. There will be a period later. We are leaving. Goodbye to the sea. Garp looked unhappy. The son of the old man's son is pretending in front of me like this. Don't pull me. There must be no one between the old man and my grandson. Then Luffy didn't bother to talk to him anymore, and jumped down under Kirby's adoring eyes, and ran to the other side to say goodbye to the people in the water capital. Luffy. Run. You're going to die. With Kirby's reminder, Garp smashed over again with a huge iron ball. This time, the Haki on the huge iron ball made Luffy swallow his saliva. Can the 5th gear stop it? Is this going to discuss with your cheap daddy to get another one? Frankie. Come on, dead man. As Luffy came to the world of pirates, there was a terrified cry for the first time, and the Sunny shook violently. The wind is coming. Explosion. Boom. The iron ball fell, but the Sunny flew into the distance. Fly to the sea. Fly to freedom. The ship flew. All the surprised people watched the ships disappearing in the sky in disbelief. Everyone on the Sunny was also surprised. Hey, the Sunny will not let you down, everyone. From now on, all the maintenance on the ship will be handed over to me. With Frankie's arrogant words, the Straw Hat Pirates' trip to the water capital is completely over. Ha 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 ha, as expected of the old man's grandson. Standing on the railing, Garp proudly looked at the Sunny, which was no longer visible. Behind him, Kebi raised his hand in the same excitement. The sea. I am coming. Chapter 1. The Sunny. The sun is just right. On the sparkling sea, the escaped Sunny sailed slowly, and everyone on board also started a banquet. The prepared wine barrels were placed on the deck, and everyone raised their glasses to celebrate. Luffy smiled. For the new partner, cheers, everyone, cheers. Drink up your glass, Luffy, to the new ship, Sunny, cheers. Everyone, cheers, author, cheers to the readers. Reader, what are you doing? Just know the number of water words. Everyone drank and ate to their heart's content. Luffy leaned on the railing beside him, seeing that everyone was getting excited, and secretly threw away the cigarette butts in his hands. Everyone, there is still one thing to do, everyone, don't forget little Melee. After speaking, he took the crystal ball from Robin and looked at everyone. Everyone also looked at Luffy expectantly, waiting for little Melee's rebirth. Whoosh! Buzz! Luffy slowly let go of the crystal ball, and the crystal ball fell on the deck, as if falling into the water, and slowly merged into the Sunny without any fancy special effects. After a wave of fluctuations, the Sunny slowly returned to calm. Luffy clapped his hands after finishing it. You don't have to worry about it in the future. Little Melee may wake up in 2 days, and there will be no obstruction to the appearance of the ship spirit on the Sunny itself. Advertisement. After finishing speaking, as a pirate leader, I appeal to everyone to continue to eat, drink and have fun. Time passed, and after some time passed, everyone also ended this welcome meeting. After the end, the familiar Sunny mission that had not been completed before started again. Frankie said while walking. The whole Sunny is divided into 3 floors, with 15 rooms. The top floor has 3 decks, the decks on both sides and the lawn deck in the middle. He led everyone to the back. There is only 1 camel in the front, and the middle is for everyone to rest daily, while the back deck mainly has the main juniper pole and 3 rooms. Of the 3 rooms in the original book, one is Nami's measuring room, the other is Robin's library, and the other has been converted into a large bathroom for everyone to relax and decompress. And Nami lived up to expectations. This room is mine now, and I will use it to store measuring tools and drawings in the future. Robin glanced at Luffy, then smiled. Then let me use this room as some of the books I prepared, and you can come in and read books when you have time in the future. Everyone didn't have any objection. After all, the 2 beauties on board always have some privileges. Luffy smiled and said, let's change this to a big bathroom, everyone can come in and relax later. Everyone agreed with anticipation. After everyone made a decision, they followed Frankie to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor is where everyone lives and eats. From the bedroom in the front, the dining room in the back, and some small rooms, you can choose and use them. In the end, everyone made a decision on the distribution. The front is used as a girl's boudoir. Except for the restaurant and kitchen at the back, there is a food storage room for Sanji. There is a fish tank next to the ingredients room, a prepared large fish tank, where everyone can usually fish, and a huge glass fish tank for everyone to watch. The small room in the southwest corner is reserved for Chopper as an infirmary, and the little guy is jumping around happily. Advertisement. After everyone decided on the ownership of the 2nd floor, they came to the 3rd floor. First of all, the room below the girls' boudoir is the room for the boys, which is also at the bow. In addition, there is a bar at the back, which can be used for parties and drinks. The huge fish tank on the 2nd floor leads directly to this floor, which is also a very beautiful picture as a wall of the bar. The last one is the energy room. Some special energy of the Sunny is transmitted to every corner of the ship from here, and the wind blast of the Sunny is also touched here. Everyone was not curious about this, so they didn't go in for a visit, which made Frankie sad for a while. So far, the 3rd floor is the basic scene of the melee. In addition, there are 2 small rooms on the bottom floor, so it is not used as the 1st floor. Frankie said he used it to develop weapons and shared another room with Yusub. Everyone didn't have any opinions. After the introduction here, everyone happily went to decorate their rooms. As for the rest of the docks, such as the parked White Trojan No. 1, Mini Mary No. 2, and Shark Submarine No. 3, etc., Frankie just said by the way, and everyone also said that they will see it when they have time. So far, Sunny is taking over Going Mary's mission. Headed to the sea with a group of people embracing their dreams. Headed to the front, Chapter 2, Tribute, Devil's Triangle. Little Mary. Where are you? On the boat, Yusobu brought Chopper, and the 2 yelled at the shy little Melee. Let's go fishing, little Melee, come out. Yusobu, Joe, Chopper. Little Melee shyly poked her head out of the cypress pole, and said to the startled 2 people, I don't know how to fish. After finishing speaking, he lowered his head in shame. Yusobe patted the fishing rod in his hand. Don't worry, Chopper and I will take you. We will catch you fishing in minutes. Chopper. Yeah, let's go fishing together, little Melee. Okay. Okay. Luffy, who was lying on the bow, smiled helplessly, and watched the three of them run to the railing and start fishing. The three of them had a great time. Lying on the rocking chair beside him, Robin looked at the three of them tenderly, and then looked at Luffy, who put the hat on his face casually. What about you? Why don't you go play with them? No, I'm too lazy to move. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry for the original body. Luffy lifted his hat and glanced at the book in Robin's hand. What book are you reading? Is it interesting? The Rainbow Mist. Robin raised the book in his hand. A story about VR and other descriptions, about legends, are you interested? The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched. No, no need. Little Melee woke up 2 days ago, but because of her shyness, she stayed in the hull of the Sunny for a long time. No one called him, and he would not come out. But Yusobu feels a little bad about little Meryl's unsociality, and from time to time he pulls Chopper and the two of them to play games, fish and so on with little Meryl. Advertisement: Little Melee may not be able to eat because she is a ship elf. She has a pair of beautiful eyes and a small nose, and her mouth is often closed. At the beginning of the communication, she spoke to everyone with her heart. Similar to telepathy. In the past 2 days, because everyone taught him to speak from time to time, he would open his mouth to call everyone's names from time to time, but he was a little stumbling. I don't know if it's shyness or something. Hey, everyone! At this time, Zoro, who was lying on the stage, suddenly shouted. Something is coming from the sea. Yusobu asked in surprise, Is it Marine's warship? Because everyone's rewards are so high now, and they are all rewards, and they have been chased by Marine once. Zoro looked at it and said, No, it seems to be a wooden barrel? Barrel. Luffy sat up, as if remembering something. Which size is it? After finishing speaking, regardless of everyone's puzzled expressions, he stood on the railing and stretched out his hand. Whoosh! Thump! A barrel with a flag on it fell on the deck. Frankie looked at the familiar flag. Huh? This is it? So familiar? Everyone came over suspiciously, looked at the wooden barrel and studied it for a long time. Don't look at it, Luffy smiled and said, if nothing else, it contains wine and food. After hearing the movement, Nami walked out of the cabin and said, This is a tribute offered to the sea for smooth sailing. The flag on it represents worship. Chopper was surprised. Amazing, Nami knows so much. This is the basic principle of sailing on the sea, right? After Nami complained, she cast her eyes at Zoro, Sanji, Usobe and Luffy. Advertisement: the corner of Luffy's mouth twitched. Don't look at me, I know, hey. Nami scratched her head in embarrassment. Ha ha ha, sorry, I'm used to it. Zoro, on the other hand, didn't care about the gods, and suggested after hearing the wine. Open it, I'm just thirsty. Are you an idiot? It's said to be God-respecting, open it? Usobu was surprised, and then complained unhappily. And you were thirsty, give me a drink of water, hey. I don't care if I'm godless, I just care that I want to drink. Luffy pulled the two away helplessly and said, It's okay, just worship and drink, and put a new tribute after drinking. However, while Zoro was happy, Luffy said with a half smile. The point is that this thing is not necessarily a tribute. Oh, what do you mean? Luffy ignored Zoro, who was upset, and asked, Nami? Is this the Devil's Triangle already? Chopper frightened. Demon. Devil? Everyone also looked at Luffy curiously, and then looked at Nami. Nami looked at the sky and thought for a while. We've reached the outskirts of the Devil's Triangle, what's wrong, Luffy? Luffy smiled and said, Please watch the fireworks. After finishing speaking, go to the side of the barrel and lift the lid. Whoosh! Boom! Under the surprised eyes of everyone, a signal bomb was drawn towards the sky and exploded randomly. Chapter 3. Gecko Moria, the periphery of the Devil's Triangle. On board the Sunny. See it? Luffy spread his hands and explained to the curious crowd. Although he has a shell as a tribute, this is a trap, used to tell the hunters the location of the prey. It is commonly used by a monster in the Devil's Triangle. Means. Zoro looked disappointed. What? I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Nami said in surprise. Shouldn't the point be the trap that Luffy said? Usobe directly grabbed Luffy's collar. You know this is a trap, why do you want to open it? Chopper seconded. Exactly. Why hey, Luffy scratched his head in embarrassment. Ha 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 ha, isn't this just to show you? Robin asked curiously, who is that monster? At the mention of monsters, the cowardly duo panicked instantly. Luffy looked at the curious crowd, it's just a Shichibukai. For the current Straw Hat pirates, a Shichibukai really doesn't matter, unless the Four Emperors group appears, Luffy will feel that he can avoid it. Shichibukai? Another Shichibukai? Looks like this is the second Shichibukai? Everyone was surprised. Speaking of Shichibukai, he is indeed related to the Straw Hat pirates. In the first half, he played Lao Sha and Moria, and in the second half, he played Doflamingo and also did a summit war with Hawkeye. The Big Bear is Luffy's father again. Drago's subordinate, Jinbei also joined the Straw Hat pirates. Luffy also slowly popularized it to everyone. Gecko Moria, the man who once fought against the current Four Emperors Kaido more than 10 years ago, was recruited by the world government after he failed and became one of the Shichibukai. Advertisement. The Four Emperors are the four strongest in the New World that I told you in Water City 2 days ago. They are 100 Beasts, Kaido, Bigmom, Charlotte Linlin, Redhead, Shanks, and the world's strongest man Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. 4 emperors. The strongest man in the world. Everyone was surprised to hear Luffy say who the 4 emperors are, and they were full of expectations. Luffy smiled and said, "It's too early for us, it's Gecko Moria." After a pause, he considered his words. A loser. A loser who can't stand up. I don't know how to say it. Because of his failure, Gecko Moria's crew fell into a slump after being killed by Kaido. He thinks that only an immortal partner is a good partner, a little, true temperament. After all, Luffy doesn't know if he will go crazy if Zoro and the others are killed. Although it's not long since I first came to this world, according to my original body and my love for this group of partners in my previous life, if it really happened to me, Luffy doesn't know if he's crazy or not, but he will definitely sink the sea. After hearing Luffy finish speaking, everyone didn't know what to say, they were just a little curious. Sanji asked suspiciously, "Undead? What do you mean?" Robin thought for a while and asked, "Is it immortal? But can this be done?" Nami. "If it's a devil fruit, but does it have the ability to live forever?" Yusobu waved his hand. "How is it possible? How can there be eternal life in this world?" Chopper seconded. "Exactly, how could human beings live forever?" The remaining Zoro also nodded in agreement. Luffy smiled and said, "Maybe, but Moria has found the ability to coexist with his partners. As long as he doesn't die, his partners won't die." Advertisement. The confused expressions of everyone in front of Luffy had to explain patiently. Paramecia shadow fruit. You can cut other people's shadows and put them on corpses, and then create zombies. The most indispensable thing in this world is corpses. Pointing to the wooden barrel beside him. And Moria uses this to hunt passing pirates and merchant ships in the Devil's Triangle, and then come to Silhouette and collect strong corpses, and put shadows on corpses to complete immortal zombie companions. And everyone who listened to it was shocked. Cut the shadow? Zombie. Zombie? It's not the first time that everyone who has seen Devil Fruit's outrageous abilities also thinks it's a bit like listening to a story. Oh, right. Luffy clapped his hands and said, "I almost forgot, after being cut off by Moria, you won't die, but you will lose sight of the sun. You can only live in darkness." Then have we fallen into a trap just now? With this sentence floating in everyone's minds, they turned their heads to glance at the open wooden barrel, and then collectively prepared to kill Luffy with their eyes. It's just a Shichibukai, Luffy scratched his head and explained embarrassingly. "Let's sink each other, how about it? How much do you love the word, Shen, now?" Chapter 4. Brook, asking for flowers and comments. Grand Line Devil's Triangle, obviously it's not night yet. Zoro leaned against the railing, looking at the gray sky and muttering. Luffy shook his neck. "It seems that we have reached the middle of the Devil's Triangle." After speaking, he stretched himself. Nami looked at Luffy speechlessly. "You idiot, why do you learn to love sleep like Zoro, like a pig?" Zoro looks embarrassed. Frankie looked around seriously. The Devil's Triangle, the legendary existence that will disappear. Chopper and Yusobu were also trembling, hugging each other and not daring to speak. Luffy looked at the two hugging and said, "It is said that there are ghosts here." Usobe pulled a smile. "Hey, Lu. Luffy, didn't you say that it was Gecko Moria's zombie?" Chopper nodded too, almost crying. Luffy's faint voice sounded. "No, it's the legendary human-eating skeleton, explosive head. I'll drink a cup of tea every time I finish eating people." Laughing. "Yo ho 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 ho," from my mouth, waiting for the arrival of the next prey. "Yo ho 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 ho," looking at the two who were about to cry, Luffy gave a smirk and said, "Did you hear that? That's the voice." Yo ho 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 ho. Usobe and Chopper are already in tears. Yo ho 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 ho. Everyone except Luffy suddenly felt something was wrong. Yo ho 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 ho. There was a creaking sound coming from behind. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Their necks were too stiff to look behind. Nami had already thrown herself into Luffy's arms, trembling all over. Luffy, you. Look at the back. Advertisement sweat dripped from Zoro's forehead. "Hello, isn't it? What is this?" Sanji trembled and put the cigarette in his mouth, and he didn't insert the cigarette into his nose after a few strokes. Yo ho 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 ho. Brush. Everyone seemed to have discussed it, and when they heard the laughter, they all looked behind them collectively. Bink's wine for you to taste, appeared, ghost ship. Also, and cannibal skeletons. A ship twice the size of the Mei Li was right behind the Mei Li, and a skeleton stood there. The point is, the exploding head, drinking tea and laughing. Yo ho 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 ho. Except for Luffy, who was holding back his laughter, everyone was shaking and their backs felt cold. The cowardly Yusobu and Chopper almost rolled their eyes in fright. "Yo, Afro, would you like to come over and have a drink?" But I felt that I greeted without hesitation. Brook came back to his senses. "Huh? Afro? Are you calling me?" Luffy smiled. "Of course, how about a cup of tea?" Luffy. Everyone looked at Luffy in disbelief, with a reluctant expression on their faces. "Don't worry about it," Luffy smiled and said, "I'm just kidding, people don't know how to eat human flesh." In the original book, Brook was also surprised to meet a living person again, so the two ships passed each other, and it was Luffy who insisted on going back before meeting Brook. Whoosh! Before everyone could react, Brook gracefully jumped down and took off his hat. "Hi everyone, yo ho 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 ho." Advertisement. It was really rude just now, I didn't say hello to you. Everyone looked at Brook in amazement, it was unbelievable that there was a talking skeleton or something. At this time, Brooke suddenly looked in the direction of Nami and Robin. You two are so beautiful, can you? Nami and Robin looked at Brooke, who hesitated to speak in doubt. Look at Fat Times. Boom, boom. Who will show you? Yusobu was no longer afraid, and looked at Brooke, who was knocked down by Nami's whip leg. What? It turned out to be a perverted skeleton. Zoro. It looks like someone. Sanji. What do you mean? Robin. Clack cluck, very interesting skeleton. I'm next, Brooke. I haven't seen a living person for more than 10 years, I'm really excited, although I don't have the heart to be excited. The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched. Is this your skeleton joke? Can I ask a question? Luffy pondered for a moment, and asked curiously, can you really shit? What's the problem? Hello? Brooke answered gracefully. Yes, indeed. Why do you have to answer so seriously? Hello? After the so-called slapstick, everyone invited Brooke into the cabin and had lunch together. Sanji also showed his skills, and Brooke excitedly told a few skeleton jokes. Chapter 5. Brooke's experience. Ask for evaluation votes and flowers. The sky in the Devil's Triangle is always so gloomy that the sun won't even shine in. But everyone on the sunny was brightly lit in the cabin, enjoying delicious meals. Why did you become like this? Usobe, who was sitting next to Brooke, asked curiously. It's weird that a living skeleton can talk and eat. After hearing this, Brooke wiped his mouth gracefully. Because I ate devil fruit, Paramecia Wangshen fruit. Brooke explained helplessly. This fruit is usually useless. It can only be used to bring the dead back to life after death, and to revive the soul of the living after returning from the underworld. To be continued. Sanji. Hurry up and say. Brooke coughed. Ahem, maybe it's because I died in this misty Devil's Triangle area. When my soul returned from the underworld, I lost my way, and when I found me, I was left with a skeleton. Hearing this, everyone also understood the general reason. Robin supported his head with one hand, and said in relief. That's right, only devil fruit can do it. Yusobu looked incredible. Devil fruit is really weird. Nami reached out and grabbed Luffy's face. Only our stupid captain, who ate an ordinary rubber fruit. After finishing speaking, I still looked disgusted. Luffy smiled and didn't speak, even though his face was pulled by Nami, he still squinted his eyes indifferently. Joke. Rubber fruit? Have you ever heard of Zone Human Fruit Phantom Beast, Nika form? Advertisement, but Luffy didn't explain, just watched everyone discussing Brooke's body, so he didn't care. Suddenly, Yusobu pointed at Brooke's feet. Huh? Brooke, you're. Nami looked at it suspiciously. Why? There is no shadow. Brush. Everyone stood up quickly, looking at Brooke's feet in horror. Luffy shook his head helplessly, and said, Didn't I tell you just now? It's just the ability of the shadow fruit. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief, and they couldn't help moving closer to the suspicious Brooke to observe. So weird, yeah, there is really no shadow. This is really incredible. The heated discussion among the crowd also made Brooke bow gracefully. Then he said, Thank you for your hospitality, but, do you know what's going on here? Everyone heard Brooke's question and slowly explained it, which made Brooke suddenly realize. Yo-ho-ho-ho, now that you understand, my friends, get out of here quickly, it will be very dangerous if Gecko Moria finds out, I'm glad I got to know you, and I won't forget you. Brooke stood up, smiled his signature, and bowed slowly. Everyone looked at Brooke in amazement, and couldn't help but feel great affection for him. Luffy smiled. Brooke, how about we make a pact? I'll help you defeat Gecko Moria, how about you join us after taking back the shadow? Brooke quickly waved his hands. No, you don't understand Gecko Moria's name, I'm already very content. I'm so happy today. I don't know how long I haven't seen human beings since the fruit of the underworld took effect. After Gecko Moria cut off the shadow, I can only live with my bone. Enough courage, because I only have bones. Yo ho 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 ho. Advertisement. Yusobu and Sanji complained. Hey, you have no end. Day after day, here where the sunrise and sunset are indistinguishable, I'm the only one on a boat that doesn't even work with the rudder, and I've been drifting blindly for decades. It's really been a long time. Everyone was silent and listened in amazement. Smiled at Luffy. Thank you for inviting me, but please allow me to decline. Luffy asked suspiciously. Why? I don't want you to do such dangerous things for me. You are my friends. It's great to meet you. Yo ho 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 ho. Brooke had a happy face, as if happy that he had made such a good friend over the decades. Luffy couldn't help but fell silent, and everyone looked at Brooke in surprise. Isn't this the common philosophy of everyone? Nami from the Arlong incident, Robin who left voluntarily, Sanji who left the ship. And many more, it's all for the safety of my partners, I don't want to hurt the friends around me, I just met for a few minutes. Ha 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 ha. Sudden, Luffy laughed, and said under everyone's puzzled expressions. I really didn't misread you, Brooke. You just wait to join us. After saying that, before Brooke refused, he said to the crowd. Everyone, for our new partner, go to the chassis of Gecko Moria. Let's fight. Sink his uncle. Chapter 6. War and missions aboard the Sunny. With Luffy's announcement, hands went up in approval. Although everyone thinks a skeleton is a bit weird, but they still think Brooke is a man. Ghost. Suddenly, Chopper pointed behind Luffy, and everyone looked at the skeleton protruding from the wall in horror. Boom. Before everyone could react, the ship shook for a while. Luffy. Damn it, arrived so soon? There is no need to look for feelings, it is already like in the original book, the huge ghost island, the ship of terror has come. Everyone ran out quickly, and then saw huge castles in the mist, weird and mysterious. Nami looked at the record pointer in his hand. What? Why didn't the record pointer respond? Brook looked serious. Because this is a huge island floating over from West Blue, it's moving. Luffy smiled. A huge ship, it's incredible. The Dread Dhow, one of the largest known ships. Looking at the huge sailboat, Zoro asked, what to do, Luffy? Following Zoro's question, everyone looked at Luffy suspiciously. Pressing his hat, he said seriously, what should I do? Of course it's going to land. Board the ship and declare war. As Luffy's voice fell, everyone controlled the melee and slowly approached the shore to anchor. Brook looked at the crowd in surprise. You. Luffy smiled and patted Brook on the shoulder. Don't worry, it's just Shichibukai, it's not like I haven't beaten him before. Although Lao Sha was defeated, Luffy himself felt that the predecessor was a bit of a halo effect, but it does not hinder how strong everyone is now. 2 billion Baileys for all staff. I don't know if you will sell my face? Advertisement Gecko Moria. Brook looked excited. I'm so happy, I'm about to cry. Although I don't have tear ducts. Yo ho 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 ho. Forehead. Regarding Brook's bone jokes from time to time, Luffy said that he still didn't know where the joke was, but he also smiled. Professional fake smile JPG. Huh? At this moment, Luffy frowned, as if he had discovered something, and looked towards a blank space. What? Zoro and Sanji also looked over in doubt, and couldn't help asking curiously. Nami. What's wrong? You three? And following the movement of the three of them, other people also found out what was wrong with the three of them. Luffy frowned. Take a look, there are other people on board. At this time, Absalom, one of the three weirdos under Gecko Moria, was stunned. Did they find me? Do not, impossible. As himself who ate the transparent fruit, Absalom said it was impossible. Really? There is a strange guy. Suddenly, Absalom found that everyone was looking at him. Brush. However, when a foot with a slipper kicked over, Absalom found himself as if he had really been discovered. Boom. With a face down, Absalom directly slammed into the railing, and his body slowly appeared. This is, Sanji suddenly noticed something, and looked at the figure in despair. It can't be that one. It must not be. Advertisement after Zoro was surprised, he also looked at Sanji speechlessly. What's wrong with this guy? Afterwards, everyone also looked confused, wondering about Sanji's world-shattering appearance. But Luffy, who was the only one who knew the specific situation, froze in place after kicking that kick. Because when Luffy found out that he had crippled this garbage, a system notification sound came from his ear. Although it was just a ding, Luffy knew it was the sound of the system releasing tasks. Open HoloLens bracket task interface. Mission. Declare war. Special mission introduction. As the future One Piece, you will never allow others to provoke you. Show Gecko Moria the price of pampering uninvited minions. Requirements. 1. Sink the Shichibukai, Gecko Moria's terrifying Dhow. 2. Defeat Gecko Moria and the 3 weirdos. Award. Complete the task 1. Eliminate the side effects of the second gear. Complete task 2. Perfect Logia Thunderfruit times 1. Rewards for all completion. 3 levels of side effect elimination. Close HoloLens bracket. FK. System NB. After seeing all the rewards, Luffy couldn't help but marvel at how awesome his kick was. For Absalom, Luffy doesn't like it very much. He is one of the few disliked characters in the whole One Piece world. I was just upset for a while and then kicked. I didn't expect to get such a task. The system delivered such a benefit without saying a word. Although the system usually has no sense of presence, it is always a blockbuster. Chapter 7. Sanji's Shattered Dream and Division of Labor. Perfect Logia Thunderfruit. Logia Devil Fruit. Eating can gain the ability to control thunder and lightning, and not afraid of the sea and sea stone. Close black lens bracket. After seeing the rewarded Thunderfruit, Luffy is a little bit pleasing to the eye when he sees the fainted Absalom. Paramecia Transparent Fruit. Luffy broke Sanji's luck with one sentence, and then explained with everyone's puzzled expressions. Absalom, one of the 3 monsters under Gecko Moria, Paramecia Transparent Fruit ability user, was transformed by another 3 monsters. Luffy kicked Absalom's body under the surprised eyes of the crowd. Zoro said in relief. So that's the case, no wonder the aura sensed by the knowledgeable color is so weird. Nami looked at the inhuman Absalom in surprise. This guy's body is like a patchwork. Did you see these sutures? Luffy motioned everyone to look at Absalom. The nose, mouth and jaws are from lions. The skin is from elephants, and the muscles of the limbs are from bears and orangutans. It's a suture monster. Sanji touched his chin. Is the lion's sense of smell and bite force? It's really amazing. Yusobu went on to say, there is also the defensive power of elephant skin? Chopper glanced at it in surprise. It's amazing stitching, it can even perfectly transplant the muscles of bears and orangutans. Robin covered his mouth. Good. So cute. What kind of weird aesthetics do you have? The corners of Luffy's mouth twitched a few times, and he couldn't help but be defeated by Robin's strange aesthetic. But the stitching of this body is really awesome, the bite force and sense of smell of the lion, plus the defense of the elephant and the strength of the bear, and the jumping of the orangutan. Advertisement and these kinds of animals in Pirate World are not ordinary. As long as you don't go to New World with this kind of strength, they are really good, but they are too ugly. As for Brook, he was already confused, from when everyone discovered him, to when Luffy kicked him in seconds, and then to everyone's discussion. Brook found that the friends he just met seemed to be a bit powerful. You. Seeing Brook's surprised look, Luffy couldn't help but smiled and said, well, now I believe we can handle Gecko Moria. Brook shook his head. You don't know the strength of Gecko Moria, this guy is just one of the 3 weirdos. Although he was amazed that Luffy could kill Absalom in seconds, Brook didn't want Luffy and the others to take risks due to the shadow cast by Gecko Moria. Frankie ran over at this moment. Everyone, are you ready? The boats are all ready. After hearing this, Luffy patted Brook on the shoulder regardless of Brook's refusal. We're about to set off, no matter what, we've reached this point, there's no avoiding it. After finishing speaking, let everyone decide who is willing to go and who is not willing to go this time without taking everyone to respond. Finally decided, everyone goes, except for Melee, those who don't stay to watch the boat, after all, it's an adventure after all, even if Yusobu's legs are trembling, he gritted his teeth and said that he would go to see zombies or something. Luffy clapped his hands. Everyone, if you have decided, let's divide into groups. After Luffy finished speaking, he felt his 2 thighs being hugged firmly. Yusobu, Chopper. We're going to talk to Luffy. The 2 spoke in unison. Advertisement since Luffy has become dependable, being the strongest Luffy on board is the obvious choice for a timid duo. The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched. You 2, kill me. After finishing speaking, he shook his legs and kicked them to the side one by one. After the quarrel, Luffy thought for a while and said, there are only 2 of the 3 monsters under Moonlight Buria, and there are still 2 weirdos. You can divide into groups and get it done. Tell Moonlight Buria just give it to me. Finally, under Luffy's suggestion, Zoro, Brook and Ayusobe teamed up to get rid of the ghost girl, and help Brook find the shadow by the way. Sanji, Frankie and Chopper go with Nami to take down another weirdo, Dr. Hogu Buck. Little Chopper was surprised and said, isn't this his idol? Then Luffy simply told Chopper one about Hogu Barker, and then told Chopper, just go and meet the specific Chopper yourself. Robin walked up to Luffy and asked suspiciously, what's wrong, Chopper? Luffy looked at the dejected Chopper, and explained for Chopper. Hogu Barker is a genius surgeon who has treated countless patients. He is a person whom Chopper admires very much, but... Sanji walked over silently. Chopper, don't worry, I will bring the other party to you so that you can understand. As the cutie on the boat, Chopper's is everyone's business, and Chopper also forced a smile. After everyone was divided, Robin was left behind and wanted to walk around, but was called to his side by Luffy. You should follow me, I have something to tell you. Then, Nami also looked at Luffy with unfriendly eyes. Everyone decided to set off after they were assigned. Chapter 8. The seriously injured grandpa, above the castle. Gecko Moria's room. Moria, who had been busy all day, was about to take a rest. Her huge body was sitting on a huge bed. She was more than 6 meters tall, with pointed ears and fangs, and with the devil's horns on her head, she had the effect of a villain. However, because of being decadent by Kaido, a big belly is bigger than the rest of the body combined, it looks like. Bowling. Master. It's not good. At this moment, a soldier ran over and yelled at Gecko Moria who was about to sleep. What? Moria turned over and sat up, looking at the yelling subordinates. She couldn't help frowning. If it's nothing serious, your shadow shouldn't exist. The zombie's legs trembled, but he patiently explained. Master, there are. An enemy has invaded. Hey chirp 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 chirp, isn't this a good thing? Absalom and the others just settled it. After finishing speaking, because of the arrival of a new prey, Moria let the other party go and was ready to lie down. But the enemy this time. The little zombie hesitated to speak, and finally took out the reward order behind Moria when Moria frowned. Yes. The Straw Hat pirates who were most wanted by the Marine headquarters 2 days ago together. Brush. Moria's huge body stood up in an instant, with a look of surprise on her face. Hey, chirp 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 chirp. This time is great. The shadow of my own big baby is finally here. At this time, Luffy's group had also landed. Nami rubbed his arm. It's so eerie. All that came into view was gray, and there were many crows standing on the withered branches. Dilapidated and collapsed buildings crisscross, and the dark land looks like a blood-stained land. The scary thing is that there are small mounds and tombstones all around, which is simply a horrible, haunted scene. No. There will be no ghosts, right? Yusobu regretted it a bit, he might as well be with Lil Melee. Advertisement. Luffy smiled. No, there are no ghosts here. Usobe, Chopper. Huh, that's great, Luffy smirked. They're all zombies. What? Then Luffy's legs sank, and the timid duo hugged Luffy's legs and screamed. Rustle, as the two screamed, the surrounding land seemed to bulge, accompanied by a strange sound. Zoro and Sanji frowned, and stood on opposite sides without saying a word. Nami was also a little frightened, and unconsciously hid behind Luffy. What's wrong? Puff, 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 puff. There was a sound of breaking the ground, and each arm stretched out of the ground. Dry skin, white arms. The scene is like a zombie blockbuster, even more trembling in the gloomy environment. What is this? Zombie, Nami and Luffy's question and answer, plus the zombies crawling out one by one, directly frightened Yusobu and Chopper dumbfounded. Chopper. Let's go back to the sunny, shall we? It's scary. The two hugged Luffy's calf and cried directly to each other. Frankie. Wow, You guys are really not men. A man has to face fear bravely. Super. After finishing speaking, Frankie put on a handsome pose, and Frankie, who was wearing briefs, was so dazzling in the gloomy environment. Change. Pervert? Advertisement? Yes, it's pervert. Absolutely pervert. Facing all the talk about zombies, Frankie looked proud, like he was called a pretty boy, and said happily, "No, don't praise him like that. I'm not complimenting you." Hey, a group of zombies complained in unison. Everyone was also dispelled a lot of fear by Frankie's pervert behavior. Luffy smiled, looked at a group of zombies and said to Usobu and Chopper, "Just treat the two of you as a group of seriously injured old grandpas." Everyone was speechless. But Brook smiled happily. Yo ho 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 ho. The seriously injured grandpa? This is so funny. But after Brook laughed enough, he quickly reminded everyone, these zombies are afraid of salt. As long as you let them eat salt, the shadow will run away. Sanji said in surprise. Oh, just now, Luffy, you asked me to take salt because of this? After everyone heard it, they saw the bag in Sanji's hand and couldn't help but move over. Especially Usobu. Sanji, you're amazing, Chopper seconded, so reliable Sanji. Zoro is handsome. Cut, I can easily handle it without salt. Everyone quickly took out the salt, and surrounded the city handsomely in the eyes of the bewildered zombies. Yoshi. Start cleaning up. Although the strength of the crowd doesn't care about these weak chicken zombies at all, but for the killing of corpses, let alone immoral issues, they just use one move, and the stumps are everywhere. Let's use salt. Chapter 9. Theory of Ghosts and Gods and the Three-Headed Dog. On the Tao of Dread, as a group of zombies who are not afraid of death, it means that they have never been treated like this before. A group of people, not even 10 guys, are chasing tens of thousands of zombies around. Who is the zombie? Hey, everyone, wait, don't run. Zombies. Ghosts don't run away, everyone. Here's a piece of delicious salt. Zombies. Ghosts will eat it. The atmosphere that was supposed to be eerie instantly changed. Very nice. You run after him. He can't fly. For a group of zombie minions, everyone handled it quickly. Of course not all of them are fixed, after all, there are too many zombies. Who knows how many corpses Gecko Moria has made in the past few decades. So everyone just drove the zombies out of sight, and finally stopped after seeing the running zombies. Usobu pinched his waist. What, that's it, the great Captain Usobu hasn't exerted his strength yet. Chopper seconded. That's it, I don't know that those two were scared and almost cried just now. Luffy shook his head amusedly. The so-called power of ghosts and gods is just people's fear of the unknown. When people find that ghosts and gods can also bleed, the so-called ghosts and gods are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. A trace of disdain appeared at the corner of Luffy's mouth. As long as there is blood, I'm sorry, I will kill the gods for you. Everyone agrees with Luffy's words. The so-called ghosts and gods are nothing but fear of the unknown. Just like Brook, a skeleton is standing in front of you alive, are you afraid? But when everyone knows that this is a devil fruit capable user, and he is also a lecherous skeleton. Chopper looked at Luffy adoringly. So handsome, Luffy. Advertisement rubbing his nose in embarrassment, he said to the surprised everyone, let's go. Let's talk about it after we get to the castle. Afterwards, everyone followed suit one by one, in the castle. Zombie soldier. Master Moria sent a message just now, let us go and arrest the Straw Hat pirates. Perona. Shut up, Kumasi, you are not allowed to speak. Kumasi. I didn't. Perona. Shut up, after shouting, Perona held up her small umbrella and muttered, what? Let the general and the soldiers go. Zombie soldier. This, because the reward order of the Straw Hat pirates is still quite high, Master Buria said that it would be safer to let you cooperate with Absalom. Perona. Got it, long-winded. Shut up, Kumasi. Tsunere and tempered little girl, Princess Mononoke Perona. After receiving the order, Perona had no choice but to let the spirit go outside the door, preparing to capture the Straw Hat crew. But at this time, the Straw Hat crew encountered a strange animal. Robin thought for a while, is it the three-headed hell dog? Sanji thought for a while, it's also stitched. Zoro. No, the point is, didn't you find out? Chopper. Huh? Yes, one of the heads is so weird. Usobu couldn't help complaining, it's a fox. Frankie, super is not rigorous. Nami was speechless. Can't you find the dog's head? As for Luffy, he looked at the stitch monster in front of him curiously, sizing up without saying a word. Finally got tired of watching it, and waved his hand. Come on, Usobe, train it. Usobu complained. Why don't you go? Hello. Luffy picked his nose. It's disgusting, don't go. Advertisement Nami complained. Why do you want to be tamed if you are disgusting? Luffy. This is to stay within the main line. Everyone didn't bother to pay attention to Luffy's weird thinking, and finally the three-headed dog was hacked by Zoro. Then everyone continued to move forward, and slowly came to the vicinity of the castle. The minions I met on the road were solved by Usobu's random 2 shots of Firebird Star. Luffy stopped and looked at the crowd and said slowly, next, let's act separately, according to the grouping just now, each is a companion, and you can act as you like when you're done. After finishing speaking, he walked to Robin on his own, imitating the appearance of a Western gentleman. can I invite you to accompany me, beautiful lady? Robin put his hand on the jade hand gently, and the soft and boneless touch came. Of course, dear captain, cluck cluck. After finishing speaking, he covered his mouth with the other hand and smiled. The two strolled in the courtyard, walking into the darkness like lovers, leaving behind a group of bewildered faces. Nami looked unhappy. Why is he so serious now? Sanji was furious. B******** D Luffy. How dare you be so romantic? I want to fight him one-on-one. Zoro pouted. Just you, Sanji. B******* D green algae head, what do you mean? Zoro. Huh? Don't you understand? You, curly eyebrows, colored kappa, unworthy? Boom. Boom. The familiar two hammer, under the panic of Usobu, Chopper and Brook, they were all set on the floor. Brook's eyes signaled. Well, so scary. Usobu rolled his eyes. You can just get used to it in the future. Chopper nodded quickly. That's right, Nami is the most powerful person on board. The inner drama of the three seemed to be discovered by Nami. Under the stare of death, the three of them also whistled, with an expression that I didn't say anything. Brook. Although I don't have lips that can whistle. Yo ho 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 ho, carrot oh carrot. Chapter 10. Test the waters of emotional drama, must read. This chapter and the following episodes are not disrespectful to Luffy, just because it involves the topic of women, so it may make fun of Luffy's character. After all, Luffy is so cute. At the gate of the castle, the 6 people were divided into groups of 3 and chose to deal with the remaining 2 of the 3 monsters. And Perona, under the command of Gecko Moria, came unsteadily to Luffy. 3 minutes ago. The breeze is coming, the moon is under the moon, the deep night is like a blooming black tulip, and the stars are twinkling. The light is like tears that have been frozen for thousands of years, shining with the luster of glass. Manzushawa is continuous with the night, reaching the sky. Of course, none of these. A gloomy castle, a lonely crow, hovering in the heart of the castle. The floor under your feet is covered with dust, and thorns and roses are everywhere outside the castle. A boy wearing a straw hat was holding a woman's hand, and the 2 who didn't fit the environment just walked quietly in the corridor. Behind him, the pirate captain on a picture frame said to the oil lamp zombie beside him, I think back then, I was like this too, holding the hand of the woman I love and walking in the gorgeous castle. The oil lamp zombie looked disgusted. We are zombies, we don't have feelings, and they are all gone. Not to mention these 2 things, the zombies along the way are also waiting for the 2 to walk inside, in case they escape. Luffy smiled, leaned into Robin's ear and asked, when do you think they will do it? The breath coming from his ear made Robin's voice numb a little. Maybe wait a while. Hiss. Yuli Yuki's voice directly made Luffy swallow her saliva, and couldn't help but sigh that Lu Bao was too powerful. Regardless of such a seductive woman, Isshin jumped on the seat of the pirate leader. Advertisement on weekdays, Luffy would lie on the bow and sleep when he had nothing to do, and then he was thinking about how to deal with this group of friends. In the original book, they are called partners, but they are also best friends. And in the past few days, Luffy has also discovered that he can't be as heartless as the original body. Facing Robin and Nami, I couldn't stop liking him, but thinking that I would suddenly become the Poseidon I hated the most in my previous life. A thought is a moment, a thought after it has passed, like now. The aura of Robin's sister directly took Luffy's heart away. Seeing Robin's touching tenderness, Luffy couldn't help restraining herself. No, take your time. In the original book, Robin's love for Luffy is nothing more than his younger brother's love. Although I am already so obvious, I still can't pierce the last layer of window paper. However, facing Robin's increasingly attractive appearance, Luffy couldn't help but move his face forward. Heh. I caught you. The intruding sound woke up Luffy completely, and made Luffy turn his face to the sudden appearance of Lori in embarrassment. Not to mention Robin's amused look and awkward Luffy. Perona looked at the dogman and woman in front of her and curled her lips, the sour smell of love. Then he said to the 2 of them, Hey, where are your companions? Why are there only 2 of you? Luffy looked displeased. Never mind your business. Also, why are you here? Hello. FK. The first kiss attempt of being single for so many years was broken like this. I don't know whether it's shame or restraint. With a slight blush on his face, he turned his head away from Luffy and asked, Who is this? Especially Robin's magnetic voice could not be heard a trace of shyness. But Luffy said in his heart after Perona's lesson. Advertisement. Princess Mononoke, one of the 3 monsters under Gecko Moria, ate Paramecia ghost fruit. Arrogant and tempered shall buy. Princess Mononoke Perona. What is it called? Hello. Perona's clip sound was about to break, and he felt uncomfortable when he heard Luffy's address. Scary zombies. Give it to me. Drink with Perona. All the zombies showed their figures and came towards the 2 of them. Facing the actions of the zombies, Luffy stomped on the ground. Release all Conqueror's Haki all over the body. With a plop like a signal, all the scary zombies fell to the ground, and their shadows left their bodies. Even Perona's spiritual body trembled. Stare. Looking at Perona indifferently, Perona, who was frightened by conquerors, had tears and snot running down her nose. Lord Moria. Help. As a spirit body, Perona drilled directly into the wall and disappeared with a scream. Twitching the corners of his mouth, Luffy took Haki back, and couldn't help muttering softly. It's a good thing to disturb labor and management, why didn't you scare you to death? Robin smiled slightly. What a good thing, Luffy. Ahem, Luffy coughed in embarrassment, and walked forward. No, you heard it wrong. Robin was amused by the young man fleeing in embarrassment, and he followed up with a pair of eyes that lightly landed on Luffy. Gentle as water, there seems to be a trace of unstoppable affection. Bye. Love Robin. Like I love my readers. Chapter 11, Liberty and Redemption. On the other side of the castle, Firestar, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bullets with flaming tails exploded in the crowd of zombies. In the small room, several flaming zombies scurry around to expand the flames. Brook slashed out with a sword, and after passing by, he watched Yusobu's attack and praised, Yo-ho-ho-ho, Yusobu-san is so handsome. Zoro slashed casually with a knife, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You have become reliable, Yusobu. So strength is the lower limit of all skills. With the blessing of Yusobu's 2-color Haki, his strength is not weak at all, even the special slingshot in his hand is strengthened. The Firestar mixed with Haki can be said to be extremely powerful. Yusobu rubbed his nose. Hey, I won't delay the question now. After finishing speaking, he took the slingshot and smashed a zombie that rushed over. Good guy, a dual-purpose thing. Zoro asked Brook beside him. Where's your shadow? Let's go and get it for you first. Resisting the attack of zombies casually, Brook said, You just follow me, Zoro-san. After finishing speaking, one person and one sword moved towards the distance, and Yusobu and Zoro quickly followed behind them. The 3 of them are very strong. Even if Brook didn't take the potion, their strength is not something that these ordinary zombies can resist. Soon, the 3 of them lined up side by side. While running, Brook also began to explain to everyone. My shadow was placed on the body of a strong swordsman, a legendary, Dragon Slayer swordsman. Zoro became interested. Oh, dragon slaying. I don't know how strong it will be. Usobe. Didn't Luffy say on the Minimary that the strength of these zombies is non-existent? I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Zoro smiled. No, the duel of swordsmen is not a duel of physical strength, but a duel of swordsmanship. It is the heart that is strong, not the body. Advertisement. Under Zoro's expectant gaze, everyone started to move away into the distance. Go face to face with the majesty of the dragon-slaying swordsman. On the side of Sanji who works here, strengthening the wrist. Boom. Antler strengthening. Boom. Muscle strengthening. Boom. Blessed by Rambo Ball and Haki, Chopper rampages through the zombie crowd like a wolf into a pack of tigers. Frankie couldn't help but glanced at Sanji and asked, Is it alright? What's wrong with Chopper? Sanji kicked the attacking zombie away with a random kick. Let him vent, we will go to that doctor after he has vented. Nami couldn't help looking at Chopper worriedly. Is it really alright, Chopper? The 3 also knew that when Luffy told Chopper that the genius Dr. Hobu Barker was a bad doctor, Chopper felt very uncomfortable. I knew that for Chopper, medical skills are used to save lives, just like Chopper's dream. Chopper, who developed the panacea, regards all the great doctors who save lives as idols. When Hobu Barker, a genius doctor, was just learning art in Chopper, the ones published in the newspapers made Chopper admire him. The idol collapsed. Chopper vents his heart that has nowhere to rest. Every punch, every kick is reshaping the heart, more determined the dream of panacea. When we meet, Dr. Hobuk, advertisement the doctor I admired while you were gone. Nami, woo woo woo. The zombies under his feet couldn't get up again. Chopper returned to his small appearance, threw himself into Nami's arms, and cried. Nami couldn't help but patted Chopper's head. It's okay, Chopper, maybe Luffy is wrong. Chopper choked up and said, No, now Luffy hasn't missed it, and these zombies are the best evidence, ooh. Sanji couldn't help puffing out a puff of smoke. Chopper, a man must face the cruelty of reality so that he can grow. Frankie is also not at this time pervert. That's right, a man's life is always going to deal with a lot of setbacks. Nami couldn't help but look unhappy. Luffy, you go to accompany Robin by yourself, and let little Chopper be sad here. Sanji returns to nature. Nami-chan, here is your knight. Between the words, the tired Frankie couldn't help but want to punch someone. Yes, Nami responded speechlessly, then patted Chopper in his arms. Is it better, Chopper? Yeah. He raised his head, wiped away his tears, and jumped off Nami with a determined look. Let's go find Hobu Barker. This moment, the word doctor never appeared again. The 2 groups headed in the direction of the 2 weirdos, slowly approaching. One for the shadow. As a big pirate, how could he hold his freedom in the hands of others like this? Nasal Song Brook put his life on the line. One for redemption. Childhood dreams are gone. How can a poor doctor continue to make fun of corpses? Tony Chopper blocked the dream come true. Chapter 12. Clanking is called love. Dread Dows. For freedom on the one hand, and redemption on the other, the progress of the 2 groups is going smoothly. As for the special group, Luffy and Robin, it's not too embarrassing to talk to each other. Luffy walked awkwardly ahead, not daring to look back at Robin. Robin looked at Luffy amusedly from behind, and seemed to think that Luffy was very funny. Lightly quickened his pace, walked over to hold Luffy's arm. What's wrong, Luffy? Luffy's whole body froze instantly. No, it's nothing. Damn, if it weren't for Perona's crazy girl, I wouldn't be so embarrassed now. Robin smiled. You asked me to follow you, saying that there is something important. You don't want to miss your relatives, do you? My current face must look like it is in second gear, hey. Luffy was a little embarrassed. No, it's about something to tell you. Cluck cluck cluck. Robin looked at Luffy's expression like a monkey's butt, and couldn't help laughing. What's the matter? Could it be a confession? As a 28-year-old woman, it can be said that she has never eaten pork and seen pigs running. Robin is a very smart woman. If it was Lu Fei's character, she would treat her like a younger brother. Just like in the original book, Luffy saved Robin like desperately. After that, Robin can be said to care for Lu Bao like his own brother. And now, although Robin has not experienced the so-called desperate struggle of Luffy, Luffy's action against Buster Call still touched the woman's heart. Facing a Luffy who admired him, Robin just thought, why not? Luffy shook his head quickly. No, it's a serious matter. Advertisement. Robin sighed, with a regretful expression, isn't it? Really, even if you confess, I won't refuse. Luffy didn't know at all that if he just said a word, today's Luffy would at least get a sweet kiss. Robin is no longer a girl, and Robin is too lazy to take a man who likes him in his mouth and prevent him from getting it so easily. They are both 28, 11 years older than Luffy, facing Luffy's confession. As long as Robin is interested, he will definitely agree. Luffy trembled all over, swallowed his saliva and said with a dry smile, it's like this. The only voice left in the empty corridor was Luffy's voice, and it didn't take long before Luffy finished speaking and looked at Robin. Robin stopped in surprise, looked at Luffy with an unbelievable look. You said, really? Luffy nodded with a wry smile. I also hope this is fake. You understand this too. His weight and some responsibilities, I think, whether it's fate or coincidence. Looking at Robin seriously. I want to try it, no matter what the result is. The position of One Piece is very important to me, so, Robin, please. Okay, Robin agreed, then looked into Luffy's eyes, just like that. Luffy was a little embarrassed to be looked at, and asked, how? Swish. When Yu was in his arms, and the touch from the corner of his mouth made Luffy freeze in place. As if just scratching the surface of the water, Robin said in Luffy's ear easily, when I have time later, I will slowly tell you about the history of 800 years ago. After speaking, I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, the fragrance rushed into Luffy's ears with the breath. Hiss. Robin did all this boldly, stood up straight and moved on. Leaving Luffy licking his lips with a smirk, she teased Luffy a bit like a slapstick. Advertisement. He froze in place like a fool, and laughed. She is making trouble, he is laughing. To make a fuss is to be serious, to laugh is to be silly. Robin turned to look at Luffy. Luffy smirked and followed. Holding hands, no more tension and jerky before. The teammates over there are in a hard struggle for the target character. Here two people fall in love for each other. Readers just want to ask, are you two here to fight? After the love episode, Luffy and Robin also held hands and came to Gecko Moria's door. Moria inside the house is fast asleep. Luffy outside shakes his neck. Boom. The huge door was like a cannonball, and it hit Moria on the bed in an instant. Gecko Moria. Come out and get beat up. Chapter 13, Brook's Battle. Team Zoro. The three of them stopped in a stone-built room and couldn't help but stop. Usobu. What's wrong? Who is this? Zoro's eyes lit up. Swordsman. Brook slowly stared at the other party. This is the current host of my shadow, Dragon Slayer, Ryoma. Under the gloomy scene, a swordsman stands there like a sharp sword. As if sensing someone coming, the swordsman slowly turned his head to look this way. Yo ho 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 ho. How are you, guests from afar? The sense of mystery was instantly shattered, and under Brook's signature laughter, the three of them were speechless. No, Brook seemed to be used to it. Facing a corpse that merged with his own shadow, this kind of laughter had stopped many times. I'm here to take back my shadow. Taking a step forward, pointing the sword at the opponent, Brook said seriously. But Dragon Horse didn't care. Yo ho 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 ho, it's you again. For the predecessor of this shadow, Ryoma, still has a little impression. A skeleton that has failed many times. Brook looked at Ryoma. This time, I will get my shadow back. How many failures? How many times have you fled in embarrassment? For freedom, this time must succeed. As the Dragon Horse, who integrated Brook's shadow, it can be said that he directly pierced Brook's heart and said, Yo ho 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 ho. Stop joking, a swordsman who can only run away. What big talk about taking back the shadow? Brook looked at Ryoma absently, and said under the surprised eyes of Zoro and Usobu. As my shadow, you know it too. I can't die. I can't fall here. Don't forget that we and Usobu everyone's promise, shadow. I am the only one alive on board, for Laboon, for everyone's promise. Whoosh. We still have oaths and promises, this is promised to everyone. Advertisement. Brook galloped towards the Dragon Horse, and the blade in his hand followed the serious words, slashing towards the other party. Ding. 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 Brook is a light swordsman, and the Dragon Horse that merges with the shadow is also affected. The blades of the two turned into afterimages, and they attacked each other with one sword after another. Ding. 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 You come and go, it seems that no one can do anything about it, and the blades keep colliding. Prelude breaking bing. Prelude breaking bing. The voice sounded at the same time, and in a flash of lightning, the two passed by. Jingle. Zoro and Usopp. Brook could no longer hold the sword in his hand, and fell to his knees. Slowly put away the posture. Ryoma turned around and looked at Brook. Yo ho 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 ho, you failed again. Zoro. What's wrong? Do you need to change me? Usopp looked at Brook, who was trembling slightly about to stand up, and said, Hey, Brook, don't be brave, just leave it to Zoro. First. Don't use it first. Picking up his weapon, Brook stood up slowly and quickly. Kaido. One person, one sword. Standing up, Brook turned to face Ryoma again. After speaking, he drew back and moved forward, waving the blade in his hand again, accompanied by promise. Yo ho 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 ho, you really are brave, just keep running like last time. The voice fell, and Brook's attack was met again. This time, the gap had already appeared, and Brook slowly became parrying. Usopp worriedly asked Zoro beside him, What should I do? Can Brook win? Watching the battle between the two, Zoro suppressed his desire to try. No, that swordsman's slashing and sword skills are not comparable to Brook's. If I were before, it would be very difficult for me to win, and there is even a possibility of losing. So the outsiders watch the excitement, and the insiders watch the doorway. Advertisement. Usopp just thinks that the swordsmanship of the two is very good, unlike his own, even if he is wearing Haki. In addition to being very talented in sniping, there may only be some skills left by a three-legged cat. But Zoro is different, just like Brook in the original book. Watching the battle between the two, Zoro's strength can definitely tell who wins and who loses. Once again, let's decide the winner with one move, Shadow. Brook let out a roar, and the blade in his hand was like lightning, slashing towards the dragon horse. Revolutionary dance. Piercing the heart. Revolutionary dance. Piercing the heart. The two who passed by stood in place, and the sound sounded at the same time was like a signal. Thump. This time, Brook fell, weapon in hand. Why didn't I escape this time? It's because of friends. Laboon. Everyone. For our promise. Brook. Usopp looked at Brook, who fell to the ground in surprise, and hurried over to help him up. Are you okay? With your skeleton body, I can't see the scars. Hey, don't worry, Brook smiled. I just failed, this time I will trouble you. Zoro slowly put on his turban and walked over. This time, let me experience your sword skills. Dragon Slayer swordsman. Yo ho 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 ho, another swordsman. I'm really looking forward to it. The battle between the two, when Usopp moved Brook aside, announced the beginning. 2L Chapter 14. The inescapable fate of the Tsunere Lolita. Sanji team. Everyone walked through the long link corridor and came to a strange courtyard. Nami looked at the courtyard in surprise. What is this? It's completely different from the outside. Surrounded by lush greenery, and there is a lawn at your feet. Russell. At this time, two cute animals sprang out from the grass. Frankie said in surprise. Whoa, what a super kawaii animal. Twist. As Frankie's voice fell, the three animals turned their heads. 4 people. I saw that the front of the two small things was covered with sutures, just like the three-headed dog, the suture monster. What a cute ghost. Hello, we are the penguin corpse. And behind you are other animal corpses. When the 4 of them heard the words, they immediately turned around and looked behind them. Nami, Chopper. Oh, what the hell is this? Welcome to. All the animals said in unison. Master Perona's wonderful manner. Nami looked surprised. What is this? Sanji frowned. These are also monsters stitched by the so-called doctor. The animals that come into view are messy. It's not just that it looks messy because of the stitching. There are also a lot of messy animal species. Advertisement. What hippos, elephants, Madara horses, foxes, squirrels and more. There are also pandas riding horses. Chopper's atmosphere was endless. It's too much, how can you make an animal's corpse like this? Look at the messy bodies of the animals in front of you. Chopper now just wants to beat that guy named Hogu Barker to death. Frankie quickly said. They said this is Perona's mysterious garden, doesn't that mean we went wrong? Sanji stepped on tiptoe. Since you're here, let's get these things done. Chopper looked unhappy. I will also help, so that these corpses will not be tortured. Nami directly showed his weapon to express his attitude. 4 people vs a group of messy animals. The so-called food abuse is the process of this battle. In the original book, the animals that chased Usopp, Nami, and Chopper to run wild, can't last long in the hands of the 4 at the moment, and they are dealt with. Press and beat. Then sprinkle salt into the animal's mouth when screaming. Frankie poos. Wow, super is easy. Nami. Let's go quickly. The owner of the courtyard hasn't come out, presumably he's not here. Sanji seconded. Nami's right, we're going to help Chopper find the guy named Hogu Buck. Chopper. Yoshi. Let's go. Chopper, who was eager to see Hogu Barker and ask for clarification, went out first. The 3 of them followed quickly. As for why Perona didn't come out, that's another story. A few minutes ago. Woo, it's scary, Lord Moria. The spirit body transformed into Perona shuttles through the castle at high speed, and the makeup on Iwa's rainy face is all over. Advertisement. Not long after, Perona, who cried all the way, returned to her body. The spirit body returned to its place, and Perona stood up tremblingly. I'm going to find Lord Buria right now, that man is too scary. After finishing speaking, he opened the door and went out to find Burya. Do you like traveling? Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Perona who had just left the house and asked softly, Travel? Where do you want to go? Who? Perona turned her head to look in horror, and after seeing the figure of the other party clearly, Tyrant. Tyrant, Big Bear. You. Why are you here? Big Bear didn't answer, and continued to repeat, If you travel, where do you want to go? When Perona heard about traveling, she seemed to have a convulsion in her brain, and said shyly, If it's a vacation. I still like to go on vacation in a gloomy, damp and resentful castle, singing songs that curse the world. After finishing speaking, he immediately became alert. You be asterisk 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 D. How dare you change the subject? Big Bear murmured. It's a spooky castle. Perona. Hurry up. What are you doing at Lord Moria's place? Big Bear murmured. It seems to be okay there. A hole. Look at my negative specter, oversized ghost bomb. Seeing that the other party didn't respond, Perona immediately started to fight. With a wave of both hands, several strange ghosts went towards the Big Bear. Boom. Facing the ghosts in front of him, Big Bear just calmly took off his gloves and with a soft sound. The ghost and Perona herself disappear in place. Tsunere and Petite, Princess Mononoke Perona has never escaped to match the fate of the Uncle Hawkeye. And Eagle Eye, who was far away in the sky, did not expect that a Tsunere little loli was on the way. Author's nonsense. Big Bear is very good to Hawkeye. Cough cough, it's the kind that everyone knows is very good. At last. Begging for evaluation votes and flowers, thanks. Chapter 15. Moria. Dread Dows. Magnificence is not optional, but only because Gecko Moria is an eerie character. Anyway, a Shichibukai, and fought the 4 emperors, but messed up a good castle. When Moria learned that the Straw Hat pirates had come to her chassis, the ambitious Moria announced the order and was ready to catch up on sleep. As a Shichibukai, it is reasonable to think that the Straw Hat pirates don't take it seriously. As a result, as soon as he lay on the bed, he was photographed on the bed by the door of his bedroom. An angry Moria waved her hand directly, knocking off the door on her body. Who is it? As a result, as soon as he stood up, he saw Luffy and Robin standing at the door. Hey, Straw Hat Kid? You are so brave. Looking at the shadow of Luffy, with bright eyes. And after Luffy kicked open the door, he didn't go in. It's just a big man's bedroom, not a girl's boudoir. Twisting his neck, he noticed the way Moria looked at his shadow, with a displeased expression on his face. Look at your sister? Like a bus idiot. Gecko Moria didn't care about Luffy's words at all, and just put his eyeballs on Luffy's shadow and said, Little devil. Hand over the shadow obediently, he chi 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 chi. Robin looked at Gecko Moria who didn't care about the two of them and asked, This? Shichibukai are so defiant. Luffy smiled, ignored Moria, and patiently explained to Robin. This guy is still living in the glory of the past, and after being defeated by Kaido, he can only play wild in the first half. Oh, you have the guts to say it again, Straw Hat Kid? Moria glared at Luffy as if her heart had been pierced. That kind of pain was something that Moria was unwilling to mention all her life, but Luffy said it casually. Scatter the bats. An angry Moria waved her hand, and the shadows under her feet spread out, turning into dense bats biting at Luffy. Whoosh whoosh. Facing Moria's temptation, Luffy didn't even bother to open the second gear, and just waved his hands forward. Advertisement. The continuous shadow of the fist sweeps down all the shadow bats like a machine gun. Hey, the guy who was defeated by Kaido, the guy who didn't even dare to go to the New World. When the first attack of the two stopped, Luffy tilted his head and said with disdain. I said again, what can you do to me, Shadowbox? With a big wave of Moria's hand, the veins on his forehead exploded, and all the shadow fragments shot down flowed towards Luffy, covering Luffy inside like a box. After wrapping Luffy, Moria clenched her big hand into a fist. Shadow Strangle. Creak. The black box twisted 360 degrees like a twist, crushing the people in the box like a twist. Oh, it's amazing, Moria. You can play this way in the shadow box, it's amazing. Suddenly, Luffy appeared beside Moria, and endless praises rang in Moria's ears. Moria gritted her teeth and looked at Luffy, little brat. The brat? When? Luffy's expression remained the same. Look, you old guys are always like this, you brats are too self-righteous. Mom, this stuff is really high, second gear. After finishing speaking, when he raised his head and looked at Moria, wisps of steam rose from his body. Boom. The eyeballs popped out, and the severe pain in the abdomen caused Moria to open her mouth directly, and the sour water flew out backwards. Jet. Fire fist gun. Boom. The body of more than 6 meters and the huge belly were smashed heavily on the wall of the castle by punching the deformed body. Advertisement. Look, Luffy patted his hat, and asked with a signature smile. You are still living in the honor of competing with Kaido, although I am sorry that all your partners are dead. But that's not the reason for you to be bald. You ignore such a powerful ability of yinging fruit and don't develop it. Instead, you go to make some garbage zombie soldiers. Crash. While Luffy was talking happily, Moria spitting sour water and yelling through gritted teeth. What do you know? A real partner is only when the partners don't die. How can a playboy like you understand that? You'll understand when your buddies fall in front of you one by one. Chi 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 chi. As she said that, Moria turned her eyes to Robin who was watching the show. Shadow Horn Gun. Under Luffy's frowning expression, Moria's shadow turned into a spear and headed towards Robin. Look, Straw Hat Kid, you can only lose if you live. Feel the pain of your companion dying in front of you. How many floors can a bag of rice resist? Cough cough. People's pain is not connected. The words of Brother Kangmi are very true. Like Moria's pain of losing a partner is beyond Luffy's comprehension. Boom. Fifth gear. Lion rolled away. With a clap of his hands, his body transformed into Nika's form, and there was a wave of waves on the ground, and the ground in front of Robin was rolled up like rubber. The huge shadow horn slams into the suddenly rising rubber covering Haki, saving Robin from being attacked. Let's go. Luffy waved his hand, and the ground was like the sea, and the ground like waves slapped towards Moria. Chapter 16, The Little Expert. New World. Somewhere on the endless sea, 4 pillar-like limbs are moving slowly. Going up, the pillar that goes straight into the sky has 4 legs. An outrageously huge elephant, Zo. It is the name of the elephant and the name of the island on the elephant's back. Sudden. The elephant's body seemed to be stunned for a moment, and the movements of its feet also stopped slowly. The elephant's head seemed to glance in a certain direction, and the doubts in his heart made Zoe a little confused about the situation. Open hollow lens bracket disappeared again. Joey boy. Close hollow lens bracket following Zoe's gaze, the scenery changed, and we returned to the first half. The first half of the Grand Line. Dread Dow's Awakening? Moria looked at the rushing ground in surprise, and quickly drew back the shadow horn gun. I really underestimated you, Straw Hat Brat. The retracted shadow turned into a sphere, and Moria hidden inside was brought into the air by the rushing ground. Luffy withdrew from the awakened state, and then smiled. You underestimate a lot. In the second gear, the body appeared directly beside Moria, and the right hand clenched into a fist followed and punched Moria. Shadow Warrior. Moria seemed to have no time to dodge, so the shadow under her feet twisted and turned into a huge black Moria in front of her. It's useless. Moria. Advertisement. The fist landed on the black Moria, and was blown away by the punch, smashing to the ground faster than Moria herself. Wrapping Haki's fist, the invincible Shadow Warrior in the original book was dealt with one punch. Shadow Horn Gun. Seeing Luffy, who had just closed his fist in the sky, unable to borrow any strength, Moria screamed. The shadow that fell on the ground directly turned into a huge spear and stabbed at Luffy. It's useless, it's useless. Luffy smiled, his body disappeared in place, and the shadow horn spear hit the air again. Luffy, whose body can be extended at will, can now grab a nearby building and fly away in an instant. After landing next to Robin, under the expression of Moria gnashing her teeth, she joked, it has been abandoned for so many years. How much of your current strength can you still use? Moria looked at Luffy angrily. It's enough to clean you up, brat. Who do you think I am? I can be Shichibukai. Trembling all over, Moria, who was molested by Luffy a few times, soared in anger. With a gloomy face, he wanted to eat Luffy. Robin. Help, Luffy. Luffy shook his head. No, just a Shichibukai living in the past. Moria laughed angrily. Hey chirp 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 chirp. Who do you think you are? Lousy is a big pirate recruited by the world government. I miss you. A self-righteous brat. I don't know how many laborers have killed. It's just an awakened rubber fruit. Stop looking down on people. That's right, in Moria's eyes, Luffy is just a stunned young man awakened by the fruit. However, when it comes to verbal sparring, Luffy said I have something to say. Luffy clutched his stomach and supported Robin beside him. Ha 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 ha. It seemed as if he had heard something ridiculous, under Robin's doubts and Moria's increasingly angry eyes. Moria. What are you laughing at? Advertisement. Luffy laughed so hard that he lay on top of Robin, and when Moria wanted to make a move, he quickly waved. I think you don't understand one thing at all. Shichibukai. How did you get that title? Is it your current strength? No, you lost to Kaido in exchange for your previous prestige. There are too many great pirates in New World who can hold your position, already. Do you know why the world government has seen you for so many years and didn't replace it? Because of Kaido. The world government wants you to defeat Kaido. But what are you doing? Studying the so-called immortality every day. The strength has been regressing all the time. The world government is tired now. As long as there is a chance, you will be cleaned up. After finishing speaking, Luffy looked at the angry look, and added, all your glory was given to you by your old enemy Kaido. How ridiculous. The great Shichibukai-sama. Who knows if it's true or not? From God's perspective, Luffy can use different directions to guess the intention of the world government. For the world government, if you are useful, others will need it. You are useless. It's useless. An old admiral, how majestic he is in marine, no one cares. I'm afraid that when his father's strength declines, the world government will also do something disgusting. Nonsense, brat. Moria's belly seemed to be getting bigger, and hatred erupted all over her body, and ugliness with the scars uncovered. I want you all, yes, people, all, want, die? He cursed the two people in front of him word by word, followed by Moria's words. The shadows on the dread Dao seemed to be summoned. Endless shadows are coming from all directions. The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched, and Moria's body kept getting bigger. It seems too much to say. Chapter 17. Dragon Slaying Sword Technique, Kneeling for Evaluation Votes and Flowers. Dread Daos. Another defeat by Brook marks the beginning of Zoro's battle. Dragon Horse, yo ho 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 ho, you are really a fierce junior. Looking at the man in front of him, Ryoma has already seen the aura of Zoro through years of experience in swordsmanship. Squeezing the hilt of the sword in his hand, even the breath was mobilized again. My blood is boiling. Zoro could tell from Brook's battle that the swordsmanship experience of the man in front of him is definitely worth learning. Slowly tighten the turban, and put the 3 swords in place. Come on, let me see your strength. Whoosh! After the voice fell, the body disappeared in place, and the aura of the 3 blades turned into a fierce ghost, heading towards the dragon horse. Ding! Yo ho 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 ho, it's really dangerous. Blocking Zoro's attack with one hand, Ryoma smiled and looked into Zoro's eyes. You have to get ready, terrible junior. Whoosh whoosh. After blocking Zoro's attack, while turning his wrist, Ryoma's attacks have already attacked Zoro in succession. Swift slashes follow the blade to Zoro, ding, ding, ding. Zoro didn't use Haki either, so he fought the opponent directly with pure swordsmanship. Hidao between the teeth blocked the attack with a word, and Yukizu and Onitsu slashed from bottom to top. Oh yo ho 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 ho, it's a very powerful attack. The dragon horse, who jumped away, had to marvel at Zoro's strength, and his mummy-like body was still a bit powerless. Revolutionary dance. Rush. Unable to strike hard, the dragon horse drew his sword and stabbed, like a swimming dragon, heading towards Zoro. Advertisement ding. Turn energy into dots. Zoro crossed his 3 swords and resisted the attack of Ryoma. He couldn't help but smiled and said, Prelude sword attack. Kiyoshui stabbed continuously in the hands of dragon horse, and then attacked all Zoro's gaps. Ding. 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 Relying on his knowledge and perception, Zoro nimbly blocked all the thrusts, and couldn't help smiling. It's me who attacks. 3 sword style, beautiful demon, sleepless night, ghost slash. Revolutionary dance, Alba, straight thrust. The secret of a swordsman has always been to pass by, to see who wins and who misses. The 2 of them stood in place, with their backs to each other, just like a freeze frame picture. It's really dangerous. If I wasn't a mummy, I might be gone right now. After Longma finished speaking, his body staggered, and he knelt down on the ground. He couldn't help standing up slowly while leaning on the autumn water, and at the same time he didn't forget to make a joke. Ah, because I am a mummy, there's no scene of blood splashing. Yo ho 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 ho. Puff, a scar appeared on Zoro's shoulder, although it was not deep, it still exploded instantly. Feeling the pain in his shoulder, Zoro frowned, weird sword energy. Feeling the breath on his shoulders, Zoro couldn't help turning around and looking at Ryoma. You are a very strong swordsman. It's an honor to experience your strength, but... With shoulders wide open, the 2 swords were placed in a figure-8 shape, and he said solemnly, For the sake of my new partner, I have to beat you quickly. 3 swords technique, 1 chi, dachin. The arms that are wide open are closed in front of you. The 2 knives spun like a windmill. Feeling the breath of Zoro, Dragon Horse couldn't help being surprised. The broths are so powerful now. Afterwards, there seemed to be a gleam of light in the dead eyes. Little devil, I want to know the dragon-slaying sword technique. Although I am not good enough to display his power, it is also an honor to be able to fight against such a strong sword technique as you. 3000 world. Advertisement as if the crescent moon turned into splitting the world. The slash that came in front of him in an instant made Ryoma smile, looking determined. Flipping his wrist, Kiyoshui slashed at the rushing Zoro like a streamer. The 3000 worlds in the shape of a crescent moon turned into darkness that covered the sky and the sun. A streamer-like slash pierces the darkness, but the darkness is eternal. Streamer is just a flash in the pan. Just like a dragon horse, people who have died can only use the shadows of others to live. The short-lived dragon-slaying sword energy completely drew the end of this battle. Zoro put away his weapon and looked at the Ryoma, who had completely lost his breath because of the shadow leaving his body. It's really an honor to be able to fight with you. If I can fight against you in your era, it will really make people laugh. Don't regret it for the rest of your life. Following Zoro's voice, the mummy's body slowly disappeared like a fluorescent light. It's just a corpse that has been dead for so many years. The attack of dragon-slaying sword technique can't even withstand this round of body. And the 2 people who were visiting were stunned. Brook was amazed that this battle was simply the best battle he had ever seen among sword masters. Yusobu was surprised that he could not understand this battle at all. Zoro picked up Kiyoshui curiously, and couldn't help his eyes shining. Good sword. It's a pity that 3 knives are enough for me, but they can be used as a spare weapon. And Ryoma didn't even leave his last words because of the dragon-slaying sword technique this time. Rumble. Sudden. The ground shook for a while, and the 3 of them staggered in shock. Zoro. What's going on? Usobe, who was on the side, helped Brook and walked over. Let's go out first. It feels like the castle is going to collapse. Heard. The 3 of them slowly fled towards the outside as Zoro opened the way. Chapter 18. Enemies are no longer enough. Sanji team. After everyone passed Perona's wonderful manor, they also moved forward with great momentum along the way. After learning the location of Hogu Barker from the mouths of zombies on the road, everyone rushed to another magnificent castle without stopping. Sanji took a puff of smoke. Finally found it. Frankie. Super is messy. It's like a maze. Nami couldn't help sighing. Really, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come. Chopper looked at the door and didn't know what he was thinking, but didn't say a word. Who are you? At this time, a female voice suddenly sounded, and everyone quickly turned their heads to look vigilantly. Sanji twisted her waist. What a beautiful big sister. Frankie was speechless. Didn't you see the sutures on his face? This is a zombie, hello. Sanji retorted. So what? Such a beautiful big sister, what about zombies? The person who came was the female star that Hogu Barker admired, Victoria Shindori. Looking at the clown like Sanji in front of her, Shing Dali said calmly, I'm asking you, curly-browed wretched man, you invaders. Sanji instantly petrified, curly eyebrow, wretched, man. Frankie happily patted Sanji who turned into a stone statue. Ha 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 ha, wretched man. Shing Dali. What are you laughing at, pervert? Frankie was surprised, and then said embarrassingly, change. Pervert? Ah, this beauty is so accurate. Nami has sharp teeth and sharp mouth. I'm not praising you, hey. Shing dually. That's right, this old ant is right, I'm not praising you. Advertisement. The air was exceptionally quiet, as if the pause button had been pressed. Don't pull me, Chopper, I'm going to kill her. Being pulled by Chopper into human form, Nami barked his teeth and roared. The three brats who called themselves old aunts were all beaten up last time, and you are still a zombie. Chopper said helplessly. Nami, let's go find Hogu Barker first. Shing Dali. You, are you looking for Mr. Hogu Barker? He's inside? Nami. Why did you tell us? Hey, Shing Dali. I'm about to deliver food to Lord Hogu Barker. After speaking, he picked up the food in his hand. Sanji looked at the bag in Shingdori's hand in surprise. Is it in a bag? Why? That is because, suddenly, Shing Dali's calm face was gloomy like an abyss. Plates or something, it would be best to disappear from this world. Frankie scratched his head. What kind of resentment is there? The others were also stunned, and felt that this sentence seemed a bit resentful. Boom. Shin Dori, you want to starve me to death? Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and a roar came. After Hogu Barker shouted angrily, he saw several strangers standing at the door. Shing Dali said calmly while several people were in a daze. It's a good choice for you to starve to death, Lord Hogu Barker. The poisonous tongue master once again made great efforts, and the four of Nami couldn't help being amazed. Chopper shook his head hastily, and looked at the strange-looking man in front of him after recovering and asked, You are Hogu Buck? Hearing the movement, Hogu Barker introduced himself confidently. That's right, I am the genius Dr. Hogu Barker. Who are you? Advertisement. Chopper asked seriously. I ask you, are you doing research on taboo? What do you take medical skills for? Hogu Barker looked displeased. What taboo? It's just a study of resurrected people. This is a great invention. Sanji frowned. Like those zombies? There are dense zombies on the road, and all kinds of sutures are simply outrageous. Hogu Barker. Ha ha ha. Are you invaders? You are full of benevolence and morality? Chopper asked in surprise. But you saved a lot of people before, didn't you? Hogu Barker. It's just a bunch of messy corpses. The only thing this world lacks is those fools crying and begging me to save their children, their parents, their wives. A group of disgusting guys. They don't even have money and want me to save their lives? It's ridiculous. At this moment Chopper understands. All illusions are completely shattered. Chopper said seriously. You are no longer worthy to be called a doctor. You are so bad. Hogu Barker's self-explosion also became his last words at the end of his life. Chopper, who couldn't stand it anymore, gave the opponent a punch under the surprised eyes of everyone. And Chopper, who underestimated his own punch, was surprised to find that Hogu Barker was killed by one punch. Fortunately, Duo Lee was fed salt by everyone, the shadow flew away, and her body fell to the ground. So far, everyone's task has been completed. For the current Straw Hat pirates, it can be said that they must go to New World. The other enemies are really not enough anymore. Chapter 19, Mad Moria. Boom, crash, a huge sound of collapse resounded on the terrifying dhow, and the castles fell one by one. Not long after the four of Nami were walking back, a sudden change made them run outside. Nami. What's going on? Frankie, it can't be that Luffy has started to sink. At this moment, Sanji suddenly saw a flash of green light in the same place. Isn't that Usobu and the others? The so-called judging people by their appearance. After Sanji left Zoro, he quickly reminded the three people around him. Chopper shouted in surprise. Zoro, Usopp, Brook. Zoro and the others on the other side also heard Chopper's shout when they escaped. Usobu said in surprise. It's Chopper. Brook also quickly gestured. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Nami-san, Chopper-san, Sanji-san, Frankie-san. Zoro couldn't help complaining. Aren't you seriously injured? Why did you suddenly recover, hey? When all the castles were slowly collapsing into ruins, the few of them came together in a fight. Huh? Where's Luffy? And Robin too? Damn Luffy, if I hurt Robin-chan, I won't let him go. After everyone gathered, they found that Luffy was not found, so they couldn't help asking curiously. Chick. Sudden. A burst of terrifying laughter resounded, and at the same time, it was sharp and resounded through the sky. Straw Hat brat. You will pay for your lies. Under the bewildered expressions of everyone, a huge body stood up from the ruins. Raise your huge fist and hit the ground, boom. Advertisement. There was a movement as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking, as if the huge terrifying Dao trembled. Nami looked surprised. Did he mean Luffy? Zoro nodded helplessly. Who else but him? Sanji couldn't help looking at the huge Moria in surprise. What did this guy do to make people so angry? Chopper looked around and found that none of the crowd was worried, and shouted, Lu, isn't Luffy in danger? Yusobu patted Chopper's head amusedly. Don't worry, the other party has just grown bigger. If you feel it carefully, you will find that these powers are all imaginary. As the most knowledgeable Yusobu except Luffy. After being surprised, you can feel that the giant in front of you is like a stitched body. Frankie also couldn't help but agree. It's like socks worn by 100 people. They are extremely ugly but have different tastes. Brooke laughed madly. Yo ho 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 ho, what a weird metaphor. Whoosh. While everyone was watching the play, a figure suddenly jumped out of the ruins. Luffy. Wait. Luffy's arms. B******** D Luffy? Under Sanji's fire-breathing gaze, Princess Luffy jumped down with Robin in her arms. Yo. Sanji was the first to attack. Hey, you ghost? Put down Robin-chan for me. Oh, Luffy put Robin down calmly, and then naturally held Robin's waist. Nami, Sanji. The eyes of the two were murderous, as if they were about to make a move. Sanji, a naughty ruffian, just do it. Nami, what are you doing? Brook quickly smoothed things over. Right, Luffy, what's going on? After finishing speaking, he pointed to Moria behind Luffy who was still outputting towards the ruins. Luffy turned his head and took a look, smiled and said, ha 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 ha, maybe you're out of your mind. Robin gave Luffy a blank look and explained the reason to everyone. Advertisement. After Robin said the reason, everyone couldn't help looking at Luffy with twitching corners of their mouths. Your mouth is so sweet, does your grandpa know? Boom. 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 Everyone was extremely speechless here, even watching the show. The angry attacker on Moria's side seemed to believe that Luffy had already fallen to the ground under his Wei-Ang fist, facing his own punch after punch in despair. StrawHat Kid. StrawHat Kid. StrawHat Kid. It's not a problem if it goes on like this, and it's not interesting to watch a lunatic go crazy. I'll go and get him. Luffy was speechless for a long time, shook his neck and said. Without waiting for everyone's response, Luffy's figure has disappeared in place. Tisk tisk tisk, black and big, Luffy's body appeared on the ruins, and he looked up at the mad Moria and commented. Ahem. Hey, Moria, my master is here. Coughing, trumpeting his hands, he shouted at Moria. Moria froze for a moment, then stared at Luffy with her eyeballs. StrawHat Kid. Shadowbat. Unlike before, who was only more than 6 meters tall, Moria is currently tens of meters tall. This time, the shadow bats were densely packed, covering the sky and covering Luffy. Go to hell. StrawHat Kid. Like a curse from the abyss, Moria's voice resounds through the sky. Accompanied by a sharp sound, bats engulfed the top of Luffy's head, biting and overwhelming. It seems inevitable. Chapter 20. Lola who kills and proposes. On the Dao of Terror, from a distance, the huge Moria looks like a bat without wings. With a wave of his big hand, behind the shadow bat, there is still a shadow slowly gathering, as if waiting for a fatal blow. Rubber, rubber. A roar sounded from under the group of shadow bats covering the sky and the sun. Jet. Flame Gatling. Like a firework explosion, the roar of the shadow bat group resounded completely. The fists turned into fireworks, and the fists wrapped in flames blasted a vacuum. Shadow Horn Gun. With a wave of Moria's hand, the slowly condensed shadow pierced towards the flames. Boom. The huge shadow horn gun plunged into the ground. The terrifying Dao trembled, and the ground split open from the middle. Hey, chick, 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 chick. The triumphant shrill laughter resounded through the sky, accompanied by lightning flashing across the sky. And many more. Lightning? When Moria looked back, a huge fist wrapped around lightning came into view. Jet. Thunder God. Relying on his knowledge, he dodged the shadow horn gun early, jumped into the air, and blowing his fist directly in the third gear, heading towards Moria. Boom. The huge fist directly hit Moria's head, making Moria's sharp laughter stuck in her throat, and then she slowly tilted to the ground. Boom. The ground trembled, and Moria's body hit the ground heavily. And the victim Moria herself was dizzy seeing Luffy land on her stomach. Is this Shichibukai? How weak. Advertisement. Luffy seemed to find it very interesting to tease Moria, so he shook his head and said. And Moria herself was dizzy from being punched, opened her mouth but couldn't speak. Whoosh. Luffy didn't bother to scribble, and directly lifted his right leg, and the stretched slippers went towards the sky. Whoosh. In an instant, the slippers that rose to the highest altitude were wrapped in flames and smashed towards the stomach under their feet. Boom. Luffy didn't bother to say the name of the move, and fell on Moria's stomach with the slippers. A huge crater-like crater appeared on Moria's belly. Cough cough. Puff. Moria opened her mouth in pain, but she just coughed and then rolled her eyes and passed out. Countless shadows gushed out like a fountain, heading in all directions. But because Moria herself fainted, the shadows were no longer under control, and they scrambled to fly to the direction where the original body was. Brush. Luffy's body suddenly appeared next to everyone in Nami, and then clapped his hands. It's done. Call it a day. Sanji shook his head. Tisk tisk, it's so pitiful for this Shichibukai. Everyone also nodded. In the direction that everyone looked at, Moria's body shrank slowly with the gushing shadow. Hey, heroes! Suddenly, when everyone was amazed, a voice sounded from a distance. Everyone looked over curiously, and saw a group of people running out of the woods in the distance. While running, I waved to thank the hero. Chopper was surprised. Oh, heroes? Are you talking about us? Everyone was equally curious. A group of strange guys suddenly called heroes or something. Advertisement Brook said suddenly. Ah, I know. They're also the ones who lost their shadows to Moria, and they may have seen Luffy defeat Moria. Luffy hammered the palm of his hand and said, oh, it's them. Robin asked suspiciously. Huh? Does Luffy know them? No, I just know that there is a weird guy in this group of people. As if thinking of something strange, the corner of Luffy's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Weird guy? When everyone was puzzled, this group of weird guys had already ran in front of everyone. Call. Seeing a group of people panting out of breath, Yusobu couldn't help complaining about the rapid breathing. Aren't you too weak? Swish. After Yusobu's voice fell, a group of people immediately stood up straight. Bo. Thank you so much for defeating Moria, ending our years of dark life. Yusobu complained. Didn't you kick PPP just now? Zoro. Who are you? At this time, a lady standing in front stepped forward, looked at the crowd and said seriously, who are we? Let's talk about who we are. I have something to do. My name is Charlotte Lola. I'm 26 years old, single, so. Laura said solemnly. To express my gratitude, I will be your bride. The 6 men of Straw Hat crew said in unison. Who would agree? Hey. Laura's subordinates. Failed again. Rejected by 6 men at once. The 4,449th time. Chapter 21. Bartholomew Bear Horror Dow. As Lola's marriage proposal failed again, the rolling pirates explained to everyone why they waited for others to come to thank them. Just like what Brooke said, everyone said that Moria cut off their shadows and they had to live in darkness. As a result, today I suddenly found that the island was trembling, and when I came out, I saw the scene where Luffy killed Moria with one punch. After several people finished explaining, they said that they wanted to invite everyone to express their gratitude, and hoped that everyone would accept it. Everyone has nothing to do, and they all agreed, and many more. On the way to Lola's stronghold, Luffy suddenly stopped everyone and looked at the thorns aside. Boom. 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 When everyone was wondering, they suddenly heard the sound of footsteps, as if walking by an extremely huge body. Travel. Where do you want to go? With a burly figure, black curly hair, a trapezoidal white hat, and 2 barriers, wearing a pair of rimless glasses, he asked earnestly. Who? Zoro and Sanji were the first to stand in front of the crowd, watching the people who appeared and shouting. Laura looked at the visitor in horror. No, it won't be. Luffy patted Zoro and Sanji's shoulders, signaling them not to be nervous, and then looked at the person coming. Asked curiously. Big Bear, what do you want to do? Nami asked in surprise. Luffy? Who is this? After Laura realized it, she seriously explained to everyone. Bartholomew Big Bear, one of the Shichibukai. Frankie was surprised. Wow, another Shichibukai? What happened today? Monkey D. Luffy. You have defied the world government, attacked the Enies lobby, and now you have defeated Gecko Moria. Sanji asked angrily. So what, you want to arrest us? After a moment of silence, Big Bear said calmly, I can't beat you. Luffy smiled, looked at Big Bear and said, can I talk alone? Bartholomew Big Bear? Huh? Luffy. Advertisement. Everyone looked at Luffy in surprise and wondered about Luffy's actions. Luffy turned his head and smiled at everyone. Don't worry, why are you worried about my strength? Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief, although they were still puzzled by Luffy's actions. After Luffy comforted everyone, he continued to ask Big Bear, how is it? Do you have time? Boom. 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 Big Bear didn't speak, turned around and walked slowly towards the thorny forest. Go and rest with Laura and the others first, I'll be right back. After speaking, Luffy chased the Big Bear away. Chopper looked at everyone suspiciously. What should I do? Zoro said helplessly. Let's go, Luffy will be back in a while. Although everyone is worried, everyone still believes that nothing will happen to Luffy. Afterwards, everyone followed Laura to the base to hold a banquet. At the same time, Luffy and Big Bear also came to a gloomy thorn forest. Big Bear stopped walking and just looked at Luffy without saying a word. What did these guys grow up eating? Luffy complained in his heart helplessly, and then had to transfer to the withered tree beside him. Stepping on the horse Shichibukai, the 2 tallest 2 have met each other in a few days. This one is 3 centimeters lower than Moria and more than 6 meters tall. Luffy has to look up at people. Seeing that the Big Bear was silent, Luffy coughed and said, is there a man named Sabo in the Revolutionary Army? As Luffy finished speaking, Big Bear's expression changed instantly, although only a little. What do you mean? Luffy smiled. Hee hee, you are my father's subordinate, you don't have to ask me how I know. And don't worry, you haven't been exposed, my source of information is quite special. Staring fixedly at Luffy, Big Bear was silent for a while and then said, Sabo. What's wrong? Advertisement at the same time, it said that Big Bear also acquiesced in his identity. Luffy scratched his head and considered his tone. Can you still contact Sabo now? I only have Dorag's contact information now. After hearing this, Luffy touched his chin. That's troublesome. Big Bear didn't speak, and looked at Luffy calmly, with doubts in his mind. Oh, right. Luffy hammered the palm of his hand and said, Give me my father's contact information, I have something to do with him. The corner of Big Bear's mouth twitched, and he did not refuse Luffy's request. I want to ask Drago for his opinion. Luffy said helplessly, Okay. After finishing speaking, Luffy was about to leave, when he suddenly found that Big Bear took out a phone bug from his hand. Oh, is this a phone bug? Big Bear explained. The white one is for wiretapping prevention, and the other one is for contacting your father. After finishing speaking, he dialed the phone bug on his own. Boo 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 boo. With a blushing sound, the phone bug slowly opened its eyes. Z. As the current becomes normal, the phone bug is connected. Hey, Bear. What's the matter? And Luffy finally heard the voice of his Cheap Daddy for the first time. Chapter 22. Talk to Cheap Daddy. In the Thorn Forest, Luffy, who heard his Cheap Daddy's voice for the first time, couldn't help pricking up his ears. Big Bear. I'm fine, it's just that someone is looking for you. Da Shang is also straightforward and speaks directly. Drago. Oh? Who? Vegapunk. Drago knew about Big Bear's character, and he didn't expect Big Bear to say hello. Big Bear. No, it's your son. Drago seemed to be taken aback for a moment. Who? It seems that I suspect that I have heard it wrong, so I am sure again? Big Bear. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy, your son. Very good, in order to prevent your uncertain tone, I will give you a 3 in a row. Drago was a little confused. What does that brat want me to do? I was really taken aback for a moment. I haven't met this cheap son for many years. Suddenly being approached by his son, Drago suddenly couldn't turn his head around. Luffy himself was twitching at the corner of his mouth, being scolded as a brat is too dry. Luffy could feel a smile on the corner of Big Bear's mouth. Big Bear. About Sabo. Drago was puzzled. Sabo? What do you mean? After a moment of silence, Big Bear said slowly, I don't know. Pooh. Luffy couldn't bear it anymore, snatched the phone bug and said, Forget it, I'll talk about it. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Luffy said to the bewildered phone bug, Yo, Daddy B********D. Advertisement, it was you who called me a brat first. From the phone bug's expression, it can be seen that Daddy Cheap seems to be a bit confused. So, I heard you scolding the brat just now, right? After recovering, Drago asked, Luffy. Luffy pouted. Very good, I can't even hear my son's voice. This son seems to be a bit skinny. Drago asked helplessly, What do you want from me? Luffy. Is Sabo here? Drago asked suspiciously. Sabo? How do you know him? Also, what do you want from him? My son actually knew his second in command. Why don't I know? Luffy. Even if you cared a little about your son's childhood life, you wouldn't ask that question anymore. Although Sabo was finally joined by Oda out of popular anger, but what followed was Drago, who cared too little for his son for the sake of the revolution. Drago couldn't help but fell silent, not knowing how to answer Luffy's words. But Luffy doesn't care, after all, what Drago has done is still great in a sense. Seeing that Drago was a little silent, Luffy also shook his head and said indifferently, You are the same, and the old man is also the same. He only knows his own career. From the perspective of God, the reason why Drago has no time to take care of Luffy is completely reasonable. In the previous life, some netizens said that it was to protect Luffy. To be honest, anyone who has really watched One Piece knows that the world government definitely knows that Luffy is the son of a dragon. Garp is a marine hero, and every time he goes home to visit Luffy, plus Dorag is Garp's son. And Drago used to be marine again, but later defected. Advertisement said Drago is really busy and has no time to have children. Luffy. Your career is your child, but forget it, who made my father have such a great goal? Drago seemed to smile. You have grown up too, so many years have passed without knowing it. Regarding the mistreatment of his son, Dorag said that he really couldn't refute it. But I still have important things to do, my career is very important. Although resentment could be heard from Luffy's mouth, Drago is not a sentimental person. Luffy can be regarded as fighting against injustice for the original body, and Luffy does not resist this cheap daddy. After all, according to this state, unless Drago dies of old age. Otherwise, Drago and Luffy, who have not completed their careers, feel that they meet less frequently. Luffy shook his head, pushing the mess of thoughts out of his head. Sabo, Ace and I have known each other since childhood, but later Sabo went to sea early due to family reasons. Then you also understand, you were bombarded by celestial dragons and then rescued by you, and lost your memory. After listening to Luffy's explanation, Drago couldn't help asking in doubt, You. Luffy interrupted Drago. How'd I know? You don't have to worry too much about how I know, I want you to do me a favor and see if I can restore Sabo's memory. Then, under the silent expressions of his father and Da Shang, he said no, Ace was arrested. Luffy looked serious at this moment. If Sabo's memory is restored, let him come to Sabaody Archipelago to find me. The identity of the dragon. Oda has never confirmed whether the dragon was a marine before. However, judging by some uncertain details in the comics, many netizens think that Drago used to be marine. Chapter 23. Binks whine. Ask for flowers and evaluation votes. Over there when Luffy was talking to Drago, everyone here has already started preparing the food for the banquet. At this time, Robin found Laura. What are you going to do the next day? Everyone heard and looked at Laura and the others curiously. Laura thought for a while and said, I want to go to sea in 2 days. Our boat has been released by us. Robin smiled. It's better for you to take a break after the banquet and go to sea. Laura asked in surprise, oh, what's wrong? Robin motioned everyone to look towards the ruins in the distance, although they couldn't see anything. Nami reminded, Luffy will sink this place before he leaves. Hey, sunk? What do you mean? Everyone looked at Nami in surprise. Robin smiled and explained, you don't need to know the specific reason, you just need to know that this huge sailboat will be sunk by Luffy. Although everyone was curious, it was because Luffy saved their shadows and made them free again. Simply don't delve into it, and continue to greet the subordinates to cook well and entertain the benefactors. Time passes, and when Luffy returns, everyone has prepared everything for the party. Robin stuffed a piece of meat into Luffy's open mouth and asked, how? Are you done? He didn't even chew it, and after swallowing it, he smiled and said, well, it's done. And the people on the other side are speechless, these two people are too wrong. Frankie was surprised. These two guys have become so. What has become? Frankie didn't dare to speak anymore, because Nami looked over with his death stare. Sanji went crazy. Whole Luffy, so happy, I want to be fed by Robin. Zoro pouted. Just you, curly-haired Kappa is also worthy? Sanji was furious. What do you mean, whole Chlorella? Boom. Boom. The corner of Usobu's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help mourning for the two of them. Brook obviously hasn't adapted to Nami's temper, looking at the dying Suo and Sean in horror. Chopper was surprised. Why is Nami angry? Laura was about to explain to Chopper, but was startled by the abyss-like aura on Nami. Robin smiled, took out the handkerchief he carried with him, and wiped Luffy's mouth. Advertisement it made Nami want to eat Luffy raw. Yaxi. Come to the banquet, brothers. Luffy smiled at Robin, then raised his hand and shouted. Oh, even though they were fighting, everyone had a great time at the banquet. Open black lens bracket yo ho 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 ho. Send you wine to Binks, let me ride the wind and waves. The tide is raging, the setting sun is moving. Now the only two dancing kings on board, Chopper and Usobu, are twitching their bodies under Brook's music. Under the leadership of Lola, the crew of the Rolling Pirates were the most lively group at the banquet with their buttocks twisted. Even a group of people are still imitating Frankie's poos, which can be said to be unusually hot eyes. The waves are surging and the waves are splashing. The manly man crosses Tianya Cape, send you wine to Binks. Above the ocean, I wait for the pirates to lead the way. The waves are like pillows and warships are nests. The skull flag is fluttering in the wind. Perhaps it was God's will, but Nami and Lola became best friends. Perhaps this is the friendship of girls. The two are discussing the little secrets that belong to girls. Lola also gave Nami her own life paper as a token of gratitude. Open black lens bracket yo ho 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 ho. Yo ho 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 yo ho 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 yo ho 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 yo ho 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 ho. Yo ho 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 yo ho 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 ho, send you wine to Binks. Last night tonight I searched in my dreams, the farewell person gradually goes away. Reunion on a full moon night. Zoro only had to drink at the banquet, and the only alcoholic on board was Lu, the king of poems, Lu Kai, Zoro. Advertisement holding the jar and drinking happily, the members of the Rolling Pirates came to accompany Zoro when they were tired from dancing. A group of people held their wineglasses and were poured by Zoro one by one. I will send you the fine wine for guests, sing the song of the sea. Life is short and things are unpredictable, drink tonight, drunk tonight. Yo ho 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 yo ho 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 yo ho 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 yo ho 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 ho. Yo ho 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 yo ho 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 yo ho 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 yo. The song is over. Luffy snatched his hand from Robin's waist. Then joined in the cheers of the crowd, shouting to do it all over again. Robin smiled, twisted his waist and walked to Nami's side, not knowing what to discuss. Brook looked at Luffy, who jumped on the piano and said, it's great to be alive, yo ho 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 ho. Laughed and cried, yo ho 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 ho, that's great. Tears mixed with laughter, standard tears of joy. Ah, that's right, Luffy, let me join you? Hee hee. Good. Yo ho 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 ho, to celebrate, let's keep singing happily. Open black lens bracket yo ho 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 ho. Yo ho 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 yo ho 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 yo ho 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 yo ho 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 ho. Chapter 24, Brook on board. As time goes by, the singing is over, everyone held hands and celebrated the new life. Even Zoro got pulled over by Luffy and twisted his asterisk end, watching Sanji where they were laughing at how stiff Zoro's body was. Luffy smiled. Hello, Brook, oh, what's wrong? Brook seemed to be caught in some kind of memory and couldn't help but froze for a moment. What are you thinking, Laboon or your friends? Brook looked at Luffy in surprise. Huh, you know Laboon? Luffy gestured to the people who were being chased by Zoro and said, we saw it in the Twin Gorges, it's a big whale. I heard Uncle Wa said that he is waiting for a group of pirates, a group of partners who agreed to him. Brook had a sour nose. Really, is Laboon still waiting there? Tears flowed from the hollow eye sockets, and Brook burst into tears with a happy face. Luffy smiled. Of course, Laboon will be very happy to know that you are still alive. Yo ho 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 ho, this is really great, Laboon, yo ho 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 ho. Brook couldn't hold back his tears, but still said with a smile. After decades of waiting, no one gave up, this is really good. After the fight, the people on the other side saw Brook crying and laughing at the same time, and came over suspiciously. What's wrong, Brook? Everyone asked quickly. Brook explained to everyone with a happy cry. The story about Laboon is known to everyone except Chopper, Frankie and Robin. The members of the Rolling Pirates who didn't know it were also crying while listening. Ah, this is really a Superman's promise. The emotional Frankie joined the Rolling Pirates with tears streaming down his face, and brought along Chopper along with him. Boom. Advertisement. After crying and being moved, Brook picked up a reward order and took it in front of everyone. Grandly introduce, I'm Brook, dead with bones. A reward of 33 million Baileys is offered, no song Brook. I used to be the head of the guard regiment in a certain kingdom. After that, he served as the acting captain of the Rumba Pirates. Part-time music festival and swordsman, starting today. Willing to entrust my life to Captain Luffy, to drag everyone down, I will use this bone. Try hard. Yo ho 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 ho, this is the most solemn entrance ceremony. Luffy said happily. Okay, we will advance and retreat together in the future. After finishing speaking, he cast his eyes at all the rogue boys and girls around him. Have a look, this is called professional. Zoro. Hey, swordsman. We need to communicate more in the future. Everyone nodded in welcome, especially Zoro, who was very happy to have one more swordsman on board. At the same time, everyone also expressed that Luffy's dream has finally come true. From going out to sea to now, the music festival I've been talking about, and now I've finally found it. Open black lens bracket Luffy. Actually, I really want to go to New World to snatch Uda from Shanks. Brook. Close black lens bracket. The ceremony is over, and everyone continues to start the banquet. After Brook put down the piano and joined, the banquet became lively again. Tilt 45 degrees. Advertisement. One trick is delicious all over the world, and a 45-degree tilt makes the atmosphere of the banquet once again high. It doesn't matter whether everyone is happy or not, the important thing is that Luffy still wants to pull Zoro over and twist a few times. The result was that Zoro refused to do it even if he was beaten to death, and he did it alone with the barrel. Luffy shook his head and reluctantly went outside to watch the stars. Luffy. Nami couldn't help watching Luffy walk away in silence, and then saw a figure walking out with Luffy. Step outside, sit on the ground and watch the stars. Because of the thick fog, the weather was extremely gloomy, and there was not a single star in sight. Why did you come out alone? Didn't you like banquets before? Robin sat up, letting Luffy hug his waist. Inhaling the fragrance of Robin's body, his low mood also improved. Robin dotingly looked at Luffy lying on top of him, and tightened the arms that fell on Luffy's head. Luffy just thinks that if he can be intoxicated like this forever, it will be fine. No need for the next big event. Robin rubbed Luffy's head like a child. Feeling Luffy's breath, his body itch, asked, what's the matter, Luffy? You seem to be in a bad mood recently? Luffy lay on his stomach in the abyss, breathing hot air. No. Let's talk about it when we get to the Sabaody archipelago, I just want to sleep for a while now. After speaking, he adjusted his posture and fell into a dream in Robin's arms. Dream. Things about Sabaody archipelago and some warplay frequently in my mind. The closer these things get, the more nervous Luffy feels. The original trajectory will definitely change because of my arrival. Certainly, must. Chapter 25, Perfect Thunderfruit. The next day, everyone at the banquet also woke up one by one, and everyone who lay on the ground after sleeping all night was aching all over. Only Luffy stretched in satisfaction and woke up from the softness. Afterwards, Luffy felt like a beast, with a beautiful woman in his arms, thinking about other things. But, shaking his head with a wry smile, he looked at Robin with a gentle smile. Luffy also felt that he was content. And now that the big event is ahead, I really don't have the heart to think about those inheritance things. The first thing to do now is to get your own cheap brother. Potter cast D Ace rescued. After saving Big Brother cheap, there will be more days to come. What do y'all think? Hey, cough cough. Business matters. Afterwards, everyone was also preparing to set sail. Lola's Rolling Pirates found their hidden ship, repaired it and prepared to sail. Nami and others have also returned to the Sunny. After everyone was gone, Luffy stood alone on the dhow and looked at the land under his feet. Hiss, let me think about how to do it better. At present, Luffy has thought of two ways. The first one is to open the awakened state, and then assimilate the ground. Make holes one after another, let the sea water flow out. The second one is a little more violent. Go straight to the 4th gear, and the karmic fire system and the thunder god will be violently disassembled. As for why the horror Dao had to be sunk, advertisement. Mostly for system tasks, and now because the shadows have all returned to the master. So it's not good to leave corpses all over the place. I still think it will be better if it sinks. Dead bodies falling into the sea will be eaten by various sea kings. Don't worry about ocean pollution, and also prevent leaving an island full of corpses. After thinking about it for a long time, Luffy thought it would be better to be the first to pay attention. Then Luffy turned on the awakening state. After stepping on the ground under his feet turned into rubber, and the ground began to separate. Endless seawater pours in. Finally, the 4th gear was turned on, and the air gliding towards the sunny. Boom! The huge terrifying Dao sank completely into the bottom of the sea, and endless waves rolled over. And everyone has already driven the sunny towards the next island. Open hollow lens bracket task interface, mission, declare war, completed. Special mission introduction. As the future One Piece, you will never allow others to provoke you. Show Gecko Moria the price of pampering uninvited minions. Requirements. 1. Sink the Shichibukai, Gecko Moria's terrifying Dao. 2. Defeat Gecko Moria and the 3 weirdos. Award. Complete the task 1. Eliminate the side effects of the 2nd gear. Completed. Rewards have been issued. Complete task 2. Perfect Logia Thunderfruit times 1. Completed. Rewards have been issued. Rewards for all completion. 3 levels of side effect elimination. Completed. Rewards have been issued. Close hollow lens bracket. Luffy standing at the bow felt the numbness coming from his body, and his whole body crackled. Now, if you open the 4th gear in the future, you don't have to worry about the impact on the lifespan. Although there is no improvement in strength, there is no need to worry about early death that day in the future. But now there is another reward waiting to be claimed. Open black lens bracket perfect Logia Thunder Fruit, close black lens bracket advertisement. A devil fruit with no side effects. Luffy didn't decide to use it himself. That's right, Luffy is going to let one of us eat it. There are 2 reasons. First, Luffy's own ability does not eliminate the side effects, so it cannot be taken. Second, the next big event is too dangerous, and we need to strengthen our partners who are not strong enough. Luffy looked at the explanation of his ability, and before the side effects are eliminated, he cannot take other devil fruits. And the future rewards of the system will definitely not only be 1 devil fruit, but 1 Logia Thunder Fruit. For the current Straw Hat Pirates, a Logia Thunder Fruit can definitely create a powerful partner again. Everyone, come here. After the decision was made, Luffy called everyone over. What's wrong, Luffy? Everyone also came over and looked at Luffy suspiciously. Luffy smiled, and when his wrist was turned, a strange fruit appeared in his hand. Dang dang. Look what it is. Sanji. Devil fruit. As Sanji, who has read the Devil Fruit illustrated book, he recognized the fruit in Luffy's hand at a glance. Whoosh. Sanji's voice fell, and the devil fruit in Luffy's hand disappeared instantly. Nami looked at the devil fruit in his hands with both eyes. 100 million Baileys? Everyone looked at Nami with a look of money fan in silence. Luffy looked at the empty palm in disbelief. How did this disappear? Robin said something that made Nami almost breathless. The general transaction price of devil fruit is more than 100 million berries. Under Nami's surprised eyes, Robin thought for a while and continued. If it is put in the auction, it may be even higher. Sanji nodded in agreement. That's right, devil fruit 100 million Baileys is the lowest price, and it's the worst kind. If it's those powerful devil fruits that have been recorded, the price is absolutely inestimable. No. Immeasurable. Chapter 26. Fruit belonging the endless sea. Nami on the Sunny is almost happy to die under the explanation of Sanji and Robin. The rest of the people were also amazed that this strange fruit was so valuable. 100 million Baileys? Luffy curled his lips in disdain, but he didn't dare to take the thunder fruit from Nami. I had no choice but to continue popularizing. The highest price of the most expensive devil fruit in the world is 5 billion Baileys. And, I won't even sell this one for 10 billion Baileys. Everyone looked at Luffy in surprise, and then looked at the devil fruit in Nami's hand in disbelief. 10 billion Baileys. Nami screamed and hugged devil fruit in his arms, with an expression of letting me die like this. When everyone was surprised, Sanji frowned and seemed to be taken aback. Is this Logia? And it looks familiar. The cigarette butts in Sanji's mouth fell to the ground, and he looked at the devil fruit in Nami's arms in shock. Everyone looked puzzled. Oh, Sanji, do you know? Swallowing his saliva, Sanji stumbled and said, This color. Flash. Lightning pattern. This is Logia Thunderfruit? Everyone was surprised. Logia Thunderfruit? Isn't that fruit the ability to buy a Sky Island god? Enel is dead? Chopper was surprised. Is that god dead? Brook. God? What do you mean? Under Frankie's equally curious eyes, everyone explained to the two of Enel they met in Sky Island. Advertisement Robin rubbed his chin and asked, however, for Logia, the price is generally more than 500 million berries, and even 3 admirals are only fired to 1.5 billion. In the list on the black market, it has been emphasizing that Logia Devil Fruit, 3 admirals and Thunder Fruit are recognized as the strongest devil fruit. Zoro frowned. Then Luffy, you said 10 billion Baileys? Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Luffy couldn't help but smiled and asked, ordinary Logia devil fruit can't compare with him, what do you think of a devil fruit with no side effects? Logia thunder fruit, who is not afraid of seawater and seastone, do you think he is worth 10 billion Baileys? What, no side effects? Everyone was a little confused, and couldn't help but become more puzzled. Luffy had to repeat, Logia thunder fruit, no side effects, not enels. It was like water dripped into the oil pan, and everyone exploded the pan. With a broken expression, he looked at the devil fruit in Nami's hand. Even Nami himself was stunned, staring at the fruit in his hand in disbelief. Sanji asked in surprise, where did you get this? Luffy smiled. It's the same as those medicines, I don't know, but I have it. Everyone didn't ask where the fruit came from, except that Brook didn't understand. In terms of medicine, you will understand in a while. Luffy comforted Brook, then looked at everyone seriously and said, you all know about this fruit, it must not be sold. Even Zoro, who doesn't care about devil fruit, agreed. Indeed, if you spill it out, you are adding a powerful enemy. Luffy looked at everyone. Currently, this devil fruit is not the last one, there may be other powerful devil fruits in the future. So, I personally decided to give this fruit to a lady on our ship. Seeing everyone's curious expressions, he walked up to the bewildered Nami and said, it's you, our navigator. Nami was surprised. Oh, why me? Advertisement. Because you are the weakest now, even Brook who doesn't take potions can give you a tie. Of course, Luffy knew that he couldn't say this, or he would be beaten. Luffy patiently explained to everyone. First of all, I, Chopper, Robin, and Brook are all fruit-capable users. Sanji's intention is not in this fruit, Zoro won't want it, and Frankie is not suitable. Yusobu is not suitable either, so after thinking about it, only you are suitable for this devil fruit. Yusobu. That's right, Raiden only has Nami, you play better. Yusobu was in awe of how well Nami had asked for the weather. Sanji took the lead in nodding and seconding. That's right, unless it's my dream fruit, I won't take it. However, in the eyes of everyone, this kind of virtue is a living wretched pervert. Frankie. Oh, don't worry, if I eat devil fruit, it will also make my body more pervert, super. Very good, the second pervert. Brook. Yo ho 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 ho, if I hadn't eaten the underworld fruit, I would also like to eat a fruit that can see beautiful women's panties. Yo ho 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 ho. FK. There are 8 people on a boat, and there are 3 in pervert. The remaining 5 people looked at Frankie, Sanji and Brook's wonderful way of comforting with speechless faces. Nami couldn't help looking at the fruit in his hand, but this. Luffy smiled and asked, what's the matter, is there any question? But this is 10 billion Baileys. Nami raised her head, her eyes were very pitiful. Thump, everyone fell down. Chapter 27, adding updates to Roman Day. Logia thunder fruit, definitely a very strong devil fruit. The power of thunder and lightning is shocking no matter which world it is in. Under the urging of everyone, Nami reluctantly ate the thunder fruit. Oh, it's delicious. Nami looked at the devil fruit with a bite in his hand in surprise. And everyone who has eaten devil fruit can't help but wonder. Chopper. Huh? Sweet? Brook exclaimed. I remember that after I ate Wangchen fruit, I didn't want to eat for a few days. Luffy smiled and said, because it's perfect, the side effects of the taste are also clear. Nami thought it was delicious and quickly ate up the thunder fruit in his hand. It may be because of 10 billion reasons, so I am reluctant to leave it. ZZ. Under everyone's curious eyes, Nami's whole body burst into lightning. Luffy asked, how? How does it feel? Nami looked at his hand in surprise, and then it slowly turned into strands of lightning. It feels so strange, I don't feel like I've been shocked. Nami said that he had tasted thunder and lightning in Sky Island, and that feeling was quite. But now, I feel like my whole body has turned into lightning, but I feel that these violent lightning seems to be unable to hurt me. Robin looked at Nami in surprise. Your hair is standing up now, Nami. I saw Nami's hair standing up, straight like the spines on a hedgehog. The lightning is still lingering in the hair, which has a special flavor. Nami quickly touched his head. Ah, my hair. I pressed it with my hand, then stood up again after loosening it. Chopper reached out and tapped Nami. He, it's fun. Then I was electrified by a powerful ray of lightning and became Kurozumi. Chopper. Everyone looked at the dark Chopper in surprise. Chopper exhaled black smoke. Ahem. Advertisement. Nami quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Chopper. After finishing speaking, I am ready to touch Chopper. Snapped. Luffy grabbed Nami's hand and explained. You can't control the lightning on yourself yet, it's better not to touch other people. If it wasn't for insulating herself, Luffy wouldn't know what to do. The same goes for your hair. After you get used to it, it will fall down. Nami looked frustrated. How long will it take? Girls who love beauty have become non-mainstream. Nami thinks she should find a hat to wear. Then the crowd dispersed and went about their business. Robin smiled and said, looks like I'm going to sleep on the sofa these days. Fortunately, there are 2 big sofas in the girls' room, enough for people to sleep on. Nami apologized. Sorry, Robin, or, how about I sleep between you 2 and help you absorb the lightning? Luffy shook his saliva, but he didn't dare to speak after all. Nothing else, afraid of being beaten to death by Nami. Dispelling the thoughts in his heart, Luffy is going to find Brook. After finding Brook, take out the potion and let him take it. As for Brook's screams of pain, the cabin can't even isolate him. The crazy Luffy just threw Brook to the bottom. Nami. Age, 18 years old. Gender, female. Occupation, navigator. Body, 220,000. Armament Haki bonus, fruit ability bonus. Fine, 300,000. Information color bonus, fruit ability bonus. Capabilities. Full level weather notification, full level climate change notification. Logia thunder fruit, not awakened. Armament Haki, LV.4. Destroy. Observation Haki, LV.4. Advertisement Conqueror's Haki, none. The attributes of Nami's body after eating thunder fruit have been enhanced to a certain extent. Perhaps due to undeveloped reasons, the bonus is not much, but its fine value is simply terrifying. Thinking about it, Enel's energy value may be more than 500,000 with the addition of thunder fruit. After Nami's fruit ability is developed, he even awakens, and the range of knowledge is definitely the first person in the Straw Hat Pirates. Brook. Age, 90 years old. SX. Male. Position, music festival. Body, 200,000. Armed color bonus. Fine, 300,000. Fruit ability bonus. Ability. Paramecia yellow spring fruit. Armament Haki, LV.4. Destroy. Observation Haki, LV.4. Conqueror's Haki, none. Close black lens bracket. The value is still normal, except for the influence of the fruit of the underworld. Because there is no physical reason, the body value is not high. At this point, the strengthening of all staff is over. Although only Luffy, Nami and Brook were harvested this time. But the men had learned a great deal in combat on the Dread Dhow. Especially Zoro, after the battle with Ryoma. His strength has greatly increased, and his swordsmanship experience has also kept up a lot. Others also learned a lot from a group of former powerhouses. For example, Captain John and some strong people have experience against the enemy. This time, it can be regarded as preparation for the big event that everyone will participate in, Chapter 28, adding updates to Roman Day. Holy Land Mariajoy, Bartholomew Akuma, did you fight the Straw Hat Pirates? An angry Sengoku yelled at the Big Bear who was sitting there peacefully. But Big Bear didn't care. It's a fight. I haven't fought, so I ran away with Moria. The so-called talking nonsense with open eyes, Luffy said that I want to learn. Sengoku looked at the clean bear with a headache on his face, feeling that he might be P***D to death sooner or later. Really, one more Shichibukai is missing at a critical moment. These brats really love to make trouble. Sengoku took a deep breath and did it slowly. Garp said indifferently, no problem, Moria's injury will recover when the time comes. And that guy Luffy won't publicize this matter, at least that guy's position can last after this matter is over. Sengoku glanced at Garp. Don't worry, after this incident, your grandson will definitely be chased by Marine and CP. At that time, I hope he can persist until you retire. Garp took out a bag of tea indifferently. By the way, I have prepared new tea, share your biscuits. Shut up Garp. Is this a place for tea? You old B*******D is sure to cheat on my biscuits again. This time, because of the big event, everyone has been waiting in Mariajoy for the Shichibukai to come over for a meeting. The result is the news that another Shichibukai has been defeated. Luffy and the others after sailing for a while on the other side. Today's weather was exceptionally clear, which is unusual for the Grand Line's unpredictable weather. Especially Brook is very fond of it, for Brook, who has lived in the gloomy Devil's Triangle for decades. This kind of cloudless weather, lying there quietly basking in the sun. Yo ho 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 ho, this feeling is simply amazing. Brook lay on the lawn with his hands open, and he didn't seem to feel bored at all. Nami, who was developing thunderfruit, shook his head helplessly. Advertisement far away. The huge red line appeared in the distance of the melee at some point. This is the red line, it's really spectacular every time I look at it. Standing at the bow of the boat, Luffy couldn't help but look at the red line soaring into the sky in surprise. The first time I actually saw red line, it was indeed a very magnificent landscape. Robin easily walked over from behind Luffy and couldn't help standing with Luffy. The crowd behind them also looked at red line in surprise. Every time, all feel amazing, but how to get to the Fishman Island? Robin looked at the record pointer in his hand suspiciously and couldn't help but look at Luffy and asked. Luffy smiled. We need to find an island now, an island called Sabaody Archipelago. Because Nami is now covered in electricity, the record pointer needs to be held by Robin. And Luffy also said the way to go to the Fishman Island. Robin was surprised that the name sounded so familiar. Then it occurred to me that wasn't the name Luffy said that night? Sabaody Archipelago. Where is that? The question is how to get there. Everyone is confused about the Sabaody Archipelago, and they don't know the specific method. Luffy could not help but smile and took out a record pointer from his pocket when he saw the expressions of everyone talking about it. Look at what this is. Robin took it in surprise. Record pointer? Where did you come from? Hey, someone asked for it. Luffy smiled and said, remember that big bear? I asked for it for him? It's different from a group of people in the original book who met the mermaid with luck. Luffy doesn't want to wait, what if he misses it? Advertisement. Where can I find Sabaody Archipelago in the Endless Sea? Luffy clapped his hands. Yaxi, get ready to turn and head towards Sabadi Archipelago. Oh, everyone responded. Roar, sudden, a roar sounded. The sunny shook for a while and the water splashed in all directions, along with the huge waves. Sea hares appeared beside the sunny. The red eyes stared at everyone on the boat. Little Meili was so frightened that she immediately hid in the sunny. Yusobu asked in surprise, Sea Kings? Luffy was speechless and couldn't help complaining. It can't be such a coincidence. Zoro put his hand on the handle of the knife. The rare Sea Kings. Sanji nodded. Yoshi, get him done, Chlorella ahead. Zoro let go of the knife handle. Why should I listen to you? Zizi, there was a sound of electric current and then dense lightning entangled into a huge electric current, heading towards the sea hare. Boom. The huge electric current bombarded the sea hare, directly breaking a big hole. The blood was frozen, and the huge body fell to the surface of the sea. Chopper. So handsome. Nami. When everyone was surprised by Nami's move, Luffy looked at the fallen sea hare speechlessly. The two figures came out of the solidified wound. Also, what a coincidence. Chapter 29. Add more updates for Roman Day. Boom. Boom. The sound of the two figures falling to the ground also made everyone's eyes shift. And Luffy once again marveled at the good physical fitness of the people in One Piece world. It's okay to fall from such a high place, right, Kuina? Kuina. My stars star you. And when everyone was curious about what fell down, Sanji was already stunned. Seeing one of the falling figures, Sanji was excited. This is a mermaid? And the closest Frankie once again proved Sanji's conjecture? Sanji twisted all over, under the speechless expression of everyone. Mermaid is high. Perhaps awakened by Sanji's voice, Kami rubbed her head and sat up. Wow. So many people. He screamed in horror, and regained his composure as if changing his face. Thank you for saving me, otherwise I would be digested. As if talking to himself, it's been more than 20 times, and every time it's so thrilling. Plop. Everyone fell down. It's not easy for you to survive until now, isn't it, hey? Kami smiled embarrassedly. To express my gratitude, I invite you to eat takoyaki. Luffy couldn't help asking. Is it delicious? Kami nodded. Yeah, Chungwi 500 Baileys. Poppet woke up. Are you here for business? Kami yan yi. I made a mistake. Everyone couldn't help but stare at the conversation between the two as if they were talking about crosstalk. After the squabble, Robin got a pair of towels, and the mermaid Kami thanked again while wiping her head. Sanji turned into a gentleman and circled around the mermaid girl. The others were also curious about the mermaid, and couldn't help but gather around and look at Kami. Luffy ran to Pai Da. Ba, Popig. Then he picked up under the other party's displeased expression. Well, what a strange creature, it can actually speak human language. Enough. Humans. Popig patted Luffy's hand, then jumped to Kami's side, posing grandly. I'm Popig. A talking starfish, and a costume designer too. Everyone was calm. Oh, Popig. What's the name, hey? Advertisement afterwards, the disgusted Popig went away in tears. Sorry, there's Chopper on board, you are a talking starfish, not as attractive as a mermaid. That's right. I want to contact Xiao Ba. After speaking, Kami took out the phone bug and dialed it. Boo 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 boo. Hey, Zalba. Where are you, Zalba? Kami. That's great, you didn't get caught. Not mentioning the conversation between the two, Nami couldn't help frowning when he heard the familiar voice. Luffy came over and patted Nami on the shoulder and said, I leave it to you, decide whether to save him or not. Oh, is it really him? Nami looked at Luffy in surprise and asked uncertainly. Luffy nodded. I just bought a little aid, I guess I escaped, and then came here by chance. Frankie was puzzled. Oh, what are you talking about? Zoro frowned. I said the voice sounded familiar, so which one is it? Brook also asked suspiciously. Who, do you know each other? Yusobu nodded, and then told the equally curious Chopper. And Sanji also knows the virtues of this guy, so he followed the boasting Usobe about the general reason. Frankie said in surprise. This is really fate. Sanji nodded. No one would have expected to meet him. From East Blue to here, it is good to meet an acquaintance along the way. It is this acquaintance who is an enemy. Nami couldn't help but fell silent. Everyone also knows that this incident will affect Nami, so they will not express their opinions. Kami, who had already finished the conversation, said in surprise. Great, are you and Zalba friends? She looks silly and sweet. Zoro grimaced. My friend is a ghost. Kami was taken aback. Nami's silence was broken by the sound of Kami screaming. Slowly raised his head, pursed his lips and said, I don't know. The so-called forgiveness and forgiveness are words that every sage loves to say, but it really applies to me. Everyone was silent and did not express their opinions. Kami looked at the crowd, naively. She seemed to know that it would be difficult for the people in front of her to save lives. Advertisement can't help jumping the tail of the fish and jumping towards the side of the boat. Sanji asked in surprise, Kami? Where are you going? Kami smiled. I see. You may not save Zalba for other reasons, but Zalba has saved me many times, I can't choose to run away. Poppet behind him didn't say a word, and looked at the crowd unhappily. After finishing speaking, he was ready to leave with Popig. And many more. Suddenly, Luffy called Kami to stop, couldn't help being silent for a while and said, I can give you an idea. Everyone looked at Luffy suspiciously, and couldn't help wondering what Luffy could do. Nami is also curious about what Luffy can do, after all Kami and Popig are really weak. Luffy looked at everyone's puzzled eyes, and couldn't help scratching his head in embarrassment. How should I say? After all, Kami, a simple little mermaid, is innocent and has nothing to help. The hatred in Nami's heart is hard to let go, and it can only be understood after arriving at the Fisherman Island. And now the Straw Hat Pirates have record pointers, plus the reason for their strength. Go to the Sabaody archipelago without the help of Hachi and Kami. And in the original book, Nami, who chose to save Hachi, has no other choice. But now it's different. Luffy smiled at Nami, and then said to the puzzled Kami. The reason they caught Hachi is also because of you. You are very valuable as a Murloc, and Hachi is dispensable. So the first thing you do now is not to save Zauba, but to find someone to save you. Kami asked suspiciously. But I don't know anyone else who can save Xiaoba, and it's too late to go to the Fisherman Island. Luffy smiled. There is no need to go to the Fisherman Island. You follow us to Sabaody archipelago. Someone will save Zauba. Kami asked in surprise. Who? Simple Kami without the slightest doubt. You don't need to be too clear about who, you just need to know that that person is definitely strong enough. And Xiaoba saved his life, so the other party will definitely save Xiaoba. Luffy believes that even if he is in 5th gear, judging from the current situation, he may not be able to beat the opponent. Author's nonsense. Brothers, the next chapter will be on the shelves. I'm still very excited. I don't know how this book is doing. I hope you can read it. It's better not to be read by no one like the last one. Countless stories are caught in my mind, but I have no desire to write them down. The cause of the epidemic has been blocked for a long time, and I really want to get something to eat. It's here. Thank you to those who have been reading my book. Thanks. Also, please rest assured, there will be a fee in the future, and I will definitely not talk nonsense at the back of the article, and I will write it in the work related in the future. Chapter 1. Flying Fish Pirates. Things never seem to run in the direction imagined. How do you say it in the words of my hometown? People are not as good as God. Not far from the red line, the Sunny sailed quietly towards the distance, towards the target Sabaody archipelago. Simple Kami believed Luffy's words, because the Straw Hat Pirates saved her. They planned to go to the Sabaody archipelago with everyone to find Kami who rescued Zauba, so they got on the boat of Sunny. Little Meili? Why haven't you come out for so long? Yusobu looked at Little Meili and asked suspiciously. Little Meili said that she still likes to sleep in the hull of the Sunny. Glancing at the record pointer, Robin smiled and asked, how do you know who can save Zauba? When Kami on the side heard it, she couldn't help but looked over in doubt. Which one? Luffy smiled, looked at everyone's puzzled eyes and explained. It can be said that I can't beat him, what do you think? Everyone looked at Luffy in surprise, and couldn't help becoming curious about this strong man. Which one is? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind interrupted Luffy's words, and he hurriedly threw it away. Flying fish pirates. Kami pointed at the flying fish in surprise and shouted to everyone. Little Meili was scared and hid again. Everyone also looked at the soaring flying fish in amazement, and the pilots above were also eye-catching. I found the Straw Hat Pirates. Tell the boss. A pilot looked at the flag on the Sunny in surprise, and couldn't help calling out to his companions. The person who was notified didn't speak, and turned directly and flew towards the distance, as if 477 had gone to notify. The rest of the flying fish flew around Sunny. Zoro frowned. Do you want to get them down? Like flies, so annoying. The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched, suddenly feeling sorry for Sanji. It seems that this guy still can't escape being ridiculed by everyone again. Walking up to Sanji, he patted Sanji's shoulder. This, Sanji. Oh my god, I don't know what to say. Sanji looked at Luffy suspiciously. What's wrong? For some reason, Sanji suddenly had a bad feeling. Luffy considered his tone. I'll leave the boss of the Flying Fish Pirates to you to deal with later. Believe in yourself. I try not to laugh out loud. What's wrong, Luffy? Is there anything special about the boss of the Flying Fish Pirates? Everyone looked at Luffy suspiciously, wondering if Luffy knew something. Wait a minute, you will know. But for everyone's doubts, Luffy sold out. Everyone had no choice but to stop asking questions, and waited curiously for the cause of the Flying Fish Pirates to come. And Sanji didn't know why. After being told by Luffy, he suddenly felt flustered. As time drew near, Sanji's heart beat a little faster. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. It didn't take long for everyone to wait, and a group of flying fish appeared in the distance, flying towards this side. The Straw Hat Pirates, it's finally your turn. As if mixed with resentment like an abyss, a roar resounded through the sky from the leading flying fish. The person everyone has been waiting for has finally arrived. The boss of the Flying Fish Pirates, Sanji Partition Dibalu. Facing this resentment, except that Luffy knew the specific reason. The others couldn't help being curious, tilting their heads and watching the other party stop beside the nun. Who is this? Do not know. Who did something wrong to him? I can't even recognize you with a helmet on. Is that you, Sanji? Luffy said I'll leave it to you to fix something. How'd I know? He's wearing a mask again. Everyone looked at each other suspiciously, and seemed to think that Sanji had done something to apologize to others. But the other party can't tell if he's wearing a helmet. Today is such a good day, finally waiting for you. The man who messed up my life from that day on. Even if I die with you today, I will kill you too. Pirate, Blackfoot Sanji, whispered by angry growls. Advertisement. The furious Dibaru even yelled out his dialect. Sanji looked confused. What kind of enmity between us? Frankie. Did you offend someone? Chopper. That's right, Sanji. Think about it. Nami. Are you the one who offended at the restaurant on the sea? Sanji thought for a while. At that time, I offended people every day. Yusobu couldn't help complaining. Then you really deserve it. Luffy is already laughing. Ha 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 ha. Hand over. Sanji. Ha 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 ha. Help. I'm dying laughing. Dibaru looked at the Straw Hat crew fighting with resentment on his face. It's your last thing. If you can't remember, Blackfoot Sanji, you be *****D. I'm going to kill all your friends. With that said, raise your weapon and rush over, slow. Luffy quickly stopped, seeing the puzzled expression of the other party, and then explained. Even if you let Sanji die, let him die happily. Take off the mask. Give us a convincing reason. Sanji looked confused. That's right, you should at least make me understand. And Dibaru was trembling all over, as if he felt that what Luffy said made sense, so he couldn't help but put down his weapon. I've been waiting for this day, and I came to the sea to kill you. Dibaru, who felt that he was about to get revenge, took off his helmet. Nami was surprised. No, it's not. Zoro is confused. Chopper surprised. This, Yusobu opened his mouth wide. Huh? Robin was stunned. Frankie was moved, for a while. Wow, I'm going to cry. Brook was about to laugh. Yo ho ho. Sanji was stunned. Then he lowered his head and his face was gloomy. Dabalu burst into tears. This face, it's your crime, Blackfoot Sanji. Because the arrest warrant is different from my own. I've worked so hard to find you. When Marine arrested me, I said it wasn't me. It's not me at all. Under the mask, the face on Sanji's most wanted poster. Can't say it's the same, I can only say that it is completely consistent. Dibalu looked resentful. Give me back my life, Blackfoot Sanji. Boom. Who cares about you? Hey, Sanji, who kicked Dibaru in the face, roared. Dibaru looked aggrieved. What do you mean, don't care? Except you. Who else can I blame? Hey. Sanji yelled. Stop talking. I am the one who was most annoyed by that bounty offer. Everyone on the boat also regained their senses and began to think. Nami. It's really scary. Yusobu. Sanji can't be an alien. Robin. The ocean is amazing. Frankie. Wow, I feel sorry for that Dibalu. Chopper. There really will be such a thing. Brook. Yo ho 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 ho. Yo ho 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 ho. After Sanji heard it. B******D Brook. I'll kick you to death in a while. Luffy couldn't make a sound from laughing long ago, so G didn't hear it. At last, Sanji still used his unique skills to give Dibaru a plastic surgery. I won't write in detail, after all, the funny thing is finished. There is no need to be as troublesome as in the original book. The strength of the crowd is also absolute, and Dibaru, who was R***D by Sanji, was overwhelmed. Think of it as rest time after surgery. The rest of the flying fish pirates didn't even need to do anything. After Robin gave AoE, casually, everyone left. In this way, you can save Xiao Ba. Luffy looked at Kami with a smile, and then explained. The person on the other side should have come out. Well, thank you. I will come back to you after I save Zauba. Kami happily thanked everyone and left with Popig. Then everyone decided to head towards Sabaody. As for Sanji himself, after experiencing this incident, chasing Brook, jumping up and down, on the sunny advertisement, the others smiled and watched the two fight, and the sunny also moved forward slowly. Time flies. When everyone on the sunny is enjoying delicious food. And many more, there was a shout in the distance. Ah, those guys from before, it's not for revenge. Robin, did you kill someone? No, I just made them pass out. While everyone was discussing, this group of guys finally came to Sunny. Master Blackfoot, thank you for kicking me, make me so beautiful. I originally planned to go home and marry Xiaofang from the village, but I was a little embarrassed when I thought of repaying my kindness. This is the first time you have come here. If you need any help or consultation, just ask me. Didi Liu tried to wink. After a lot of talking, the corner of Luffy's mouth twitched and complained. If you don't wink, don't blame disgusting. Sanji said helplessly. As long as you don't feel dissatisfied. Then I found that the other party was looking in the mirror smugly. Listen to what people say. Hey, are you calling me handsome? Who called you handsome? Hey, facing Dibaru's situation, the Tukao King on the boat said he had something to say. Yusobu. Handsome is becoming handsome, but the brain may be broken by Sanji. Dibalu. Oh, you're jealous. Yusobu. Who would be jealous of you? Hey. Luffy said helplessly. He can't listen to anything else now. Dibaru looked in the mirror narcissistically for a while, when everyone was so embarrassed that they wanted to punch someone. Here's my phone bug number. Call me anytime you need me. I'll be right there. Then greeted the younger brother. Let's go. The Knights of the Pink Life. Yes. Handsome guy. Whoosh whoosh, everyone couldn't help complaining. Finally get out. Sanji was speechless. Why do you accept it? Sanji said that he doesn't want to see those guys anymore. Luffy smiled and said, although they are a bunch of idiots, they may be used someday. Everyone shook their heads helplessly said that today I really met a wonderful thing. Luffy turned to Robin and asked, how long is it until Sabaody Archipelago? Robin looked at the map. It's not long, about 2 hours. Hearing the conversation between the two, everyone remembered the destination this time. Nami asked suspiciously, but what are we going to Sabaody Archipelago for? Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Luffy sighed and couldn't help being silent for a while. It's the only way to go. Luffy looked up at the crowd, and then patiently explained, everyone knows that we are going to New World next. But there are only 2 ways to go to New World, in a sense, there is even only one, for us. Oh, why? Facing everyone's curiosity, Luffy smiled. Because we are pirates, one of the roads is dedicated to the world government. That's 1 day for marine and merchant ships. Do you think the world government will use 4.8 for pirates? Unless we throw away the boat and build another one in New World, this is also not our way. Frankie hastily seconded. That's right, Sunny must never be abandoned. Everyone else said absolutely not. Luffy patiently explained. Of course. Sunny is a partner that everyone agrees with, not to mention there is little Mary here. So there is only one last road left, and this road is to the Fishmen Island, from the bottom of the sea to the New World. Frankie was surprised, but the Sunny has no ability to dive. Luffy tells Frankie not to worry, so we're going to the Sabaody Archipelago to coat the boat. Everyone was stunned. Coating? That's right, Sabaody Archipelago has a special kind of shipsmith. They can coat ships with a resin that is a specialty of Sabaody Archipelago. The coated boat can dive into the bottom of the sea, go to the Fishmen Island, and thus go to the New World. Everyone was surprised. Huh? Luffy asked. Have you heard of the red tree? Sanji thought for a while and said, is it the kind of tree whose roots can live in water and air at the same time? Luffy nodded. That's right. The Sabaody Archipelago is not an island, but is formed by 79 huge red trees intertwined with each other. The Red Book of the Sabaody Archipelago is always on the surface, and towns are built on the roots of 79 red trees. 79 towns make up the Sabaody Archipelago, and because of the trees there is no magnetism. Yusobu asked in surprise, then how big are these trees? Towns can be built on the roots of the trees. Everyone was also curious about how big it was. Chapter 2. Sabaody Archipelago, for customization. Luffy thought for a while. Probably. Each tree root is as thick as Melee, and then countless tree roots are intertwined, forming a huge archipelago under the action of moss and soil. It is unimaginable how big it is. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you understand the miracle of the landscape. After everyone had digested it, Luffy smiled and said, there is one more thing I want to announce during this Sabaody Archipelago trip. Then he looked at the doubting people with a serious face. There will be a very big thing happening. This thing will involve a huge war. That's not the point. The point is that I will participate in this battle, so I want to ask everyone for their opinions. Pausing for a moment, looking at the bewildered crowd, Luffy's tone is calm. If you don't want to participate in this battle, you can wait for me at the Sabaody Archipelago. Let's move on after the matter is over. Throw it towards the New World. After Luffy finished speaking, he looked at everyone. This time things are big. If everyone goes together, Luffy can't guarantee that everyone will come back. Where is the strongest man in the world? Luffy doesn't want everyone to have an accident, so he doesn't want everyone to go together. Luffy, that's why you've been lying on the bow of the boat without saying a word since the Enies Lobby incident. Robin asked the questions that everyone wanted to know most. Luffy smiled wryly. Well, I'm not sure I'll come back alive from this battle. Summit War is definitely the most ruthless war in One Piece world so far. That's right, it has risen to the top of the war, just like Sengoku said in the original book. This is a war. Sanji lit a cigarette. What are you talking about, aren't we partners 06? Zoro couldn't help but smiled and said, I thought it was such a big deal. Yusobu rubbed his nose. Hey, Luffy, you're not afraid that we won't come back alive? Nami stretched out her hand directly, the fingertips flickered with electric arcs, and looked at Luffy, her determined eyes said it all. Frankie squeezed his fingers. Wow, how can a man back down? Brook. Yo ho 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 ho, didn't I say that? I'm leaving my life to you, Luffy. Chopper holds out his hand for second. Yes, I'm going, with Luffy. Robin smiled, didn't speak, and spread his hands to show that you heard it too. Looking at the crowd, Luffy couldn't help making his nose sore. Smiled. I believe in you, I have always believed in you, everyone will go to the end. But you don't understand the scale of this war, so ask your opinion. Nami rolled his eyes. Then there's no need to ask? Scratching his head, Luffy laughed happily. Hee hee, I was wrong, don't ask next time. Only then did Luffy realize that he was finally worthy of the title of captain. No one asked about war. Trust Luffy to say it then. Luffy's no more worries. This time, definitely let the world see what the Straw Hat pirates can do. The Nihao family is calmly going about their duties. Everyone understands Luffy's concern. Luffy also understood everyone's determination. And the Sabaody Archipelago in the distance. The supernovas in the original book also gather here. Waiting for everyone to come. And now, The 11 supernovas in the original book are already countless. It has become 16, except for the newcomer, Brook. 7 of the Straw Hat pirates plus the other 9. Advertisement at the same time. The atmosphere in New World is getting tense. Before the news of Marine's execution of Pottercast Ace was released, the monsters of New World still smell a different smell. It seems that the direction of the wind has changed. Grand Line Sabaody Archipelago. Push away the clouds and mist to see the sun, keep the clouds open to see the moon. After traveling for a while, the Sunny finally arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. Finally, a scene different from what they imagined appeared in front of everyone. Sanji looked at it in surprise. This is really more incredible than imagined. Frankie seconded. Wow, super, it's a completely unimaginable scenery. Luffy smiled. This is the Sabaody Archipelago specialty, the resin from the tree roots comes out of it. Brook. Yo ho 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 ho, this is an incredible island. Robin asked, what are the numbers on those trees? Luffy looked in the direction Robin was pointing it, and patiently explained. That's the number of each giant mangrove tree, and each mangrove tree is an island. Islands are connected by bridges, as long as you look at the number, you won't get lost. Yusub casts a glance. Even so, there will still be people who get lost. Chopper seconded. Exactly, Zoro was ashamed and angry, don't look at me. What an unconscious guy. Sanji thought so, and then looked at the huge mangrove tree. It's really big, this tree. Okay everyone, before landing on the island, let me tell you about the area corresponding to the number here. Luffy clapped his hands, and after everyone looked over, he said slowly, the Sabaody Archipelago is composed of 79 mangrove trees, as I told you before, and the numbers are also from number 1 to number 79. It is mainly divided into 6 different areas. They are number 1 to number 29. There are mainly human trafficking, human auctions, no sale zones, black markets, etc. 30th to 39th. Mostly soap bubble park. Number 40 to number 49. There are mainly sightseeing areas and specialty shops. Number 50 to 59. Mainly shipyards, coating craftsmen, etc. Number 60 to number 69. Mainly contain marine station, government entrance and exit, etc. Number 70 to number 79. There are mainly hotel streets and so on. Luffy's voice fell, and everyone was amazed at the chaos here. Nami asked in surprise. Isn't there a marine here? Why is there such a thing as human trafficking? Among the others, perhaps only Robin understood the specific reason, while Luffy pouted. Luffy. I'll tell you the details on the way. Let's stop the Sunny first. Stop at number 40 to number 49. Where is the civilian area? When the time comes, call the person from the Flying Fish Pirates over and let's take a look at the boat. It's been half a day since the Sunny arrived, and everyone had to prepare to park the Sunny at number 49. And then Nami contacted the Flying Fish Pirates through the phone bug. Yo, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry, I'll be your brother right away, no one will harm your boat. In the phone bug, Dibaru's excited voice came out. Everyone went ashore one after another, standing in place and waiting for the arrival of the Flying Fish Pirates. Masters. Far away, Dibalu's voice was heard first, and then appeared in front of everyone. Luffy smiled and said, I'm sorry to trouble you Dibalu, we have something to do when we go to the island, we will have a banquet together after we are done. No, this is my duty, I am really honored to be able to help you guys. After finishing speaking, he cast a wink, young masters, have fun. Everyone walked into the Sabaody Archipelago with the blessings of Dibaru and his brothers. Advertisement Chopper jumped up and down happily, watching the surrounding bubbles pass by one. Yusobu. This is amazing, it's like a big bubble machine. Robin followed and touched the ground. Yeah, it's so sticky, it's so annoying. Yusobu. Don't rub it on me, hello. Brook pointed to the distant building in surprise. Hey, I saw the amusement park, let's go play. Chopper. I want to play too, Frankie. Wow, let's go and have fun together. Sanji poked Zoro beside him. Zoro. What, you? Sanji smiled. Ever been to an amusement park? A whole chlorella? Zoro was ashamed and angry, I haven't been there. Sanji smirked. Green algae head, 107. Zoro was ashamed and angry. Believe it or not, I cut you off. Zizi, Nami. Be honest, as soon as the words fell, the two of them burned into charcoal directly. The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched, he shook his head and said, if you want to go, go for it, it's my first time going to an amusement park too. Then everyone walked towards the amusement park and decided to see what it was like inside. In this way, after everyone paid the money, the activities of the amusement park began. Ferris wheel, carousel, roller coaster and more, the author has never played it, cried to death. Time flies. The entrance of Sabaody Land Amusement Park. Chopper has a marshmallow in each hand, hee hee. The little guy has been playing for so long, he is so happy that he is about to fly. Everyone else is reminiscing about their trip to the amusement park too. Luffy looked regretful, he thought he could play a double with Robin and then, sweet. The result is that everyone played together, no chance at all. Brook. Yo ho 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 ho, this is really nostalgic. Yusobu was surprised. Has Brook been here before? Brook. I have played in a kingdom before, but I haven't been in an amusement park for decades. Frankie. Wow. This is my first time playing, Sanji. I played it before, when East Blue went shopping for ingredients. Zoro. Cut. Robin walked to Luffy. Aren't you having fun? Luffy's professional smirk. Happy. Hell, Nami upset. Where are we going now? Dog men and women. Luffy thought for a while. Well, go to a place, there should be the film master we want. However, Lin Lai Fuli should not be here. Oh, I don't have enough money left to buy wine. At this time, a handsome uncle with eyes, holding a beautiful girl in front of him, passed in front of Luffy, and he was still muttering something. Chapter 3. Senior Rayleigh, please customize. What's wrong, Luffy? The others looked at the bewildered Luffy curiously and couldn't help asking. And many more. Luffy ignored the crowd and hurriedly chased after the handsome uncle. Hearing the movement, the handsome uncle couldn't help but stop and look back at Luffy. Who are you? What's the matter? Then he noticed the hat on the boy's head in front of him and couldn't help squinting his eyes. Luffy stopped and bowed. Hello, Senior Rayleigh. I didn't expect to meet Pluton Rayleigh here, I just didn't expect to really hug a girl. The beauty looked at Luffy and asked, is this you, your junior? Rayleigh smiled. It's you. At this time, everyone in Nami also ran over, looking at the strange uncle in front of them. Nami asked curiously, Luffy, who is this horny man? Sanji had a displeased look on his face. It's really disgusting, enviable, and disgusting, admiring, to find such a young girl at such a young age. The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched. Senior Rayleigh, so elegant. When the younger generation saw him hugging a beautiful woman, Rayleigh scratched his head in embarrassment, and said to the beautiful woman beside him, go first, I have something to deal with. After finishing speaking, he put the remaining Bahi on the girl's bear. The woman smiled and said nothing, turned around and walked away with her buttocks twisted. It looks good. Luffy felt a coolness around his waist, and couldn't help but smiled awkwardly. No, it's not good looking. Hiss. Luffy rubbed the choked flesh of his waist, then smiled apologetically and said to Rayleigh, we want to ask you to put on a film. I wonder if Senior Rayleigh has time. Rayleigh smiled. Why do you want me? Sabahadi Archipelago has a lot of film masters. Luffy smiled. Little pity, only the film you put on can feel at ease. After all, only Rayleigh's technology Luffy can rest assured when going to the depths of tens of thousands of meters under the sea. After hearing Luffy's words, everyone in Nami behind him also understood Luffy's intention to find someone. A very powerful film master. At least Nami people think so. Rayleigh smiled and looked at Luffy. Ha ha ha. I've been curious about you for a long time, Monkey D. Luffy. It is interesting to be able to express fear of death naturally, but without a trace of embarrassment. Luffy was a little embarrassed. It's a small honor, why don't we chat in another place, I'll treat Senior to drink. Rayleigh smiled, glanced at the people behind Luffy and said, forget it, come with me, I'll take you somewhere. After finishing speaking, he took a step towards the distance. It just so happens that I haven't been back for a long time, so let's go back and have a look. Luffy also hurriedly called everyone to follow. Robin looked at Luffy in surprise. Is this really just a teacher with a film? I always feel that Luffy has such respect for this person, not like just a master of film stickers. Everyone also looked at Luffy curiously. This is a senior, the strength is very strong. Facing everyone's doubts, Luffy casually explained. Strength? Very strong, can't see it at all? Especially when he was holding a girl on his arm just now. When Rayleigh heard it, he turned around and smiled. I'm getting old, how can you young people be as good as you? It's you, Monkey D. Luffy, you are now the idol of many young people in the world. Compared with you, the other pirates who haven't entered the new world are simply vulnerable. The reward of 500 million Baileys is more than a little higher than that of other pirates. Advertisement, as well as you crew members, each of you has a bounty of over 100 million. The prestige of your Straw Hat pirates now makes many pirates want to defeat you and become famous in one fell swoop. He glanced at the people behind Luffy and couldn't help smiling. Ha ha ha, nope, yes, so, you think highly of us. Hee. Rayleigh's voice fell, which made everyone happy. Like two idiots. Luffy couldn't stop complaining in his heart. I want to change partners, is there any change? During the fight, they continued to follow Rayleigh to the direction he said. Everyone on the road rented some bubble cars to drive, which is still a novelty for the current Straw Hat pirates. With the bubble car, everyone's rushing speed becomes a drag racing scene. Brook took the lead. Yo ho 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 ho, because I am a skeleton, I am lighter than you. Chopper turns into the smallest form and follows the second. I am the second. Yusobu third. Come on, the fourth and fifth Sanji and Zoro followed them without saying a word, avoiding danger. The sixth and seventh are Robin and Nami, who are followed by Tang Yu. Frankie is too heavy, so the 8th and 9th and the 10th Luffy and Rayleigh are behind. Frankie. Hey, uncle, I find you look more and more familiar to me. Rayleigh smiled. I didn't expect you to remember my old man. Frankie was surprised. It's really you? The main reason is that the appearance of Rayleigh hugging the waist of the beautiful woman made Frankie dare not recognize it. Luffy smiled. I thought you recognized it already. Frankie. It's unbelievable that I can still meet you. Rayleigh smiled. The sea is full of incredible things. During the fight, everyone also came to the destination. Because of Rayleigh, everyone did not meet those bounty hunters and celestial dragons. Nami looked at the shop in front of him in surprise. Extortion, bar? What a weird bar is this, Brooke. This feels like a not-so-friendly bar. Rayleigh smiled. Okay, here we are. I haven't been back for a long time. Chopper. Huh? Is this the one? It doesn't always feel like a good place. The others also looked at the bar in front of them curiously. The Forbidden Army is speechless. Rayleigh smiled, opened the door and walked in. Shaki, are you at home? Everyone also hurriedly walked inside. Rayleigh? Alas, Zalba. Saxi ignores it. Everyone heard Zalba's name and came out from behind Rayleigh in doubt. In the small bar, the owner called Shaki was sitting on the sofa, looking up at Rayleigh who came in. Hachi and Kami and Popig are all sitting around. Xiao Ba looked at Rayleigh in surprise, and Mermaid Kami and Popig also looked at Rayleigh curiously. Kami saw Luffy and everyone was surprised and said, Huh? Luffy, Nami and everyone? Advertisement. Shaki saw Luffy and others smile slightly, and finally said to Rayleigh, Spend all the money again? Rayleigh scratched his head in embarrassment, went to Xiao Ba's side and said, Isn't it because I met this group of interesting juniors? Then he looked at the strange Zalba and asked, What's wrong with you, Zalba?
Shaki also asked suspiciously, What's the matter?
Xiao Ba was hesitant to speak, and then walked in front of Luffy and the others. Thank you for saving me, StrawHat, and, after bowing to everyone, he said to the gloomy Nami, I'm sorry, Nami. Luffy and the others didn't speak, and Nami looked at Zalba quietly. Rayleigh and Shaki watched in disbelief. Luffy shook, walked around the two, and explained to them on the sofa. Nami's hometown has been dominated by Arlong and his gang for many years, and Zalba is also present. Later, after we defeated Arlong, Xiao Ba jumped out of the people who were imprisoned. Only then did the two suddenly realize that they couldn't help looking at the apologetic Zalba and the gloomy Nami. It's hard for the two of them to say anything. After all, the hatred between Murlocs and humans is not enough to talk about for a few days and nights. Nami, why don't you beat me up? Looking at Nami's gloomy face, Xiao Ba couldn't help but said awkwardly. Nami sighed, shook his head and said, I don't hate you anymore, but I won't forgive you either. After speaking, Nami bypassed Hachi and went to Luffy's side. Luffy smiled, patted Nami on the shoulder, and asked Zalba, How did you escape? Zalba quickly explained. As Luffy said before, Dibalu took everyone to seek revenge on Sanji. Kami and Popig came here after saving Zalba, because after hearing that it was Luffy and others who defeated the Flying Fish Pirates, Hachi wanted to apologize in person. However, it is clear that Nami did not choose to forgive either. Luffy. Let's not talk about this anymore. Please ask Senior Rayleigh for something. Our ship is placed near number 49, and I want Senior Rayleigh to put a film on us. Shaki smiled. Yes, little monkey, I agree to this for the old guy. Slowly lit a cigarette. I admire you Straw Hat crew very much, you are the most dazzling existence in this supernova. Sanji wondered. Supernova? What's that? He took out a few bottles of wine from the refrigerator, then sat on the sofa and explained. It is a kind of glory for pirates. Before entering the new world, those with more than 100 million Baileys will be called supernovas. And this year, there are 17 pirates offering rewards exceeding hundreds of millions. Yes, especially your Straw Hat crew occupies 8 places, which can be said to be unmatched by other pirate groups. It seems that the 9 characters in the original book have not changed, only Straw Hat crew has changed because of his arrival. Chopper. That's amazing. Are there any other big pirates with more than 100 million Baileys? Yusobu said proudly. No way, after all, who made us so powerful? The others also smiled, and were very satisfied with the result. Brook. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho, looks like I've dragged everyone down. As Brook who just boarded the ship, the bounty is only 33 million Baileys. Shaki looked at Brook and asked, Are you the one who just got on the ship? This little skeleton guy is really amazing. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho, yes, next to Brook, it's a music festival and swordsman, that. Brook introduced himself with a bow, then hesitated and asked, May I know what color underwear you're wearing today? 0. Nami put his feet away. You are enough. Hey. Shaki thought for a while and said, If you're talking about underwear, you shouldn't be wearing it. Yusobu complained. You don't have to answer, hey. Brook twitched. No, not wearing, yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho. Luffy looked at Brook with twitching corners of his mouth, and said helplessly to the reappearance, How much is the reward for those guys? I don't know if the amount of bounty offered by Kid Guys has changed. Chapter 4. 17 Supernovas, please customize. Hearing Luffy's question, Shaki smiled and returned to the counter to take out a stack of reward orders. This is the current reward order for the 17 Supernovas. Let me tell you from the top to the bottom. Shaki flipped through the bounty while talking, and finally put Luffy's bounty on the table. Monkey D. Luffy, I don't need to introduce, the reward is 500 million Baileys, leave everyone else behind. The second place is 2 people, also from Little Monkey's family, Roronoa Zoro and Blackfoot Sanji. The third place, the captain of the Kid Pirates, Eustace Kid, the reward amount is 340 million Baileys. It is 10 million Baileys lower than the 2 brothers. It is only 15 million Baileys higher than in the original book. Luffy suspects this guy cleaned up the marine branch on that road. Others also looked at this one in surprise, feeling that he is quite a non-mainstream guy. Fourth place, the captain of the Hawkins Pirates, Hawkins, with a reward of 249 million Baileys. No change, still the same number. The others also glanced at the guy who followed him. 5th place, also tied, the devil's son of the little monkey family, Nico Robin and the Drake Pirates. X-Drake. The reward amount is 220 million Baileys. Sanji. Robin saw Saigao. Luffy hugged Robin's waist, and Sanji instantly petrified. The 6th place, the captain of the Heart Pirates, Trafalgar Law, with a bounty of 200 million Baileys, is a ship doctor. Chopper's eyes lit up. Really, it's amazing. Luffy smiled. This is the guy who ate the world's most expensive devil fruit. Nami was surprised. Then, that devil fruit of 5 billion Baileys, it's amazing. I see that you think a lot of money is great. Luffy shook his head helplessly. The point of this fruit is that it has a particularly outrageous effect, and it depends on the combat power. It's really hard for this guy Luo. The development of an auxiliary fruit is so fraudulent. The others looked at Luo's reward order full of curiosity, and couldn't help asking. What? Luffy said calmly. Eternal life. Op fruit can give people the effect of eternal life. Everyone disagreed. Oh, it's just eternal life. Everyone was alert. Huh? Eternal life? Shaggy smiled. Brother Monkey knows a lot. Luffy smiled and said nothing, while the others looked at Luo's reward order in bewilderment. Immortality. What a desirable ability. Shaggy didn't care either, and he knew the 910 news all along. Luffy curled her lips. It's just eternal life, look at your prospects. This is eternal life. Eternal life. No, just a little surprise. Everyone didn't refute it, after all, the topic of eternal life is only left to people's imagination. Brook smiled. Yo ho 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 ho, speaking of eternal life, I don't know how long I can live. With the ability of Wangshen fruit in the body of a skeleton, Brook, who is already 9,000 years old, just smiled. Eternal life, what a lonely ability, loneliness, eternal loneliness, yo ho 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 ho. Shaggy and Rayleigh were also surprised, and they were in a trance when they learned that Brook in front of them was already 90 years old. However, the topic of eternal life has always been endless, and everyone said a few words casually, so it is no longer discussed. 7th place, the captain of the radio pirates, Skuligman Apu, with a reward of 198 million Baileys, next to the previous one. 8th place, from Little Monkey's family, Queen of the Weather, Nami, offering a reward of 1,080 million Baileys, so handsome. Nami scratched her head in embarrassment, it's so. Sanji. Nami-chan Saigao, 9th place, crew member of the Kid Pirates, Killer Kira, with a reward of 160 million Baileys. Everyone was also surprised that other people's houses still had pirates with a reward of over 100 million. It's just a bit of Versailles between words. 10th place, from Little Monkey's family, Sniper King Yusobu. The reward amount is 155 million Baileys. Yusobu pinched his waist. Ha ha ha, see you, the great Captain Yusobu. Except for Kami and Chopper who are silly and sweet, the others ignore it. 11th place, from Little Monkey's family, Tony Chopper, 150 million Baileys, so handsome. Chopper danced and danced. A-hole, idiot, people are not happy. Everyone. No. You are obviously very happy. The 12th place, Pony Pirates, Big Eater Jewelry Pony, the reward amount is 140 million Bailey. Sanji. Pony Psycho, Yusobu complained. Hey, you are the waterline of the Communist Army. Advertisement everyone. The 13th place, the captain of the Flame Tank Pirates, Capone Bead, the reward amount is 138 million Baileys. Everyone thinks that this guy doesn't look like a pirate, but like a gangster. However, they are indeed gangsters. 14th place, from Little Monkey's family, Carter Frankie, with a reward of 120 million Baileys. Frankie. Ah, super. Same as the bounty from Zoro to Sabaody in the original book. 15th place, the captain of the pirates who broke the precepts, the strange monkey rogue, the reward amount is 110 million Baileys. 2 million Baileys more than in the original book. So far, the 17 supernovas are ranked, the absolute evil generation. Luffy smiled and announced, besides this, the other 9 are also on the island, so you can go out and meet them. The filming time is 3 days, Mr. Rayleigh. Rayleigh smiled and replied, yes. Luffy waved his hand. Everyone can go out and play. When the big event starts, we will be driving the coated boat. Now, don't let the other pirates beat us down, everyone cheered, ready to ask Nami for money. Rayleigh wondered, isn't your film coding for the Fisherman Island? It was only then that others remembered that what Luffy just said was a big event, but everyone still doesn't know what happened to the specific event. Luffy smiled, just waiting for you to ask, Senior Rayleigh. No, we have one more thing to do. Luffy shook his head, looked at Sao Lee seriously. I have something to ask you, Senior Rayleigh. Rayleigh looked at Luffy suspiciously, waiting for Luffy's question. Others also gathered around curiously. Do you know the life experience of Potter Cass Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second team? Senior Rayleigh? Luffy frowned and asked seriously. When Rayleigh is puzzled, everyone else is surprised. Nami was surprised. Wait, Luffy, isn't Ace your big brother? His last name is Potter Cass? It was also the first time for others to hear Ace's full name, even Rayleigh. Rayleigh took a sip of wine and smiled. Fire Fist Ace. I met him 2 years ago, and he seems to be one of the supernovas of the last year. As a super rookie of which class, even the world government directly recruited him and decided to let Ace join Shichibukai. His every move is definitely more eye-catching than the current Luffy. Shaki wondered. What's wrong, little monkey? Luffy sighed. It seemed that Rayleigh really didn't know Ace's identity. Ace got caught. Luffy was terribly calm and just said something that stunned Nami and others. Ace was caught. Luffy. The others looked at Luffy worriedly and understood that Luffy said, big event. Luffy smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine, Ace will be saved. But Rayleigh and Shaki were stunned for a moment, and then they probably understood the consequences. Rayleigh slammed his mouth. Fire Fist Ace was caught, that old guy might go crazy. Shaki smiled. After all, he is the one who treats his family so badly. Only then did the others realize that they and others seemed to know too little. Shaki was taken aback for a moment. Wait, are you going to join in the fun? Luffy nodded, and said seriously, Fire Fist Ace is my sworn brother. I will never sit idly by when he is caught. Looking around at AGCC, Nami and others, Luffy sighed. You guys understand this time. The Marine headquarters will definitely start a war with the Whitebeard pirates. This time is definitely not a joke. The strongest combat power in the world will gather here. The war has begun. The current StrawHat pirates are still a bit reluctant to join this battle. Whether they can all come out alive, no one can guarantee. Zoro and Sanji looked at each other, looked at Luffy, didn't speak, their eyes were firm. The others also raised their chests. There are only 2 words in the eyes, don't hesitate. Rayleigh smiled and looked at the group of people in front of him, as if recalling the old Luogia pirates. Shaki nodded again and again, marveling at the friendship of this group of people. However, Luffy wanted to see if he could fool Rayleigh. Luffy looked at Rayleigh and smiled. Senior Rayleigh, do you know the life experience of Fire Fist Ace? Shaki smiled. It seems that little monkey has ideas for you, old man. Luffy almost had the word, fudge, written all over his face, causing Rayleigh to shake his head. Advertisement, ha 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 ha. Then I want to hear about the background of Fire Fist Ace. Luffy sighed helplessly. I don't want to disturb your old man either, the point is that I thought you knew. Under everyone's curious eyes, Luffy patiently explained. Fire Fist Ace's surname is not his father's, Potter Cass is his mother's surname. Potter Cass de Rouge was Ace's mother, a great mother. 21 years ago, a man executed in the town of East Blue Rog told a Marine that his wife was pregnant. Under Rayleigh's shocked gaze, Luffy continued, and in South Blue Bathrula, a mother escapes the world government's cleanup of the Son of Sin. The child was delayed 10 months, and 20 months later, when Potter Cass de Rouge was exhausted, a boy named Potter Cass de Ace came. When that Marine came to Bathrula, that great mother had already. The remaining children were also brought back to their hometown by Marine to raise them, eager to train them to be a Marine. After a pause for everyone to slowly digest, Luffy said to the already silent Rayleigh, you should have thought of it. That pirate is Luogia, that child is Luogia's child, and that Marine is old man Garp. Fate is tricking people. The old man wanted to train me and Ace to become Marines, and the result is. Rayleigh shook his head, took a drink from the table. The captain's child. Rayleigh wiped the tears from his eyes, and it seemed that the first. When I met Luogia once. Open hollow lens bracket ahahaha. My name is Luogia. Let's turn the sea upside down. Rayleigh, close hollow lens bracket. Luffy didn't expect that Luogia didn't tell Rayleigh about his wife and son, presumably he didn't want to disturb his friends. Rayleigh was a former partner, not a nanny, and even Luogia did not go to execute Rayleigh. Not ruthless, but Rayleigh knows Luogia best. It's as if only the Golden Lion, who doesn't understand Luogia, made a big fuss about naval headquarters to save Luogia. On the one hand, Rayleigh and other crew members did not know that Luogia had a son. On the other hand, it was because the man known as One Piece had no entrustment. My friends have their own lives after disbanding, but Garp is different. Luogia regards Garp as a friend, because Luogia knows Garp's character. And Garp is doomed because of the title of Marine Hero. It will be difficult for Garp to retire in his old age. So let Garp suffer and help take care of his wife and son. What Luogia didn't expect was that his wife would do everything for the sake of the child. And the son was recognized as a grandson by Garp, an old scum. Thinking of this, Luffy couldn't help complaining. And many more? If Garp doesn't recognize Ace as his grandson, doesn't Ace become his own uncle? Well done, old man. Approved? Not to mention the storm of thought in Luffy's head, the brains of everyone in Nami suddenly felt a little frightened. Nami was surprised. Wait, Ace is the son of One Piece Goth Luogia? That? Robin was surprised. Senior Rayleigh is a crew member of One Piece? Sanji was surprised. Really? Zoro was surprised. This is really incredible. Frankie was surprised. Wow, don't you know? Yusobu surprised. Frankie, you know? Why didn't you tell us? Chopper seconded. Why? Brook thought for a while. Gold Luogia, there seems to be such a newcomer.
Listening to Brook's words, the corner of Luffy's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help sighing. The dark scene.
It's not Gold Luogia, it's Gold D Luogia. World government changed the D to D in order to influence. Rayleigh smiled. I didn't expect you to know about this. Luffy pouted. The operation of the world government, even a fool can see it. Now Rayleigh also knows the identity of Ace. It is up to him whether he wants to participate in the summit war or not. But now everyone is ready to go to the island to have fun. After all, there are still 3 days left for coding. Marine's execution of Fire Fist Ace will also be announced in these 2 days. Luffy. Nami. I want 1,000,000 Baileys. Nami. No, only 100,000 Baileys. Love or not. At present, the Straw Hat pirates are not short of funds, and the gold on the Dread Dhow has also been looted. Including the 50 million at Eni's lobby, there are hundreds of millions of Baileys. But who let Nami manage the money in the end? It was easy to say. Luffy used the price of carrying things for the two, Nami and Robin, in exchange for his own 1,000,000 Baileys play fee. Chapter 5. Sabo, please customize. Finally, the reasonable amount distributed by everyone is. Sanji took 10 million berries to buy ingredients. Frankie also took 10 million berry to replenish the ship's necessities. Others also took more than 2 million to replenish supplies on the ship. For example, Chopper buys medicinal materials, Brook buys musical instruments, etc. Even Zoro has 2 million to buy training equipment. Luffy reluctantly followed behind the two beauties. Pain and happiness. In order to prevent Zoro from getting lost, Yusobu and Chopper chose to follow Zoro.
Sanji took Frankie and Brook to play together. As long as the two teams don't meet Marine Admiral, they are still safe, and Luffy is also relieved.
Go in groups of 3 and start playing in all directions. And when Luffy and others left, the other 9 supernovas on the island also got the news. The Straw Hat crew has come to the Sabaody archipelago. At the same time, North Blue, Bardigo before the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army was discovered in the original book, the headquarters was set up here. Covert and the world government would never have thought of it. They could not imagine that this group of criminals did not enjoy the benefits of power in a magnificent place. Turns out on this awesome island, the barren island where no grass grows, Chief Sabo is back. Everyone, at a sentry, the person who found Sabo and his party back from the telescope shouted in surprise. In the distance, after hiding the ship, Sabo and his team slowly came to the island. Koala stretched her waist. Ah, I'm finally back, I want to take a good bath and rest. Haku smiled. Then you have to thank Sabo. I heard that the leader asked Sabo for something, that's why we came back so early. Koala. That's right, Sabo. Do you know why the leader asked you to come back? Sabo scratched his head. The leader didn't say it, he said it was not safe in the phone bug, so let's talk about it later. So, everyone embarked on the small road back to the headquarters in doubt. Hello Chief Sabo. In the awe of a group of people, Sabo and his team finally returned to the headquarters. Katele, as everyone returned to the room, a person hurried over and said, Sabo, Haku and Koala, the leader is waiting for you in the meeting room. Koala asked suspiciously, do you know what's going on? I don't know about this, but the commanders of the 4 major armies have also returned. There must be something very important. The soldier turned and left after delivering the message. Advertisement. Everyone was even more confused, so they had no choice but to walk towards the meeting room. As everyone came to the conference room, all they saw were the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drago. Commander of the Eastern Army, Bello Betty, Commander of the Confederate Army, Lindbergh. Commander of the Western Army, Mori, Northern Army Commander, Crow Callis. Sabo, you guys are back. Then sit down, Drago smiled and said to the people who opened the door. So, what's the matter? Didn't even give you time to take a break and drink some tea? Sabo and his team came down with Doubt's meeting of the Revolutionary Army. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Duolage, mentioned the content to the meeting. About the battle between the Marine HQ and the Whitebeard pirates. How much benefit can the Revolutionary Army get from this matter, and what kind of opportunities can the Revolutionary Army seize in this opportunity? The general content of the meeting was discussed by everyone, and the time passed slowly. After the meeting, everyone was about to leave. Sabo, you stay here, I have something to tell you. Drago stopped Sabo, who was about to leave. The others were a little curious, but they all left too. Wait until everyone leaves. Sabo scratched his head and asked, what's wrong? Drago walked out of the window, watching the scene of people coming and going outside. Time flies so fast, Sabo. Did you think of any memories about the past this year? Shaking his head, Sabo Kaido. No. Boss, have you found out about my life experience? Sabo looked at Drago in surprise. Drago turned back and sat on the chair, and said slowly, it's pretty much it. A nobleman in East Blue once had a child named Sabo, about his parents. Thinking of Luffy's introduction to Sabo's parents, Drago couldn't help but twitched and said, it's a standard noble family. Sabo also understood, what is a standard noble family? Even those who rely on their status as nobles are also the key targets of the Revolutionary Army. By the way, Sabo, do you know? Drago smiled and said, I have another child who is as old as you. No, it seems to be 3 years younger than you. Sabo was surprised. Oh, the leader's child? Is it also a Revolutionary Army? Sabo thought for a long time but didn't realize who was the leader's child. Advertisement after all, people as smart as the leader in the Revolutionary Army can't think of anyone else. Sighing helplessly, Drago took out a reward order from his pocket. No, he is a pirate. 0. Seeking flowers. As he spoke, he placed the reward order in front of Sabo. Sabo accepted Luffy's reward order with a dazed expression, and couldn't help being stunned when he saw the person behind it. This is the strongest rookie uploaded by Hi recently. Known as the leader of the Era of Evil, the Marine headquarters focuses on attacking people first. I didn't expect him to be the leader's son, although I don't know why. Looking at the handsome figure in the portrait, Sabo feels a little strange. It's like seeing another pirate of the same fame years ago. This time it feels weird. Seems like a relief to see the man's fame. Drago asks suspiciously, "You don't feel anything at all?" Hearing Dorag's doubts, Sabo froze for a moment. 0. Drago asked again uncertainly, Do you have any strange feelings, or? Sabo is not an idiot. Seeing Drago's strange expression, he couldn't help being stunned for a moment. Sabo. So I met your son. So this is why I feel weird? Drago sighed. Oh, I'll tell you directly. The ellipsis represents the details of the story, so I won't talk about it. The news I know here is that you Sabo had 2 brothers when you were young, the kind of sworn brothers. One is Luffy, and the other is the guy from the meeting just now, Fire Fist Ace. The 3 of you drank the sworn wine when you were young, and later you chose to run away from home to become a pirate because of family reasons. Then met the Celestial Dragon's ship, which fell into the sea after being bombarded. It's just a coincidence that Drago realized that he didn't need to talk about it. When he said this, Drago saw Sabo's tearful face. Luffy. Ace. Sabo muttered something, his eyes were in a trance. My name? It's Ace. What about you? Open black lens bracket. I'm Luffy. Let's be friends. My dream is to go to sea and be a pirate. Hee. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket. You know what? We are brothers after drinking this glass of wine. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket. One day we will go to sea. Live more freely than anyone else. Close black lens bracket. My brother, Luffy Ace. I'm Sabo. Under Dorag's surprised eyes, Sabo fell to the ground and passed out. Come on, Chapter 6, Each Direction. Sabaody Archipelago. Outlaw Zone. Bar 21, Zoro, Chopper, and Usobu are here. Exactly because Zoro is an alcoholic and just visited Shaki's bar and marveled. He didn't even drink much, so when he saw the bar, Zoro took the 2 of them to the bar. Chopper. Zoro, we still have to go shopping. Chopper looked at Zoro pitifully, feeling a headache. Zoro didn't care. It's okay, just go in and have some drinks. After speaking, he pushed open the door of the tavern. Usobu patted Chopper on the shoulder. It's okay, Chopper, I'm here. There will be no danger. Then push Chopper and follow Zoro into the bar. Ha, welcome to. When the bar owner heard the movement, he turned his head and was about to greet everyone. He was stunned. Snapped. Pirates. Warcraft. Roronoa Zoro. As the wine glass shattered, the bar owner went from whispering to screaming. Following the voice of the bar owner, the chaotic bar suddenly became quiet. Zoro was speechless. What? Can I have some wine? Usobu came out behind Zoro with Chopper. Usobu. What's wrong, Zoro? Chopper was surprised. Why is it so quiet here? Shouldn't the bar be very chaotic? A bounty. A bounty of 155 million, Sniper King, Usobu. And their pet, Tanuki, Swish. Chopper turned into a humanoid monster and roared. It's not a civet cat, it's a reindeer, hey. Tony Chopper with a bounty of 100 million inches 650, and 50 million Baileys. There was a burst of surprise in the bar, and they couldn't help shouting. Best wine in your store, please. Zoro sat on the bar counter indifferently. He was used to this kind of thing in East Blue. Usobu and Chopper also sat beside Zoro. Hey, serve wine to these 3 little brothers. The account will be charged to Lousy. At this time, a figure sat on the other side of Zoro. Red hedgehog head, wearing a pair of sunglasses, a black jacket sets off the eye-catching red hair. Captain of the Kid Pirates, Eustace Kid, frowning. Zoro looked at the man beside him. Thank you for your kindness, but we have money. Kid smiled charmingly. Ha. As expected of a guy with a bounty of 350 million Baileys. Zoro. You're not bad, the bounty is 340 million Baileys. For the person in front of him, Zoro still recognized him from the reward order. The only one other than his own family, who can offer a reward of more than 300 million Baileys. Frowning, he took the wine handed over by the boss. After drinking this wine, it is worth the labor and capital. The labor and management want to see why your bounty is higher than the labor and management. I have worked hard for myself for so long, but the result is that even the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates are no match. This is a great shame to Kid. Zoro, are you a swordsman? Zoro. If not, I'm too lazy to do it. Chopper and Usobu are not worried at all, for everyone now. The Straw Hat Pirates, who have just passed Buster Call, really care about these guys who haven't entered the new world. Chopper said nonchalantly. I don't want wine. Is there any juice? Cotton candy tastes the best. Usobu couldn't help complaining. Where can there be marshmallow-flavored juice, hey? But, Usobu underestimated the bar owner's desire to survive. Bar owner. Yes, there must be. Wait a minute. After speaking, a gust of wind passed by, and the boss went to the street to buy cotton candy. Usobu complained again. Your desire to survive is too strong, hey. Kid looked gloomy, stood up and looked at Zoro, couldn't help but want to do it. Zoro frowned. Don't bother me to drink, otherwise you will regret it. Slowly, a wave of momentum will be released at any time, making Kid's face even uglier. Damn. Ha 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 ha. This is the confidence of 300 million Pele. Suddenly, a loud laugh broke the special scene of the two. A man dressed in an ancient style with 3 arms opened the door and entered. Advertisement captain of the radio pirates, Skuletman Apu. Looking at Kid's embarrassed expression. Kid, this is why you can't even match the bounty of other crew members. He, with such a terrifying aura, I really can't imagine what kind of scary guy your captain is. Looking at Zoro sitting there, exuding the feeling of a monster all over his body, Apu couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional. Yusobu couldn't help complaining, why another strange guy? Chopper pointed at the other party in surprise. Look Yusobu, his arm is 3-jointed. Zoro rubbed Chopper's head. Chopper, don't talk about other people's bodies. Chopper bowed his head to apologize. I'm sorry. Apu smiled indifferently. Ha 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 ha, it doesn't matter. I am a long-handed family, so my arm is 1 section longer than yours. Maybe other people say this casually, and Apu will let the other party know why the flowers are so popular. But there are not so many problems with the same supernova of hundreds of millions. Like Luffy called Kid the Hedgehog seeing how many people ignored him, Kid couldn't help shouting. You bastards, believe it or not, labor and management will kill you. Regarding Kid's violent temper, Apu will not spoil him. Try if you have the ability. You think labor and management are afraid of you. All the irons in the tavern were trembling, and as Kid became more and more fiery, it seemed that a fight would break out at any time. Whoosh! Boom! A slash passed between the two, lifted the roof under their astonished gazes, and shot straight into the sky. Call outside, don't disturb other people's drinking. As Zoro slowly put away Onitsu, the atmosphere at the scene rushed to the peak of action again. Outlaw Zone. Number 24, Peninsula Restaurant. The originally quiet and elegant restaurant is now full of discussions about what a rude way of eating, how did she manage to eat it? A group of nobles who thought they were tall and tall looked at the wolf-eating woman in the distance, and couldn't help feeling sick. Wearing a striped suit, Capone Beg with a hooked nose and a plunging head wiped his mouth and frowned. I couldn't help but said, what a vulgar woman, it's disgusting. Someone sewed her mouth shut. The younger brother on the side was a little embarrassed. This is a bit difficult to handle, boss. The Marine headquarters is nearby. And the other party is not an ordinary person. If there is a conflict, it's not easy to handle, The gloomy Capone Beg directly pierced his hands to vent his anger. And the subject of discussion, the captain of the Pawnee Pirates, Jewelry Pony himself doesn't care. Sitting generously on the table, the 2 slender thighs are covered with oil stains. Meaty leg with left hand, gobbled up pizza with right hand. What's going on? The plate is going to bottom out. The little brother on the side, the chef is already working on it. Captain, please slow down and stop choking. Bonnie. Shut up B*******D and have another pizza. Tisk tisk, what a beautiful woman with a beautiful country, but she has such a bold attitude when eating. The busy waiter sweated so much, snapped, crash. Following a moment of trance, the plate in the waiter's hand became unsteady and spilled on a pirate. B******D. You actually spilled food on Lousy's pants? Do you want to die? Yes. Sorry, forget it, that pair of pants should be like this, and it's not suitable to see blood today. The magician Hawkins stopped his impulsive subordinates and said quietly. His men put down their weapons resentfully and couldn't help smiling at the waiter. Even though it's an ugly smile, Hawkins calmly commented on the door, an interesting person is here. Under the puzzled expressions of his little brothers, the door of the restaurant was pushed open. Yo ho 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 ho, I'm at the restaurant, and I just happen to be hungry too. Wow, I hope there will be delicious Coke here. Well, let's try the craft here. As the 3 of them pushed the door and entered, the people who were discussing all turned their attention to the door. Yes, it's Blackfoot Sanji, also. There's the cyborg Frankie? The pirates in the restaurant looked at the 3 people at the door in surprise, and couldn't help but focus on Sanji and Frankie. The restaurant waiter also came over tremblingly and asked, what do you guys want to eat? Sanji extinguished the cigarette in his hand and asked, give us 3 copies of your signboard here. Advertisement. After finishing speaking, he stepped forward and walked inside. Frankie. Is there any Coke? The waiter smiled apologetically. This one will have to wait a while, we will send someone to buy it right away. Brooke didn't ask anything, just followed Sanji into the restaurant. What's wrong, Sanji? Brooke suddenly saw Sanji standing still, and couldn't help asking in doubt. This is. Sanji's eyes fell on Bonnie who was sitting in front of him wolfing down his food. The eye with its own scanner is placed on the opponent's body and scanned over and over again. Bonnie seemed to sense Sanji's aggressive gaze, and couldn't help but glance at his eyebrows. Sanji's body squirmed for a while, turned into a spinning top, twisted 360 degrees and ran towards the wave. Pawnee sauce, Frankie couldn't help complaining. You have to be more reserved, hey. The majesty of the Straw Hat Pirates makes you embarrassing. However, to Frankie's collapse, Brooke also straightened his skirt. Trademark yo ho 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 ho. This beautiful lady, can I ask what you were wearing today? Boom. Boom. You two are enough. Hey, Frankie played the role of Nami's absence. After one punch, he took the chair that the two put aside to attend class. There are only 3 perverts on the boat, and they got together. Simply Frankie is not pervert like Sanji and Brook. Otherwise, the reputation of the Straw Hat Pirates will be given away by these 3 guys. Bonnie looked puzzled, meaning that Bonnie, who only focused on eating, still didn't recognize the 3 people in front of him. His younger brother reminded. The other party is the Blackfoot Sanji of the Straw Hat Pirates and the reformer Frankie. Only then did Bonnie look at the 3 of them curiously, as if seeing any difference between them. Ah, the reward amount is so high. Why? On the other side, Hawkins took out a deck of cards, and murmured while doing calculations. The possibility of a conflict is 0, and the chance of winning a conflict is 0. And it's the younger brother on the side heard the boss's murmur, and looked at the 3 of Sanji in disbelief. As for Capone Beeg, when the 3 of them came in, they didn't look away from the 3 of them. The little brother on the side reminded. Boss, it's really inconvenient to do it at the Marine headquarters. Ah. After a scream, both hands were wrapped in bandages. Sanji and the others were also attracted by his screams, and they couldn't help looking over curiously. Frankie was surprised. Wow, which gangster pirate group is this like? Sanji. Just don't disturb our meal. Brook. Yo ho 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 ho, what a strict hierarchy. For Brook, who was a captain of the guard for a while, this kind of hierarchical gang is very common. Compared to Zoro, who met all of them with bad tempers. The few people Sanji met here were calm Capone Beeg and Hawkins 4.8. And a pony who has no hobbies other than eating. It's like a powder keg over there, ready to explode anytime. Here is a quiet meal. As for Luffy on the other side, he was shopping with his 2 aunts. As number 30 next to the illegal area, it is a shopping center. Look Robin. How's that dress? Nami asked in a circle, wearing a summer-style waist dress. The salesperson on the side couldn't wait to praise. Oh, this customer is really good at picking, this is the treasure of our store. Robin teased. Giggle, didn't you just say that the other one is the treasure of the store? The traits of these clerks and profiteers are brought into full play. The salesperson was not embarrassed. You don't understand this, the treasure of our store is a series, not a piece of clothing. Talking eloquently about the treasures of his own shop. And Luffy sat helplessly waiting for the 2 of them outside, looking so bored that he was moldy. Boom. Please. Someone give me a knife, scissors are also good, please. I still have a wife and kids at home. I don't go to New World anymore, I want to go home. Boom. 2 explosions also completely broke the peaceful street. A tall and big pirate didn't even have time to scream. Only his desperate cry for help still lingers in everyone's ears. Luffy couldn't help standing up slowly, watching a group of people approaching from a distance. Celestial dragons. Why is this bunch of trash here? Chapter 7. Opening a room? Add more for Jind. Celestial dragons regard themselves as descendants of the Creator, and consider themselves gods, while others are mortals. Male celestial dragons will add holy to the end of their names. Female celestial dragons will add palace. They can disregard the law, whatever they do is justified, and there is no limit to what they can do. This is the aloof skyman, and the biggest cancer in the pirate world. Pata tilde operator Pata, in the eyes of the panicked passers-by, a pug dog, which is also a pet, came slowly. A dog with the same lather that celestial dragons had, dramatically raised its leg to PS on a dead slave. Shalulia Gong is one of the main characters of celestial dragons in this event. Roswald Saint, head of the Roswald family, the pug dog is also her pet, and it seems to be called Salu. It's so annoying, I lost another toy, did you sedate him on time, my daughter? Of course, but tranquilizers obviously don't work on idiots. The 2 walked slowly towards the dead slave, as if strolling in a courtyard, their eyes were full of indifference. Just like Shalulia Gongong said, it's just a toy. At the entrance of the clothing store, Luffy looked at the 2 people in the distance calmly. Or, kill one for fun, but the one named Shalulia Gong looks pretty good, but she's a bit too princess. Luffy, what's wrong? After hearing the explosion, Robin and Nami hurriedly raised their heads and asked. Luffy frowned and said, you 2 don't come out, I'm a little messed up. Oh, then be careful. The 2 were still very confident in Luffy's strength, and after agreeing, they went inside to continue picking clothes. Roswald Saint. You are too good at disciplining slaves, all the captains in my collection have been destroyed by you. Sha Lu 740 Lia Gong. It's this guy who cries and cries all day, it's so annoying. Boom. After finishing speaking, he took out a golden revolver and completely ended the life of the slave. Bang. 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 Seemingly feeling that it wasn't enough to vent her anger, Charulia Gong, who emptied the magazine, put away the revolver. Slowly follow Roswald Saint towards the distance. Pedestrians on the road can be described as terrified to numb. Kneel down, head down, turning a blind eye to a play. If celestial dragons pass through the crowd, all civilians must move out of the way to give celestial dragons a wide path. Meanwhile, all civilians must kneel and bow their heads, waiting for the celestial dragons to pass by. Even if civilians are killed in front of everyone, others can only pretend that they didn't see it. And Luffy stood at the door of the clothing store, also standing in the shadow corner. It's not cowardice, it's just that the time has not come. Before the big event starts in a few days, I will have fun with you. Watching the two celestial dragons leave, a smile appeared on the corner of Luffy's mouth. Who is this? Suddenly, Nami came out from the door and asked curiously. Luffy, aren't you picking out clothes? Why did you come out? Robin was helpless. After a few gunshots, do you think we still have the mood to choose clothes? Luffy smiled. Yes, but these guys are not easy to provoke. If you move them, Marine Admiral will be dispatched. Nami was surprised. Really? Marine Admiral? Robin explained. They're the celestial dragons, claiming to be descendants of the creator, and enjoying unparalleled rights. Luffy disdains. A group of people eat what's inside and outside. It's easy to oppress the people for the sake of power. Most of the pirates in the sea are AGAB, forced to go to sea. Advertisement. Even if it is a flash in the pan, in the original book, it can still be seen why many pirates go to sea. Because of the gold in the sky, people who can't survive are just dying. Luojia's words are just a fuse, a fire starter. It's the nobles and the celestial dragons themselves that really explode. They're the powder kegs. Personal opinion, don't spray if it's not easy. Shaking off the messy thoughts, Luffy raised his arms. Keep walking, the little one broke his leg today. The two smiled slightly, and walked towards the clothing store in the distance, holding Luffy's shoulders. Robin leaned against Luffy naturally, and Nami held the other arm not to be outdone. It can be regarded as the reward for Luffy's hard work along the way. With both arms in my arms, it feels really full. Luffy, what are you laughing at? Giggling, I'm smiling a bit maliciously, Luffy. The two are left and right, and as they sway when they walk, Luffy feels that life is like this. Luffy. No, I was thinking about something. Nami, what's the matter? Robin said calmly. I think it's the same feeling after waking up in the morning. Nami is shy. You. What are you talking about, Robin? Robin smiled. The point is that someone seems to think so. Sure enough, compared to Nami, what Robin said was a bit daring. Luffy pretended to be innocent. You can't make people innocent, Robin. Robin looked regretful. It seems that someone doesn't like it after that. Luffy quickly interrupted. Please do this to me. Nami bowed his head in silence, blushing slightly. In Robin's hostile face. In Luffy Jung, Zuo, Ren, Bu, Jun, Yao, Z face. From noon to sunset, the three of them carried big and small bags and headed towards the nearby hotel. As for whether something will happen to make Luffy happy, well, let's see the fight over there first. Yoshi. That's it, serious face. Team Zoro. As Zoro Haki's voice fell, the atmosphere at the scene was completely up to the breaking point. What do you mean? Kid looked unhappy, looking at Zoro who was sitting there drinking. Appu swallowed his saliva and did not speak, only the cold sweat falling from his forehead represented surprise. The power of a sword. Let the two captains carefully consider whether to do it. Okay, Captain. Any disputes can be settled in New World. At this time, a person wearing a mask came in and couldn't help but patted Kid on the shoulder. As for the reason, as the deputy captain on the ship like Zoro, you must keep calm. Conflict with the Straw Hat pirates is not the time to do it. Others can bully, but the pirate group with hundreds of millions of bounties. Always think about the consequences before you act. Humph. Kid glared at Appu unhappily and was about to leave. Swish. Suddenly, Kira slashed at Appu with a sharp knife in his hand, under the surprised eyes of everyone. With a ding-dong sound, Appu was at a critical moment, and played the yakin, and the sound waves blocked the attack. Advertisement. What do you mean, Kira? Appu took a step back and asked with an ugly face. Kira put away her weapon and motioned for Kid to leave in a dignified atmosphere. Just to teach you a lesson, next time you are disrespectful to Kid, I will kill you. The mask under the light makes it impossible to see his expression, and the calm tone suppresses crazy thoughts. Step tilde operator, step tilde operator, step tilde operator. The two walked towards the door with strides, in the astonishment of everyone and Appu's ugly face. Yusobu couldn't help complaining. The persimmons are only picky and soft. Appu's expression became even uglier when he heard this. Pirates always value bounty. Among the 17 supernovas, those with the lowest rewards are indeed in an embarrassing position. Humph. With an ugly face, Appu walked out swinging his three arms. Outside the bar, Kid and Kira have already gone out. Why are you stopping me? Kid asked with a displeased face, only feeling bad all over. Kira sighed. The Marine headquarters is nearby. If the Straw Hat pirates fight, it's up to you whether you can fight. The point is that it's easy for Marine to reap the benefits of the fisherman, and your face, haven't I already saved it for you? According to Chopper's words in the original book, open hollow lens bracket captains are disobedient. Many pirate groups have a wonderful captain. As long as the Kid pirates, Kid himself is a powder keg that explodes at one point. And Kira would persuade Kid to calm down every time, but it was useless. 17 supernovas exchange rate Sabaody Archipelago, the most nervous is Marine. If it weren't for a big event, Marine might have sent all the Marine elites here to garrison. Head of the Kid, have you met that captain? At this time, on the side of the street, A man with a Madara felt hat and a beard asked calmly. Trafalgar. What do you mean? Kid was upset. When he suddenly saw Luo, he couldn't help but want to vent his anger. Luo hugged the ghost and cried, sat there indifferently, gracefully put his arms on Baipo's body. Kira sighed, pulled Kid and said, forget it. Every one of these guys is easy to mess with. Luo smiled. It's still right for Kira to be the head of the family, because it's better for the family to be less hands-on. What accounts do you have? It will be better when you arrive in New World. It seems that people's opinions are not the same. Here Luo's voice just fell. Boom. 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 A Sky Islander in a monk's attire battles a man in a swordsman's hat. Drake, who was supposed to persuade the fight in the original book, seems to be P***** D off by your rogue. So awkward. At this moment, Luo wanted to chop the two into pieces. Block. You two. Let's settle it in New World. Kira, who became a peacemaker in seconds, stopped between the two and said with a headache. You rogue. Hey, you took a life. In a familiar scene, your rogue put away his weapon and jumped away without pulling away. Drake. Your rogue? New World better not meet labor and management. Drake, with a displeased face, couldn't help but uttered a cruel word, letting a group of pirates watch the show. Drake said that he was still a little impulsive, and when everyone stopped attacking again, the three of Zoro walked out of the bar. Come on, Chopper. We still have a lot to buy. Zoro walked to the street, looked at a group of peers in front of him, and couldn't help frowning. What? Want to fight again? Chapter 8, the first trial of When drama. Facing Kid and the others who were partying at the door, Zoro couldn't help frowning. Don't worry, Zoro, New World will take care of everyone's affairs. Luo friendly smiled at the three of Zoro. After all, Straw Hat crew was the most suitable partner. Following this unhappiness, everyone separated and prepared for the voyage on their own. And Sanji and others on the other side didn't have the slightest tension. The people who were full of food and drink left the restaurant under the calm eyes of others. The three of them walked calmly on the side of the street, preparing what they needed. A hotel. The name is very random. It seems to have a simple and unpretentious name, but the content inside has a little flour. Luffy slapped the table. 3 rooms. Nami was surprised. Why? I just need to share a room with Robin. Luo bang. Hee, little brother, just give us 2 rooms. Nami suddenly realized, and then looked at Luffy with a displeased face. Stupid Luffy. After finishing speaking, he turned away from looking at Luffy, his face turned slightly red. Luffy said cheekily. I just want to let you guys have a good rest, nothing else. His face is upright, smelly and shameless. The little brother smiled slightly. We have a big bedroom here that can accommodate 3 people, and the sound insulation is also very good. Then he showed Luffy an expression that any man could understand. Ahem, Luffy coughed and asked impatiently, really? Boom. Luffy slammed his head into the counter and clapped his hands. Nami. Let's go back to the melee. After speaking, go outside. Don't. Luffy quickly pulled his head out, then rushed to Nami and said, it's so late, the road is not safe, isn't it? Hee. Robin on the side was shaking with laughter, and the little brother at the counter swallowed his saliva in fascination. A supernova who offered a reward of 500 million Baileys actually said that the road is not safe. Does that mean it's not safe for pedestrians? The so-called people are fickle, facing the whole day of hugging left and right. Even if the chance tonight is small, there is always a chance, right? In the end, the 3 of them stayed in the hotel after the fight. 2 rooms. Really, I'm doing it for your own good. You actually think I have ulterior motives? Luffy expressed heartbroken Nami's distrust of him in exchange for raised fists. After a short rest, the 3 of them went downstairs to have a meal, and finally they were under Luffy's reluctant eyes. The 2 walked into the double room. Advertisement. Sad. Jux. Room for 2. Nami washed up and lay down on the bed in her bathrobe. The wet hair was also wrapped in a towel, and I couldn't help stretching. Poor Luffy has no eyesight. Robin in the same attire sat quietly on the chair, reading a book quietly. Nami pursed her lips. Robin, when did you and Luffy start? Seemingly aggrieved, Robin raised his head in doubt. Robin. What? Robin, who was focusing on the book, said he didn't hear clearly. Nami pouted. You and Luffy, I really don't know how this guy suddenly changed so much. Obviously before, I was a fool, an idiot, a B********D. Now I'm still the same as Sanji, it's frustrating. Robin smiled, closed the book, and walked over to Nami. After hugging each other tightly, Robin smiled and said, maybe it's something we don't know. Just like Luffy's strange potions and fruits. Is Nami jealous? Nami got up quickly and shook his head. What, I didn't. Hee. Seeing Nami's panic-stricken appearance, Robin smiled and lay on the bed with his palms on his head. He smiled. It seems that Luffy is quite attractive and even stole our little thief cat's heart. Should you go next door and ask Luffy? The slightly provocative Robin asked with a smile. Nami wondered. What? Robin. Ask him, why did he become so obscene? Nami shook his head. No, if I go, specify whether I can come back. Clack cluck. Robin laughed even louder, making Nami look embarrassed. And Luffy, who was waiting next door, didn't know it. My current personality is already the same as that of Sanji. No. Sanji has a lust but no guts. 0. Seeking flowers. Luffy is full of color, heart and courage. The night seems to be getting deeper, when the number of pedestrians on the road gradually decreases. Luffy sat quietly on the head of the bed, holding Ace's life card in his hand. XF. Advertisement when alone, Luffy will pull out Ace's life card. Because he was afraid that he would cry in front of everyone. Whether it's the relationship between Luffy and Ace, or the love for Ace in the previous life. The story is always so sad, the time is coming. This time, no one can stop your freedom. After muttering something, Luffy, with firm eyes, couldn't help but look out of the window. Shaking his head, he put the life card in the hat, and lay down gently on the bed. Zero Kacha. At this time, the movement from the door lock made Luffy look away from the doctor. He sat up suspiciously, and was about to speak, whoosh. Then there was a burst of soft fragrance into her arms, making Luffy's words stuck in her throat. R.O. Robin? Surprised by the familiar fragrance, Luffy asked suspiciously. Looking up, Robin smiled softly. What's wrong? Surprised. Luffy scratched her head in embarrassment. Where's Nami? She. Before the words fell, Luo slowly blocked up. Luffy was amazed to feel the bold Robin, feeling the amazing experience. I don't know how long it took, when Luffy felt like he was going to be out of breath. Robin raised his head and looked at Luffy. I have one in my arms? Are you thinking about other things? Luffy swallowed. Smiled. I want to ask Nami what to do when she wakes up. As he spoke, he couldn't help but wonder, don't worry. Before dawn, Nami will sleep soundly, the night seems to be shyly getting dark. The hustle and bustle in the house followed. Forget it, think about the rest for yourself. This night, the two also separated at dawn. On the second day, Nami found that the two people around him were a little tired. One person doubts, the two look at each other and smile. Time also passed the factory in the following days. Chapter 9. On the eve of chaos, please customize. The last chapter was banned. I don't know if it can be released after the revision, but it's okay, it won't affect the plot. Specifically, it is about the passage of time until the Sunny is coated. This chapter is also excessive, for the plot of Luffy's personal fight with Sabaody Archipelago in the next few chapters. In the days that followed, without Kami being arrested, everything was fine. On this day, the coating of the Sunny was finally completed, and everyone who got the news gathered together. Chopper was surprised. It's so cool, is this the coating? Guji. Everyone stepped on the film-wrapped Sunny, and couldn't help closing their mouths in surprise. Luffy nodded. It feels like 5-0, Rayleigh smiled. I haven't done it for a long time, I don't know how much my hands are rusty, as long as you don't dislike it. Sanji. No, very good craftsmanship. Everyone nodded. Rayleigh took out an instruction manual from his pocket. Let me tell you about the coating boat. Nami raised her hand. You just tell me, forget about these idiots. Zoro nodded. Yusobu couldn't help complaining. You have already realized that you are a fool, hey. Not even a rebuttal. After Rayleigh explained the operation precautions of the coating boat, Luffy smiled and called everyone together. Luffy said seriously. Now we have to divide the work, about how to participate in the big event this time. Huh? Aren't we together, Luffy? Everyone asked in surprise, and even Rayleigh came over strangely. Luffy asked Rayleigh, Senior, are you ready to do something? Advertisement. Rayleigh smiled. It's been a long time since I met those old friends, I hope they still remember me. Luffy also understood when he heard this, and didn't ask any more questions, then looked at the crowd and said, This time, I decided to act separately from you. Oh, why? That's right, Luffy, can we all be together? Everyone looked at Luffy in astonishment and was extremely puzzled. After everyone quieted down, Luffy smiled and said, Don't worry, I naturally have my own considerations. For this operation, follow Senior Rayleigh to meet Senior Whitebeard. Let Whitebeard leave it to Senior Rayleigh to contact you? Rayleigh nodded. I can handle Whitebeard, it shouldn't be too difficult. What about you? Is there anything else to do? As for the traces of the Whitebeard pirates, Marine has not announced the news yet. So Whitebeard is still easy to find, and I should still have some face with my old bones. This time, besides saving people, there are still some things to deal with. Luffy replied seriously. Although everyone was puzzled after hearing the sermon, they also understood that Luffy had made up his mind. And Sabaody Archipelago, don't go back, go to the island near the Marine headquarters immediately. I've given Sanji the record pointer about the nearby islands. Where are you waiting for news from Senior Rayleigh, and always prepare for the opening of this big event. Luffy looked at the crowd seriously, arranging their actions. Why? Everyone wondered why they couldn't log into the Sabaody Archipelago anymore. There was a hint of madness at the corner of Luffy's mouth. The next Sabaody Archipelago might be a little crazy. Nami was surprised. What are you doing? Advertisement. Robin frowned. You can't be. The two remembered Luffy's meaningful tone at the door of the clothing store. Luffy smiled. Yes, I endured it for a few days. Yusobu couldn't help asking. Wait, Luffy, it's okay what you want to do, the point is how do you leave? Frankie seconded. We drove the Sunny away, how did you leave Sabaody Archipelago? Nodding his head, Luffy smiled mysteriously. Shanran has his own tricks, you don't have to worry at all. As for how to leave, Luffy has already figured out a way out, and it should be more reliable. Yuxi. It's decided. Luffy shook his neck, jumped onto the railing and waved to everyone. Hurry up and see you on the battlefield. After speaking, the figure jumped into the air and stretched its arms towards Sabaody Archipelago. Everyone looked at the disappearing Luffy speechlessly, couldn't help but glance at each other and sighed together. Rayleigh smiled, stood up and asked, "Give me your phone bugs, and I'll let you know when I catch up with old friends." Nami nodded and gave Rayleigh the phone bug number. After Rayleigh also disappeared, everyone couldn't help looking at each other. Robin smiled. Wait. Nami sighed helplessly. Let's go to the scene near 2.1 and wait. Luffy gave me this record pointer yesterday. Sanji patted his head, and then took out a record pointer from his pocket. Shall we go to this island first? Brook took a closer look. Lerna Island? Where is this? Robin thought for a while. It seems to be an abandoned island nearby, because the environment on it is not suitable for human survival. So it is considered an abandoned island. Where can we go first and wait for the information from Senior Rayleigh? The island is fictional, the plot needs it. For Luffy acting alone, everyone expressed their helplessness. Chapter 10. Trafalgar Law. Please customize. It's a headache not to mention how much the crowd felt about Luffy acting alone. Because everyone believed in Luffy's strength. The so-called strength represents a person's vision and attitude. The Straw Hat Pirates, whose strength is no longer what it used to be, are helpless about Luffy acting alone. But also believe in Luffy. But Luffy, who was believed by everyone, has returned to the Sabaody Archipelago at this time. Phew. Grandma Lee's legs, you trash. Your Grandpa Lu has tolerated you for a long time. Move your body and walk in one direction. Find a ride with the wind before you leave. A port in the Sabaody Archipelago, Captain? Does our ship need coating? Beppo couldn't help asking suspiciously. One corner. Are you an idiot? What coating is on the submarine? Bebo bowed his head. Yes, I'm sorry, everyone. The heart is so fragile. During the fight, they couldn't help looking at Luo boredly, not knowing what the captain was thinking all day long. And Luo himself is waiting for a good show. As for the recent alerts at the Marine headquarters, you are as smart as Luo and have already discovered a clue. Although I don't know exactly what happened, but I always feel that there will be a good show. You are here. I finally found you. At this time, a figure suddenly jumped in front of everyone, scratched his head, and said with a smile. Yes, is it you? You don't know what you do? Everyone looked at the falling figure in surprise, and couldn't help asking 06 vigilantly. I have something to ask your captain, is that guy there? Hearing the figure's question, before everyone could answer, Luo walked over with a ghost in his arms. Do you have anything for me? Robin looked at the figure in front of him seriously, and couldn't help asking in doubt. The Straw Hat is in charge? It's Luffy. Luffy scratched his head. This. Come here. Seeing Luffy's hesitation to speak, Luo couldn't help walking towards the distance. Captain? Don't come here, just me and the Straw Hats will be fine? Luo interrupted everyone's questions and said. Luffy spread his hands, nodded to his subordinates, and followed up. Bippo was puzzled. Why is this guy looking for the captain? The water droplets spread their hands. Who knows? Yijiao. I always feel that there is nothing good. I bet on a woman's sixth sense. The others were speechless. On the other side, Luo slowly leaned on the red book and couldn't help but ask in doubt. What's the matter with the Straw Hat? Looking at the elegant Luo, Luffy couldn't help but think of the other's sexual change. Hiss. Don't dare to think. Don't dare to think. I have two things to discuss with you. No, it can also be said to be one thing specifically. Luffy smiled and explained slowly. I need you to give me a ride at a critical moment. Luo smiled. Why? Why should I help you? The Straw Hat. Luffy. How about I can help you kill someone? Doflamingo is your enemy, isn't it? Trafalgar. Advertisement. After hearing Luffy's words, Luo couldn't help looking at Luffy in surprise. You. What do you mean? There was an earthquake in his pupils, and Luo couldn't help swallowing and asked. This time it was Luffy's turn to smile gracefully. 13 years ago, a man named Don Quixote Rocinante died at the hands of Doflamingo in East Blue. The man who must protect the man until he dies, Trafalgar Law, is it you? Luo couldn't help looking at Luffy in amazement, wondering where Luffy got this information from. Luffy couldn't help stretching out his hand. I'll help you catch Doflamingo in front of you, and let you take revenge yourself. You're in charge of doing me a favor. Get me out of the Sabaody Archipelago. How about it? After Luffy finished speaking, he raised his head and stared at Luffy with bloodshot eyes. How can I trust you? How can I believe you can beat Doflamingo? Luffy wasn't angry either, and couldn't help saying patiently. So I'll prove it to you. You can wait for me here, and when the news from the island comes out, you will know, right? Luo couldn't help wondering. What are you going to do? And your crew? I always need to know what you're going to do, right? The Straw Hat? Cooperation for no reason. I have to understand what your business is, right? Luffy thought about it too, and scratched his head. I'll tell you the details when I get back. You just need to know that after a while, this island will have Admiral coming. Speak shocking words in a calm tone. Luo swallowed his saliva. You. What are you going to do? The Straw Hat. Mess with Admiral. Don't want to live? Luffy smiled. Didn't you say you want to see my strength? This is a good opportunity. You can watch the battle between me and Admiral for a while. I'm dead. It just means that my strength is nothing more than that if I survive. I can handle Doflamingo, right? Luo's face was ugly. Are you crazy? That's Admiral? Luffy's face was rare and serious. So what? What about Marine Admiral? Aren't you scared? Trafalgar Law? Low pirates? Who is afraid? Who is the low-level pirate? Luo's face was displeased, and he smashed the jar. Lousy is waiting for you here. I want to see it. How did you die under Marine Admiral, you inferior pirate? Very good, we'll be successful. Luffy pinched his nose. Cut, if first beat Marine Admiral, you'll be the next pirate. Oh, that's right, and Kid, both of you are low-class pirates. 3 people can't think of one. Fortunately, Kid is not here, otherwise the 3 of them would not be 8 years old. Labor and Capital are not inferior pirates. Kid is an inferior pirate, I agree. That's fine. Kid is an inferior pirate. Kid, who was drinking on the other side, was in a bad mood, and always felt that someone was speaking ill of him behind his back. The two talked, very happy. Then Luffy didn't say anything to Rodo, just let him wait here. After the two separated, Luo couldn't help but shook his head and returned to his 20 teammates. Beppo was pleasantly surprised. Captain, you're back? Sea urchin. What do you mean, think the captain won't come back? Bailey bowed his head. Yes, sorry, everyone, so fragile. Shachi. Okay, don't bully Beppo. Captain, what is the Straw Hat looking for you? Luo slowly sat on the stone beside him, and said casually, don't worry about the specifics. We'll talk about it when he comes back alive. If they die, they will act as if they have never met each other. Pei Jin was surprised. You two are fighting? One corner. Are you an idiot? It's obvious that the two didn't do anything, okay? Advertisement: the captain is clean, he doesn't look like he's been in a fight, hey. Beppo. Exactly, and the captain can't beat the Straw Hat, right? Luo frowned and looked at Bebo, and the others also stared at Bippo. Bebo. Yes, sorry, everyone, so fragile. Luo sighed helplessly. What Bebo said is fine, I may not be able to beat him. The strength and courage of the Straw Hat Master are terrifying, I really think I am not as good as. Provoking Admiral's courage is definitely not something normal people can do. And if the head of the Straw Hat comes back alive, then his reward of 500 million Baileys will definitely not have a trace of water. And it's even lower. Everyone was also surprised by Luo's words, and they couldn't help but looked at each other in doubt. After all, his own captain doesn't even give in to that person named Kid, so he didn't expect to agree with the Straw Hat Kid so much. It was the first time I heard words from the captain who agreed with others, and he was also a supernova of the same class. After the surprise, everyone couldn't help but shook their heads and stopped paying attention. After all, the captain will say what he wants to say, and there is nothing he can do if he doesn't want to. So, everyone began to prepare food, waiting for the signal from the captain. At the same time, somewhere in the port of Sabaody Archipelago. This little brother, I don't know if there is anything I can do for you? Uncle 373 on the shore couldn't help looking at the figure in front of him and asked. Since this little brother came ashore, he has been standing here for a few minutes. I don't know if there is something wrong. The figure was wearing a black robe. After hearing the other party's question, he stretched out his hand and handed the other party a reward order. Do you know this little brother? Is he still in Sabaody Archipelago? Under the hood, the figure couldn't help asking slowly. Oh, this? I don't know, but I heard from many people nearby that this person has already come here. The uncle received the reward order, bowed his head and thought for a while, then shook his head and said. But, people. The uncle looked up but found that the figure had disappeared. After looking around, he couldn't help scratching his head. In the end, he reluctantly dropped the reward order in his hand on the ground. The reward order floated up with the wind, and under the sunlight, a straw hat came into view. But suddenly there was a noise in the distance. The auction has started. Everyone hurry over and have a look. Really? It's starting again. Oh, I don't know which pirate was wiped out by the group this time. However, those people should also go. This, or let's not go. That's right. If you are killed as someone who is not pleasing to the eye. Everyone couldn't help talking, and finally shook their heads with a wry smile. And on the #1 peninsula not far away, welcome everyone to come from afar. This time I have also prepared very valuable auction items for you. I sincerely hope that you can buy the items you want. Next, let's stop talking. The auction will start immediately. The dirty auction kicked off with the voice of the host, Mr. Disco. Nobles gather. Walking in the distance are celestial dragons. Roswald family of 3. Not far away, a kind smile appeared on the corner of Luffy's mouth. Good show. Here we go, Chapter 11. Fooling the kid and the war started? Please customize. Sabaody Archipelago auction. Below, first item. Troya from West Blue, from a musical family. His musical instrument is the music festival, and the mop is the cleaner. 25 years old in full bloom, height 192, weight 130, his name is Melon. The starting price is 450,000 Baileys. If you want to buy it, please raise your number plate. As the voice of the host Mr. Disco fell, everyone also joined in the bidding. Behind the curtain, people drawn by chains are like walking corpses. Hey, kid who had just walked over leaned against the door, and couldn't help mocking. Compared to these dirty nobles, we villains are much more humane. It is because scum dominates the world that more scum appears. Compared to the little tricks we use, comparing with others is nothing short of childish, crazy. Kira. That's right. Kid's expression was rampant. If we like it, shall we buy one and go back to play? Looking at the hot auction scene below with evil eyes. Captain Kid is so upbeat. At this time, a figure appeared next to Kid, and landed on Kid with its shoulders hooked and its back hooked. Luffy smiled. I think that dancer looks pretty good, Captain Kid, would you like to lend me some money? Kiera stopped the impulsive teammates with his hands, frowned and said, Straw Hat Kid? What are you doing here? Luffy doesn't care about Kira's face at all. After all, there's a guy with an even uglier face under his shoulder. Kid gritted his teeth. Straw Hat Kid, get your arms off lousy. Tama looks like he treats his younger brother. Who do you look down on? Luffy patted Kid's velvet. Don't be impulsive, there are a few garbage over there, be careful to be targeted. After speaking, he motioned Kid to look at the celestial dragons, and couldn't help but continue to put his shoulders on Kid happily. Maid. This whole body mink is not bad, I will get one later. Kid's face was about to drip, and he couldn't help but glance at celestial dragons with a headache. Maid. Labor will kill you sooner or later. Kira watched the two compete silently, and her own captain was taken care of. Kira couldn't help but sigh that the Straw Hat Kid is so disgusting. Kid took a deep breath and held back the anger that tore that smiling face to pieces. Asked. What are you doing here, and where are your men? Backquote. Looking around, I didn't find those familiar guys, so I couldn't help but look at Luffy suspiciously. Advertisement, don't look at it, I'm alone. He took his shoulders off the kid, stretched his waist, and then couldn't help but move closer to the kid who was far away. With a smirk on his face. Do you want to do something big together? It will definitely double your bounty? How about it? Disgusted and moved aside, he couldn't help asking in doubt. What are you thinking? Luffy motioned Kid to look at the celestial dragons. How about killing both of them? Then your bounty will definitely be doubled. The understatement fell on Kid's ears, making Kid a little dumbfounded. His chin hit the ground, and he stared out of his eye sockets as if looking crazy. Are you a fool? Kill celestial dragons? This is not wanting to live? Still increasing the reward amount? It's a good end if you step on the horse and get killed on the spot by Marine Admiral. Kira, who was closest behind Kid, also heard it and was stuck in place with a dazed expression. Luffy buttoned his nose indifferently and wiped the booger on Kid's mink coat. What? Don't you dare. Wait for the pirates. Unfortunately, this is not an ordinary thing. If you ask Kid to visit the Marine headquarters, he may still think it is feasible. But, celestial dragons? Excuse me. For the sake of your death, labor and management don't care about the fact that you smeared booger on me. Luffy pouted. Cut, coward. Kid atmosphere. This is not timid, okay. This is something you can't do, right? The concept of divine right of kings has imprisoned the thoughts of the world, and people in pirate world think that the king is recognized by God. Except for some sane people with a pirate worldview are respectable to celestial dragons. Looking at the entire pirate world, which pirate dares to rob celestial dragons? Of course you'll say Doflamingo and redheads, but who is Doflamingo? He's also from the celestial dragons. Even the red-haired identity has the shadow of celestial dragons. Why was Rox called the most evil pirate during his lifetime? Even the world government wants to erase his existence? Because Rox is the only one among the pirates who dared to rebel against the rule of the celestial dragons. If the Valley of Gods incident gets out, it will greatly shake the celestial dragons' rule. You asked Kid to move the celestial dragons? People really dare not, just like what Luo said in the original book. Advertisement faced with Luffy and punched celestial dragons. Luo said that Luffy taught them a lot. Suffice it to say, the status of celestial dragons in the pirate world. This is divine right. It is inviolable. Then, Kid couldn't help but tugged at Luffy's shoulder, swallowing. Do you really want to do it? Luffy innocent. Of course. Do you want to think about it? When the time comes, you only need to kick, and the bounty will be doubled at least. Kid didn't hesitate at all. No, don't take us with you. After speaking, prepare to greet your subordinates to leave. On horseback. This place will definitely go crazy in no time. Luffy sighed helplessly and didn't stop them from leaving. He stretched out his hand and pulled out the dagger on Kid's chest. Lend me the knife, and return it to you in New World. The corner of Kid's mouth twitched. You don't need to pay it back, just treat it as a gift from the employer. FK. The two best knives of labor and management, UB******D. Outside the auction. No, not good, big event. Dense newspapers fell from the sky, and the people who picked them up panicked. Apu standing on the roof, Nuo Dahao, has a serious face. This is the world government serious? Bonnie eating, Uroge sitting on the street, and Capone smoking a cigar, Beeg. The faces of several people are equally dignified. No, it's not good, Captain, something is not right. The subordinate handed the newspaper to Hawkins in shock. Hawkins looked calm. What the hell happened? Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division Captain Firefist Ace is about to be publicly executed, post. Nani? Then, the Whitebeard Pirates are about to go out? Facing the discussion among his subordinates, Drake said with a solemn face, no wonder the troops on the island are so weak. The war has begun. Somewhere in an alley, a figure in a black robe, holding a newspaper in his hand, trembling all over. XF. War. Here we go, Chapter 12. Holding celestial dragons hostage and playing big missions, please customize. Chaotic news is sweeping the world. The news of the public execution of Fire Fist Ace at Marine headquarters shook the sea. Watch the show. Panic. People panicked and hid into their homes. Like the end of the day. The might of the world's strongest man. So scary. And in the auction site, people who didn't know it were still bidding in full swing. In a certain corner, Luffy is in the last row, and Curie is holding a flower with a dagger, borrowed from Kid. Well, which gameplay will make people like it? Luffy looked in the direction of celestial dragons, and the corners of his mouth became more and more crazy. The people nearby looked at Luffy suspiciously, as if they thought they met a lunatic. Swish. Putting away the dagger, Luffy stood up and headed towards celestial dragons. Step, step, step. Little did they know where the celestial dragons descended from Shinigami stood with a relaxed face. Who are you? A CP officer in charge of celestial dragons security sees Luffy approaching, can't help shouting, "Untouchable, please leave," or plop. Before he finished speaking, he felt his eyes go dark, and the CP personnel directly patted the ground. Rast? The other CP members immediately looked at Luffy vigilantly, took out their weapons and shot at Luffy. Bang. 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 What? Several gunshots completely ignited the atmosphere at the scene, and the nearby nobles screamed in panic. Ding. 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 This dagger is not bad, Kid will really enjoy it. Slashing the bullets at will, Luffy couldn't help but marvel at the blade looking like new. How is this going? What is that lunatic doing? Hello? Damn it. Bothering the celestial dragons? Run quickly, you will be implicated? After the gunshots rang out, the nobles fled in panic and ran towards the door. The sound of screams and stampedes can be heard endlessly, making the whole auction site even more lively. Little devil. Pay for your actions. As if an order was announced, a CP member appeared in front of Luffy with a flash of his body. Like bullets, point towards Luffy's limbs, intent to capture alive and let the celestial dragons take their wrath. Boom. A servant who has done a lot of evil, you deserve it too. Kicked out, the CP members who hit the ground like dead dogs. The face is calm, ignoring the celestial dragons in the distance. Get on your knees, you pariah, Roswald Street announced loftily, pointing the power in his hand at Luffy. Put down your weapons and kneel on the ground as my slave, forgive your sins. Mentally retarded people will never speak up according to the situation, like this celestial dragons who are high above. Pointing at Luffy self-righteously, the tone is like an order. So how'd I see how disgusting you guys are? Luffy shook his head, the dagger in his hand was ready to go. Swish. Oh. My hand. With a wave of Luffy's dagger, Roswald Street screamed and knelt on the ground in an instant. A hand holding a scepter flew high, and crossed a parabola. It fell in front of Roswald Saint who was kneeling on the ground. The pampered celestial dragons couldn't bear this kind of stimulation, and after double gazing, they passed out. Advertisement as the screams stopped, the auction venue was extraordinarily quiet. Everyone didn't dare to take a breath, and looked at Luffy with a dazed expression. This is, ha ha, I must be dreaming. The nobles who hadn't escaped yet had tears and snot running down their faces, and they were frightened stupid. Luffy flicked the bloodline on the dagger, and said with a disgusted face, "Oh my god, this blood stinks. A strand of power is rotten like it's in the blood. You be *****D. How? You dare to hurt the descendants of the creator." Shilulia Gongshi trembled all over, pointed at Luffy and reprimanded him. Notify Marine HQ, I'm going to make this pariah's life worse than death. Life is better than death. The runny-nosed celestial dragons followed Charulia Gong's example and pointed at Luffy and shouted. Hurry up. Run away. The warship from Marine headquarters is coming. Marine Admiral is coming. The rest of the nobles scattered, screaming and running out. Leaving only celestial dragons and Luffy, and M. Disco slumped on stage. Look at the water stains under his crotch. It seems to be scared to pee. In the original book, Lu Bao just punched him. Luffy chopped off the hand of a celestial dragon's right now. Mr. was too scared to move. I was trembling all over, my legs were so weak that I couldn't lift my strength. Boom. One punch knocked out the second idiot, celestial dragons, and then threw them on Saint Roswald's body. After finishing it, I looked at the dumbfounded Shilulia Gong and smiled. Are you doing it yourself? Or are you lying on it yourself? After finishing speaking, he threatened to stab the dagger in the A** of the unconscious fool celestial dragons. Puff. As Luffy draws his dagger, bloodline splashes down on Shilulia Gong's bubble helmet. Sitting on the ground trembling all over, he said cruel words. You are dead. When Marine Admiral comes over, I will make your life worse than death. Damn untouchable. Luffy couldn't help being speechless, when he was about to throw each other together. Sniff, sniff. Luffy pointed at Shilulia Gong with a dagger, and his face was ugly. You. When I was about to reprimand the opponent, I saw a stream of water stains extending from the opponent's leg. And Shilulia Gong seemed to be aware of her ugliness, and a scream resounded through the sky. Boom. The sound stopped abruptly. Luffy held his nose and threw it together. Hey. On the other side, M. Disco on the stage has lost his mind. Luffy smiled, looked at the empty auction room, and couldn't help but head towards Mr. Disco. Boom. FK. Another freakin' shit. Luffy sighed helplessly, kicked him unconscious, and couldn't help shaking his head. Ding! The corners of Luffy's mouth raised, and he randomly sat in the first row. Just waiting for you. Task interface. 1 mission. Freedom and equality. Time-limited mission props. Full screen projector. The whole world rises. Task requirements. Live broadcast the ugly appearance of celestial dragons, count their crimes, behead. Reward. Overlord. 2 mission. Defeat the coming admiral of the marine headquarters, Kizaru. Time-limited mission props. Awakened state with no side effects. Mission requirement. Kizaru is at a loss or Kizaru escapes. Reward. The time-limited item is changed to permanently remove the side effect of awakening. Advertisement. It seems to be playing a little big. Looking at the tasks issued by the system, Luffy swallowed. 0. Seeking flowers. 0 but I like it, Red Line Holy Land. Mariajoy 5 Elders Meeting Room, big things are bad. Suddenly, a CP member ran over in embarrassment and fell to the door. Then he knelt down in front of the 5 elders. What's wrong? I don't know how to behave. The bald old man with the knife scolded seriously. The remaining 4 people also frowned, and they couldn't help but look at the person with unfriendly expressions. Several adults. The visitor knelt on the ground and said with a horrified expression, the celestial dragons have been attacked. Boom. Like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of several people, the 5 sat up in shock. The old man with the knife. What did you say, R.O.? Roswald's family was attacked by pirates in the Sabadi archipelago. The person who came was equally unbelievable and swallowed his saliva to try. The blonde old man asked seriously, who is it? Such a bold person. Dared to attack the descendants of the creator? The person who came explained, yes, it's the captain of the StrawHat pirates, Monkey D. Luffy. The Crescent Who old man had a headache. Damn pirates, immediately notify the CPO members and go to Sabadi archipelago to help Marine Admiral. The criminal must be brought to justice. The person who came quickly got up, yes. After speaking, he staggered and ran out again. The old man with the knife. It doesn't have to be like this, Marine will take care of it. Crescent Who old man. Just in case of future troubles. Anyway, the group of guys may be over when they reach Sabadi. The old man with the long beard, but the one called Monkey D. Luffy is the one who ate the fruit. Crescent Who old man. That's right, so let the CP people punish him on the spot. Prevent accidents. Avoid future troubles. Several people discussed and decided Luffy's fate, and they never seemed to think that there would be accidents. The attitude of being too high above also laid the first foreshadowing for the incident of celestial dragons falling from the Elder. Marine Headquarters Marineford, Marshal's office. A roar resounding over the Marine Headquarters is enough to show how angry Sengoku is. B********** D Garp. It's your family again. Damn it. Sengoku yells incompetently because Garp is not there. When Mariajoy was organizing the meeting, Garp was going to visit the prison because it involved Garp. Worried, Sengoku plans to come back to comfort his old friend. As a result, that fellow Garp left early. His grandson took the celestial dragons hostage again on the Sabadi archipelago? Rubbing his forehead, Sengoku looked uncomfortable. One by one, can't this family make people feel at ease for a while? The correspondent on the side couldn't help scratching his head in embarrassment, not knowing how to answer. At the same time, I dare not accept. Where are the admirals? Have you gone yet? Sengoku asked the correspondent beside him suspiciously. This Kizaru admiral has set off. He must have followed the warship. The correspondent replied with a salute. Send someone to inform Garp. Another grandson is going to jail. Sengoku sighed and couldn't help waving at the correspondent. At such a critical moment, can't something happen one day later? Old friend. The old man can't do anything. Sengoku shook his head with a headache, thinking that he would go back to Mariajoy to face 5 elders' reprimand. FK. My head hurts even more, and, Chapter 13. Projection begins, please customize. The tension at Marine HQ seems to be spilling over to the Sabadi archipelago. Here, countless civilians are fleeing. Nobles pulled from auctions in Sabadi land can boast a lot. My god. The celestial dragons are being held hostage. The sea pirates are attacking the celestial dragons. Dense crowds were scrambling to escape, and the news was spreading like crazy. Soon, the people on the island were completely confused. Kid's footsteps were extremely slack. Maid, this lunatic is so good, FK. Kira. Gather everyone immediately, go to the ship immediately, and set off. Kid feels like he's crazy. I hope this guy is just beaten up, not killed. If that's the case, something really big will happen. Capone Bega's forehead burst into blue veins. This guy. Immediately get ready to set sail and go to the Fishman Island, because it will be fine in the future. Bonnie on the other side of 743 couldn't help but have a headache. Is this guy an idiot? New World met. I beat him to death. Not to mention the frustrated pony. Yorobe on the other side also rubbed his forehead with a headache. It's not enough to succeed. If you fail, you will die. His subordinates couldn't help but froze in place in bewilderment. FK Celestial Dragons. The StrawHat imp is really awesome. At the same time, Drake and Apu couldn't help being surprised, with incredible expressions on their faces. I don't know who will come this time. After Drake summoned his subordinates, he couldn't help thinking about the development afterwards. I want to see the strength of Marine Admiral. The idea of Apu's death also made his subordinates look confused. As for Hawkins, he said, next year today is not my death day, and continued to watch the show calmly. No. It's not good, Captain. Somewhere on the pier, Bebo ran over in surprise, and shouted to Luo with his eyes closed. Luo opened his eyes. What? Shouting, Bebo. Yes, I'm sorry. Everyone. So fragile. Bebo shook his head quickly. No, something big has happened. One corner. What's the matter? Beppo. The StrawHats have taken the celestial dragons hostage. Everyone was dumbfounded, even Luo couldn't help being surprised. Swallowing his saliva, Luo couldn't help murmuring, I should have thought of it. The fastest way to provoke Admiral is. Damn, is this guy crazy? After finishing speaking, he stood up and planned to walk towards the island. Beppo was surprised. What's wrong, Captain, where are you going? Advertisement, are you going to find the Straw Hat Kid? This guy is crazy, Captain, don't let him get too close. Will madness be contagious? After Bebo's voice fell, everyone persuaded him in amazement. Luo slowly stopped. Forget it, everyone has it, waiting in place. Why? Marine Admiral will come, Captain. Everyone couldn't help being puzzled, but seeing Luo continue to close his eyes and rest, they couldn't help but look at each other. Yijiao. I just said that the Straw Hat Boy has nothing good to do with our captain. Also, this time, the captain might be spoiled by the Straw Hat Boy. Beppo. Oh, why? Corner, a woman's sixth sense. Everyone. At this time, on a certain roof, a figure in a black robe calmly looked at the people running below. Luffy. You are still so surprising. After the figure disappeared, the whispering sound spread to Sheng. At this time, the protagonist who everyone is talking about, Luffy himself is tinkering with a holographic projection device. What the hell is this? And this thread is here. Is this camera pointing at this place? FK. Other systems are all for current use, what the hell are you? Luffy looked upset and wanted to throw the things in his hand on the ground. But when I think of the task, I put it away in embarrassment. Can't smash it, there's still work to do, let's finish. Straw Hat, Monkey D. Luffy, you're surrounded. Release the Roswald Saints immediately, lest you mistake yourself. As soon as Luffy set up the projector, the marine outside has surrounded the entire auction site. Find some iron chains and tie up the 3 celestial dragons. Luffy shouted at the top of his voice. Marine outside, if you don't want these 3 pigs to die, I'll retreat. If a marine breaks in, these 3 pigs will definitely die without a place to bury. After speaking, turn on the projector. And at this time, the marines outside heard the reply and couldn't help but look at each other. A general couldn't help but waved his hand. Stop attacking. Buzz. Suddenly, under the shocked eyes of all marines, a holographic screen slowly appeared in the sky. And at the same time, every corner of the sea, every place. A projector appeared without warning. 4 Seas, Grand Line, New World. Advertisement Windmill Village, Orangetown, Rogtown. Alabasta, Gaia Island, Sky Island. Dressrosa, IWC, Wanokuni. Like a miracle, a huge projector on each island appeared in the sky. Kokoyashi Village, quick, look, there is a picture in the sky. The villagers looked at the sky in amazement. Sea restaurant. Boss Zeph. Meal. A screen appeared in the restaurant. Patty pushed Zeph away from Zeph's room and said in surprise that Zero. Twin Gorges. Oh, what is this? Kuro Cass put away the newspaper and couldn't help frowning. City of Water, old. Boss. What is this? Barry pointed to the sky in surprise and asked the frowning iceberg. IWC, well, what kind of trick is this? While eating the cake, the ant looked curiously at the screen in the sky. Wanokuni. What the hell is this? Big filial son. Yamato looked at the movement in the sky suspiciously. Eggpoint Island. What technology is this? 0.2. Vegapunk couldn't help looking at the sky in surprise. On the sea, everyone looked at the screen in the sky in amazement. Surprised, puzzled, curious and more, and on Merryjoy. The 5 celestial dragons aloft couldn't help frowning as they looked at the projection in the sky. The celestial dragons below looked at the sky curiously, and some even ordered their men to go down and find out who did it. Someone on the void throne also appeared outside, looking at the sky indifferently. This moment, all the people in the world of pirates are projected to attract the focus. Quick, look, there's a picture. Some unknown island fell with the sound. Projections all over the world slowly appear a picture. Hi, hello everyone. As Luffy's face appeared on the screen, everyone held their breath for this moment. Chapter 14. The Sea Shakes. Please customize. Lerna Island. With the appearance of Luffy's face on the screen, Nami and others were stunned. Yusobu pointed to the air. Roa, road, Luffy. Yusobu, whose mouth was trembling, was very surprised. Zoro frowned. This guy, what does he want to do? Others couldn't help shouting curiosity about Luffy's appearance. At this time, Luffy on the screen spoke. Open black lens bracket. Maybe someone doesn't know me and wants to know who I am. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Sorry, even if I tell you guys about me, you will forget about me when it's over, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, so don't worry too much about who I am, close black lens bracket undersea prison imper prison. Garp held his head, watching Luffy break down after appearing. Luffy. Ace in the prison raised his head after hearing Luffy's voice, and looked at Luffy on the screen in astonishment. Ace was surprised. This is Luffy? Garp trembled all over. Look, you all want to PS off the butcher? Open black lens bracket, don't wonder why I appear on the screen, but it doesn't matter, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, you will only remember this one. Live, 06 and not me, close black lens bracket. New World. Moby DK, GU la 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 la. This is Ace's younger brother. Whitebeard gave a heroic laugh, and then asked the old man beside him, you're talking about this brat, too, old guy? The old man smiled. Ha ha ha, how's it going? It's a funny kid. It suits my taste, I don't know if I can be my son, GU la 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 la. But Luffy on the screen didn't know that someone wanted to adopt him as his son, so he continued. Open black lens bracket, so, now let's get to the point. Everyone, close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket this time. I want to show everyone a scene of killing a pig, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket then. Look, dang dang. Dang dang, close black lens bracket Mariajoy 1. The B asterisk 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 D. Meet the celestial dragons tied up. The 5 elders looked angry, and their anger soared. Open black lens bracket oh. Are you surprised? Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, are some high-ranking people feeling angry? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, look. This look of embarrassment. Tisk tisk, close black lens bracket, New World Dressrosa. Advertisement, Furoferoferfer, this is so much fun. Straw Hat Kid. This is really a big show. Doflamingo laughed happily, looking at the celestial dragons bound by chains on the screen. Celestial dragons kidnapped? And, still live? It seems that the guy in the straw hat said to kill the celestial dragons? Marine headquarters, get in touch with Kizaru. Sengoku patted the table, trembling uncontrollably. Things are getting bigger, celestial dragons are going crazy. Mariajoy. Ever since the Roswald family of 3 hit the screen, all the celestial dragons have exploded. Damn pariah. Does he know what he's doing? Where's Marine? Contact Marshal Marine. Notify Marine immediately to catch this B asterisk 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 D pariah. All the celestial dragons present had their lungs exploded, but Luffy on the screen continued to speak indifferently. Open black lens bracket, of course. Don't panic. This matter will pass soon. Close black lens bracket. So all you celestial dragons on high, let me count your crimes. Luffy on the screen moved a stool casually, crossed his legs and said. And as Luffy's voice fell, the 3 celestial dragons who were bound by chains woke up in horror. Open black lens bracket, what? Close black lens bracket on the screen. The screams of the 3 celestial dragons also followed the scream to everyone's ears. It was the first time that people in the world saw the miserable appearance of celestial dragons, screaming in embarrassment like ordinary people. Crack. 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 The picture and sound coming from the screen made everyone stunned again. Civilians. What did he just do? Celestial dragons. B asterisk 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 D. How dare he? Civilians. Is this the world crazy or am I crazy? Celestial dragons. Untouchable, you deserve death. After Luffy removed the jaws of the 3 celestial dragons, he couldn't help smiling at the camera. Open black lens bracket, okay. This way I won't let you hear the pig cry again. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket anyway. I'm tired of listening to it. Close black lens bracket. Dressrosa's Doflamingo laughed even more when he saw it. Furoferoferfer. Those high-ranking celestial dragons are going to go crazy this time. Advertisement, Straw Hat Boy. You are simply too appetizing for labor and management. Fuferferferoferfer. IWC. After being stunned for a moment, the ant couldn't help laughing too. The kid. What happened to what I told you last time? Wait until this brat enters the new world. Let my daughter marry him. Such a little devil is too good. Well. Moby DK, Marco was surprised. Hey, this guy is really playing. GU la 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 la. He has no way to stop. After this incident, the world government will stop at nothing to catch him. Whitebeard took a sip of his drink and couldn't help explaining to his sons with a smile. Wano-kuni. Beast's Kaido slapped his subordinates frantically on the shoulders. Jin. This kid will be covered by Beast's pirates from now on. Provoking the world government. The projection kills the celestial dragons. Ha ha ha. Labor and management are very pleasing to the eye. The members of the Beast's pirates in the 510 field were speechless. At the same time, because of the fact that Luffy deftly removed the jaws of the celestial dragons. Many people expressed their admiration, even worship. For example, the Golden Emperor of the Golden City, the Empress Hancock of the 9 Snake Island, etc. But, many civilians are terrified, commoners on many islands, that is the descendant of the creator. Why did those descendants of gods end up like this? This is the vicious big pirate. A group of civilians living in theocracy couldn't accept it after they came back to their senses. Isn't it right for the descendants of God to be superior? Those who have not seen how evil the descendants of the gods in their mouths look like the sky is falling. This is also a bad disease. Under theocracy, in the eyes of these people, God protects them. God created everything. God's descendants should not be tortured like this. As everyone knows, what happened next and what they saw and heard completely shattered the three views of many people. Turn out to be, descendants of God is like that. At the same time, with the fierce reactions of countless people on the sea, Luffy also knew that he didn't have much time. We can only end the live broadcast immediately. Time, we must hurry up. Chapter 15. Live Pig Slaughter, please customize. The people of Yin respected the gods and led the people to serve the gods, ghosts before rituals. Theocracy will exist in many places, and naturally there will be resistance. What is the purpose of this holographic projection around the world? For fame? Or for fun? However, there was a hint of a smile on the corner of Luffy's mouth, and he could probably guess a little bit. What is needed before challenging theocracy? Agitation. In front of the stereotype people, let them know that the descendants of God are just this. So plant a seed, even if it is tiny. What is the benefit of life with backward technology? Build. Rule. What's wrong? Liberty and equality. Open black lens bracket. What is in the eyes of many people? An arrogant big pirate kidnapped the descendant of God? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. So, everyone, does anyone know what your so-called descendants of the gods are doing every day? Close black lens bracket. Luffy's words came out from the screen, causing many people to fall into doubts. Perhaps only those who have experienced it know what kind of virtue celestial dragons are. Those who have not experienced it only know that they are the descendants of God, high above, and of course. Good job, StrawHat. Kill him. Let this group of eaters die. Baltigo. The Revolutionary Army is filled with righteous indignation. They are the most hated group of celestial dragons in the world. 713. Go to hell, StrawHat boy. Damn the big pirate. Release the celestial dragons. You are disrespectful to God. You will be punished by God. And some people choose to yell at Luffy. Think Luffy is an evil big pirate. Even if Luffy can't hear it, she can still understand it. Open black lens bracket. Let us briefly describe the crimes of these garbage. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Charles Rose Saint, the eldest son of the Roswell family, a spoiled trash. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Let me see. Oh, since I was sensible, I have been indoctrinated with the idea that I can do whatever I want. Close black lens bracket. Luffy calmly took out a piece of paper, on which were densely recorded the crimes about Saint Charles Rose. Awakened a tormenting personality at the age of 6, I like to see the feeling that life is worse than death. Close black lens bracket. Until the age of 8, more than 700 people have crashed playing. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Among them there are nearly 400 children, 100 pregnant wives. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The rest are the fathers of those children, the husbands of wives. Close black lens bracket. When I was 9 years old, I learned to shoot people who were tired of torture and get another kind of pleasure. Close black lens bracket. With Luffy's calm tone, it's like telling the life experience of a demon. Luffy's throat was dry watching himself. Mariojoy. The old man with the knife. Shut up. B*********. D. Tell him to shut up. The others looked gloomy, looking at Luffy with death-like eyes. Sengoku just arrived at Mariojoy. Damn, things are getting bigger. Sengoku clenches his fists and trembles, both infiltrated by the evil deeds of celestial dragons and Luffy. Ha ha ha. Are these the celestial dragons? Descendants of God? Did you hear that, Jesta? Our crimes are so childish? Ha ha ha. Compared with these rubbish, it's not worth mentioning that Lousy has killed the widow next door. Countless pirates looked disgusted, and they couldn't help venting crazily. This horse riding is called heinous crime. Compared with the heinous crime in the labor reward order, it is a joke. Open black lens bracket. 16 years old F*** ed his sister. Hiss. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Okay. It's not important anymore. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Since that night, Charles Rose Saint has opened the door to adulthood. Close black lens bracket. From then on, the behavior that men love most began. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Compared to his usual evil deeds, these so-called robbery of women. Open black lens bracket. I don't bother to read the rest. It's all about trivial torture, murder, robbery of women, etc. Close black lens bracket. Bang. 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 There was a gunshot on the screen. A revolver was emptied, and people outside the screen were dumbfounded again. Open black lens bracket. Very good. Next, Sha Lulia Gong. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. What about this one? Just like her younger brother, she has been indoctrinated with the idea of being superior to others since she was a child. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Falling in love with killing since I was 4 years old. Let Kangs run around. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Then let the CP people catch the slave in front of him and kill him with one shot. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Here I want to interject. Playing with guns at the age of 4? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Aren't you afraid that the brat will kill the celestial dragon's kid next door? Close black lens bracket. Luffy smiled, and continued to calmly talk about Charlie Gong's crimes. On the other hand, Dahai exploded because Luffy killed the celestial dragons. Really? Really killed? The horses are celestial dragons. If you say you're dead, you're dead? Isn't the world government crazy now? If Brother StrawHat is right, he should be killed. That's right, he's a human, he's worse than a beast. Some courageous commoners couldn't help talking about it, and at the same time felt that they should be killed. And those people who believe in the descendants of God are dumbfounded. At the same time, I found that I didn't know who to trust. Just one-sided words, but bang, 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 bang. The gunshots from the screen once again destroyed these people's perspectives. Luffy showed a disgusted expression and couldn't help shaking his head. Open black lens bracket. Where's the next one? It's the highlight. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Roswald Saint. The head of the family. The hand-in is not complete and the beam is crooked. Close black lens bracket. Luffy calmly read out more exciting news, more serious than the evil deeds of his son and daughter. Disgusting. Cruel. For example, when I went to a certain sea area and destroyed a certain village. Another example is to slaughter soldiers of a country to gain pleasure. New World Dressrosa. This is the daily life of Maz, Fufurofurafor. Using everyone in the world for fun. I'm such a nice guy by comparison. Doflamingo took it for granted, completely indifferent to the sins Luffy said. This is the day-to-day life of those who are on top of things for granted. They never put the whole world in their eyes. Mariajoy. Damn it. Kizaru hasn't arrived yet? Sengoku looked at his subordinates with a headache and asked. The last one must be rescued, otherwise those guys will make trouble. The officer saluted. Report, Kizaru Admiral has landed and is heading towards the enemy. And in Mariajoy, the 5 elders have also closed their eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. This thing has gotten big. The 5 elders can only find a way to make up for the fallout of this incident. The execution of the descendants of the gods is something celestial dragons will not tolerate. At the same time, it is not something that adult can tolerate. Whether it's the 4 emperors of New World, or the big pirates in the undersea prison. Can't help but look forward to the follow-up development. The last celestial dragons, if still die here, well then, things will be fun. It might get even crazier at sea. Open black lens bracket. That's right, let's see something more fun. Close black lens bracket. On the screen, Luffy smiled and connected Roswald Street's jaw. Open black lens bracket. Roswald Saint. You pariah. You are dead. Kill my child. You pariah. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Luffy smiled. So, can you tell me why you can kill people at will? Do those behaviors that are worse than animals? Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket. Roswald Saint. You are all pariahs. You are our slaves. How dare you resist? You are all going to die. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Roswald Saint. You are all slaves. Untouchables. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Luffy smiled. Do you want to die or live? Kneel down and beg me if you want to live. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Otherwise. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Boom. Close black lens bracket. You untouchable. Luffy shot the opponent in the leg and continued to persuade. Kneel down. Say you celestial dragons are all pigs. Open black lens bracket. You untouchable. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Boom. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Continue. Swear. Get shot. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. What? Close black lens bracket. On the screen, Roswald Saint, who was screaming again and again, didn't dare to say a word. He should have enjoyed an unparalleled status, but now he has become a prisoner. Roswald's Sacred Heart's line of defense also snapped. Open black lens bracket. I beg you to let me go. I can give you money, and women. You can have rights. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. I can give you my part of the heavenly gold paid by those untouchables. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. And those women that Marine collected for me. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You let me go. It's all yours. Please. We celestial dragons are all pigs. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. We are all pigs. Pigs are not as good as dogs. Close black lens bracket. At this moment, the people outside the screen were completely confused. Who has ever seen the lofty celestial dragons act like this? Ha 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 ha. Celestial dragons are pigs. This time, the world is in chaos. Crazy? Those who read jokes and those who are worried, people all over the world are completely ignited. Holy Land Mariajoy, damn Roswald, he doesn't deserve to be a celestial dragons. From now on, the Roswald family is expelled from the descendants of the gods. B********** D. Roswald. All the celestial dragons are furious, throwing tables, smashing benches. I can't wait to kill Roswald Saint myself. Between the words, even the saint behind Roswald is no longer calling. And to call celestial dragons without the holy 3.1 and palace behind it is the biggest insult to a celestial dragons. Explain that other celestial dragons have turned you and slaves together. StrawHat. Interesting kid. On the throne of the sky, I am murmured softly as he stared at the screen. In words, I just took this incident as a joke. As long as you don't expose yourself, your subordinates will die. And on the sea, the view of life of the people who witnessed everything was completely shattered. Celestial dragons lingering last days, their life-seeking actions have completely broken people's cognition. All the desperados looked at the celestial dragons on the screen in a daze at this time. How crazy. Open black lens bracket boom. Close black lens bracket. While everyone was in a daze, a bullet hit St. Roswald's forehead. The disgusting gesture fell to the ground. So far, the 3 celestial dragons have been completely killed. Whoosh. 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 Open black lens bracket everyone. The live broadcast is over. A friend is visiting. Close black lens bracket. Next time I have free time, I will show you a live broadcast of killing pigs. Close black lens bracket. Buzz. As if the screen had never appeared before, it completely disappeared under everyone's bewildered eyes. Sabadi Archipelago. StrawHat Kid Luffy, you really did something that even the old man can't help but marvel at. Uncle Huang arrived, stood not far away and sighed. Chapter 16. Battle Kizaru. A contest of speed, please customize. Sabadi Archipelago. Auction site. Monkey D. Luffy. You are amazing. Kizaru put his hand in, looking more and more wretched. See. Marine Admiral is here. Brothers. Easy to catch Admiral, Monkey D. Luffy. The marine soldiers seemed to have installed a centering bone, and all cheered and rushed in. But when they saw the bodies of the 3 celestial dragons at the scene, they all froze in place. This is much bigger than the impact of projection. Luffy smiled, and seemed to think of something funny. Kizaru Admiral, Paluzolino, it's you. Kizaru twisted his mouth. Oh, have you heard of the old man? To be honest, Kizaru can have such a face, it is simply a wonder of the pirate world. Cough cough. Luffy coughed, glanced around, and said a little embarrassedly, Second uncle. Ah bah. Kizaru Admiral, why don't you keep your subordinates away? Stupid. Confused. Kizaru looked at Luffy in bewilderment. What did he hear? Other marine with a frightened face. Kizaru Admiral is Monkey Uncle D. Luffy. Luffy suppressed a smile. The corners of his mouth twitched constantly. In Marine's eyes, it was a nephew showing grievance to his uncle. Kizaru Admiral is Monkey D. Luffy's snap? No, it's impossible. Yes, but Monkey D. Luffy himself called it. The soft chatter of the marines fell into Kizaru's ears in a quiet scene. Kizaru looks confused and confused. Myself, what the hell? Wait, uncle? Who? Me? When? Luffy felt like he couldn't hold it anymore. Whoosh. Relax. Kizaru Admiral, these brave marines will be sung. Luffy's right leg elongates, wraps around Haki, and throws towards Kizaru like a whip. Jet. Rubber whip. Under the acceleration of the second gear, when Kizaru reacted, he could only choose to jump up. Boom. What? Kizaru's jump doesn't matter. What matters is that all the marines who broke in were attacked. Then, step back at Luffy and give Kizaru a thumbs up. Kizaru was taken aback for a moment, and then looked around at Marine to look at him. Faith collapsed. Can't believe it. Pooh. The marines collectively spat out a mouthful of blood, then passed out. Leaving Huang Yuan himself stupid in place. Ha 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 ha. Luffy couldn't bear it any longer, and laughed out loud while clutching his belly. Clutching his stomach, with a state of incapable laughter, Kizaru also understood something. This guy is playing himself. Kizaru came back to his senses and landed on the ground, looking at Luffy laughing madly, exuding a dangerous aura all over his body. Kuwain, Monkey D. Luffy. But, do you know what happens when you PS off an admiral? Swish. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Before the words fell, the body appeared on the left of Luffy, and the left foot was drawn towards Luffy. 3 meters tall, really 2-meter long legs landed on Luffy's arm in the blink of an eye. Boom. The air exploded. Luffy blocked Kizaru's slap leg with one hand, raised his head and smiled. Kawaii, it worked. Stop lying. Advertisement. Kizaru raised his throat, his pupils trembled, and replied unwillingly. Whoosh. Luffy turned into a human body, his right leg was like a knife, and turned into an afterimage, the poem of Wolf Wolf Yellow Ape. The rubber body can be stretched at will, and the covered Haki makes Kizaru look dignified. Boom. The speed of the shining ability user is not for nothing, and the right arm hit Luffy's whip leg at some point. With another collision, the two bodies were deadlocked in place. Kizaru curled his lips. It worked. Luffy cut out. Cut, stop lying. Boom. The two pushed the two sides apart, each took a few steps back, stopped again, and looked at each other solemnly. Monkey D. Luffy, Kuwain, strong as a monster. Kizaru couldn't help teasing with his mouth crooked, he couldn't help being shocked in his heart. His hands have been silently taken out of his pockets, looking at Luffy warily. You admirals are monsters, aren't you? Luffy smiled, and couldn't help being alert to Kizaru's attack at any time. Sparkling fruit is really outrageous, the speed is really scary. If I hadn't turned on the knowledgeable color at full power after coming in from Kizaru, I might have been kicked away in the blink of an eye. Tien Zong Yun's sword. Frowning, Kizaru clasped his hands together with a wretched face. Laugh. The blade of the sword shining with light particles drew back and slashed towards Luffy. Boom. FK. Luckily Lousy relied on a kid's dagger. Stepping on it, the dagger that fell on the ground bounced into the air. Luffy grabbed it back with one hand, and went up to it. DJ. It was as if nothing had happened, the chopping of the two collided together. Month. The touch is staggered, every time Kizaru's attack is blocked by Luffy. An inch is short, an inch is dangerous. Faced with Luffy's counterattack from time to time, Kizaru is always on guard. Monkey D. Luffy. Take it easy. Kill the celestial dragons and you'll have no escape. Kizaru, holding the Sky Zongyun sword, persuaded while attacking. At the same time, I was amazed, are young people nowadays so awesome? No matter how fast I speed up, I will be blocked, but I have to worry about the opponent's tricks. Hey, celestial dragons is dead, why don't you go back and pretend you didn't meet me? Luffy's face is as usual, but his heart is not relaxed. FK. I didn't see you so fast when you hacked Senior Rayleigh. If it weren't for the dagger in his hand, I might not be able to keep up with Kizaru's speed. Well, if you say that, I actually quite agree. Saying this in his mouth, the attack in his hand didn't stop at all. Under Luffy's feeling, it seems to be a little faster. That's right, I'm thinking about you, old man, don't flaunt your waist when you're old. Feeling Kizaru's attack getting faster and faster, Luffy greeted with a calm face. Swish. Kizaru's body disappeared in place, appeared behind Luffy, and came over. Whoosh, 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 3 laser shots came towards Luffy, locking Luffy's head, throat and heart. FK. It's so fast at an age, are you afraid of showing your waist? Flipping his wrist, feeling the crisis behind him, he couldn't help being shocked. Laugh. Slashed down from top to bottom, while jumping away from the body, intending to stay away from this guy. Yada mirror. It was contrary to expectations, just as Luffy fell, the body of the yellow monkey appeared next to Luffy. Whoosh. The 2-meter-long legs attacked again. Luffy had no time to react, so he had to cover Haki on his forehead. Boom, feeling sour all over, Luffy slammed into the audience. Cough cough. Advertisement hiss. Sitting up with a grin, he looked at Huang Yuan with his usual expression. 0. Seeking flowers. Give it up, Monkey D. Luffy. Kizaru's body turned into light particles again and appeared in front of Luffy. The 3-meter-high body does feel a little oppressive. Alas, it seems that Admiral is still too strenuous in normal state. Standing up and patting the ashes on his body, he couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Admiral is not jealous, even the second gear is not open, it is indeed a bit contemptuous. Kizaru frowned. What do you mean? Twisting his neck, he didn't look injured, and smiled at Kizaru. It means. Laugh, conquers full power. Steam burst out of his body instantly, and he grinned at the surprised Kizaru. Second round. Start, swish. The body disappeared instantly, and a fist wrapped in flames appeared on Kizaru's face out of thin air. The fist landed heavily on the face, and Kizaru's body flew upside down. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Kizaru in midair turned into strands of light, converging in midair, and several laser beams appeared where Luffy landed. Swish. Luffy's body disappeared again, the attack failed, and Luffy appeared on Kizaru's head. Boom. The stretched slivers landed on Kizaru's face, and his body smashed towards the ground, getting stuck on the ground. 8-foot Chong Guyu. Luffy's body is still in the air, and Kizaru's shit is coming out of the hole in the ground. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dense light bullets instantly covered Luffy's eyes. Boom. The ground is collapsing. The ground of the entire auction is swollen with a big bag. The endless light bullets in the ground shining with light particles are falling towards the sky. Boom, wait until the ground completely explodes. The entire auction site is wiped out in place by dense light particles. Originally, there was only one huge pit at the auction site. The entire auction site disappeared, and Luffy also disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The light particles on the ground slowly move toward the sky, and Kizaru's figure slowly appears. Kizaru, who was originally in a striped yellow suit, no longer had the calmness he had at the beginning. The face turned blue, the glasses disappeared, and the pieces were cracked. Hang crookedly on the face. The marine cloak is still there, except it's a little empty. He's just like a monster, the young people nowadays are so scary. His face was ugly, and that foot covered his face, making Kizaru feel really unlucky. But it's sorted out, I hope Marshal Sengoku doesn't blame him. Before the murmur was over, Kizaru's face suddenly changed, and he looked at the figure slowly walking over from where he was. Hey, I almost died. There was a wry smile on the corner of Luffy's mouth, and he couldn't help grinning at Huang Yuan. Look, these marine admirals cannot be overemphasized. Mad. The main Kakuzu in those fandoms is second admiral. I flipped my car over twice. Shame. How can I say that I am the protagonist of Shuangwen when I go out in the future? Shaking his head, he shook off the messy thoughts in his head. Ready for the last round? Luffy smiled, looked at Kizaru's solemn expression, and asked softly. As the cracked smile on the corner of Luffy's mouth became more and more crazy, the hair slowly turned golden. Fifth gear. The ground slowly fluctuated, the ribbon on Luffy's body rose, and the aura on his body was slowly agitated. Nika. Chapter 17. Zoro's responsibility and everyone's determination, please customize. Sanctuary Mariajoy. Void Throne, grown-ups. The 5 elders knelt down slowly, as if they were waiting for an order. I am sitting there rested his cheek with one hand, his face was covered, and it was impossible to see his male and female identities. Wait a little longer, it's too early, gently stood up, walked to the side, and when it disappeared around the corner, the voice slowly fell. The 5 elders below couldn't help but glance at each other after I am left. What are you waiting for? The 5 people didn't know, and no one knew what that lord was thinking. By the way, do you think I am as a woman? In the original book, the wrist and fingers holding Luffy's reward are consistent with the description of girls in anime, and the dagger inserted in Shirahoshi's photo is generally used by anime women. Of course, personal opinion, don't spray it if you don't like it, after all, the old thief Oda's brain has a big, 187, hole. As Luffy's live broadcast is closed, it's like a nuclear bomb has been dropped on the sea. Countless people are in a trance. People would like to believe it was a dream if not everyone around them could testify. Lerna Island. With the disappearance of Luffy's projection, everyone in Nami couldn't help but look a little dazed. Nami. Luffy. Killed the celestial dragons? Brook's laughter was slightly dry. Yo ho 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 ho. Yusobu burst into tears. Am I dreaming? Zoro looked disgusted. It's just killing a few scumbags, as for you guys? Sanji was surprised. Are you stupid? That's celestial dragons? Luffy will be in danger. Chopper was surprised. Oh, will Luffy be in danger? Frankie nodded. When the celestial dragons are attacked, they will send Admiral to pursue them, not to mention killing 3 celestial dragons. Robin's face was solemn. Celestial dragons are known as the descendants of the creator, and their status is unimaginable. This time Luffy killed the celestial dragons, he might be in danger in Sabaody Archipelago. Nami alerted. Then what are you waiting for? Get on the boat and save Luffy. And many more. Suddenly, Zoro pulled out the word Hedao and stood in front of everyone. Yusobu was surprised. What are you doing? The most important thing is to save Luffy now. Advertisement. The others also looked anxious, and couldn't help but look at Zoro. Zoro put away Hidao's words, and looked at everyone with an ugly expression. What are you doing? Tell me, did you forget the captain's order? Luffy's order is for us to wait here for him, not to mess with the Sabaody Archipelago. Can't you even trust Luffy? He's our captain? If you don't believe in Luffy, go now, I won't stop you guys anymore. Isn't Zoro worried? Nonsense. What is Luffy's situation? Zoro can already imagine. But the captain's order is to wait, and since Luffy's personality has changed, his behavior style definitely makes Zoro feel at ease. And Luffy's current strength even Zoro can't see through now. If Luffy can't help himself, everyone is just adding. Everyone fell silent after hearing Zoro's words. Nami smiled wryly. Luffy, also. Although our current strength is very strong in the first half, it will be useless in front of the world government. Robin nodded. Trust Luffy. After Luffy's personality changed, he never did anything he was not sure about. The others couldn't help but look dignified as they walked aside and waited anxiously. If you want to help Luffy, why not think about what to do in the next war? Luffy is not here. Zoro is the most sober-minded, being the first one to board the boat as Luffy. Zoro knew that if he didn't say something, these people would definitely get more and more anxious. Looking at the doubtful crowd, Zoro thought for a while and said, Luffy has already said it, there will be a big battle next. If you want to help Luffy, help him get his big brother out. Every time Luffy carries it all by himself, like this time. This time Luffy chose to carry it alone, then we don't need to think about any troubles. What we have to do now is not to be anxious, but to think about how to help Luffy carry it in the next battle. Zoro's reprieve is getting stronger and stronger. Chopper excited. That's right, we're going to help Luffy save his big brother. Brook agrees. Yo ho 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 ho, this old bone will do my best. Frankie burst into tears. Ah, you are so right, super is in my heart. Yusobu raised his head. That's right, this time Luffy carried it alone, then it's our turn to fight the following battle. Advertisement, let the whole world see how powerful I am, Uncle Yusobu. Sanji looked at Zoro in surprise. A whole chlorella, it's rare to speak to my heart. This time, I want the world to re-recognize me, Blackfoot Sanji. Nami and Robin looked at each other and couldn't help smiling. That's right, let the whole world know how powerful the Straw Hat Pirates are. Everyone's eyes are firm, as if they believed that Luffy would be safe and sound, everyone was no longer anxious. Sanctuary Mariajoy. Sengoku Temporary Office, yes, I got it, okay. Click, hanging up the phone bug casually, Sengoku rubbed his forehead with a headache. It's really a worry-free family. With a relaxed murmur, Sengoku's forehead was almost covered with veins. The general on the side saluted. Marshal Sengoku, there has been news from Sabaody Archipelago just now. Sengoku's eyes lit up. How did Kizaru catch the Straw Hat? The general hesitated for a moment. At present, the two are still fighting. Sengoku's face became serious. Forget it. Let Kizaru catch the best job. Celestial Dragons is about to fall apart. The school officer saluted. Yes. When the general went away, Sengoku couldn't help rubbing his temples at 5.6. One by one. I don't know how to feel at ease. I'm not afraid to PS Garp off. Even though he said this, Sengoku felt that he was about to be P***D off. I just learned from Field Marshal Kong Kong that the Revolutionary Army suddenly started a war in various places at this time. It seems that after the newspapers spread, all the revolutionary troops started to move. The Straw Hats slay the celestial dragons on the Sabaody archipelago again. That B******* D Garp is hiding in the submarine prison again now. The nickname is. I haven't chatted with my grandson for a long time, my grandson will be gone. Let me watch it for a while? Boom. The more I think about it, the angrier I get, the temporary desk has completely become more temporary. And far away on the Sabaody archipelago, Luffy and Kizaru are fighting in full swing. Chapter 18. Level 5 Luffy fights again, please customize. Boom, a beam of light particles collided with the huge mangrove tree, and at the same time as the roar came, the mangrove tree was crumbling. 8-foot Chong Guyu, bullet screen coverage, how fast is the speed of light? Before Kizaru finished speaking, endless light bullets rushed out of Hongshu's torso, heading towards Luffy. Boom. Under the dense cover of light particles, a deafening sound resounded. Ha 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 ha. Come again. Kizaru. Lift the ground casually, and the ground that has turned into rubber erects a rubber wall like water waves. Resisting the attack, Luffy smiled and walked towards the red tree that was about to collapse. D. Feeling the disappearance of Luffy's body, raise your hand a few lasers to cover your side to prevent Luffy from attacking again. Boom. Huge arms appeared under Kizaru, full of Haki's fists heading towards Kizaru. Boom. Thunder Elephant fights to rule. The hard-to-defend fist hit Kizaru's body, and the useless elementalized Kizaru was blasted into the sky with one punch. What ghost ability 06 is this? Cough cough. With a protruding mouthful of blood, Kizaru's body stopped in midair, and his body instantly disappeared in place. Monkey D. Luffy. There was a roar from the ground, and random lasers shot out. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Feeling Luffy scurrying around like a monkey, Kizaru's furious lasers kept shooting from his fingers. It's useless, ha 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 ha. Luffy moved back and forth, as if provoking Kizaru. Every laser beam passed by Luffy. Miss, miss, still miss. The legs turned into a spiral, running back and forth in the laser rain, mocking Kizaru incessantly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Using both hands, Kizaru didn't care about the situation, and directly challenged Luffy. I flash again. Luffy remembered a game he used to play Thunderfighter. The more he played, the more he enjoyed it. Oh, why is it gone? Luffy scratched his head and couldn't help but look at Kizaru and asked. Kizaru's face was serious. Looking at Luffy's strange appearance, he remembered the feeling that he had become more and more outrageous since the battle. Kizaru was in a trance as the drums sounded in his ears, and he couldn't help shaking his head. This time, I'm really like a monster. Advertisement. Is it my turn? This time it's you who hide. Luffy smiled, grinned at Kizaru, and slowly twirled his arms. Ah da 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 da. The fist is stretched, accompanied by a huge sound imitating a machine gun. Rubber machine gun. Ah da 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 da. It is completely different from the attack in the unawakened state. The dense fists instantly covered the eyes of the yellow ape. Boom. Whoosh. Whoosh. Kizaru's face is ugly. The Haki covered on the fist is shocking. The body turns into light particles and shuttles in the shadow of the fist. Luffy looked confused, looked at Kizaru who appeared beside him in an instant, and couldn't help but look at him suspiciously. Whoosh. Have you had enough trouble? Monkey D. Luffy. The right leg flashed in front of Luffy. Kizaru roared angrily. Boom. You can't come here. This is a foul, hey. Kicked in the face, Luffy's body is different, with a huge footprint protruding from the back of his head. Boom, the light particles exploded directly on Luffy's face. Boom. 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 Suddenly, Kizaru's expression went blank. Looking from the back, its back is like a few giant fists bulging like rubber. What is this? Feeling the strangeness of his body, Kizaru's complexion changed drastically, and he couldn't even get out of his elemental body. It hurts so much. Lousy's handsome face. A few punches landed on Kizaru, Luffy's face deformed, and he couldn't help shouting angrily. Boom. 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 Kizaru was in a trance. Luffy's fist pierced Kizaru's body outrageously. You. What are you? Kizaru turned his head to look at the fist behind him, and realized that he was not elementalized. Nima, why did your fist directly pass through the body? While Kizaru was shocked, he kept marveling at the changes in Luffy. You manage labor. Luffy's face has already recovered, and he can't help but look at Zun with great displeasure. If you were caught by labor and management, don't even think about escaping, you yellow monkey. Jumping up and down, Luffy is so annoyed that he can't take it anymore. Boom. 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 The fist passes through Kizaru's body for a while, and then hammers Kizaru's body into a fist shape. In a trance, Kizaru couldn't even fight back, and felt his physical strength pass away like hell. Advertisement, you can't do this, you will be beaten to death. Feeling Haki on Luffy's fist, Kizaru's face is getting harder and harder. Because both of them were Kizaru jumping back and forth to attack, Luffy jumped back and forth to dodge. This time I was punched down by Luffy in close quarters. Haki added this incredible punch. Kizaru felt that his body was getting heavier and heavier, and his expression was in a trance, only feeling that he couldn't go on like this. Laugh, gathering all the strength with difficulty, the shining particles on his right leg were thrown towards Luffy again. I wipe. So hard. Feeling Kizaru's kick, Luffy's expression changed, and he couldn't help throwing Kizaru out. This kick in the face is over. Whoosh, boom. The thrown Kizaru missed the attack, and the huge laser shot on the red tree. The crumbling red tree completely collapsed. Fortunately, I have completely let go of Luffy's entanglement. Rubber hyphenation point machine gun. The body is still in the air, Luffy's fist is powerful, and the shadow of the fist is shrouded in Kizaru's body. Bang. Bang. 093 bang. Bang. With the bonus of the 4th level armed color, Kizaru's body elementalization is not immune. Punch after punch fell on Kizaru again. When the fist shadow disappeared, Kizaru prepared to elementalize and leave with an ugly face when suddenly. The karmic fire fist, a shadow enveloped Kizaru's body, a huge fist was in sight, Kizaru's face changed drastically. Luffy, who appeared above Kizaru at some time, gnashed his teeth and knocked down the giant. The ground collapsed, the mangrove tree number 1 has collapsed, and all the remaining tree roots have also collapsed. Whoosh! Luffy put away his fist and landed on the tree roots like ruins. After this punch, let alone whether Kizaru is safe or not, the island numbered 1 is completely ruined. Luffy, whose hard power is stronger than the original Lobo, completely possesses the strength of punching and kicking Marine Admiral in Nika form. Swish! Panting, Luffy put away the 5th gear, sat down on the ground, and couldn't help shaking his head. The 5th gear is too exhausting. It's okay if you don't cancel it. Once you cancel it, your body will be exhausted. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, there was a flash of light from under the ruins, and light particles gathered in the air. Monkey D. Luffy. Kizaru was in a state of embarrassment, his wretched face was full of anger, and the roar sounded. FK. Are you still here? Chapter 19. Kizaru in 5th gear, please customize. Sabaody Archipelago. The eyes do not know where they fell, revealing a more wretched expression. Marine's cloak is also tattered, as if it might fall off at any time. Kizaru stretched out his hand to tear it off. The face without eyes became even more wretched, staring at Luffy sitting there with an ugly expression. He kicked and said angrily, "It seems that Marine still underestimated you, Monkey D. Luffy. As the most mobile in Marine Admiral, perhaps the AoE is not as good as the other two, a little bit weaker. But this is not something a pirate who has never even been to the New World can do." Luffy grinned and smiled. Hee, you underestimate a lot of people. First said you Marine Admirals are like monsters, it's really difficult. You must know that my current level 4 Haki and level 4 knowledge color are definitely stronger than the original Luffy when I first opened the 5th gear. Maybe not too strong, but coupled with the awakened state without side effects, it is definitely much stronger than Luffy at that time. Luffy looked at Kizaru's uncertain appearance and asked, "What, do you still want to fight?" "My physical strength has recovered a bit, it would be nice if I had some food." Feeling the exhaustion coming from his body, Luffy couldn't help shaking his head. "If I don't need the 5th gear, I can definitely play for a few days and nights, but the consumption of the 5th gear is simply outrageous. I am currently using a temporary awakening state with no side effects, so I don't have to worry about losing my life when the time comes." Kizaru's uncertain expression slowly fell, and he said, "Old man, I really think it's like this. The point is, hold the orchid finger with both hands and cross your arms. Light particles shine between your fingers. It's hard for me to explain when I go back, Monkey D. Luffy." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless light bullets came towards Luffy again, and the ruins were dyed bright. Hee, then I have to accompany you. Luffy smiled, shook his neck, and couldn't help but turn on the awakening state again. Boom, 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 boom. When the light bullet hits the ground rises again. After blocking the attack, it rushes towards Kizaru. The ground was like an overturning ocean wave, heading towards Kizaru, and Luffy followed him to meet him. Kizaru's body turned into a ray of light and disappeared in place, and he couldn't help but look at the ground with a solemn face. The ground is like the sea, people dare not fall easily. What? Suddenly, Kizaru's face changed, and he couldn't help but dodge to the side. Under the power of shining, his body has already turned into half of light particles. Boom. Rubber double eagle. One punch landed on the elemental half of his body, and another fist landed hard on Kizaru's body. The body raised a fist again. Kizaru's trance, like other half of the elemental body, couldn't help but return to its original body. Advertisement. How about the moves that Labor and Capital thought up for you? Another punch from Labor and Capital. Luffy grinned. Another missed fist landed heavily on Kizaru again. Because Kizaru is so fast, Luffy can't start with a fist in 3rd gear. It's too easy to be dodged. Currently, you can only choose the fist in the normal state. In the awakened state, Luffy, who has doubled his physical fitness, can keep up with Kizaru. Boom. The strange attack landed on Kizaru again, and the fist that went straight through made Kizaru feel sick. What the hell is this ability to step on a horse, FK? Swish. After Luffy withdrew his fist, Kizaru couldn't wait to get away from Luffy again. It turned into a ray of light and disappeared in place. Escape. Escape? Luffy looked at Kizaru's distant figure in surprise, and couldn't help being dumbfounded. In the distance, Kizaru's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye, making Luffy confused. Sighing. Exiting the awakening state, Luffy couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. Tama said it nicely. Actually, if Luffy knew what Kizaru was thinking, maybe he would understand. Originally thought that Luffy made himself so embarrassed because he was carelessly approached. As a result, before the fight even started, I was stunned by Luffy's 2 bang-bang punches. The more Luffy plays, the more he plays, the more he plays, the more vigorous he is. Especially the consumption of Haki is too weird. I am so old, I can't get along with young people. It's too exciting to ride a horse. You can't play like this in the future, at least you have to wait until your physical strength reaches 1,000,000. The main reason is that the fruit of Nika is more pervert. Luffy was a little cautious at first. The main reason is that the car almost overturned in the first and second gears, which made Luffy feel a little bit overwhelmed. In the end, I found that it seems to be able to beat it. This made Kizaru beat up more and more outrageously. Shaking his neck, Luffy smiled, ready to go to the place agreed with Luo. Finger Chang Shong White Fang. Luffy looked at the person in front of him suspiciously. His finger was close to his eyes, and he couldn't help being stunned for a moment. Monkey D. Luffy. FKU. Seeing that the attack was about to land on Luffy's skull, the figure that suddenly appeared was bursting with joy. Hey, do you think the dragon can be hurt by a sneak attack by ants? Advertisement. Luffy's complexion remained unchanged, and the Haki on his forehead slowly covered it. He raised his fist and was about to kill him, Dragon Claw. Suddenly, a figure appeared next to Luffy, raised his arms to meet it. Jeer Nika's face drooped instantly under the mask. And Luffy's face was puzzled at first, and then he grinned dryly. Boom. Click. The ivory was grabbed by the dragon's claws and smashed hard, and the entire finger was torn apart in an instant. What? Whoosh. When Guernica screamed again and again, a water pipe was slowly lifted up and chopped down fiercely. Haki-covered water pipes descended like a deadly Shinigami and landed heavily on Guernica's head. Thump. But in the blink of an eye, a member of the CPO died here, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Step, step, step. On the side of the ruins, a group of figures in white robes and masks slowly appeared. The scene became tense again. On the other side, nose. Whoosh. Yellow Kizaru Admiral. By the sea, on the rough sea, the warship has just arrived here. Kizaru's body fell heavily on the boat, and the Marines were filled with disbelief when he was in such a mess. Return. Kizaru stood up and ordered with a serious expression. Monkey D. Luffy failed to capture. Return immediately to the Holy Land Mariajoy. Seeing his subordinates still stunned in place, Kizaru frowned and reprimanded them. Marine hurriedly put away the anchor that had just been dropped and slowly moved towards. Kizaru went to the cabin on his own, picked up the phone from the office and dialed it. Bruo, Moses, this is Sengoku. When the call is connected, Sengoku's voice comes from behind it. Marshal Sengoku, Monkey D. Luffy capture failed. Chapter 20. Brothers meet, please customize. Sabadi Archipelago. Ruin 1 numbered 1, who are you? The members of the CPO fell down slowly and couldn't help yelling. When facing the CPO, the visitor raises his head, and the blonde hair color under the hood is eye-catching. I haven't seen my dear brother for a long time. So, can you please get out of here? The hood that was taken off casually fell down, revealing a face that shocked the CPO. Revolutionary Army. Chief of Staff Sabo. Why are you here? Joseph's voice trembled, and he couldn't help wondering why the other party was here. Retreat, don't wait for Sabo to respond. As Joseph's voice fell, everyone disappeared in place. Originally, I wanted to take advantage of Luffy's lack of energy to take advantage of it. Of course, I thought I could take advantage of it. I didn't expect Sabo to appear here. As a CPU who often deals with the Revolutionary Army, the face of the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command is simply too familiar. Its strength is also not inferior to Admiral. Facing Sabo, it is impossible to pick up cheap ones. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Come in a hurry, go in a hurry 107. Following Joseph's words, a group of CPO people disappeared instantly. Facing the departure of the CPO, Sabo suddenly became a little nervous. I don't know if Luffy will be angry if I have dead for so long. Scratching his head, he turned to look at the smiling Luffy. Facing Sabo, who was a little nervous, Luffy also understands. Unlike the death of Ace in the original book, the three brothers are still alive, and Sabo, who suddenly regained his memory, is a bit. I'm a little embarrassed. Luffy smiled. Yo, Sabo. There is no hug from Lu Bao, but a calm greeting, as if we just left yesterday. Luffy. Sabo pursed his lips and couldn't help showing a relieved smile. Stretching out his arms, Luffy smiled. Do you want to hug me? Check to see if it's a dream? Sabo smiled. The two hugged each other, and then separated and met each other with a smile. The two words of brothers are in the middle of nowhere. Advertisement. Sabo looked at Luffy and smiled. It's really, time flies so fast. Luffy smiled. No matter how time passes, how can I not remember my brother's appearance? A god. You have suffered a lot these years. Sabo touched the scar on his left eye, but was taken aback for a moment, and shook his head after recovering. Why do you feel that I am a younger brother? I need you to comfort big brother, really, Luffy. Ha 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 ha, don't worry about it, just let me tell you for Ace. When Ace was mentioned, Sabo was taken aback. Ace. 8. With worry in his eyes, he couldn't help looking at Luffy in doubt. Luffy was also silent for a moment, slowly took off the straw hat, and took out Ace's life paper. Sabo was shocked. This is. Luffy nodded. Yes, Ace's life paper. Sabo tremblingly took Ace's life paper, his expression turned ugly. Luffy also understands Sabo's feelings. Just when he regained his memory, he faced the news of losing his brother at any time. Luffy sighed. Ace's execution will be carried out at Marine HQ in 2 days. But don't worry, this time. With firm eyes. No one can stop the reunion of the three of us. The Marine headquarters has sunk for him, so we must rescue Ace. Sabo clenched his fists. All, to use the old saying from the previous life. Ace will be saved. Can't keep him. My monkey D. Luffy said it. The other side, Marine warship in the cabin. The atmosphere at this time is equally dignified. After learning that the arrest of Monkey D. Luffy failed, Huang Yuan also talked about the specific situation this time. Monkey D. Luffy and his Devil Fruit's weird awakening situation. Especially the strength of Monkey D. Luffy, one of Marine's 3 admirals kicked back? Are you sure it's not a joke? On the phone bug, Sengoku's headache expression could not help but be vividly imitated by the phone bug. Sighing. So, Monkey D. Luffy has the strength to face Admiral. Even beat. Kizaru put away his usual playful expression and looked solemn. It's hard to say if you continue to fight, although the awakening state consumes a lot, but the strength has doubled. Advertisement, moreover. I can't consume it with speed. Its instantaneous burst speed is also a headache. Most importantly, its outrageous fists make Haki deplete incredibly fast. It's impossible to fight a protracted war with him. Hearing this, Sengoku thought about it with a headache, and then understood the situation of Luffy. The strength that bursts out after awakening, and even the speed can explode to the same level as sparkling fruit. With weird fists you can speed up the fight. The title of the resourceful general is indeed not in vain, it is because I have no experience, just talking about it can understand the strength of Luffy. Come back first. The arrest of Monkey D. Luffy is over for now. Wait until the battle with the Whitebeard pirates is over before discussing the crusade against the Straw Hat pirates. Kizaru looked serious. Yes, there is still a tough fight to come. And at this time, the reaction to Luffy's end of the projection completely exploded into high. New World 4 Emperors, Charlotte Linlin, aka Big Mom. Faced with Luffy's actions, it can be said that the mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, and the more she looks at it, the more satisfied she is. Looking forward to Luffy coming to New World at any time, and telling my sons and daughters to wait at the entrance of New World. There is such a good son-in-law that he can't let him run away. Wanakuna's Kaido, in other words, our cute teacher, facing the sudden stop of Luffy's live broadcast, I still can't get enough of it. If it weren't for accepting the 3 disasters to stop me, I would like to go to Mariajoy to find 2 people to kill and play by myself. I also admire Luffy himself. I don't know when Luffy enters the New World next. Will the 2 still clash? Edward Newgate, that is Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. After Luffy's projection ended, I couldn't help but be full of admiration and wonder if I'm getting old. And because of the rescue of Ace, after accepting the cooperation that Rayleigh said. Put your mind on the next battle layout, and Shanks. Facing Luffy's projection, the whole pirate group was stunned. In the end, they all look like their own children are promising. Only Shanks and Beckman looked at each other and couldn't help but get a headache. Shanks, who still hopes that the sea will be calm, can't help but smile wryly at Luffy's audacity. Then joined the men cheering for Luffy. Forget it, I'm tired. Destroy. Chapter 21. Collaboration with Trafalgar Luo, please customize. Sabaody Archipelago, Island 22, Captain, how long shall we wait? Bebo looked helplessly at Luo with his eyes closed and rested his mind, and asked suspiciously. Because Luffy killed celestial dragons live, Kizaru didn't wander around the island like in the original book. So the supernovas on the island are safer than the original book, and they haven't even been abused. Luo opened his eyes. Just wait for a while, although the supernovas were not abused, the situation of the yellow ape passing by made it clear to all the supernovas. Especially when Kizaru returned just now, a light streaked across the sky. We will see the outcome soon, the round hat is in charge. Are you alive or dead? There have been a lot of word of mouth, a pirate with a straw hat and marine admiral fought. From number 1 to number 6, the 3 horizontal and 3 vertical red trees are all 2 and 3. At present, Marine Admiral is gone, and the journalists who secretly filmed were all killed by Kizaru's stray bullets. So whether the pirate with the straw hat is still alive, no one knows. However, 99% of the people believe that Kizaru Admiral has killed the opponent and returned. After all, although the battle between the two was fierce, it did not last long. Even the 20 crew members of the Heart Pirates thought that the Straw Hat Boy just resisted and then disappeared. What are you waiting for? Marine Admiral has already left, the Straw Hat is definitely gone. One corner curled his lips in the attitude that I bet my 6th sense as a woman, it can never be wrong. Who did you say disappeared? Who's gone? Straw Hat, of course. Monkey D. Luffy? Oops. Are you annoying? Is it him or who? You stupid babe? Bebo felt wronged. I didn't say anything. I was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help turning my head to look somewhere with a stiff neck. My mother. It's haunted. The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched. Can it be that he's still alive? And at this time, the others finally recovered from their daze. Sea urchin. You are not dead? Shachi. No, you hide, then Kizaru left after blasting wildly? Others also agree with Shachi's point of view, and they can't help but look suddenly enlightened. Advertisement. You go to the novel. Luffy couldn't help smiling wryly, admiring this guy's brain circuit. I will definitely buy a set to support it. Maybe to disappoint you, first did fight Marine Headquarters Kizaru Admiral, Paluzolino. And he couldn't do anything to me, and I couldn't do anything to him, so he left after a few rounds. And at this time, Luo couldn't help but squeezed his fist, feeling full of excitement. Admiral did it all? Isn't that little Doflamingo still handy? Luffy looked at Luo, who pretended to be calm, and asked, How? I don't know if our head Luo is satisfied. Luo took a deep breath and said, So I bet right? Luffy spread his hands. No, obviously I bet right. In the face of Admiral's arrival, Luo Neng chose to wait, which is enough to explain everything. Step. Are these the allies you're looking for? At this moment, Sabo, who was behind Luffy, came out, looked at the surprised crowd and asked. One corner. Oh, who are you? Seeing everyone's confusion, Luffy explained. My brother. Sabo smiled. Hello, I'm Sabo. One corner. You. Hello, Monkey D. Sabo. After finishing speaking, he lowered his head in embarrassment. Luffy was speechless for a while, not only for his address, but also for his expression. Sabo didn't care. Vivi smiled. Luffy and I are sworn brothers, just call me Sabo. One corner quickly bowed. Yes, I'm sorry. His face was blushing, not sure if it was apology or what. Luo didn't care that there was one more person, and slowly stood up and asked, Where are we going next? The Straw Hat? Luffy asked. Let me ask a question first, is there any sea stone? Luo frowned. Yes. How? Luffy smiled. That's great, let's go to a good place. Definitely a good place. Everyone was puzzled and couldn't help but look at each other. Holy Land Mariajoy, Sengoku Temporary Office. At this time, Kizaru had already returned from the warship one step ahead, and came directly to Sengoku. Advertisement, the Monkey D. Luffy matter is over for now. Sengoku sighed, and said slowly, about the deployment of the Marine Headquarters, there are some things that you and Zan don't need to be responsible for. Akainu is responsible for the deployment of troops and defenses on the periphery, and more than half of it has been done so far. And the specific matters in the bay that Aokiji is in charge of, it's almost finished. Go to Zan Towin, and try to complete all the parts within 2 days. Kizaru nodded his head, agreeing. Kizaru couldn't help wondering, isn't Vice Admiral Garp back yet? Mentioning Garp, Sengoku felt out of breath for a while, and couldn't help but get a headache. He's already on his way back, but, Sengoku said with a headache, don't expect too much force from this guy. Kizaru nodded and didn't ask much, then sent a greeting to Sengoku and left. With Kizaru gone, Sengoku sighed and focused on the general deployment of Marine HQ. Let the Celestial Dragons make a fuss, after all, Marine Admiral has been beaten back. And the matter of the Whitebeard Pirates is just around the corner, the pressure of the world government is on the day. 5 elders won't overdo it at this point either. For now, let's deal with the matter of Fire Fist Ace. Marine Headquarters is in full swing. The summoning of Shichibukai is also on the way. And at the same time, on the ship of a certain Tsunere Queen in one of the Shichibukai. 9 Snakes pirate ship. No, sister. My mother-in-law has already said it in the phone bug. This time Marine is urgently summoning Shichibukai 3.2. I don't care about myself, I'm going to Sabaody Archipelago to meet the heroes. If you don't go, Marine will attack 9 Snake Island. Yeah, sister. Marine will take away your Shichibukai status. So what? A Shichibukai is nothing more than a Shichibukai, it's not rare. A concubine is now a rare hero. Sister, don't be willful. This will cause an unnecessary blow to 9 Snake Island. It's okay. The residents will forgive me even if they find out. If you want to ask why, that's because the concubine is so beautiful. Ah, Master Hancock is so beautiful. So, the Tsunere Queen headed towards Sabaody Archipelago just like that. At the same time, Luo's polar submerged layer is also heading this way. I don't know if we will meet again. Chapter 22. Empress, Banquet, Second Sister-in-Law, please customize. Just because I took one more look at you in the crowd, I can't forget your face from now on. Quotations of encountering the Empress polar divers. Since Sabaody Archipelago left, everyone set foot on the destination Luffy said. When they learned of Luffy's destination this time, everyone couldn't help being amazed. One corner was surprised. That, the most beautiful woman in the world? The best appearance in the world, but many women are ashamed of it. Shachi was surprised. Really? Are you sure we are not going to die? Shichibukai bans men, right? The sea urchin pondered. Although it has the best appearance in the world, 9 Snake Island is very dangerous. Luffy nodded. Men are not allowed to enter 9 Snake Island. Sabo couldn't help wondering. Then where are you going? Luffy, you don't have any ideas about the Empress, Boa Hancock, do you? Yoshi. It's decided. Kidnap the most beautiful woman in the world and make it my dear brother's daughter-in-law. Sabo's heart gradually became firmer and he was full of energy. Luffy glanced at Sabo. I always feel like you don't think of anything good. But seeing everyone's doubts, Luffy said, don't worry, I am very sure that I can recruit this Shichibukai. In addition, there are still very important things to do to recruit the Empress. Everyone was puzzled, and even Luo came over to ask the specific reason. Big. Everyone. There are boats. At this moment, Baipo hurriedly ran over from the corner of the corridor. One corner. What's wrong? Is it Marine? The others also looked solemn, looking at Baipo. Luffy thought for a while. Isn't it Marine? Marine may not have time to care about me for this incident. Luo nodded his head. The Straw Hats are right, Marine is now close to Whitebeard's matter. After Beppo recovered, he said quickly, no, it's not a Marine, it's a pirate ship. Also, it seems to belong to the Kuja pirates. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Said Sao 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 arrived. Bebo was puzzled. What's wrong? 06 Luffy shook his head. No, just a coincidence. Luo looked at Luffy and asked, the Straw Hat is in charge? Do you want to undo it? Luffy nodded. Yes, of course. This time our goal is this Shichibukai. Luo nodded and ordered, surface to the surface. Immediately, the 9 snake pirates. The others responded quickly, and the controller polar diving floated up neatly. On board the 9 snakes, as the polar diving surfaced, the crew of the 9 snake pirates also noticed the sudden appearance of the ship. Everyone, a pirate ship has suddenly appeared. Let Master Hancock know. When the rail was on the stage, a very small woman suddenly shouted down. Pirate ship? Enemy attack? Everyone is ready to fight, pirates are coming? Down below, after hearing Zifonwa's words, everyone became alert in an orderly manner. In the cabin, Hancock who was sitting there also felt the movement outside. Sister. There are pirates attacking. Just as Hancock was frowning, his younger sister Boa Sandersonia hurried in. Pirates? Hancock's face was ugly, he couldn't help standing up slowly and walked outside. Damn pirate. How dare you delay my concubine's time? Catwalking with slender legs, Hancock cursed furiously. Lord Hancock. Hancock-sama is so beautiful when he is angry. When the crew saw Hancock coming out, they looked at Hancock intoxicated. Even though Hancock's face is solemn at this time, everyone still feels so loved. Hancock frowned and asked, what pirate flag? Boa Marigold. It seems to be the banner of the Heart Pirates, one of the supernovas this year. What? Why would a supernova come to your door? Hancock walked to the side of the boat and looked at the polar divers slowly approaching in the distance. Long Dan was carrying a bazooka. Master Empress, do you want to? Hancock tilted his head. No, I want to see what this supernova is up to, otherwise. A pair of soul-stirring eyes filled with murderous intent. On board the polar divers, as the submarine surfaced, everyone came out slowly after the water level cleared up. Is that Shichibukai's ship? Cool, it's just that, it seems that there are indeed girls on board. Ah, who is that woman walking in front? Why is it so beautiful? The crew couldn't help watching and observing the Hydra in amazement, and after seeing Boa Hancock, they were all intoxicated by its beauty. Advertisement only Baipo looked regretful. Why is there no female bear? In a word, let everyone petrify for him. Sha-chi. F***G mother bear. It must be all human. Bebo felt wronged. I'm sorry, everyone, so fragile. Luffy suddenly put his arm on Beppo's shoulder. Not bad, Beppo. Do you want to play with me, and I'll introduce you to the she-bear? Beppo was ecstatic. Really? R.O. death stare. Bebo felt wronged. Yes, I'm sorry. Everyone. So fragile. After the slapstick, Luffy looked at the direction of the 9 snake pirates and couldn't help but wonder. Isn't this the route back to Snake Island? Why? At this time, shouldn't Hancock have been notified to return to 9 Snake Island? On the other side, after seeing everyone coming out, there was a member of the 9 snake pirates shouting. Tora Fulgarlaw, I don't know why you stopped Shichibukai's car. Genshin is carrying a rocket launcher, and he can't help but be serious. Luo looked back at Luffy. I leave it to you, Mr. Straw Hat. With that said, take a step back and reveal Luffy. Everyone in the 9 snake pirates looked at Luo's strange actions and couldn't help but wonder. But when everyone was puzzled, Hancock's murderous gaze disappeared instantly. Looking at Luffy who came out with incredible eyes. And Luffy couldn't help walking to the side of the boat, stopped and raised his hands. I don't mean any harm, dear fighters of 9 Snake Island. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. I have something to talk to the Empress. As Luffy said, his eyes turned to Hancock standing in the front. Vivi couldn't help laughing. Dear Empress, I wonder if I can give my little brother a chance to talk? After speaking, he looked at Hancock nervously. Damn, what does this woman look like? I feel that my whole body has grown in the aesthetics of men. There are many beauties in the world, fat and thin, but no one has her unique temperament. Aloof, fearless, confident, with an unruly wildness, she is the most brilliant crystallization of brilliance, burning fiercely and wildly like a fire. Really look back and smile at Bai Meisheng, Lugon Fendai has no color. Mom, I want to eat baked mountain. Abba, Mom, I'm in love. It's not just Luffy, behind Luffy, Hancock showed an unbelievable look, and then when his eyes were hot. Kacha. All petrochemical, and Luffy himself was a little embarrassed by Hancock's hot eyes. B. Carrot. Before Luffy finished speaking, Hancock suddenly jumped up, and when Luffy regained consciousness again, a burst of fragrance rushed over, and Hancock's figure slowly fell in front of Luffy. The two boats are confused. The members of the 9 snake pirates watched in bewilderment that the Empress suddenly disappeared, and then appeared on the enemy ship. And Luo, Sabo and other crew members who were petrified were also stunned. Female. Empress. Luffy was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly bowed, a little nervous. You are Master Luffy? When Luffy just raised his head, he was surprised to see Hancock reaching out his hand, as if he wanted to touch Luffy's cheek. What the hell is Master Luffy? Luffy couldn't help but look at Hancock suspiciously, after seeing his blushing expression. No way? Really that simple? Luffy looked at Hancock as if he wanted to reach out to verify whether he was in a dream, and then he acted bravely. Luffy originally wanted to kill the favor of celestial dragons with his own live broadcast, and then slowly go for the Empress. Turns out I found myself kind of underestimating Hancock's hatred for the celestial dragons. But don't you like it? Luffy tilted his head, making Hancock short of breath. My Lord Empress, are you in poor health? Very good, the scumbag asks the law unknowingly. Just ask if you are skilled or not. Hiss. Such a gentle greeting. Could it be that this is a confession of love? Hancock said shyly. No, I'm fine, Master Luffy. Also, and just call me Hancock. The last sentence, Luffy almost didn't catch it. Advertisement hiss. Luffy took a breath, and couldn't help but think in his heart that if his heart is like an ice crystal, the world will not be shocked. Swallowing his saliva. This. Master Hancock. I have something to talk about next, I don't know. Hancock quickly agreed. Yes, Master Luffy. Luffy smiled. Don't call me sir, just call me Luffy. Finally, without waiting for Hancock to respond, he said to the people behind him, hurry up and prepare the banquet. Everyone was puzzled, but Luo waved his hand. Get ready, listen to the Straw Hat Master. The best friendship in One Piece world is getting together to report the banquet. Friends, brothers, women. The banquet is the friendship of the pirate world. It is also the romance of the pirate world. Follow Hancock's orders to the members of the Kuja Pirates. Finally, the banquet was decided to be held on the 9 Snakes ship. The polar diving was parked next to the 9 Snakes, and Luo and the others also boarded the 9 Snakes. And Luffy, under the shy lead of Hancock, introduced her boudoir. Lord Luffy. This is my concubine's bedroom. Do you want to go in and have a look? After talking nervously, with steam on his head, he looked at Luffy expectantly. The banquet is about to begin, let's go to the deck first. Luffy smiled and declined. It's nothing else, if I really want to go in, Luffy is afraid that I won't be able to hold it. I am not Liu Beo's character who doesn't know what a man and a woman are. Hancock looked regretful and a little disappointed. Then he changed his expression and said expectantly, Master Luffy, let's go eat. Luffy nodded. Okay, please Hancock, you show me around. In fact, when Luffy was walking on the deck boredly while waiting for the banquet, Han Cook, encouraged by his sister, came over to show Luffy a tour of the Hydra ship. It turned out that Hancock wanted to bring Luffy to his bedroom. As for the purpose, maybe everyone could see it. As the banquet started, everyone fell into a feast of eating and drinking. The women of 9 Snakes are not shy little girls, they're pulling the polar diving together to fight for wine. There are at least a few female warriors by your side. Yin yin yan yan so much that Shachi and others can't find Bay 493. Just one thing, I don't know if Sanji will cry after knowing that Luffy didn't bring him to 9 Snake Island. But Sanji, who was far away on Learn Island, felt a pain in his heart, as if he felt that he had missed something wonderful. And Luffy is not polite, after all, with his body, his appetite is really amazing. Especially after awakening, Luffy finds that he can eat 24 hours a day and can't hold on. It's been a long time since Sabo sitting beside him competed with his younger brother. Luffy, how can you eat so well? Sabo clutched his stomach and said with a wry smile. Luffy swallowed a whole piece of meat, I don't know. Anyway, it won't hurt your stomach because of overeating, so Luffy is a non-standard food. My concubine will never be hungry, Mrs. Luffy. Hancock sits next to Luffy, meat in one hand and drink in the other. Like a maid, said shyly. Then I was completely immersed in the future wedding with Luffy. Sabo looked at Hancock with satisfaction. Luffy will be taken care of by you from now on, Empress. Hancock's surprise. Hi, brother Sabo. The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched. You sold your brother like this? Sabo smiled. What's wrong? The most beautiful woman in the world, and only Luffy is worthy of you. You flatter your brother too much. Luffy couldn't help complaining in his heart, and then there was a smirk on the corner of his mouth. Ask a question. Sabo felt trembling. What? Luffy innocently asked. Where's the second sister-in-law? Why didn't I come with you this time? Sabo's brain froze. What second sister-in-law? Hello. Do you have a wife in the Revolutionary Army? Sabo thought for a long time but didn't expect. Hancock also sent blessings. Is Luffy's big brother married? Must be very happy. As I was talking, I thought about the wedding scene with Luffy again. And Luffy reminded. That one wears a hat with goggles, orange hair. Sabo quickly interrupted. Don't say that, Koala will beat me up when he hears it. Luffy smirked. How do you know I'm talking about Koala? There are so many girls in the Revolutionary Army. Sabo blushes. No. Luffy said to himself. If Ace finds out, after saving him, you can discuss with Ace how to match the two. And Sabo has already buried his face in the wineglass, and after hearing Luffy talking to himself, his head is steaming for a while. Tisk tisk. I still need to find a partner for Ace. Really, don't let my brother worry about it, my stupid big brothers. 3L Chapter 23. Promise you're accepting Empress, please customize. Now is not the time to fall in love. Luffy thinks so, after all Ace is still suffering in prison. As the best sworn brother, can Luffy allow herself to be in this sweet love regardless of Ace? Ah, can I? 11. Ace. Luffy. Isn't this a hurry on the road and a hurry? After the banquet, everyone rested for a while, and the ship began to return. After learning that Luffy wanted to trouble Hancock to attend the Shichibukai meeting, Hancock agreed without hesitation. Let Luffy like Hancock more and more, and can't help but sigh the changes of women after falling in love. Ever since. The scene on the ship suddenly became unknown to the members of the 9 Snake Pirates. But it's also fun, especially Hancock's 2 younger sisters, after learning about Hancock's situation. Gather your men immediately, and work with Sabo to figure out how to match this pair together. It is important to save Ace, but the younger brother's second half of life is more important. Ace. Let's break up, from now on. On the prow of the Hydra ship sit Luffy and Hancock. Behind is Sabo, Sandersonia, Persian Flower, etc. A large group of people are hiding in the cabin, on the stage, behind the rails, etc. Hancock shyly sat beside Luffy. Lord Luffy, are you tired? Do you want to go to my concubine's bedroom to rest? The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched. No need, I'll be fine just sitting here. I'm afraid it will be more tiring to go in. Hancock looked regretful, and then took out a cloak to cover Luffy. Don't freeze. Master Luffy. Luffy looked up at the bright and sunny sky, feeling helpless. Lord Luffy and the Empress are a good match. Yes, my brother is a wonderful man. Luffy wants to ask Sabo if you're a good guy, and he's serious. Luo took Babo and others to the polar diving, and Luffy originally planned to go there too. But seeing Hancock's piffle look like being abandoned by a scumbag, I couldn't help but couldn't move. As for Sabo, in order to supervise his brother not to let down such a good girl. And wherever Luffy goes, other people will consciously stay away, saving Luffy and Hancock from being alone together. Then Hancock has a group of people behind her to advise her. For example, invite men to rest in your boudoir, put on a windbreaker full of love for the man you like. Luffy doesn't know if there is love or not, Luffy only knows it's really hot. How long will it take to get to 9 Snake Island, Hancock? Luffy couldn't help asking Hancock, who was caught in self-rating. Luffy was afraid that she would think about the future together. Hancock came back to his senses and said in a sticky voice, it will probably be there in the evening. Master Luffy, you said you want me to agree to participate in the Shichibukai call, are you worried about others? Luffy. No, I just want to trouble Hancock with something. The reason why Marine summoned Shichibukai this time is for what you should understand, about Fire Fist Ace. Hancock nodded. Yeah. My mother-in-law said in the phone bug that the Whitebeard pirates may have a war with the Marine headquarters. Luffy patted Hancock's head, and said with his face about to faint, I'm sorry, Hancock, if you don't want to participate, you can tell me. Hancock shook his head hastily, and grabbed Luffy's hand on his head. No, for Lord Luffy, I can do anything. As he spoke, he put Luffy's hand on his cheek, with an expression so happy that he was about to die. Fire Fist Ace is my big brother. Luffy let her hold his hand, and could not help explaining patiently. I want to save him, and I hope Hancock can take me to the submarine prison. Saying that, the other hand also extended Hancock's cheek, and both hands dragged Hancock's cheek. Looking at Hancock with eyes closed. Hancock is so pretty. Hancock's eyes suddenly opened, and the pupils contracted in the breathtaking eyes. Both hands could no longer hold Luffy's wrists, and after the arms fell down, the whole body went limp. Luffy hugged Hancock lightly, couldn't help laughing for a while. A queen falls in love with a rich boy, Sun Scum G. Patted Hancock on the back. Okay, everyone is watching. Swish. What are you looking at? Hurry up and speed up the boat for me. If you can't go back before dark, I will feed you all to Bachula, that big black leopard. Advertisement. Hancock raised his head from Luffy's arms, and showed his queenly appearance towards Da Sonia and others. After scolding, he turned his head to look at Luffy, shyly. They don't watch. After speaking, he threw himself into Luffy's arms again, looking intoxicated. Smiling, I couldn't help but spread my hands at Sabo, who was holding back his laughter, as if I was forced to. Sabo's eyes signaled. Scumbag. I didn't expect you to be such a younger brother, bah. Luffy shot back. If you can't eat grapes, say grapes are sour. If the second sister-in-law is not here, you will be envious. That's it, go through the ups and downs in Luffy's enjoyment and pain. After the watchman called out the waters approaching 9 Snake Island, Hancock reluctantly left Luffy's arms. Tell the 9 snakes to stop first, and then call the people on the polar diving to come over. Luffy smiled. This time, let me repeat our specific situation. Hancock will agree to Marine's summoning, and make a condition of meeting Fire Fist Ace. When the time comes, I will follow Hancock into the submarine prison and make trouble. Sabo, you're in charge of waiting for me on the polar dive for the phone bug. I'll let you know when I mess it up. When the time comes, no matter whether Ace is rescued or not, I will lead some people out of the encirclement. Then let's meet up with my partners again, for the final battle. After Luffy finished speaking, everyone couldn't help lowering their heads and thinking. Beibo asked suspiciously. But, if the Fire Fist Ace is rescued, wouldn't the war be avoided? After speaking, everyone couldn't help looking at Beibo like an old fool. Luffy couldn't help shaking his head, and explained, this war is inevitable, after it comes out of the newspaper. Marine headquarters will not allow this to be an oolong, even if Ace is rescued. Even if we save Ace, there's no time to notify Whitebeard. Besides, I'm not even 100% sure about going to the submarine prison to rescue Ace. As long as there is a commotion in the submarine prison, Marine will transfer Ace immediately. Among the known space system devil fruit, the door fruit in CPO is the biggest bug. What's more, no one knows if there is any space system that is more fraudulent than the door fruit. Such as teleportation fruit and so on. Luo frowned. Then what are you doing in the submarine prison? Playing? Luffy smiled. No, I'm going to kill people. I have to give Blackbeard a big gift. In order to disgust him, this trip to the submarine prison is necessary. Everyone couldn't help wondering what Luffy's murderous smile meant. But as long as Luffy knows it himself, the world line has slowly started to change. After the Summit War, Luffy doesn't know what the future will be like. So at present relying on foresight to attack the enemy is the safest way. Labor and management can't help disrupting your plan. Labor and management don't play you to death. Marshall teach. After Luffy's voice fell, everyone also started to split up. Dive into the bottom of the water from the polar diving and follow the warship at Marine headquarters. Hancock goes home normally. Luffy takes a ride to Hydra Island. Then wait for Hancock to go to the warship. Hide behind Hancock. Follow the plan. Hancock has returned to Hydra Island with his men. Luffy in women's clothing followed. 9 Snake Island Palace. Hancock, I heard you brought the man back to the island? As soon as Luffy followed Hancock to the main hall, her mother-in-law came to her door. Did you smell a man? Luffy complained in a daze, and then saw Granny Yi walking over. Is it you, man? But my mother-in-law just looked around and locked her eyes on Luffy. Luffy couldn't help standing up in embarrassment. How are you, mother-in-law? Without waiting for the mother-in-law to ask more questions, Hancock stopped Luffy behind him like a husband. Enough, you old woman. Do I need to report to you about what I am doing? Luffy hurried out and shook her head at the Empress. Okay, Hancock. Pettingly patted Hancock's head. Don't be rude to elders. Hancock shyly replied. Hi, dear Luffy. The mother-in-law was shocked with a look of insanity, and her back was struck by lightning. Luffy bowed to Granny Z. Hi, Granny. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. Invited by Hancock, I hope you can understand how disturbing you are. This old woman who is kind to Hancock, Luffy still cares a lot. After the mother-in-law came back to her senses, she suddenly realized when she heard Luffy's name. Advertisement sighing. It's not surprising if it's you, after all. Shut up, old woman. Before the mother-in-law could finish speaking, the Empress quickly interrupted the other party's next words. The trembling in the eyes couldn't stop. I don't need you to say it. My past. Will Master Luffy dislike? After the voice fell, Hancock fell to the ground, trembling all over. Why did my mother-in-law know that she seemed to be talking too much, so she couldn't help but fell silent? Luffy sighed helplessly. Oh, don't sit on the ground, it's not good for your health. Then, the Empress couldn't stop trembling all over her body. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. 2 drops of tears fell down the cheeks, making Luffy completely confused. This girl's inner drama is too much. Why are you still crying? Like an idiot. Walking to Hancock, squatting down and slowly lifting Hancock's teary cheeks, I couldn't help feeling a burst of heartache. Gently wiped away Hancock's tears, couldn't help but help Hancock up with distress. Slowly embracing it in his arms, and slowly placing his hand on the position of the Tianlong's hoof print. Feeling Hancock's frightened emotion, he said, I already know. Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide. Without waiting for Luffy to continue, Hancock immediately panicked. I'm going to tell you, I don't want my subordinates to know, I will tell you when I get to the palace. Sorry, I'm a slave, sorry, but I'm afraid you don't want me anymore, I'm afraid you will dislike me. Don't leave me please, Master Luffy, hugging Luffy's body. It seems that after letting go, Luffy will disappear. The tone was also full of tremors, and the voice mixed with crying wet Luffy's skirt. The mother-in-law couldn't help being surprised when she saw Hancock showing this look. I thought that from the moment this person ascended the throne of the 9-Snake Emperor, such emotions would never appear again. When did I say I despise you? While Luffy was heartbroken, he couldn't help feeling a little helpless, as if he had really tied this man's heart. Feeling that Hancock's body was obviously taken aback, Luffy smiled. Hancock is the best girl, why would I hate it? Robin. Ah yes, last time you told me that too. Cough cough right pointing arrow coax girls, have you never eaten pork or seen a pig running? Maybe I'm just as obsessed with your beauty as those people are. It was just an encounter, and I found out that I fell in love with you. It's really a Wang's honor for me to meet a girl like you, Hancock. How could I dislike my Hancock? Luffy's words were like a heavy hammer, which fell hard on Hancock's heart. Whispering softly, Hancock seemed to be in a dream. The mother-in-law couldn't help but retreated slowly, and then called the people on the side to follow. Luffy smiled and slowly picked up Hancock. With the route in memory, I walked to Hancock's bedroom. Gently take off the reluctant Hancock hands. Why would I leave you? I'm like an idiot, I've become a little cat. Gently wiped away the tears on Hancock's face, feeling distressed. After leaving Luffy with both hands, she is as pitiful as an unwanted cat. Luffy can't help but swallow her saliva as she no longer looks like the queen she used to be. Hancock is the most beautiful girl. The Nine Snakes Island, where everyone arrived in the evening, is getting darker now. Go and inform that Marine. It is said that the Empress is traveling around for Nine Snakes Island. After a long time, she has been exhausted for a long time. I will go to the meeting tomorrow. Why did my mother-in-law call the patrolling soldiers and order them to go down? On the waters of Nine Snake Island, Luffy's old acquaintance, Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, enjoys the silence of no men with a bone stick. Behind him, the soldiers of the warship cheered differently, but they were petrified. On the bottom of the sea, on the polar diving, everyone is also raising their spirits and waiting for tomorrow's event. Trust me, the Straw Hat Boy will definitely fail tomorrow. Shao-Chi curled his lips jealously, and then smiled shyly under the eyes of everyone's disgust. And in the submarine prison, tomorrow is the start of labor management planning. Among the prisoners day after day, a figure with a red nose showed a smirk. Advertisement Chapter 24. Entering the undersea prison, please customize. What is less BUC shoe? The two of them didn't get up until dawn in the morning, cleaned up before heading to the warship. The Flying Squirrel also looked at Hancock with a displeased face, frowning as very ugly. Boa Hancock. Bring back my men, one night's punishment should be enough. Hancock had just boarded the boat, and Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, asked with an uneasy face. In the end, Hancock didn't bother to talk to the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, and waved his hands back to the Marine soldiers. A pair of sisters who are the queen, who are too lazy to argue with you, straightened the blue veins on the forehead of the Flying Squirrel. Don't bother me until I reach the submarine prison. He slammed the door handsomely, causing the Marines to be obsessed with it. The angry Flying Squirrel kept reprimanding his subordinates outside, and the angry tone made Luffy, who just got off Hancock, couldn't help laughing out loud. Lord Luffy, what's wrong? After being moisturized last night, Hancock is no longer as shy as before. Although my face is still a little red and my heart is beating faster. Luffy shook his head. No, I just think this guy is more interesting than expected. For a man who can self-mutilate to regain his sanity, he is definitely a man. If I hadn't enjoyed it at Robin's place, I might have been absolutely sick when I first met Hancock. He walked to the sofa and got down, slowly hugging Hancock into his arms. Are you sleepy? Do you want to take a rest? Hancock shook his head. Lord Luffy, you can just rest, and I will notify you when I get to the place. Luffy smiled and fell asleep with Hancock's sleepy body. There may be more battles in the future, so Luffy accepted it bluntly. After all, last night was a bit. Cough cough, undersea polar diving. Captain. The warship is starting to move. Babo ran over staggeringly, interrupting the conversation between Luo and Sabo. Follow. Luo frowned and said, don't get caught. Afterwards, the two stopped talking to Bebo, and couldn't help but continue discussing about their past. Here Sabo learns why Luo and Luffy are allied. Luffy is in charge of helping Luo get Doflamingo. And Luo is responsible for picking up Luffy during this period of time. And the most amazing thing about Luffy and Sabo himself. Especially after learning that Sabo is a revolutionary army, I can't help but marvel at Luffy's network. And time passed while the two were talking. Holy Land Mariojoy. Tread tread. Report. Sengoku looked up and said, what's up? Boa Hancock's call. Comer. The message from Vice Admiral of the Flying Squirrel has been confirmed. Shichibukai, Empress Boa Hancock is already on her way. Sengoku smiled, finally had good news. Just don't be like that Jinbei guy. That. The condition of the Empress. The visitor couldn't help scratching his head, a little puzzled. Sengoku waved his hand. It's just a woman's willfulness. Her temper is just like that, it's okay. Only then did the visitor put his doubts in his heart, and he couldn't help but retreated. Ah, a group of unreliable guys. As Sengoku shook his head with a headache, he couldn't help but focus on the next arrangement. Advertisement Lerna Island. Rayleigh, who met Whitebeard, also swam back again. How? Senior Rayleigh. After Rayleigh came back, everyone couldn't help but gathered around and asked curiously. Rayleigh took off his short sleeves, wrung out the water and put them on, slowly explaining. It's no problem, just wait until the day of the execution at the Marine headquarters. What about you guys? Luffy hasn't come back yet. Nami shook his head helplessly. We don't know where Luffy went. Zoro twitched the corner of his mouth. Maybe it's still in Sabaody Archipelago, I don't know when I can come over. Others couldn't help but be speechless. After all, it has been so long, and it's all fake if everyone is not worried. Rayleigh smiled. Don't worry, Luffy told me before he left, if he hasn't come back, it means his work is not done. If he comes back, it means that his plan has failed. Open hollow lens bracket Senior Rayleigh, close hollow lens bracket open hollow lens bracket have you left yet? Open hollow lens bracket if you help me lead in the way, if I haven't come back, it means my plan is going well. Rayleigh thought of the words Luffy had asked him to carry when the crowd parted. Yusobu couldn't help but ask in doubt. But, Senior Rayleigh, why did you come back again? Chopper seconded. Yeah, phone bugs just tell us. Rayleigh smiled. Ha ha ha. It's mainly just a ride, Some scouts from the Whitebeard pirates came and gave me a ride. That old friend can move ahead now. Robin nodded. Yes, Whitebeard's every move is under Marine surveillance. Frankie. Ah, this is the lineup of the strongest man in the world. Super. Rayleigh nodded. That's right, so I just happened to drop by to see you, don't be too anxious. Brooke. Yo ho 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 ho, it's been a long time since I felt anxious, although I don't have a beating heart. Under the bone joke, everyone couldn't help being speechless. On the other side, as time passed, the warship also passed through the gate of justice and came to the greatest education. Imper Sea Prison. Master Luffy, we are here, wake up. Hancock gently patted Luffy on the head, waking Luffy up. Luffy stretched her waist. Ah cut, is it here? Hancock nodded. Well, it's here. After finishing speaking, I couldn't help being shy. After all, what happened next made Hancock feel weak. Especially after going through the coming-of-age ceremony, for the fact that Luffy is hanging on me from behind. Boa Hancock, the underwater, Agai, prison has arrived. In case his subordinates offended each other, the flying squirrel couldn't help knocking on the door himself. Understood. The concubine is coming out now. 1 second switched to the queen's posture and responded. Then, Luffy smiled and got under Hancock's cloak, clinging tightly. Hancock couldn't help but his legs were weak. He walked slowly to the door, and opened the door blushing. And as the door was opened, Hancock's expression seemed to change. Serious, dignified. After all, I have experienced it once before, so I can bear it and start fan in seconds. Following the lead of the flying squirrel, the two also passed the inspection and came directly to the entrance of the submarine prison. When you get inside, someone will lead you to meet Fire Fist Ace. The flying squirrel turned around slowly. This is a restricted area for all pirates including Shichibukai. If you insist on entering, you need to search your body and wear seastone handcuffs. Hancock couldn't help being startled, and walked towards the entrance of the submarine prison without changing his face. Lord Luffy. How to do a body search? Walking in the middle, Hancock, who was a step behind, asked calmly. Advertisement, it's okay, let's talk first, Luffy smiled and said. Master Boa Hancock. I love you, peerless beauty, Master Hancock. Ah, I love you to death. Master Hancock. With the arrival of Hancock, the Marine station turned into fanboys and they couldn't help howling. To shut up, with Hancock scolding, the atmosphere finally became a little quieter. Hello. Welcome to my big prison of Impel. At the door, Hanayabao, who looked like an Egyptian demon, came up and introduced himself. No, I'm sorry, I accidentally exposed my ambition. Hello. My Hancock is big. Sorry, my ambition is exposed again. Everyone was left speechless. The flying squirrel reached out helplessly. Vice Admiral, Flying Squirrel. Hanayabao looked serious. I'm Hanayabao, Deputy Warden. After finishing speaking, he said, the Warden's B*********, D, ahem. Warden Magellan is in the Warden's office on the 4th floor, please everyone. Domino. Follow me please, Master Hancock, the room is arranged here. I will be responsible for searching you. Hancock nodded and followed the crowd into the room. Then came to a small door, please, Master Hancock. Subsequently, Hancock and Domino, both female, were lost. Flying Squirrel and Hanayabao are waiting outside. Inside, it's still Hancock petrifying dominoes and surveillance phone bugs. Lord Luffy. Be careful, Hancock couldn't help shaking Luffy's hand worriedly. Don't worry, I'm fine, Luffy smiled, and then said hastily. Hurry up and undo the petrification. Otherwise, there will be suspicion outside. After saying that, Luffy jumped to the ceiling and got into the door frame. Then after the inspection, when the door was opened, he jumped out. Because Hanayabao and Domino are not strong enough, they didn't notice Luffy's movement. And the flying squirrels are waiting outside boredly. After everyone left, they jumped off the hidden stone beam. Try it, see if you can get it done before Marine notices it. Before the words fell, Luffy's body disappeared in place. But when Luffy disappeared, there was sudden turmoil in the prison. Master Jailmaster, Pirate Clown Buggy has escaped from prison. Magellan, who got the news, notified Sengoku immediately. World Government Mariajoy. Got it? Okay, don't worry. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku sighed, and then shouted to the door. Come here. Tread. Marshal Sengoku. As the person who comes opens the door, salute. Notify the CPO immediately. Bring Fire Fist Ace to Marine HQ. Yes. So, if Luffy knew that he was confiscated by Buggy, I wonder if he would be beaten into a pulp and flushed into the sewer. But Luffy's purpose this time is not to rescue Ace. Killing people and gaining talents is Luffy's purpose this time. Chapter 25. Encounter Buggy, please customize. The Great Undersea Prison, how to go to LV.6. Luffy sat on the stone beam in a daze, couldn't help shaking his head, and was about to jump down to ask the people in the prison. Ah, help, suddenly, a voice that was somewhat familiar to Luffy came over. Damn, is this guy still jailbroken? Looking at the red nose of the logo, the corners of Luffy's mouth twitched and complained inwardly. Whoosh, red nose. How did you get out, you B**********D? Luffy jumped down, and asked doubtfully, to be killed, who is the red nose, kill you? Buggy was running for his life nervously. When he heard the word red nose, he ran away instantly. Luffy smiled. Yo, Saxi ignores it. Buggy, T. Buggy wondered. Straw Hat Kid? Why are you here? Swish. After Buggy's voice fell, the blue gorilla who was chasing after him fell down with a big axe in his hand. Oh, forget that I'm still running for my life. Buggy split into two halves and hurriedly continued to run. Run, Straw Hat Boy. Brush. 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 After Buggy bypassed Luffy's reminder, the three blue gorillas at the front raised their axes and fell high. Boom. 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 No way. Such a weak guy still wants to run? He kicked 3 times at will, and after killing the blue gorilla, he couldn't help but complain. Hearing the movement, Buggy turned his head and saw that Luffy had taken care of the 3 blue gorillas with a dazed expression on his face. Then, Buggy burst into tears. Straw Hat Boy. You heard that I was locked up, so you came here to save me. The pitiful appearance made Luffy look dazed, and then the corners of his mouth twitched. No. You idiot. Labor and management still want to save people secretly. It's all because of you that the labor management plan failed. Damn, after Buggy's trouble, Ace has definitely been transferred. Buggy replied. It's not my fault. Buggy's secret prison break was also ruined. At this time, when the two were fighting each other, the surrounding blue orangutans also surrounded them. Advertisement, it's all your fault, I'm going to die now. Buggy looked sad and indignant, angrily reprimanded Luffy. Crunch, Luffy squeezed his fists. A bunch of trash, look how scared you are. Rubber rubber. Take a piling on horseback, hold your hands tightly. Two-way Gatling. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Fist shadows instantly covered both sides of the aisle, including Buggy in it. Are you trying to kill me, hello? Buggy quickly tore apart and hid, and couldn't help complaining after the fist shadow ended. Luffy looked regretful. What, did you hide? Buggy was furious. Don't look so sorry that you didn't kill me, hey. Oh Tui. Luffy spat and headed for the stairs. A whole Straw Hat. You wait for me. Buggy looked sad and indignant, then realized that Luffy is so strong, and immediately yelled and followed. Luffy disgusted. Don't be so loud. In this way, Buggy in the original book chose to follow Luffy for the sake of treasure, and now Buggy for the sake of safety. The people in the surveillance also found the defeated blue gorilla, and quickly notified everyone of the enemy's direction. The 6th floor Eternal Hell. Hancock also came here, and accompanied by Magellan, he came in front of Ace. Can I talk to him alone? Hancock looked aside at Magellan, Kaido. Magellan frowned. This is against the rules. Not good, Hancock showed a pitiful look. Please. Magellan immediately agreed. Yes, after speaking, turn around and leave. After Magellan walked away, Hancock turned to Ace. Potter cast D Ace. Hearing the movement, Ace looked up at Hancock with a calm expression. Empress Boa Hancock. I don't know what you're doing with taking away Magellan. Advertisement to say it is calm, it is better to say it is decadent. Hancock looked at Ace's appearance and frowned. Are you really Lord Luffy's big brother? Who are you talking about? Luffy. Hearing the word Luffy, Ace couldn't help walking forward excitedly, and there was a loud noise from the Titan chain behind him. Why did you mention Luffy? Tell me. At this moment, Ace couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with Luffy. After all, when Luffy kills the celestial dragons live, it's the Marine Admiral he's up against. Even in prison, Ace is most worried about Luffy's safety. Don't worry, Hancock smiled, and couldn't help comforting him. Lord Luffy is fine. Although Ace didn't quite believe it, but after hearing Hancock's name, he couldn't help looking at Hancock in doubt. Frowning. What's your name, Luffy? Hancock hesitated for a moment, and said shyly, I'm Luffy's wife. After finishing speaking, he held his face in both hands, with an extremely happy expression. Ace was stunned, couldn't help blinking, and froze in place. The scene was quiet for a while, a storm caught in love. A bewildered expression. Boa Hancock. The time is up. The headquarters is urging you. At this time, Magellan shouted loudly in the distance, breaking the quiet scene of the two. That's right. The time is almost up. Fire Fist Ace, Lord Luffy is here to save you. 2.1 Hancock quickly put away his emotions, said to Ace, and walked outside. Ace felt distressed. Luffy. Outside the cell, Hancock also regained his original temperament. What's the reminder? Isn't a concubine already out? He gave Magellan a contemptuous glance, then headed outside. When Hancock left with Magellan, another unexpected guest came to the cell again. Fire Fist Ace. Come with me. The visitor was dressed in a white robe that did not match the prison, and the expression under the mask was hard to see. As the visitor's voice fell, his hand was on Ace's shoulder, and the two disappeared instantly. At the same time, the phone bug in Magellan's arms rang. Chapter 26. The Great Adventure of the Undersea Prison, please customize. Undersea Prison Levay.1. Hey, two brothers, how did you get out? Let us out quickly. Two brothers, Labor North Blue has a secret treasure, as long as you let me out, it's all yours. Luffy and Buggy walked slowly in the aisle of the prison, and the prisoners in the prison rushed to ask for help. Luffy frowned. Shut up. A bunch of trash. Buggy was on the sidelines giving Luffy a popular science. Listen, Straw Hat Kid. This submarine prison has 5 floors, and our current location is level 1. We can go to Levay.2 through the stairs, but I think it's better for us to leave directly. Luffy smiled. Don't worry, we're going to the 6th floor. Buddy was stunned. The 6th floor? That legend is true. Is the bottom floor in the legend true? Luffy. That's right. Lu Fei point 6, Eternal Hell. Buddy burst into tears. That's too dangerous. Straw Hat Boy, are you crazy? Hey? Luffy ignored him and went straight to the stairs. Buddy couldn't help but floated over in a grieved way. Straw Hat Boy, can you feel a little nervous? From now on, Luffy is walking leisurely on the road like a stroll in the garden. And when he heard Buddy's question, Luffy looked unhappy. It's not your fault. If it weren't for your idiot escape from prison, the labor management plan would not have failed. After speaking, headed down the stairs. What are you? The guard at the stairway has not reacted yet, so he can't help it. Blowing fist 06 head. Have a good sleep. Buddy was stunned. Straw Hat Boy, are you so good now? Luffy smiled. It's okay. I just beat Admiral. Buddy was dumbfounded. Beat. I beat Admiral. Who would believe it? In the distance, Luffy still walked away, leaving Buddy stunned in place. Wait. Straw Hat Boy. The earth-shattering shout broke the movement on the 2nd floor, and Luffy couldn't help but want to kill this guy. Lu Fei point 2 in a certain prison, Straw Hat Boy? Hallucination? The figure tilted his head in doubt, and then mocked. Before you die, you will think of your former enemy. Ah, a monster. Boom. You're called Hammer, hey, stupid Buddy? Boom. Huh? Done? The movement outside the door made the figure tremble, and he couldn't help seeing a familiar guy appearing in the corridor outside. Straw Hat. The figure grabbed the railing and couldn't help but exclaim. Luffy and Buddy were stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but look at the figure in the cell. Luffy thought for a while. Are you a 3? That vile and nasty 3 from Little Garden? 3 looked angry. Don't use those words to describe me. I am the commander, with the highest IQ in the Baroque Huxia Society, hey. Buddy looked puzzled. This is it, hello? Oh Tui. Luffy spit, with a displeased face. A former enemy, it's not a good thing like you. Stupid Straw Hat. You're the idiot. Who is not a good thing? Hey, if you want to die, hey. Advertisement. The two had big heads, and retorted angrily at Luffy. Facing the questioning from the two, Luffy tucked his nose, showing no regrets. Gotcha. 3 directly opened the cell door, rushed towards Luffy. How can you use Devil Fruit's ability? Hey. Luffy looked at 3 who rushed over in a daze, and couldn't help complaining. Pants. Thong. Strawberry panties. Suddenly, there was an unscrupulous roar in the distance, which made the 3 fighting people turn their heads in doubt. Mantelak. 3 hid in the cell in amazement, and couldn't help showing his head and shouting to the 2. Hide in quickly, hey. You'll be eaten, hey. Hearing the movement, Buddy looked at Luffy and gestured. Luffy looked displeased. Don't command labor and management, hey. Then, a helpless series of fist shadows covered them, and the man-eating lions with sphinxes were wiped out. Brother 3 was shocked. The Straw Hat Boy. Ha 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 ha. As the saying goes, it's better to get rid of enemies than to tie them together. Straw Hat Boy. You guys are going to escape. Brother, help me. Look 3 came over while licking his face. Luffy pointed at him, and said to Buddy beside him. Look, are you as shameless as you? Then the 3 of them walked towards the stairs on the 3rd floor. The beaten 3 looked suspiciously at the direction Luffy led the way. This isn't the way to Lu Fei point 1. Luffy smirked and pulled 3 by the collar. Who told you I'm going out? Then he walked towards the stairs with the opposite party. We are going to Lu Fei point 6. Do you want to go together? 3, who had realized the lie, struggled quickly. You idiot. Who is going to go down here? Hey, let me go. Stupid Red Nose. Help me, hey. Buddy. Who are you calling Red Nose? Hey, I want to die. Brother 3. Is this the point? The point is to go down? Buddy. Give up, this guy is so stubborn, just follow along. In this way, the 3 came to the 3rd health, Lu Fei point 3. The garrison soldiers who got the news couldn't help being surprised and came to the place where Mantelak was destroyed. This is the location of Lu Fei point 2. Can the monitoring room hear it? It has been confirmed that the enemy is strong. Notify Warden Magellan immediately. The intruders are Monkey D. Luffy, Buddy the Clown, and Gazoo Tino. The soldiers on the wire quickly notified Magellan's secretary. Magellan Warden is in the toilet. What's the matter? The invaders have reached Lu Fei point 3. It has been determined that the enemy is strong. Ask Warden Magellan to intervene. Understood. I will tell the warden. Hearing the movement outside, Magellan asked suspiciously. What's the matter? The guy who escaped from prison hasn't got it done yet. After sending Hancock away with great difficulty, Magellan immediately returned to his office and started his daily squatting. Master Warden, in addition to the prison breakers, there are also intruders. Who is it? Contact Marine Headquarters as soon as you get the exact information. Find out why the invaders came. Yes. Lu Fei point 3. It's so hot. Buddy walked downcastly, not even in the mood to tease Luffy. 3 explained. This is the 3rd layer, Starvation Hell, with the transpiration of the layer below. Advertisement. So the temperature here will be very high, and the prisoners have to cut off water and food, which is very scary. Luffy frowned. There are enemies coming, watch out, idiots. Step, 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 step. You've got nowhere to skip class, 2 jailbreakers and intruders, Monkey D. Luffy. After Luffy finished speaking, a dense crowd of orangutans surrounded him. A figure of less than 50 centimeters came out, and announced with a serious face. I am the warden, Huss. Let's capture him without a fight. It's your luck to be caught by me, at least you won't suffer some flesh and blood. Luffy smiled. Then you are not bad, little monkey. Huss was upset. Wrong, my name is Huss, not a monkey. Buggy stood up first. It doesn't matter if you are a monkey or an orangutan. Get out of the way for me immediately, otherwise. Go. Straw Hat Boy. Kill them. Why don't you go up? Don't use labor to fill the pen, hey. Luffy looked upset, and then kicked Buggy out. Ah, Straw Hat Boy. Huss looked angry. Come on, catch them for me. 07. Facing the dense crowd of blue orangutans, Luffy looked calm, only the third brother looked terrified. I'm a candleman, it's almost melting on such a hot day. Leave it to you. Straw Hat Boy. Luffy stretched his neck 280 degrees, and sighed. Ah, oil bottle. But these two goods are quite useful, so Luffy had no choice but to fight alone. World Government Mariajoy, facing the phone bug from Magellan, Sengoku explained the reason with a headache, and hung up the phone bug. Peeved. Ha 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 ha. Sengoku couldn't help his tantrum. A whole garp. What's so funny? From the Enies lobby to the Celestial Dragons incident, that was not your grandson's fault. The battle between Mikoto and the Whitebeard pirates is in sight. His business has been postponed. Now here's the mess. B******** D garp. You still have the face to smile. Garp. Ha 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 ha. As expected of the old man's grandson. Sengoku gritted his teeth. Damn B******* D garp. If it weren't for you, this guy has the title of Marine Hero. This old man will definitely throw you into the submarine prison and take responsibility for your family. B******* D garp. Garp. How can the old man bear this bone? Ha 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 ha. Undersea prison Levay Point 3. Ladomi, strongest. The way of the S*******. The loud and clear singing resounded through the sky, adding a lot of fun to the deserted prison. I turn. Xiao Feng danced in the prison, and a group of prisoners who were led crooked behind him also followed Xiao Feng in circles. Cheer up, all of you, what is this high temperature? Jump up with me, just like the unpredictable changes of the times, I will turn. The prisoners were so tired that they collapsed to the ground, but they still couldn't stop Xiao Feng's enthusiasm. Outside the prison door, the 3 people who took care of the blue gorilla passed by here inadvertently. 3 doubts. Have you two heard the singing? Buggy was listless. Are you hot and stupid? How can there be singing in prison? Luffy pricked up his ears and listened carefully, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Feng sauce. Chapter 27. Xiao Feng, please customize. Undersea prison hyphenation point topmost, so heavily guarded, how did he break in? Although there is only one intruder, there is absolutely no need for the enemy to rescue Fire Fist Ace. For the sake of Marine, make sure to capture Monkey D. Luffy. Under the command of the general, the Marines started rushing towards the entrance of the submarine prison. And many more. Suddenly, a woman dressed in a leather dress stood at the entrance. The intruder plus the prison breaker really ruined the reputation of the great prison of Imper. Then he looked at Marine and said, I'm Sadie. Miss Sadie who loves punishment. Actually claiming to be Miss. What are you kidding? A soldier couldn't help complaining. What? Sadie swiped the whip and hit her body. Stop talking nonsense. Call me Miss Sadie. What? The whip was whipped on the body, and the severe pain made the soldier scream again and again. The sound of joy is so sweet, the school officer was furious. Get out of the way. Sadie screamed and scolded after recollection. This is a family matter of Imper prison. Where do you Marines need to intervene? If you have to rely on the support of the Marines to take down the invaders, it would be ridiculous. You just need to hold the outside, pull up this suspension bridge. In this way, this place is as solid as gold, and it is difficult to fly with wings. The Marines looked at each other. Understood, we will stick to the outside. Reluctantly agreed. Inside the prison Levay Point 3. Yaxi. Keep dancing, be as energetic as the 3 little buddies outside. Xiao Feng cast a glance outside the cell door, and cheered up the inmates. Then he reacted suddenly. Outside? Yo, Xiao Fengjiang, Saxi ignores. Luffy smiled, and greeted the dazed little one. Xiao Feng was pleasantly surprised. Little Straw Hat, Saxi ignores it. Buggy, 3. Hey there us, Luffy quickly ordered. Hurry up, 3, let Xiao Feng out. Brother 3 was furious. Why should I listen to you? Luffy rolled his eyes, and Lin looked flattering. Hey, I'll open it now. Advertisement Buggy complained. You have to show some face. Little Straw Hat, you were here to save me. As soon as Xiao Feng came out, he rushed forward and asked with a happy face. Luffy smiled. I thought you were dead, I didn't expect you to be alive. Xiao Feng was moved. Are you kidding? You will not die. By the way, Little Straw Hat, how did you get in here? After being moved, Xiao Feng couldn't help asking in doubt. I came in secretly, to do something, Luffy happily asked. Do you want me to send you out first? Buggy and Brother 3 were furious. Why don't you send the two of us out first, hey? Luffy curled her lips. You guys are my scapegoats, it's very useful. Buggy and Brother 3 were furious. You finally revealed the purpose of staying with us, hey. You be asterisk 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 D Straw Hat Boy. Luffy smiled innocently. Use waste. The two looked at each other in despair. Buggy. I shouldn't have followed him. Brother 3. Me too. Do you want to run away? Buggy. We'll be beaten to death. Brother 3. The Straw Hat Boy has become so scary. Facing the eye contact between the two, Luffy didn't care, and Xiao Feng said without hesitation after Luffy finished speaking. I'll follow you, little Straw Hat. We are good friends, and I also want to go to Levay Point 5 to meet someone. Luffy. Okay, then he complained to the two people behind him. You guys learn from me, you two idiots. The team grows stronger again, heading towards the stairs to Levay Point 4. Levay Point 4. What's going on? What happened to Hus? Haven't the intruders and jailbreakers been dealt with yet? Magellan came out of the toilet with his trousers in his hands, with a displeased look on his face. Domino. The number of jailbreakers causing riots has also increased to 3. Hanayabal. Counting Monkey D. Luffy, that's 4 sinners. Sati. At present, the Blue Gorilla Army has been wiped out, and Monkey D. Luffy will be here soon. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Magellan got a stomachache and got into the toilet. There are minotaurs on the 4th floor, plus you, enough is enough. After the words fell, there was a disgusting puffing sound, which made everyone present back again and again. Levay Point 4 entrance. This is the 4th floor, it's so hot. Everyone can't help but marvel that this place is like a big melting pot. Advertisement, by the way, Xiao Feng, is the person you're looking for the queen of the S asterisk 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 E? Luffy smiled and asked Xiao Feng beside him. Xiao Feng nodded. Backquote, that's right, she was arrested on trumped up charges. It's called Mrs. Miracle, it's from the Color Paradise on the Grand Line. She is the object of worship of all monsters in the world, she is the strongest king of monsters. After saying it like a few treasures, Xiao Feng looked forward to it. Buggy and third brother complained, isn't it still a personal demon? Boom. Boom. Don't insult other people's dreams, hey. Luffy rewarded a pair of slippers, shouted. The two foamed. Yes, I'm sorry. Xiao Feng looked disgusted. What are you doing with these two things? Luffy smiled. It's just a matter of course, Buggy is selling shanks to save face. Brother 3's words are also for helping Luffy in the original book. No matter what happened to the two of them, the original book still helped Luffy a lot. If the two of them were allowed to run around, they might be arrested again. Mo. The one who got the money. At this time, there was a roar of bulls in the distance, and they ran over from far to near. Menbull. The three of them shouted in shock and horror. Boom. The manbull with a mace suddenly attacked, and the huge mace came towards the 4 of them. Boom. It's just a bull monster, Luffy said helplessly, blocking the attack casually. Don't come in the way. With a bang, the buffalo turned into a pop, and flew straight upside down to the end of the aisle. Xiao Feng was surprised. Little Straw Hat, you are so strong. Luffy smiled. Don't worry, it's absolutely safe to follow me. Step, 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 Monkey D. Luffy, you're surrounded. Suddenly, there was a burst of dense footsteps, and at the same time there was a persuasion. But Hanayabal and others came here to surround Luffy. The war is not over. One touch and go. Chapter 28. V's Hanayabal, Domino, etc. Please customize. Originally, there is a gate from Levay Point 4 to Levay Point 5, as long as Luffy and others pass by. After opening the gate, Hanayabal, Domino, Miss Sati and others set up the defense force behind the gate. As a result, Luffy kicked the human bull monster into the air, smashing through the gate directly. After the door fell to the ground, the jailers thought that Luffy and others had arrived at the door. It turns out that Luffy and the others are still at this end of the corridor, and they are waiting at the other end of the corridor. Where's the Monkey D. Luffy guy? Hanayabal watched suspiciously as the smoke dissipated and there was no one behind the door. Miss Sadie. Really? Why don't you just go in and capture Straw Hat Luffy? Domino said calmly. Don't be too eager, Miss Sati. It's not me rushing, it's the kids, can't wait to be here already. Behind him, 5 or 6 meter tall monsters hold weapons and are eager to try. Madara horse monster, rhinoceros monster, koala monster. The 4 people at the end of the corridor heard the movement and found that no one came out, so they couldn't help but looked at each other in doubt. Where are the people? Where are the jailers? Luffy looked around suspiciously and couldn't help shaking his head. Then I thought that the sound was coming from a distance, so I couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. Buggy was surprised. Wait, Straw Hat Boy. There must be many enemies waiting for us. Brother 3 seconded. Why don't we take a detour? It's too dangerous. Luffy turned his head and glanced at the two. What's the matter? The 3 of them are in a daze, what is it? Luffy smiled. Don't talk about anything else, except for the warden who is a bit troublesome. I really don't pay attention to the others. What strength brought to Luffy? Confidence made Luffy shake his head indifferently. I am not like Lu Bao, I am not strong enough and almost lost my life here at 420. Even if it wasn't for cheating Blackbeard, I wouldn't even bother to come here. After entering, Luffy also found that there are a few people who can be rescued here. Such as Zhaofeng, Jinbei and so on. Go directly to Marine HQ to get Ace back, isn't it good? Smiling, he took steps towards the direction of the sound coming from a distance. The three quickly followed, looking on guard. Luffy smiled. Don't be too alert, the enemy should plan to catch us all. At that time, the warden will hand it over to me, and you three will watch over the distribution of the others. The three of them were dumbfounded. We can't beat. The four of them wandered to the gate, and Hanayabal and others led the jailer and others finally appeared in front of them. Domino. That's Luffy the Straw Hat, it's exactly the same as on the projector. Miss Seti. I don't know how touching the screams of such a man would be, Hanayabal. Yoshi. I'll be warden when Monkey D. Luffy is captured. Monkey D. Luffy. You're surrounded, get caught now. The last sentence, shouted at the four people who stopped. Luffy looked around, but couldn't find the familiar figure and couldn't help wondering. Where's Magellan? Why didn't he give birth? Hanayabal. Warden that be ****** D. Oh no. Warden Magellan has a big deal to attend to. A crime like yours only needs my great warden Hanayabal. Ah no. It's me, the deputy warden, who can take care of you. Luffy smiled. Magellan isn't having diarrhea? Aja. After Luffy finished speaking, everyone on the opposite side looked confused and puzzled. Is the matter of my own warden so famous? And it seems a shame to throw it at the pirate's house. Give it to me. Let these rats taste the strength of Imper's prison. Advertisement. Domino waved his hand, and the jailers came towards Luffy. The largest three-headed jailer beast is full of oppression. Don't overstep your authority, I'm the deputy warden. Hanayabal quickly reminded, and finally waved his hand. FK me. Make these mice love. Then the Madara horse beast stepped on the foot. Buggy panicked. Monster, there are 3 more heads, hey. Brother 3 seconded. I'm going to die. The two hugged each other nervously, tears streaming down their faces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The maces in the hands of the 3 jailer beasts smashed down side by side, and rushed towards the 4 of them with a blast of air. I'm going to die. The 3 of them were so frightened that their 7 orifices were separated from their bodies, and they looked at the falling mace with tears streaming down their faces. Boom, boom, boom. Like a broken bell, a huge muffled sound came. The weapons issued by the Marine headquarters are not good. Is that guy Magellan pocketing for himself? Luffy covered Haki's fist directly to meet the attack, punched 3 times in a row, and the mace shattered. The 3 jailer beasts with low IQ couldn't help but bewildered, looking at the broken mace in their hands and scratching their heads. Boom, boom, boom. Luffy didn't bother to pay attention to the 3 of them, and directly kicked the 3 jailer beasts flying, hitting Hanayabal who had just got up. Tread. Sengoku didn't tell you guys, did the management just beat Kizaru up? Landing in front of Domino, he leaned close to his face and smiled. Stop looking at people. Straw Hat Boy. Domino gritted his teeth and looked at Luffy, raised his legs and kicked shit at Luffy. As the deputy chief in charge of all signs when Magellan is away, Domino's strength probably has the strength of Rear Admiral. Boom. Raising his hand to grab the kicked ankle, he couldn't help shaking his head. You can't do it yet. Call Magellan over here. Boom. Cough. A punch hit the opponent's lower abdomen. Domino vomited bitterness, and knelt down on the ground with a painful face. Whoosh. Straw Hat Luffy, don't underestimate people. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and Miss Sati whipped the whip towards Luffy at an excessive speed. Snapped. Then he grabbed the whip and pulled it hard. Nice whip, can I play with it? Snapped. What? He fell to the ground being pulled by the whip, and the whip hit Miss Sadie's back. Damn it. Let go of Miss Sadie and Lord Domino. The jailers saw that the 2 officers were played by Luffy in the blink of an eye, and rushed forward with weapons in hand. Ha. Well done, Straw Hat Kid, little Straw Hat. The 3 of them looked surprised, and then rushed to the jailer, killing all directions. Swan Arabian Dance, Mini Buggy Cannonballs. Candle General. After facing the strongest chief and jailer beast, the 3 of them can be said to be Kamui. Advertisement, damn it. Monkey D. Luffy, labor and management want to fight you one-on-one. Hanayabal, who had just crawled out from under the jailer beast, shouted at Luffy with a look of grief and indignation. Scorching Hell Car, during the rotation of the long knife, a trace of sparks was brought up, and then ignited blazingly. Hanayabal came towards Luffy with a flaming long knife. Boom. You cannot. One kick landed, slapped Hanayabal on the face, and flew back faster than when he came. Deputy Warden Hanayabal. The guards couldn't help but watch in shock as Hanayabal was slapped, and then made a sound. Swish. Swish. Holding the chins of the 2 prison flowers with both hands, looking at the painful expressions of the 2, he asked. If Magellan doesn't come, you 2 can follow me. After finishing speaking, without waiting for the 2 to struggle, they were tied up with Miss Sadie's whip, and by the way, they pointed at the oil. Tisk tisk, you have a good figure. 2 beauties. Behind them, the 3 of them have also taken care of the rest of the jailers. Buggy laughed wildly. Ha. You know that Uncle Buggy is amazing. Brother 3 put poos on. Humph. I am the strongest fruit-capable user in Baroque Daxia. Lao Sha. Xiao Feng turned around. The strength of the concubine is also very strong. Don't underestimate the monster boxing skills. Luffy pouted. Okay, you three, take these two sisters hostage and take them away. Buggy, brother 3. Who do you think you are? How dare you order us? With a proud look, after experiencing a brutal killing, the two felt that they had done their best again. Boom. Boom. Hey, whatever the Lord tells us, we will do it. One of them rewarded with a pair of slippers, and the two of them became honest in an instant. In this way, the team of 4 expanded again. Luffy walked in front, and the two hostages walked behind with their hands tied. Brother 3's candle made a handcuff, and Buggy is in charge of supervising it. He drew a rope and tied it between the two, and Xiao Feng led it. Snapped. Suddenly, Luffy, who had just taken a step, found someone grabbing his ankle, and couldn't help but look down. Here. Wait for me. Monkey D. Luffy. Labor and management haven't lost yet. With a bloody face, Hanayabao, who was kicked by Luffy and bleeding from his orifices, looks like he will faint at any time. In the end, he still pulled Luffy's ankle, and the constant murmurs made Luffy feel a little guilty. Crouching down, Luffy calmly and slowly opened Hanayabao's hand. Well, you really make me feel more guilty. Luffy shook his head with a wry smile, and then said casually. Don't worry. Except for a few people, I will not let the rest of the prisoners go. Although this is a bit hypocritical, but the position does not distinguish between right and wrong. Luffy also admires this guy's spirit, but this is not the reason why Luffy is willing to fuss after hearing it. Let's go. Luffy led the 3 of them towards the stairs on the 5th floor, saving a miserable scene. Wait. Let go. Let go of the 2 wardens. Labor and capital are here to hold you hostage. It's a pity that several people have gone away, and Hanayabao's whispers are no longer heard. I don't know how long it took. Hanayabao's eyes were so tired that he couldn't hold on anymore. His eyelids sank and he passed out. You've done enough, Hanayabao. A pair of leather shoes fell in front of Hanayabao's face, and all 8 jailers fell into a coma. Monkey D. Luffy, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Chapter 29. 5 Gears of Abusing Magellan, please customize. Levay.5 entrance. 4 people and 2 captives also came here unsteadily, and the criminals held here are the worst pirates on the surface. It's called Freezing Hell. Just past the high temperature Levay.4 Crimson Hell, and here again, the temperature difference makes people shiver. It's really cold here. A few people stood at the door, trembling for a while. Luffy. This is the last layer on the bright side. Buggy was surprised. Does the legendary 6th floor really exist? 3. Just ask these 2. Miss Sati and Domino are led by Xiao Feng with a rope. Their mouths were also stuffed with their own socks. Luffy turned around and looked at the 2 beauties, not caring how resentful their eyes were. Speak. Where is the entrance to the 6th floor? Luffy took out the socks of the 2 and threw them on the ground. After you say it, you 2 won't have to eat socks anymore. Domino. Damn StrawHat. You're dead when Warden Magellan catches up. Miss Sati. If you fall into my hands, I will let you try what is called life is worse than death. B*********D. How dare you bet on a beautiful girl's mouth with a sock, it's just too bad. Luffy smiled. Don't tell me, right, Buggy? Take off your socks and plug them one by one. The 2 of Domino were stunned, and the 3 of Buggy were surprised. You are a devil. Brother 3 couldn't help but spit out what the 2 of Domino wanted to say. Domino. I'll tell you how to get to the 6th floor. Watching Buggy start to take off his shoes, Domino couldn't take it anymore. Miss Sadie. Wait. Domi, 190. No. Domino. Tell him what, with Warden Magellan around, he thinks he can make waves. He looked at Luffy disdainfully, with an expression on his face that evil would be defeated by justice after all. Miss Sati was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Luffy with the same eyes. That's right, StrawHat boy, you are dead. Luffy smiled, not paying attention to the eyes of the 2, and then told Xiao Feng to come over. Xiao Feng. Little StrawHat. Luffy took the 2 people's ropes and tied them to the light beside them. Come here you 3. Tell you something. Luffy beckoned the 3 of them to come over, and then walked far away out of the Domino's hearing. Then he looked at the 2 and said seriously, Magellan should be coming soon, you 3 should leave first. He stretched out his hand and waved it to prevent the 3 of them from asking further questions. Don't worry about me, and I'm afraid I won't have time to take care of you 3 when the time comes. Xiao Feng, don't you like to see the king of monsters? Emporio Ivankov is currently on the 5.5th floor. Then, under the shocked eyes of the 3, Luffy told the 3 how to find the 5.5th floor. Where are you going to wait for me first? I'll come back to you after I beat Magellan once. Buggy and 3, the white-eyed wolves, wanted to set off excitedly, while Xiao Feng looked at Luffy worriedly. Luffy smiled. Don't worry about me, it's just a Magellan. After the 3 of them wobbled away, Luffy couldn't help but put away his smile, and walked back with a serious face. Having said that, Magellan's poison is no joke. If it weren't for the ability to be aggressive in the last mission, Luffy really wouldn't dare to mess with this guy who was covered all over. Seeing Luffy coming back alone, the 2 were surprised, and they couldn't help but looked at each other suspiciously. Domino. Why did you come back alone? Where are the other 3 escaped criminals? Luffy said calmly. They went to other places, now it's just the 3 of us. Then go up and untie the ropes of the two, and then crush the handcuffs and anklets of the two. The two couldn't help but looked at Luffy's movements in surprise, and then quickly jumped away, wary of what Luffy would do next. Luffy pouted. Alright, take me to the 6th floor. Don't think about running away, or I'll strip you both clean and throw them to warm up. Seeing the dishonest actions of the two, Luffy motioned the two to speak to the man who was frozen in the cell and couldn't open his mouth. In the end, the two had no choice but to take Luffy to the 6th floor. Give it up. Monkey D. Luffy, Warden Magellan is here. You can't save Fire Fist Ace. Walking on the road, Domino looked at Luffy who was dangling behind with a displeased face. Miss Seti. That's right, if you get caught now, you can still live. Luffy smiled, looked at the two talking and said, don't worry about it, I can assure you. Fire Fist Ace is probably already at Marine HQ, so you two needn't worry. The two stopped suddenly and looked at Luffy in disbelief. Why? Then what is your purpose here? Although the two don't know how Luffy knows this kind of thing that even the two of them don't understand. But didn't Marshal Sengoku say that Luffy came to save Fire Fist Ace? Boom. Boom. Advertisement, talk to talk, keep going. Take a picture of each of them on their buttocks, making them so ashamed that they want to kill Luffy with their eyes. Don't look at me with that kind of eyes, I've done it to you too. Luffy smiled, and patiently explained, don't worry, I'm here for one thing. Then I don't know why you came to my prison, just to kill the prisoners on the 6th floor. After Luffy responded casually, she quickly stopped and looked behind her. The warden. The two Dominoes looked at Magellan in surprise, and then walked past Luffy towards Magellan. Luffy didn't stop her either, and looked at Magellan in amazement. You finally came out, Warden Magellan. With a gloomy face, Magellan silently watched the two of Domino run behind him, and then he was relieved. Monkey D. Luffy. Get caught. Magellan watched Luffy calmly and persuaded him to surrender. Luffy. You people in Impaired Prison like to be caught without a fight? Magellan said calmly. This will prevent the evil ones from unnecessary suffering. You too, brat. Resistance will only make you suffer something that you will regret for the rest of your life. Luffy smiled. Really, then I like to suffer. Then he tilted his head, looked at the Domino worker hiding behind Magellan, and said, should you avoid it for a while? The next battle won't reach the two beauties? Magellan frowned, turned to the two and said, go down, just leave it to me. The two nodded and ran towards the exit. Little devil, just because you didn't kill my lovely subordinates. I'll try to leave you with a whole body. Magellan waited until the two had run away and then announced calmly. Luffy. That would be great. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. It's too late to surrender now, brat. As Magellan opened his mouth and spit out dense poisonous balls, heading towards Luffy. Poisonous pufferfish. A large number of poisonous balls are in sight. Luffy VV smiles, and Conqueror's Haki is fully fired. Buzz. Swish swish. Fists wrapped in armed colors, under the blessing of Conquerors, blow all the poisonous balls through the air. The poisonous ball fell on the surrounding open space and railings, corroding a big pit immediately. Poisonous dragon. After the test, Magellan frowned, and the venom on his body turned into a dragon shape. The viscous venom made the air corrode and rushed towards Luffy. Swish. You can't do that fast, Magellan. Luffy smiled, his body disappeared in place, and Luffy, who suddenly appeared beside Magellan, squeezed his fists. Boom. Jet. Pistol. At a terrifying speed, the fist blast hit Magellan's jaw. When the fist did not touch the opponent, Magellan was sent flying high. Not forgiving, Luffy appeared under Magellan, pinching the top and blasting away. Poison channel. In midair, Magellan condensed venom again, and the viscosity was full. While gliding slowly, he escaped Luffy's second attack. After landing, Magellan felt the sharp pain in his jaw, and looked at Luffy with an ugly face. The fact that the opponent can hit him without touching the venom is the most troublesome problem for Magellan. Just try poisonous gas. After thinking about it, Magellan's body slowly rose with its smoke. Poison cloud. The purple poisonous smoke slowly condensed into one piece, enveloping Luffy. FK. Forgot about this one. Luffy frowned when he saw the poisonous cloud floating over Magellan. Soon, the small space was filled with poisonous gas, putting Magellan in an absolute advantage. Whoosh whoosh. Soon, there was a gust of wind in the room filled with poisonous gas, and the poisonous smoke quickly receded towards Magellan. Ha 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 ha. How about it? Don't think I can't do anything because you let the poison gas out. Luffy's hands are crossed, and the arms are entwined like twists. The arm under accelerated rotation brought a fan-like wind, blowing the poisonous cloud in the direction of Magellan. Magellan's face was ugly, and he was angry at Luffy's move to defuse his thundercloud like a joke. Let's stop here, brat. Magellan let out a roar, and the venom on his body was like boiling water, slowly dripping down on the ground. Advertisement behind him, the viscous venom turned into a skeleton-like state, and then slowly changed color. Giant of poison, judgment of hell, different from the purple poison that is usually released. This trick is a specially made bright red poison. Any substance that comes into contact with it will be infected and gradually spread to corrode everything. As long as a person is exposed to the poison, it will gradually spread until death. That's right, it really doesn't take much energy to fight with you. Luffy lowered her head slowly, then looked up at Magellan indifferently. Then under Magellan's solemn expression, Luffy's hair turned into a golden yellow gel, and the streamers rose slowly behind her. Fifth Gear Awakening. Nika form. With the blessing of awakening, conquerors slowly swept every part of the room like purgatory. The world is fading. The red poison on Magellan's body can't help but be overshadowed. The ground under Luffy's feet and the buildings beside him are like the sea, layer upon layer. Grinning, Luffy looked towards Magellan. Under his surprised eyes, the body disappeared in place. Boom, there was a huge explosion, and when Magellan reacted, his body flew upside down uncontrollably. Giant soldier, poisonous dragon. With a dazed expression, the arms of the giant skeleton soldiers behind him turned into red dragon pillars. Going towards Luffy, who put away his fists, even the air was corroded by venom. It's useless. Facing the attacking poisonous dragon, Luffy clenched his fists and sighed. Boom, the venom sprayed everywhere. Covered by the shadow of Luffy's fist, the two poisonous dragons were defeated. Like a splash of water, the viscous venom splashed everywhere. Swish. It must be the monkey with Kizaru. Your speed is not enough, Magellan warned. As soon as Magellan fell down, his body staggered for a while before he could stand still, and the figure of Luffy appeared next to him again. What do you mean? Magellan was in a trance and couldn't help shaking his head and asked. Boom. Your speed. A punch hit Magellan in the stomach, sending him into a trance. Boom. How about? The fist didn't even need to be retracted, it went up and landed on Magellan's jaw. Boom, Kizaru. A slipper hit the stomach of Magellan, who was lying flat in midair, and 0.0 hit the ground heavily. The giant soldiers behind him slowly dissipated, like a waterbed, helping Magellan withstand a lot of impacts. Whoosh. The huge movement caused Magellan to open his eyes, and in desperation saw a fist of Luffy come down. Boom, the entire Lu Fei .5 seemed to vibrate, and a huge fist fell heavily on Magellan's body. Thunder God's elephant system. It can be used to speed up the end of the battle, but Luffy has no waves at all. With full firepower, my current strength is all in this punch. The open fist asks if you can stop it. Tread. As the smoke dissipated, Luffy stood beside the huge pit and couldn't help but wonder. Fortunately, this is the 5th floor, and the gap between the 6th floor and the 6th floor is large. If it is on the 1st floor or something, it may be possible to go directly from the 1st floor to. Under the huge deep pit, Magellan's eyeballs turned white, and Yanran had already passed out. Don't worry, except for a few people, no one else will get out alive. Luffy looked at Magellan, who passed out, and couldn't help but promise softly. Although I am not a good person, I am definitely not a bad person. If, like in the original book, a bunch of rubbish ran out, it would be a big deal. But you can't blame Lu Bao, after all, he is also trying to save his height. And I broke in knowing that there was little hope, just to discuss Blackbeard. Naturally, I don't want a group of garbage to run out to discuss people. Shaking his head, shaking off the messy thoughts in his head, Luffy turned and walked towards Leveng. Trash on the 6th floor. Labor and management are here to clean you up. Chapter 30. Luffy's plan and the big pirates of Lu Fei .6, please customize. Fighting with Magellan, Luffy really didn't dare to procrastinate. A poisonous enemy will indeed be troublesome, and the longer it is delayed, the bigger the problem will be. Especially in a prison with a small space, Luffy dare not make waves. Even if it weren't for the tyranny I could fight without touching the opponent. Luffy probably won't even mess with Magellan. Look at how Blackbeard got killed. Prison Admiral is no joke. Lu Fei .6, slowly coming to the last floor, just standing at the entrance, you can feel the horror coming from here. Who's here? Magellan. What happened to the vibration just now? Hey, Magellan. Talk. When a group of garbage heard the movement, they couldn't help being puzzled. A bunch of F***G bastards. Walking forward, Luffy appeared in front of everyone with a smile on his face. Who are you? Brat. What the hell is that brat Magellan doing? What's a brat doing here? But, you look familiar, kid. Hey, this isn't the guy who killed the celestial dragons. Really, brat? Have you been arrested too? Ha 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 ha. But don't worry, brothers will take good care of you. You killed that bunch of trash. Ha 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 ha. Labor and management have long been unable to see that group of trash. You did a good job, brat. Luffy didn't speak, just waited for everyone to finish their last words, and fell asleep until everyone became quiet. Luffy. Seniors, Shao Gang has taken down all the jailers and wardens here. Do you want to escape? Luffy smiled, and after the calm words fell, the pot exploded. Boy. What did you just say? A guy who was closest to Luffy couldn't help but ask in confusion. Luffy saw the confused look on everyone's face, so he couldn't help saying it again. Now all the jailers in the prison to the warden are lying on the ground. If you want to live, you can say it. Really? Just you, kid? Ha 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 ha. Don't be kidding. That monster is not something you, a brat, can handle. Everyone talked a lot. Yufu didn't believe Luffy's words. Luffy 06 smiled. Everyone knows the fate of offending celestial dragons. What do you think is the reason why I can come here alive? I think everyone can understand. If you want to live, why don't you give it a try? Well, you all know that what I need now is a powerful minion. Who is strong and who is weak? It depends on yourselves. The last person standing in each cell is qualified to follow me, right? Luffy walked and talked, making everyone from doubt to surprise. After everyone slowly fell silent, Luffy didn't care and continued to wander inside. What, like water falling into a frying pan? You be asterisk 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 D. You actually believe what this brat says? Hey, don't you too? Labor and management can feel your killing intent. The same dialogue appeared in every cage, and the fighting started from this moment. The screams are endless, resounding in the sky above Lu Fei. 5. Luffy smiled and walked inside, and didn't stop until he saw a familiar figure. Straw Hat Kid, I didn't expect to see you for a while, you were quite interesting. Lao Sha sat there slowly, and the inmates beside him had been dead for how many days? Luffy. Saxi ignores it. Lao Sha, want to come out? Lao Sha frowned. I don't have the habit of being someone's subordinate. Boom. Slowly opened the cell door, took out the key, and uncuffed Lao Sha. I'm not in the habit of keeping my subordinates. After finishing speaking, he smiled at Lao Sha. Lao Sha was taken aback for a moment, then he recovered and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Look, it's never hard to chat with smart people. Luffy turned and walked towards the door and said calmly. Take your men. Stop joking, a bunch of social trash. You are Monkey D. Luffy. At this time, a sound came from the cell next to it, and Luffy couldn't help but stop. Luffy. It's you, I didn't expect you to be alive. The figure slowly walked out of the shadows. Can I let the old man go out too? When the old man owes you a favor. Luffy frowned. Give me a reason, Valoric Redfield. That's right, the voice is Lonely Red Redfield, known as a big pirate whose strength is comparable to that of Whitebeard, Luogia and others. Advertisement, it can be regarded as going to see an old friend, it can be regarded as making up for the regrets before my death. Redfield smiled, his old face full of nostalgia. Luffy smiled. I don't believe your nonsense, but... With Redfield frowning, Luffy continued. If you do something for me, I will let you go, and I will tell you where the devil fruit in the form of bat fruit, phantom beast, and vampire is. Redfield's pupils shrank for a while, and he couldn't help saying calmly, what's the matter? However, his excitement still caught Luffy. Luffy didn't talk nonsense, and directly stated his own conditions. Help me fight a war, you should know it. You can think about it slowly, just give me a signal before I'm about to leave. Redfield. Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word after I go out? Luffy spread his hands disapprovingly. It's up to you, anyway, your current strength has dropped a lot. At that time, it's just for you to help share a little pressure, it's not necessary. Also, it's okay if you go back on your word. I think many people will be interested in that fruit. After speaking, Luffy turned and left, saving Redfield who had a calm face.
I don't know what you do. Monkey D. Luffy. Seeing Luffy walking to the cell, Jinbei frowned. Luffy silently opened the cell door and Jinbei's handcuffs, then looked up at Jinbei and said, I heard you have a good relationship with my elder brother. Jinbei. Fire Fist Ace. I have fought a few times. Honest man. Jinbei's voice fell, leaving Luffy speechless. If you don't fight, you don't know each other. Luffy smiled, then turned and left. And the war between Whitebeard and Marine is about to start, don't you want to go and see? I owe you a favor. Mr. Luffy. Jinbei explained that Luffy went out, and couldn't help saying respectfully. Luffy didn't care, waved his hands and went out to watch the show. The screams have slowly ended, and the winner has basically been decided. Just like the original book, the remaining big pirates are still the same. Abaro Pizarro, Basque Chote, San Juan Wolf, Katrine Dime. Other than these four, only Shiryu of the Rain, Bullet and Berndy Waldo, the master has been silent. Luffy smiled. You did a good job, I think you are all very powerful big pirates. Brat, we've finished your considerations, let's get out. That's right, I've already had enough of the smell here. That's right, get out, hurry up, brat. The four looked murderous and shouted at Luffy impatiently. Luffy looked calm, and said to Lao Sha at the side, how about helping to clean up? Lao Sha was taken aback, and frowned. Lousy is not your subordinate, Straw Hat brat. Luffy. Well, don't worry about it, just treat it as my favor for saving you. This can be regarded as repaying the favor of my predecessor. Luffy couldn't help complaining with a wry smile in his heart. These are the people who helped Lobo during the Summit War in the original books. Luffy doesn't care anymore. At worst, if you meet an enemy in the future, just kill him. I am a man with a system, so I still have some confidence. But, the spicy chicken system, labor and management have made a lot of noise in the submarine prison, but there is no task at all. I thought I could get 2 rewards. Plus, Basque Chote. Ah, Straw Hat brat, you don't keep your word. Catherine Dime. Damn it. My old lady cursed you to die. Straw Hat brat. San Juan Bad Wolf silly. Why? Abaro Pizarro. B asterisk 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 D. You are going to hell. Labor and management are waiting for you in hell. Straw Hat brats. The participation of 4 people resounded once again in the sky above the Lu Fei. 6 floor. Luffy picked out his ears indifferently, his face was calm. Walking slowly to Bullet's cell, he stared at the man known as the heir of the devil. Douglas Bullet. The legendary man, tisk tisk. He really is a monster. Luffy couldn't help squinting, looking at the silent Bullet. This terrifying aura is another monster. Little ghost, what do you want to do? Kill me. Bullet couldn't help but look up when he heard the movement, and smiled evilly. Luffy. I have this idea, after all, you are not a small person. If I let you run out, I'm afraid the old man will beat me to death. Advertisement. Ha 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 ha. Monkey D. Luffy. Garp's grandson. Kill or cut a familiar figure. Bullet smiled indifferently, after all he has no room to resist. Luffy rubbed his chin, thought for a while, then smiled and said, it's a pity that you died like this. Do you want to have a blast before you die? Let your Bullet's reputation resound across the sea again. Facing Bullet's doubts, Luffy slowly expressed his opinion. Ha 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 ha. It is said that labor and capital are the heirs of the devil. I think you are the heir of the devil, right? Bullet was taken aback for a moment, and then looked at Luffy with a hideous expression. Luffy showed an innocent expression. Don't say that, the little one is very friendly. Look, if you were slaughtered by me for the sheep, you would feel aggrieved, wouldn't you? If you agree to my proposal, you can die thinking about it. Seeing Bullet's silent expression, Luffy continued to seduce. Do you know what is the greatest thing about Luogia? Bullet said with a displeased face. What's so great about him? He's just a dead guy. Bullet's admiration for Luogia stems from its great strength. But when Luogia got sick and died, Bullet's character was unrepressed and became more and more manic. In the end, it was completely crazy, and the worship of Luogia dissipated. So he vowed to become someone who surpassed Luogia, and vowed to kill the 4 emperors to prove that he was stronger. So when Luffy mentioned Luogia, Bullet glared at Luffy with an ugly face. Luffy doesn't care either, be patient. Flickering. The greatest thing about Luogia is not how strong he is. And he was able to create an era. This is something you can never surpass Luogia. If you want to get rich Luogia, you have to do something more explosive than Luogia. My method, although it can't make you surpass Luogia, but you can't be so aggrieved to die here. I can promise you, as long as you survive, I can fight with you. Win or lose, I will set you free. After speaking, Luffy smiled and looked at the sincerity on Bullet's face. Ah, you don't keep your word. Straw Hat 637 Brat. The angry voice of Catelyn Dime, who died at the end, made the scene awkward for a while. Stare. Can't do things more quickly. Turning his head and glaring at Lao Sha fiercely, Luffy turned back to Bullet and said, weak people are not qualified to talk about credit, right? Bullet lowered his head in silence, and finally raised his head slowly, showing a crazy smile. Fame resounds across the ocean. Not a bad idea. Luffy laughed too. A look of innocence. Little devil, let labor and capital go too. Labor and capital can help you too. At this time, a roar broke the tacit understanding between the two. Luffy stood up slowly and looked towards the direction where the sound came from. Burndy World, I thought you would keep silent. Luffy smiled and couldn't help teasing. World, the labor and management think your opinion is good. Let the labor and management go out, and the labor and management don't want to die. Damn world government. Labor and management have long wanted to do something. The corners of Luffy's mouth turned up, and then nodded. That's fine. Don't worry, as long as you two can survive, the little one will keep his promise and set you free. The premise is to survive. The old man also agrees to your conditions. As long as you tell me where the fruit is. At this time, Lightfield also calmly agreed to Luffy's conditions. So far, the mission of the submarine prison has been completed. Opened the cell for the 3 of them, and when the 3 of them came out, Luffy said, don't blame me, I will untie the handcuffs and anklets for you guys after they get out. World. At that time, there will be a way to handle us. Brat. Luffy smiled, didn't speak, and led everyone towards the door. Finally, stopping at the door and looking at the completely dead Lu Fei. 6, Luffy was completely relieved. Blackbeard teach. Do you like the surprises left by labor and capital? Let's go somewhere and bring my friends out. When everyone left Lu Fei. 6, Luffy led everyone towards the pile of dead people at Lu Fei. 5. In the forest of freezing hell, it is the 5th floor corpse throwing place, and it is also one of the entrances to the 5.5th floor. In addition, the beast's lair on the 2nd floor of the Japanese target needle and so on. Each floor has a 5.5 entrance, and you can quickly return to the 1st floor through here. Luffy, who had been disrupted by Buggy, didn't bother to go this way. Now that the work is done, you can also hurry up. When he found the entrance, Luffy smiled. Found it. Here it is. Luffy called everyone over, and completely broke everyone's doubts. I didn't expect that the paradise in the prison is not a legend. Everyone couldn't help shaking their heads, and then suddenly realized. Luffy nodded and led everyone in. Chapter 31. 10 minutes before the meeting and the war. Please customize. Holy Land Mariajoy. Marshal Sengoku has left. A member of the CP slowly approached a soldier and asked. Yes. The deployment at the Marine headquarters has been completed. The execution time of Fire Fist Ace is approaching. The expression under the CPO mask was hard to see, and he turned and left. Marine headquarters. The atmosphere in Malinfodo is getting serious, and the residents have already evacuated. The warship that Marine sent to monitor Whitebeard was sunk again, and they knew nothing about Whitebeard. The execution time of Fire Fist Ace is gradually approaching. Don't let up. No matter what happens. The last time is coming. The school officers cheered the soldiers on, and the impassioned speeches continued. Hundreds of thousands of Marine elite troops are stationed and ready. Crescent Moon Islands and bays surrounded by 50 warships. Marshal Sengoku. Suddenly, an eager shout broke the Sengoku who was preparing. Sengoku frowned. What is it? Yelling. The entourage kicked and shushed and said, no. It's not good. The Impel prison was breached by Straw Hat Luffy. What did you say? Sengoku frowned and asked, looking incredible. Damn, even Magellan can't do anything about him. But. Go down. Tell the door of justice not to open it at will. Yes, always do some headaches at a critical moment. At the same time, Luffy and others also came out of Levee Point 5.5. Followed by Emporio Ivankov and the new ladyboys behind him. Brat, you said Sabo is waiting for me outside. Why? Ivan, dressed up as hot-eyed, looked puzzled, and asked after Luffy. If Luffy hadn't said that Sabo was waiting outside, Ivan would not have wanted to leave. What did you say that you have established cooperation with the Revolutionary Army? That's right, Luffy didn't tell him about his parentage. Mainly because I am too lazy to say, he will know after a while. So much so that now Ivan doesn't like Luffy. Luffy didn't care, and led the crowd towards the entrance. Stop, Straw Hat Luffy. Suddenly, two beauties suddenly stopped in the distance, each holding a weapon. Stand firm, facing Luffy. Buggy was stunned. Straw Hat Kid. You didn't handle these two. Luffy. What? 307. I still have to fight with Magellan, such a small character, I'm just too lazy to deal with it. Then stepped out in the crowd. What's the matter? The decision depends on you two to stop us. Luffy walked slowly in front of the two, and couldn't help asking with a look of displeasure. Domino. That's right, we've notified Marine HQ about your breakout of the Impel prison. Miss Sati. So now, even death is worth it. Boom, boom. That's it. After the two finished talking, Luffy punched each other, and the two of them collapsed to the ground. He casually threw the two of them in the room beside him, and continued to gather everyone to head towards the exit. The drawbridge seems to have been raised. Brother 3 couldn't help but look at the cliff-like walkway in surprise, and the endless sea level below. In the distance, the suspension bridge is put away high, like the sky blue. Jinbei frowned. Leave it to the old man. After speaking, jump down. While everyone was waiting, Jinbei finally assembled a group of whale sharks like in the original book. Jump down. After everyone heard this, Zai jumped down, and those who were scared were kicked down one by Luffy. It's Straw Hat Luffy's crew. Attack. All attack. Afterwards, the warships in the distance finally spotted everyone. Mini buggy shells. Wall of candles. Faith straight fist. The three of them were thrown up by Luffy at the first time, and Kamui exploded on the distant warship. It's useless. Don't you realize it? Just rely on you pirates. The door of justice will not open. A general standing at the source of a warship couldn't help yelling at Luffy and others. Advertisement. Squeak. Following the words of the Marine General, the door of justice was slowly opened. Thieves ha 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 ha. Little ones. Take this here for me. Put down the suspension bridge. The familiar voice rang in Luffy's ear, and he frowned and looked at the original figure. You finally came. Blackbeard teach. The door of justice opens from the inside out. Inside is the interior of the great prison of Impel with openings. On the outside, there is an opening corresponding to the direction of the Marine headquarters. Everyone hurriedly boarded a warship and headed for the door of justice that opened. The cannon fire was raging, and the endless Marines set up their cannons and bombarded Luffy and Blackbeard's warships. The two are unmoved. The people around all showed their skills, countless shells exploded in midair, or fell into the sea. The warships of the two then met, as if by fate, they looked at each other and smiled. Van Dychar. Captain. Going to sink him. Blackbeard smiled. Thief ha ha ha. No, our purpose matters. Luffy here. Lao Sha frowned. Who is he? So rampant. Luffy smiled. Just a self-righteous bug. Fate. Stop kidding. Blackbeard teach. You are just a grasshopper in my hands now, you won't be able to jump for a few days. Master will make your life worse than death. Luffy watched the other party calmly and left like this, heading towards the submarine prison. I think Magellan has already woken up. I don't know if you can survive this time without the help of Shiryu of the Rain. Shiryu of the Rain was abandoned by everyone, and Luffy didn't even bother to talk to him. He also ignored Luffy, sitting there self-righteously, waiting for his destiny, Blackbeard. In the end, when Lao Sha dealt with those four garbage, he solved it smoothly. Don't you die. Blackbeard teach. Labor and capital are ready to give you the heart to play games. The warship slowly passed the gate of justice and headed for the Marine headquarters. Where's Sabo? Straw Hat. As soon as he walked out of the gate of justice, Ivan collapsed, and he couldn't help asking in doubt. Luffy pointed to the water surface in the distance. Maybe it's below. Crash. After Luffy's voice fell, there was the sound of water flowing next to the warship, and a submarine with a pirate flag was slowly rising. Master of the Straw Hat. You are finally out. Fire Fist Ace's execution is only a few hours away. Everyone came to the side of the warship in doubt, and the diving hatch slowly opened. The figure of Trafalgar Law slowly appeared, followed by his crew and Sabo. Luffy smiled. Didn't I come out now? Why are you in a hurry? Is the plan going well? Luffy. Sabo slowly walked out from behind Sabo, and asked Luffy. Sabo boy. Before Luffy responded, Ivan pushed Luffy away, leaned on the railing and shouted excitedly. Sabo was stunned. Ivan. Why did you come out? Luffy. I said you're here, he said you're coming out. By the way, Luo, come up here, there is something you need to deal with. After Luffy finished speaking, Luo frowned, but slowly reached out. Swish. Bring Sabo to the warship. Question mark exclamation mark question mark question mark. Hey, what about us, Captain? The rest of the crew looked stunned, and they couldn't help asking eagerly as they watched the two disappear. Luo. Just wait there, I'll be back soon. With that said, leave a bunch of boring crew. Before Sabo could speak, Ivan pulled him aside and lost the conversation. Luffy didn't care either, just because he still had things to deal with. Luo frowned. What's the matter? Luffy. Agda, you can take out a human heart now. Luo nodded. Luffy smiled, staggered and pointed at the two people behind him and said, help me take out the hearts of these two. It was Bullet and Burndy World who never spoke along the way. Burndy World. Ha ha ha. Feel free to take it out. As long as you don't regret it afterwards. Bullet smiled and didn't speak, although his smile was very evil. Luo frowned. Who are these two? Luffy. It's just two big pirates, you'll know the rest later. As Luffy's voice fell, Luo didn't ask any more questions, and stretched out his hand to take out the two people's beliefs. Advertisement. Thump, thump. The hearts of the two fell into Luffy's hands and appeared in everyone's eyes. The two of Bullet frowned and felt the body, except for the empty chest, there was nothing unusual. Luffy looked at the two and explained, as long as I pinch them lightly, the hearts of the two will explode. I don't need to say more about the consequences. Bullet smiled. Don't worry. I understand everything. World. Good, Luffy. I'll leave this warship to the two of you. It's up to you how to get there. The rest depends on the two of you. Whether you can survive depends on the development of the two of you. While speaking, Luffy put the hearts of the two into a box, and handed it to Xiao Feng who was beside him. As long as the two come back alive, I will absolutely keep my promise. Let go and leave. There are food prepared for the two in the warship to replenish the body's energy. Opening the handcuffs of the two casually, Luffy smiled. The two nodded, and they were not in a hurry to go to the cabin, so they walked to the side and sat there. What? At this time, Ivan's shocked movement came from the direction of the two Sabo who were talking on the side. Straw Hat Boy, is Drago's son. Hearing the movement, everyone looked over suspiciously. Afterwards, everyone came to Sabo and Ivan and looked at them curiously. Sabo nodded. That's right, Luffy is the chief's biological son, and I, Luffy and Ace are sworn brothers. Question mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Alas, alas, the new transvestites from 5.5 also looked incredible and exclaimed in shock. On the other hand, Ivan turned to Luffy with a stiff neck, with a ruined expression. Luffy smiled. Fire Fist Ace and I are not brothers, the son of Ace is pirate King Luo Jia. Luffy's flat voice fell. The voices received by everyone resounded over the warship. And Bullet also looked over in surprise. Sabo and Luffy looked at each other, spread their hands together, looking puzzled. It's not possible. Lerna Island. A huge white whale battleship came here, when Marine knew nothing about it. Gu la 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 la. Do you want to be my son? As Whitebeard's heroic voice sounded, everyone in Nami couldn't help but look at the man in front of him in shock. This is the world's #1 powerhouse, Edward Newgate. Really? Okay, Whitebeard, you need to fix that problem, don't accept your son just because you see it. Whitebeard said indifferently. That's right. Looks like there are two girls. Do you want to be my daughter? Everyone couldn't help but be speechless, they were very impressed with Whitebeard's abnormal character. Okay, Dad, you're scaring brother Ace's buddies. Margot couldn't help shaking his head, then said to Whitebeard. Goo, I'm so sorry, but, Whitebeard smiled, then his expression changed, and he looked at the Nami people seriously. Think about it, you little brats. This is not a joke. No one can protect you on the battlefield. As Whitebeard's voice fell, the giant conquerors swept away. However, at this time, everyone's strength would naturally not be stunned by conquerors, and they all stepped forward to stand in front of Whitebeard. Sanji's eyes are firm. Hey, I can't wait. Zoro silently lit a cigarette. Don't worry. If you die like this, it's just that we are nothing more than that. Nami and Robin took a step forward, looking at Whitebeard with the same determination. Yusobu swallowed his saliva, looked at Zoro and then at Nami, and then said with a heart, the great Captain Yusobu is not afraid. Chopper seconded. Me, I'm not afraid either. Frankie. Wow, super. Brooke. Yo ho 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 ho, I have already died once, at worst, I will die again. Whitebeard was taken aback by the steadfast eyes of everyone, and then exchanged a glance with Rayleigh. Goo, a bunch of runny-nosed brats. So much fun. Whitebeard bowed his hand. Go down and get ready. This war is about to start. Everyone nodded their heads, and under the leadership of Tianzi, they are ready to go. Margao, be careful on the battlefield, don't let these funny little ghosts die early. When everyone left, Whitebeard softly instructed Margao who was beside him. Margao smiled. Of course. I like these guys too. Get ready to go. Don't keep old friends waiting. Whitebeard slowly closed his eyes and prepared for the next battle. Yes, Daddy. At the same time, the deployment of the Marine HQ is also complete. With Sengoku order it, the war is about to begin. Chapter 32. Summit War Opening Ceremony. Please customize. Marine Headquarters Marineford. As Fire Fist Ace was sent to the execution stand, all the strongmen appeared on the stage with the cheers of the Marines. Shichibukai, Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, Bartholomew Akuma, Joracle Mahawk, Gecko Moria. Marine Headquarters 3 Admiral, Aokiji Admiral, Kuzan. Kazaru Dai General, Pelusalino. Akainu Admiral, Sakazuki. In order to prevent Ace from being hijacked, all Marines' active forces at this moment are gathered here. That's it, Can. Sengoku looked at the silent old friend and couldn't help sighing. The identity of Fire Fist Ace needs to be made public. Garp's face was calm. It's up to you, I'll go down and stay later. Facing Garp's gradually bent back, Sengoku rubbed his forehead with a headache. I am the Marshal of the Marine. I did my best, my friend. Then he walked slowly towards the execution platform, and then greeted the people behind him. Bring the phone bug. Marshal Sengoku, what is the Marshal going to do? The Marines below were talking a lot, wondering about Sengoku's sudden preparation for the phone call. Sengoku, I have something to announce to everyone. About the reason for today's execution. The execution of Potter Cass D. Ace means a lot to Marine. As Sengoku's voice fell, everyone was attracted. Crane Vice Admiral looked at his old friend behind him. It's not your fault. Garp smiled wryly. Ha ha ha. Now only women are the most gentle. Ha 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 ha. In the smile, the bitterness that cannot be concealed. Sengoku asked, Fire Fist Ace. Tell me who your father is. What's his name? All the Marines and Shichibukai below looked puzzled, and couldn't help shouting curiously at Sengoku's question. Why are you asking this at this time? Even the people watching the projection on the Sabayati archipelago looked puzzled. Ace replied calmly. My daddy is Whitebeard. Sengoku overruled. No. Without waiting for anyone to wonder, Ace retorted excitedly. What's wrong? My daddy will only be Whitebeard. No one else. Sengoku calmly explained. At that time we worked so hard to find that island. Following Sengoku's narration, slowly some people have begun to guess the truth. That unbelievable truth. Sengoku. On the island of South Blue, there is a woman named Potter Cass D. Rouge. She sacrificed her life, and it took her 20 months to choose to give birth to you because she was eager to protect her child. You were born after exhausting your life. You were the offspring of that man. Inherited from the most evil bloodline in the world. There's no way you don't know. That person is you. Your father is One Piece. Gold Luo Jia. As Sengoku's voice fell, people on the battlefield felt a trance. Open hollow lens bracket Garp. The child is innocent. My child is begging you. Close hollow lens bracket. Garp lowered his head slowly, his face was pale, and the man's voice sounded in his ears. On the Sabayati archipelago, people lost their minds and froze in place. The notebooks, food, drink, and entertainment items in my hand all fell unconsciously to the ground. Fire Fist Ace is the son of the One Piece. Big news. Big news. Notify the headquarters quickly. Something serious happened. Following someone's murmur, as if a signal sounded, people rushed to scream. The Marines at the Marine headquarters also looked at Ace kneeling there in disbelief. The child of One Piece survived. This is really a miracle. Hey, didn't you say that all the women related to Luo Jia were executed? People were amazed and unbelievable, and everyone looked at Huaquan Ace. Open hollow lens bracket Garp. My son is about to be born. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket. What are you talking about to my Marine? Luo Jia. Open hollow lens bracket. It's up to you to protect her. Garp. The child is innocent, isn't it? Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket. Less self-assertion. Luo Jia. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket. If is a girl, call her Anne. And for a boy, even Ace. Open hollow lens bracket. Gal D Ace. My flesh and blood with him. Advertisement. Open hollow lens bracket. Wow. Wow. Open hollow lens bracket. I'm sorry. Ace. Open hollow lens bracket. Garp lowered his head, his mind was in a trance. On the execution platform, Sengoku's voice still didn't stop. About 2 years ago, you founded the Spade Pirates under your mother's surname, Potter Cass D. At the same time, we also noticed that Luo Jia's bloodline has not been cut off. At the same time, Whitebeard is also aware of this. In order to train you into the next generation of One Piece, I chose to keep you on board. Ace retorted excitedly. No, I want to make Dad the One Piece. Sengoku snapped. Only you think so. Because of Whitebeard's protection of you, we have never been able to get ahead of you. This time, no matter what the cost, let Luo Jia's bloodline be terminated again. For this reason, even if it is a complete war with the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku's forceful announcement boosted Marines' morale. It is indeed the resourceful general. Marshal Sengoku, report something. The door of justice has been opened. I lost contact with the power room too. Suddenly, a general came running and shouted. Sengoku shocked. What? How long has this happened? I don't know. I found it during a routine inspection. In addition, the large fleet of the Whitebeard pirates also appeared. A total of 43 great pirates from New World, but no sign of the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku announced with a headache. Get ready for the battle now. The direction of the Gate of Justice. How is it? How long will it take to reach the battlefield? Luffy frowned, and asked Luo beside him. Luo. It will take about 10 minutes. The polar has already accelerated. Luffy et al. And Bullet et al. Separated a few minutes ago. The warship was used by 2 people, and everyone boarded the polar diving. Go in the direction of the battlefield. Sabo was excited. I'm finally going to meet Ace. Luffy smiled. I don't know how excited he will be when he sees you coming. Sabo couldn't help laughing, and walked to the bow of the boat with Luffy, looking at Li Yuan. At the same time, the Marine headquarters has also begun to prepare for battle. With the arrival of the large fleet, it shows that the Whitebeard pirates are not far away. Are you going to launch an attack? Wait, Whitebeard must be nearby. He must be up to something. Scout the sea at once. With the exchanges between the generals, the atmosphere reached its peak. Fur. This is so much fun. Chi. Come on, I can't wait. Whitebeard. Everyone in Shichibukai is also looking forward to Whitebeard's arrival. Gululu. Suddenly there was a sound of water flowing, which attracted everyone's attention to the bay. Garp was surprised. It really came from an unexpected place. Crane Vice Admiral. It's true. It seems that I made a mistake in the formation. Sengoku has a headache. No, it won't be. It turned out to be coated and came in from the bottom of the sea. Crash. As the water splashed, a huge ship appeared in the bay. Crash. At the same time, ships appeared again in the other 3 directions. The Moby DK and its 3 attached ships all appeared in the bay. Bang, bang, bang. There was a sound of huge footsteps accompanied by the sound of weapons touching the ground, and the Marines on the coast looked at each other in dismay. 0. Seeking flowers. With the sound getting louder and louder, everyone is looking forward to it. The strongest man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate finally appeared on the bow. Gu la 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 la. A burst of heroic laughter resounded over the Marine headquarters. Whether it's a Marine general or a soldier, a sense of oppression hits my face. Advertisement. We haven't seen each other in decades. Sengoku. Whitebeard sounded a slightly nostalgic voice, and then set his sights on Ace's shame. My dear son, are you all right? Be patient for a while. Exclamation mark. Bing the pheasant knife in his hand to the deck. Daddy will save you now. Daddy. Ace looked at Whitebeard with tears streaming down his face, and couldn't help crying out. Swish. Whitebeard didn't talk nonsense, while everyone was shocked. Put your hands away. Boom. Accompanied by the earth-shattering sound, everyone was completely awakened from their astonishment. Crunch. With the sound of glass breaking. What? Atmosphere cracked. Under everyone's horrified eyes, the air split open. That uncle is amazing. It's incredible. 0. In the back of the boat, everyone in Nami watched the air crack in disbelief. Robin. This is the strength of the world's strongest. However, Zoro had a solemn face, commenting on the man in the distance. The world's #1, great swordsman. While others bask in the power of Whitebeard. Why don't you let me fend for myself? A roar sounded, attracting everyone's attention to the execution platform. I acted on my own to cause this fate. Whitebeard said calmly. No, I let you go. Right, Margar. Under Ace's astonished gaze, Whitebeard asked calmly. Ace. Don't lie, it's me. Yes, Daddy, you sent Ace. Marco replied calmly, looking at Ace. You have suffered a lot. Ace. Everyone on the sea knows what will happen if we fight against us. High headquarters. Prepare to be angry. Joes and the others also quickly agreed, announcing to everyone in the Marine headquarters. A group of troublesome guys are here. Kawine, Whitebeard pirates. The 2 admirals looked like they had a headache, and Akainu also stared at Whitebeard with a serious expression. Frankie looked at the figure kneeling on the execution ground in surprise. Ah, that's Luffy's big brother. Sanji nodded. Yeah, that's right. Brook. Yo ho 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 ho. So you want to save that boy? Chopper. Nami was puzzled. Where's Luffy? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Usopp. Yeah, Luffy isn't done yet. Step. At this time, a figure came out from the cabin, looked at a group of Marines and couldn't help but smile. Oh, this battle is really big. With the sound of someone coming, the eyes of some people in Marine were attracted again. Question mark, exclamation mark. Those who are not familiar with it are stunned. And Sengoku, Garp, he and the others were stunned, and then looked at the person in shock. Yo, old friends. Remember me, old guy. The visitor smiled slightly, and raised the wine bottle in his hand to signal to Sengoku and others. Whitebeard. I thought you were hiding, old man. The visitor smiled. Aren't you afraid of disturbing your debut? Ha 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 ha. Why did you come? Sengoku had a headache on his face, angrily shouted at the person coming, Pluten Rayleigh. Question mark, exclamation mark. Sichuan. Chapter 33. Arrival and Brother. Sabayati Archipelago. With Sengoku's roar, Everyone who had seen the big scene was stunned again. Pluton, Rayleigh, that man. Big news. Big news. People screamed in horror again, looking at the old man on the screen, in a trance. Marine headquarters. Foo. Such old monsters appear one after another. This is incredible. Chi. I don't know how strong the shadow of such a strong man is. Moria's voice fell, but she didn't realize that the people around her were looking at her like idiots. Pluton Rayleigh. Yes, is that man. One Piece's vice captain. Pluton Rayleigh. After the Marines reacted, they looked at Rayleigh with a look of horror and, 763. It's a pity that the captain's child died here. Rayleigh smiled and said to several old friends, it's really old, I can't see children suffering. So hand over the baby. Sengoku. The smiling Rayleigh just looked at Sengoku like that, giving Sengoku a splitting headache. Boom. Suddenly, there was a burst of shaking, and the sound of the earthquake resounded through the sky. What? This feeling of an earthquake? Nami asked incredulously, and then looked at the clouds in the sky. Who changed the sea? What's going on? Robin frowned. It should be the attack that Senior Whitebeard just launched. Sanji was surprised. Isn't it? Could it be possible to create a huge tsunami? Boom. Horizon. Surrounding the Marine HQ, two huge water walls appeared to slap Sanji in the face. At the same time, it also let the Straw Hat crew see what is called a strong means. Don't think that we can win with a large number of people. Maybe we are the ones who will be destroyed. That man is a man who can destroy the world. What's more? Sengoku stared at Rayleigh. There's still that old monster. Gu la 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 la. Whitebeard's heroic laughter resounded through the sky, and accompanied by a huge tsunami, it fell towards Marine. You are really? Rayleigh shook his head, looked at the pirates on both sides and didn't know what to say. Ah, I'm going to be submerged. Yusobu yelled in horror, and the scared Chopper screamed together, and the two hugged each other with tears streaming down their faces. Advertisement. Even Zoro and Sanji, who are the strongest, swallowed their saliva. Whoosh. Suddenly, a figure appeared in midair amidst the extreme despair of the crowd. Ice Age. With a wave of Aokiji's hands, a huge tsunami freezes. With each breath, the originally terrifying situation stabilized instantly. Aokiji. You brat. Whitebeard smiled and said unhappily. Whoosh. Two thorny spears. Two huge ice spears instantly condensed and came towards Whitebeard. Boom. With a wave of Whitebeard's fist, the two thorny spears shattered instantly, and the air burst out and extended to Aokiji's body. Ah la la. Aokiji couldn't see well, his body instantly turned into an element, turned into an ice cube and fell to the ground. As Aokiji fell to the ground, the confrontation between the two was over in the blink of an eye. That's Aokiji's strength. Frankie looked at Aokiji in surprise, the ability to instantly freeze the sea made him forget to say the mantra. Robin nodded. This is the strength of Marine 3 Admiral. In the entire Marine headquarters, everyone was amazed by the confrontation between the strongest people in the world. Can't help feeling sorry for. Ah, damn it. Labor and Management's feet are frozen. Standing on a horse. This is what Aokiji did. Labor and Management are going to kill him. Suddenly, a roar came from above the huge ice wave. Question mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Everyone couldn't help but looked over in doubt, and saw a group of figures above appear on the top of the ice wave. The main reason is that everyone in Luffy had to wait a few minutes to come back, but it turned out. Impartially caught up with Whitebeard's attack. Everyone was sent here by the huge tsunami. Then it appeared behind the wave, where no one could see it. Everyone is preparing to let the polar diving number dive down, let him have a tsunami or not. Otherwise, everyone will become dogs in the water. As a result, a gust of cold air blew in, and the huge tsunami was instantly frozen. And below, just as the battle was about to start, they were embarrassed by the movement of Luffy and others. Who is it again? Sengoku looked up angrily, wishing he could go up and eat Luffy and others alive. This is Luffy. Advertisement. It was his voice. Hey, Luffy, here we are. And everyone in Nami also heard Luffy's voice, and they were pleasantly surprised. As Chopper shouted towards the top, some people already understood who the person above was. Hancock is shy. Lord Luffy. Makes everyone around me suspicious. Buria angry. Straw Hat Boy. Makes Hancock want to kill him with his eyes. Doflamingo. Fufurfurfurfurfurfurfurfurfur. It seems that there is another amazing person. Even Garp looked confused. Ace. Luffy stood on the top of the wave and shouted down, I'm here to save you. Hearing Luffy's voice, Ace was shocked instantly, and couldn't help being in a trance. Sengoku had a splitting headache. A-hole Garp. It's your grandson again. Garp hugged his head. Luffy. Whitebeard and others also looked up in disbelief, surprised for a while. That's Ace's younger brother. So spiritual. Whoosh. When everyone was amazed, Luffy had already pulled everyone and jumped off. Ah, I'm going to die. B************** D Luffy. How did we land? How could I know? You idiot. I'm going to be killed by you. 5.5 The horrified shouts and Luffy's calm answer resounded through the sky, leaving everyone below speechless for a while. At this time, when Ace with an ugly face looked at the Luffy people who had fallen in the same place. but found a familiar figure. Open hollow lens bracket, drink this glass of wine. We are brothers. In a trance, that familiar hair, the familiar water pipe in the figure's hand. Stupid Luffy, why are you still the same as when you were a child? Wherever Ace looked, the helpless voice of the figure sounded. Eye contact. Both of them were taken aback. Ace murmured. Sabo, how is it possible? Ace. A familiar voice sounded. Ace trembled in his mind. Sabo! Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark dot. Chapter 34. Debut. And Sabo's first anger, please customize. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo became brothers of the opposite S** X after drinking alcohol as children. The relationship between the three has been indestructible since then, and then Sabo was bombarded by celestial dragons when he went to sea for the first time. Luffy and Ace thought he was dead and were sad for a long time. Later, when Luffy saw Ace appearing, he jumped into Sabo's arms and burst into tears, crying and telling Sabo that Ace died in front of him. Let us deeply feel that even after many years, their feelings will still not change. When the figure in midair shouted Ace, Ace himself was already in tears. Sabo is alive. Ace pupil earthquake, that is unbelievable. But that blonde boy holding a water pipe is so familiar. Luffy smiled and shouted at Ace, Ace. Sabo is back too. Wait, we'll get you out. Goo, Margo, give me those brats and then. Whitebeard watched the crowd fall down, couldn't help but shook his head and said. Okay, Daddy, whoosh. Margao smiled, and flew towards Luffy and the others. Boom, boom, boom. With the help of Margao, everyone finally fell down, and they still fell into the mud. Stupid Straw Hat kid, I'm going to be killed by you. Really, almost had an accident. Everyone looked helplessly at Luffy, who was like nothing else, and couldn't help complaining. Jinbei, is this your answer? Sengoku looked at Luo 6 Fei with a headache, and couldn't help asking Joe. Jinbei. That's right, I have been helped too much by my father in my life. Shichibukai labor and management will not do it. Hey ha 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 ha. Old friends, are you getting old? Threatening others with these. Suddenly, a figure slowly came out from behind Jinbei, looking at Sengoku with a smile on his face. Question mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Even Rayleigh and Whitebeard watched in disbelief as Rightfield appeared. Goo, it's you B asterisk 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 D. I thought you were dead. Right. Whitebeard greeted with nostalgia. Rayleigh smiled and raised his hand. Whoosh. Lightfield's figure disappeared instantly, and appeared next to Whitebeard. I haven't seen you for decades, and you still look like this, Whitebeard. Garp shook his head and yelled, B asterisk 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 D Luffy. Look what you've done. Sengoku looked at the three people on the Moby DK with a headache. Even Lao Sha, Ivan and others didn't care. This is not easy to fight. Whether Shichibukai or Marine generals, even if they don't know Rightfield. But seeing that Rightfield can stand with Whitebeard, it must be a ruthless man. Doflamingo. Furfuro. Three old monsters. And you. Nah. His eyes turned to Luo, who was sitting on Beppo's shoulder while crying, and the veins on Doflamingo's forehead popped out. And Luo's eyes are fixed on Doflamingo. Attack all. Sink the Moby DK. Defeat the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku realized that he couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, something else might happen. Oh, go little ones. Let them taste the strength of the Whitebeard pirates. Oh, because Aokiji froze the sea, it created very good conditions for everyone. Step, 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 step. The densely packed marines and pirates are charging at each other. Boom, 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 boom. Unaware of the sound of the cannon, it headed towards the three people on the Moby DK. Advertisement. Yaxi. Let's go too, everyone. Luffy smiled, squeezed his fists, and looked at the battlefield that was about to come into contact. Oh, Luffy, Sabo, Buggy, 3, Xiao Feng, Jinbei, Lao Sha, Ivan, Luo, Bebo, new ladyboys and more than a dozen members of the Heart Pirates. Whoosh. Not surprisingly, Lao Sha couldn't help but move towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard. Sassy ignores it. The golden hook in his hand was heading towards Whitebeard, and everyone couldn't help but look at it in surprise. Whitebeard. Imp. It's not good to do it now. Lao Sha. Kicking Lao Sha away, Luffy asked with a smile. Whitebeard looked at Luffy and smiled at the hat on Luffy's head. Brat, your hat is very similar to the redheads. Facing Whitebeard's question, Luffy turned to look at him, staring at the strongest man. Shanks let me keep it, I've heard of you for a long time. Whitebeard. Facing Luffy's calmness, Whitebeard grinned. The brat is here to save your big brother. Luffy. Of course, Whitebeard. Then you have to be careful. Don't lose your life here. Luffy pouted. Don't worry, you old man should pay attention to your body. After Luffy finished speaking, the air was exceptionally quiet. People around can't help but admire Luffy. Rayleigh. Ha ha ha, the little devil is really good now. Lightfield. When we were our age, we didn't have such a fearless spirit. Boom. Whitebeard's pheasant knife shook, looked at Luffy with a serious face, and then raised his head to the sky and screamed. Gu la 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 la. Brat, do you want to be my son? The corner of Luffy's mouth twitched. Forget it, you'd better survive first. Whitebeard didn't care either, and became more and more interested in Luffy. Luffy. At this time, everyone in Nami also ran over from behind Whitebeard. Luffy smiled. You guys are here too. Flutter. Robin and Nami couldn't help but threw themselves into Luffy's arms, causing Hancock's expression to change in the distance. Ina. B************ D Luffy. Let go of Nami-chan and Robin-chan. Sanji was furious with envy. Luffy helplessly raised his hand to show that I didn't move. Chopper also rushed over and hugged Luffy's thigh. Luffy. I thought. Woo. Yusobu rubbed his nose. Luffy you be D. You're only here now. Frankie. Wow, now everyone is finally here. Brook. Yo ho 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 ho. I can't wait. Zoro stared at Hawkeye from time to time. Everyone, let's start fighting too. Luffy smiled. That's right. Come on everyone. Forehead. It's just that the two people in their arms are still unwilling to let go of themselves. Okay, I'm fine. Luffy rubbed their hair helplessly, and couldn't help comforting her. Ace. Suddenly, a voice sounded, making Luffy turn his head to look. I'm here to save you. Holding the water hose, Sabo rushed towards the execution platform in the first place. Advertisement. Ace. Don't come here. Sabo. This is my mistake. Seeing Sabo in such a dangerous place, he still ran towards him with a smile on his face. Ace couldn't help but burst into tears. Don't come here, don't come here. Sabo looked at the crying Ace, and smiled softly. What are you talking about, Ace? Aren't we brothers? Boom. I'm really sorry, it just appeared in front of you now. Blocking Marine's attack casually, Sabo said calmly. But, we're brothers. A roar that resounded through the sky resounded, and everyone looked at Saw in surprise. Ace froze in place, looking at Sabo's angry expression. The first time I saw Sabo like this. Finally, I'm back. You want me and Luffy to lose my big brother? Five fingers turned into claws, tearing towards the attacking Marines, and questioned Ace at the same time. Brace yourself. You idiot. I've been ashamed of Luffy's big brother title for so many years. What do you mean by that expression? Ace. Give me the courage to persevere. How did you become a big brother? Potter cast D Ace. The gentlest Sabo has already seen Ace's dead spirit, the eyes that have lost color. Faced with Sabo's questioning, Ace froze in place. Sengoku in his ear notified 313 of Sabo's identity and Luffy's identity, and he could no longer hear it. Open hollow lens bracket Sabo is such a gentle big brother. Open hollow lens bracket what? Do you think I am the one who should die? Close black lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket listen Luffy. We will go to sea one day. Live more freely than anyone else. Open hollow lens bracket I am not going to die. Luffy. Trust me. Ace remembers. The promise to Luffy. Ace. A cry resounded in Ace's ears again, and when he looked up, it was Luffy coming from the other side. Ace. Idiots. A bunch of idiots. Tears inadvertently blurred vision, watching the two younger brothers on the left and right coming for me. In order to save his hopeless self, Ace couldn't help crying anymore. What? Obviously both are idiots. Luffy is dumb. So is Sabo. I'm a bigger idiot too. Open hollow lens bracket do you know? Touched this glass of wine. From today, we are brothers. Close hollow lens bracket. Step, step, step. Don't worry, I just came to see my grandson. Garp walked up slowly, and sat there under Sengoku's headache expression. Quote. Ace whispered softly, the tears in his eyes ran down his cheeks as the merchant executed E. Garp lowered his head and asked calmly, what's the matter? Wait for Sabo and Luffy's hand. I'll take it. Garp. You think you'll be saved? Ace laughed through tears. Of course. My two younger brothers are here. I'm not going to die. Open hollow lens bracket I will not die. Luffy. I'm not going to die. Grandpa. That's what I promised Luffy. And Sabo. In the eyes blurred with tears are no longer confused and hopeless. My brothers are all there. How could I break my promise? Chapter 35. The Straw Hat Pirates on the battlefield please customize. Sabo couldn't wait to rush to the first place, and at the same time, the reason why Luffy rushed so fast. The reason is that after Luffy and his companions gathered together, the mission issued by the system. Ding. All members gather. Mission activated. Rescue Potter cast D Ace. Rewards. Intermediate Haki Upgrade Potion Captain Version, Intermediate Haki Upgrade Potion Crew Special, Fruit Ability Side Effect Elimination, Random Logia Devil Fruit, Fruit Enhancement Potion, Close Black Lens Bracket. Finally, horse riders have a mission. Whoosh. Straw Hat Boy. Die. Facing Luffy's attack, the Marines couldn't wait to surround them. Swish swish swish. What? This is the case on the battlefield, facing the crowd surrounding him, Luffy just smiled at Vivi. Using hands and feet together, all the Marines flew upside down, and returned. Is that the Straw Hat kid who beat you back in the Sabayati archipelago? Sakazuki stared blankly at Luffy in the distance, and asked Kizaru beside him. Kizaru looked wretched. Well, that's him, Straw Hat Luffy. Anyone can see the seriousness in his eyes. After all, I have seen Luffy's strength in the Sabayati archipelago, and looking at Luffy again, I have to be dignified. Tread. At this time, where Shichibukai was, Hawkeye slowly took a step. Doflamingo. Oh, are you going to shoot? Hawkeye. I just want to see some differences with that man. Laugh. Slowly draw the black knife ye behind him. His action also made the people in the entire Marine headquarters stop attacking slowly. That person would choose to be the first to do it. World. The world's #1 swordsman. Some marveled at his temper, and some marveled at his status. The actions of the world's #1 swordsman immediately caught everyone's attention. Whoosh. Facing the amazement of others, Hawkeye was unmoved, and just easily pinched forward. A shocking slash cut the ice surface, like an eagle hitting the sky, heading towards Whitebeard like lightning and flint. Boom. Hawkeye. What a sharp sword aura. Turning a blind eye to the slash that exploded in front of his eyes, a smile appeared on the corner of Whitebeard's mouth. Then, who was that? He actually blocked Hawkeye's slash. Faced with the sudden stop of the slash, everyone was amazed, and looked at the figure that appeared there in disbelief. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Three sword chi crisscrossed as if they were endowed with life, and they hit Hawkeye's new E. Then, who was that person? He actually blocked the slash of the world's greatest swordsman. Countless Marines and pirates all looked in amazement at the sudden appearance. Its monster-like figure slowly appeared in the smoke screen, and disappeared with the smoke screen. Roronoa Zoro. The people who recognized his figure exclaimed, "It's just a guy who hasn't even been to New World." Oh, it's that man. Hawkeye couldn't help raising his eyes in surprise, looking at the figure that appeared there. Good job, Zoro. Zoro. So handsome. Everyone at Nami raised their hands and cheered. Oh, the swordsman on Brother Ace's boat. He's pretty strong. This is another great swordsman. I don't know if I have time to compete with him. The crew members of the Whitebeard pirates nodded, approving Zoro's strength. Then, is that a member of the Straw Hat pirates? Even the crew are so powerful. The soldiers swallowed their saliva, looking at Zoro's slowly erect body, feeling terrified. Step, step, step. Three Swords Mystery 1 Large 3000. Facing all the rumors, Zoro looked calm, and slowly put on an attacking state, taking one step at a time. Question mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Faced with Zoro's actions, countless people watched in amazement, not knowing what he was doing. 9 mountains and 8 seas, for one world. Gathering thousands of worlds becomes a small thousand worlds. The one without ego. 3 swords technique. Whoosh. Poetry falls. Zoro jumps high, and the armed color bonus covered by 3 weapons is under. Dakion. World. People are in the sky. The 3 sharp blades are born like gods and demons. 3 huge slashes staggered, replaced by a demon rushing towards the Shichibukai platform. Faced with the eclipsed slash, Hawkeye couldn't help but look solemn. Oh. Are you coming at me? Whoosh. While countless people were stunned, Hawkeye jumped up high, holding a black knife to meet him. Boom. Huge air cracks and bangs resounded through the sky, exploding in the ears of countless people. Come on. Facing the battle between Zoro and Hawkeye, the pirates who were so angry rushed towards the Marines. Hanamaki. The Marine and the pirate swords at the bottom are facing each other. The two in the air leap up with swords. Advertisement. Ding, 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 boom, boom, boom. The battle started again. The sound of sword clashes and shell explosions instantly filled the battlefield again. That's not okay. Facing the high morale of the pirates, Kizaru said with a solemn face, "It seems that I can't watch the show all the time." He looked around with a wretched expression, and finally looked at the tallest figure in the distance, his eyes lit up. Whoosh. Catch the thief first. Whitebeard. Kizaru jumped up slowly, and his body instantly appeared in the air not far from Whitebeard. 8-foot Chongoyu. In an instant, countless light bullets enveloped the air, heading towards Whitebeard. Whoosh. Hey hey hey, it's too dazzling. While Whitebeard squinted, a figure spread its wings and walked towards the 8-foot Chongoyu. His body was riddled with holes in an instant. Then, in the strange flames, the wound instantly regained its vitality. Blocked. Marine Admiral's attack. What is that blue flame? The Marines looked at the figure in the sky in amazement, and couldn't help feeling dazed for a while. I can't let you disturb our king as soon as I come up. Marco smiled and couldn't help but joked. Kizaru looked wretched. Kawaii, Whitebeard pirates. Margao smiled. It hurts. The corner of Kizaru's mouth twitched. Who are you kidding? Whoosh. A phoenix that can recover no matter what kind of attack it receives. I've never seen such a bird. Facing Marco's kick, Kizaru said calmly. Boom. He raised his arm to block it. It hurts. Margao smiled. Who are you kidding? Whoosh. Boom. Kizaru's body instantly flew upside down and hit the harbor wall of the bay. Kizaru big. Before Marine exclaimed, the ape slowly appeared beside him. Giant troops, pay attention to the sky. Yes. Kizaru Admiral. Although he was kicked back by the enemy, it did bring back some of Marine's morale. Whoosh. Let's play, little devil. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Kizaru, and the umbrella sword in his eyes was drawn towards Kizaru like a ghost. Ding. Kizaru, who instantly condensed the Sky Zongyun sword, was able to block it, with a dignified expression, Valoric Redfield. Whizzing. After speaking, the body turned into light particles and disappeared in place, and right Vivi followed with a smile. Closing square bracket exclamation mark closing square bracket exclamation mark closing square bracket exclamation mark. Oh, the two are like ghosts, shuttling and fighting to the death. Kizaru, who is not good at swordsmanship, had to rely on speed to resist, but Lightfield's speed is not bad. The confrontation between the two does not know when the winner will be determined. Boom. Suddenly, a huge movement struck, causing everyone present to be unsteady for a while. What is that? Great arm strength. Come on, Captain Joe's. Under the exclamation and cheers, Joe slowly took out a huge block of ice that covered the sky. If you have the ability to block it. Marine. With a roar, the ice cube in Jaws' hand fell like a meteor, smashing towards the direction of Marine. What? Countless Marines looked at the ice in the air and couldn't help screaming in horror. Really? They're all out. Who will guard this place? Akainu stood up slowly, and couldn't help complaining to his two colleagues. Great eruption. With the roar, the huge magma fist sprayed out rolling magma. Boom. The huge block of ice covering the sky was instantly ignited, and instantly transformed into a huge magma cloud towards Whitebeard. It was melted in an instant. Warning. The incoming magma cloud slowly turned into a magma rain, and the magma swept in like the doomsday. Rayleigh smiled. Really, it seems that I need to move my old bones. Zzz. Rayleigh was about to make a shot when he suddenly found a palpitating electric current coming from behind him. Question mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Whitebeard couldn't help frowning and looked back, and then looked a little surprised. Then, what is that? All eyes were drawn to the huge figure behind Whitebeard. Luffy smiled. It's developed to this point. Hawkeye and Zoro couldn't help but look up. Hawkeye. The people on your ship have grown to this point now. Zoro smiled. Everyone is working hard. Boom. Huge thunder and lightning roared, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. 0. Seeking flowers. Thor's roar. Advertisement. A pillar of optimism, a huge thunder pillar condensed by Wan Lei covered the huge magma cloud. The lingering thunderbolt bombarded Akainu's body. Oh, thunder fruit. Akainu was annihilated below the head, and looked at the huge lightning condensed body behind Whitebeard indifferently. Ring of thunder. Nami is taller than Whitebeard and has a slender figure. The palpitating thunder and lightning wrapped around his body, as if the god of thunder came to the world. Pale body of thunder and lightning. Compared with Enel's irregular body, Nami's Thor is more realistic. Nami, whose body has turned into lightning, stood there quietly, like a real person. Pointing at Akainu in the distance, Nami with firm eyes called out the moves. I can't help but feel stunned by the damage caused by my attack. Long live Nami-chan. Long live Nami. Sanji turned into an idiot, twisting his body around Nami. Yusobu and others looked at Nami with excitement. I just feel that Nami is so handsome at this time. Whitebeard. Gu la 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 la. The brats are really scary now. Sengoku looked at Nami from a distance, with a splitting headache. A-hole. It's the Straw Hat crew again. Now, the battlefield stopped again. Looking at Nami's Thor posture, he couldn't help but freeze in place. Even Luffy was dumbfounded. FK. Is this horse thunder fruit? Not a Thor fruit. Looking at Nami's Thor body, I thought it was wrong, but after seeing its power. 0. Luffy found that the fruit sent by the system may be enhanced. And it looks like it's still at the top. Boom. There was a loud bang. Nami appeared on the battlefield in an instant, looking at Marine in the distance with surprise. Quote exclamation mark quote. Covered by the dense current, it is heading towards the Marine like a power grid. What? The huge figure is like Thor, and the raging Nami ignites the war to start again. Ah la la, little girl, let's play. Seeing the dense current covering one piece after another, Aokiji slowly appeared in front of Nami. Nami surprised. Aokiji Admiral. Then the body turned into an electric current and disappeared in place. Aokiji looked confused. Oh. Ran. Whoosh. Nami put away Thor form and came back behind Whitebeard again, and then shouted at Aokiji, come here. Thump. The crowd is devastated. Think about it. After all, Nami hasn't turned from that underdog stance yet. Facing the arrival of Aokiji, it is not too difficult to understand why I ran back with a shock. It's not okay to bully my sister, Aokiji. Luffy's body slowly appeared beside Aokiji. Do you want me to play with you? Boom. After the words fell, Luffy kicked towards Aokiji, and the slippers instantly covered Aokiji's condensed skates. Ah la la, a close call. Aokiji stared at Luffy in front of him solemnly, and couldn't help but talk loosely. Frozen capsule. Accompanied by Aokiji's lazy voice, the cold air enveloped Luffy. Not good. Luffy was startled. Seeing the cold air approaching, she couldn't help but put away her slippers and hide aside. Caw caw caw. The air was instantly frozen, and huge ice cubes appeared out of thin air and fell to the ground. A close call. Luffy smiled and said to the frowning Aokiji. Jet. Machine gun. Luffy didn't stop in his hand, and his fists flew towards Aokiji to attack. Click. Aokiji raised his hand and an ice wall stood up, blocking Luffy's fist. The ice wall also crumbled. Jet. Giant gun commander. A giant fist lands on Aokiji after the ice wall breaks. Boom. Aokiji, who flew out, frowned. Huh. The nasal voice fell, and the huge ice spear in his hand went towards Luffy. Boom. The ice spear hit the fist hard, and a piece of ice slag instantly condensed on the fist. Hiss. I can't beat you. Aokiji. Admiral. Gritting his teeth, he put away his fist, shook it, and grinned at Aokiji. Ace. Suddenly, a loud sound sounded like muffled thunder. Luffy turned her head to look, and saw a figure taller and more powerful than a giant appearing in the harbor. Boom. Give me back the ace. The huge figure roared towards Sengoku with a dignified face, accompanied by a huge movement. Little Devil Oz. Refer to. How many?